After the demise of Wen Tingzhi, he was bound by an energy system and sent to traverse the myriad worlds, with the promise of resurrection upon task completion. The system proclaimed that the task was rather simple. He merely needed to attain a perfect score of regret from the male lead and a perfect score of affection from the second male. Wen Tingzhi retorted, "System, do you truly consider this simple?" The system, feeling sheepish, promptly went offline. As he embarked on his mission, Wen Tingzhi soon discovered that garnering the second male lead's affection was surprisingly straightforward. Chapter 1. Transformed into the most disliked, true young master. 1. Wen Tingzhi, how can you harbor feelings for your brother? Do you not possess any shame? He had scarcely opened his eyes when a resounding slap left him dazed. The narrative of this world flooded into his mind. You are the long-lost, true young master, universally reviled, while the false young master is adored by all. The stark contrast incites your disdain for the false young master, further disappointing the Wen family. And you single-handedly exacerbate your plight within the Wen household to ensure your complete departure from the Wen family. The false young master orchestrated a forgery of your handwriting to pen a love letter, inciting the family's outrage. Even though you were not the author, no one would believe you, and thus, you were cast out to fend for yourself. Wen Tingzhi, that after his death, he was bound to an energy system that, akin to a multi-level marketing scheme, incessantly touted the simplicity of the tasks, assuring him that resurrection was easily attainable. Under the system's relentless persuasion, he acquiesced to embark on missions across the myriad worlds. The system unveiled its true nature, demanding that he collect 100 points of regret from the male lead and 100 points of affection from the second male lead. When Tingzhi exclaimed, "System, do you dare repeat that this task is simple?" The false young master was the male lead of this realm. How could he possibly elevate the male lead's regret to 100%? He could only observe the progress bars above the male lead and the second male lead, noting that the false young master, Wen Zhuo, had a regret value of 50. It appeared that the initial world task was relatively manageable, while the one with a regret value of 0 would require meticulous strategizing. He swiftly immersed himself in his role, his voice sharp and resonant as he declared, "Like him? I absolutely do not like Wen Zhuo." Wen's mother widened her eyes in disbelief. "If you do not like him, then why did you write him a love letter? Are you claiming this letter is not yours?" "Mother, please, do not speak ill of my brother." Wen Zhuo always wore the guise of a compassionate and considerate individual, charming the Wen family and winning over the male lead's affection, amassing a throng of admirers. Indeed, all protagonists in Wen Tingzhi's task world were homosexual. "Wen Zhuo, you need not absolve me. The love letter is indeed my creation. Was it not your idea?" Wen's father shook his head vigorously, glancing left and right, while Wen Zhuo, bewildered, licked his lips and chuckled nervously. "Brother, what are you saying? Did he not enjoy playing the innocent flower, the understanding one? Then let him play the part to his heart's content." Wen Tingzhi, tracing the imprint of the slap on his face, allowed a tear to cascade down. "Since my return, my parents, fearing Wen Zhuo's sorrow, have constantly comforted him. Yet, I am their child too." Feigning strength, he wiped his tears and choked out, "Wen Zhuo is indeed, as my parents say, helpful, clever, and knowing of my distress, he has devised this plan for me." Wen Zhuo said that if our parents were aware of my feelings for him, they would surely deem me unwell and would be even more concerned for me, perhaps taking me to see a psychologist and accompanying me through treatment. Thus, I followed Wen Zhuo's suggestion. Wen Tingzhi noticed Wen Zhuo's expression twist momentarily, causing the regret value to plummet to 40. "It seems I botched things. My apologies, dear brother, for my misguided suggestion." Wen's mother felt a twinge of awkwardness but was too proud to apologize. "Do not behave this way in the future." The group departed in a flurry, while Wen Zhuo, to maintain his persona, remained silent, suffering in silence. The room felt eerily quiet, the once proud young master of the Wen family now residing in such a cramped, dilapidated space. Originally, the Wen family had arranged for him to occupy a grand chamber, but upon seeing Wen Zhuo's room, he felt discontent and desired for Wen Zhuo to vacate so he could take residence there. Wen Zhuo would never consent, fleeing to their mother in tears, claiming his brother had never occupied a large room and was terrified at night, trembling in fear. To ensure his restful slumber, he had specifically moved into the tool shed in the garden. The first step was to reside in the grand house. With Dawn's arrival, the sounds of pruning in the back garden echoed. The cheerful chirping of birds shattered the tranquility of the garden, awakening the slumbering Wen Tingzhi. If it were not for Wen Tingzhi moving in, we could have napped in the tool shed during the afternoon, and we wouldn't need to fetch tools from the front, which is so far and tiresome. One servant grumbled. Another servant nudged her to keep her voice down. If he hears you, it could spell trouble. Who doesn't know that the young master is a lunatic? What if we all get fired? He is nothing. I only recognize young master Wen. He will surely stand up for us. He is so kind. Wen Tingzhi rubbed his face, fully awake, realizing the stark contrast between the universally reviled and the universally adored. He turned his neck and resolved to visit the neighbor next door, who happened to be Wen's childhood friend, the second male lead, Gu Sui. He wondered what Gu Sui's affection level for him might be, likely hovering around 0. After all, according to the narrative, the second male lead was typically a deeply devoted character, fervently enamored with the male lead, even enduring the male lead's torment. Brother, Wen's voice was soft, yet Wen Tingzhi feigned ignorance, seating himself at the dining table and feigning a weak cough to draw attention. Why are you coughing? It's nothing, mother. The tool shed is both cold and hot. That may be the reason. The original host had become universally disliked, resorting to extreme measures for attention, with a rigid attitude and assertive actions. Only the child who cries receives candy, a belief he held firmly. Wen Tingzhi took a sip of porridge, gazing appreciatively at Wen. I must thank my brother for knowing my fear of the large room, and specially arranging this little space for. Miti seized Wen's hands, who struggled in vain. Brother, you are so kind. Would you accompany me to live there? With your presence, I believe I would not feel lonely. Wen Tingzhi served breakfast to everyone at the table. Father, mother, brother, please eat. Previously, I was too obstinate. Mother's words yesterday enlightened me. My brother and I must learn to coexist harmoniously. Residing together will surely foster better relations. Wen's parents, like reeds swaying in the wind, lent their ears to the most convincing voice, siding with the weaker party. Very well. It is excellent that you can comprehend this. You are our biological child, and we cannot neglect you. As for Wen, he too is raised by us and will not be ignored. We are gratified to see you two getting along. In One sought Wen's opinion, as his benevolent nature would undoubtedly lead him to agree. Wen could not possibly remain in the tool shed. He needed to persuade his parents personally to allow him to return to the grand room, thereby crafting an image of a son who speaks much but means little. Little by little, he would dismantle .To incite his regret. He would ensure that after acquiring everything, he would suffer a great fall from grace, instilling fear and reverence within him, leading him to rue his choices. Wen's regret value lingered around 35 to 40, indicating that as long as he remained resilient and unscathed, Wen would not feel regret. He lowered his gaze and drained the glass of soy milk. Wen, I wish to visit Gu Sui. Will you accompany me? After the death of Wen Tingzhi, he was bound to an energy system and sent to traverse the myriad worlds, with the promise that completing tasks would grant him resurrection. The system informed him that the tasks were quite simple. He needed to attain a perfect score of remorse value from the male protagonist and a perfect favorability score from the second male lead. Wen Tingzhi exclaimed, "System, do you dare to call this simple?" The system, feeling guilty, went offline. As he embarked on his mission, Wen Tingzhi discovered that raising the favorability of the second male lead was rather effortless. Chapter 2. Transforming into the most disliked, true young master. 2. Gu Sui, dear brother. Wen dashed playfully towards Gu Sui, her movements charming and vivacious. Wen Tingzhi's attention was entirely captivated by the affection level hovering above Gu Sui's head, which, as he had anticipated, was a mere 0. Brother Gu Sui, my brother wishes to visit you, so I brought him along. You wouldn't mind, would you? Not at all. Gu Sui lifted his gaze and offered him a faint smile. It was only then that Wen Tingzhi noticed his striking features: thick eyebrows, large eyes, a prominent nose, and thin lips, all clad in casual black loungewear. Notably, his left earlobe bore a piercing adorned with a black stud that sparkled under the sunlight. Gu Sui's demeanor was as frigid as ice, his wrist adorned with a string of prayer beads, presenting an enigmatic character. He could be deemed rebellious and unique. Yet his aloofness contradicted this, while the prayer beads hinted at a mature disposition. Nevertheless, the ear stud and a delicate tattoo on his ankle, of which Wen Tingzhi could not discern the design, added layers of complexity to his persona. Wen Tingzhi's agreement to bring him to Gu Sui stemmed from an absence of fear that Wen Tingzhi would usurp Gu Sui's attention. Moreover, he sought to reclaim his dignity. He could not repeatedly disappoint his parents, but a setback at Gu Sui's abode would undoubtedly provoke his parents' disdain yet again. Wen Tingzhi's calculations were astute, yet unfortunately, Wen Tingzhi had no intention of allowing him to succeed. He remained acutely aware of his mission. Achieving a perfect score of affection was no trivial feat. Would you care for a drink? Gu Sui approached the bar, swirling the liquid in his glass. Anything will do. I enjoy whatever you mix, brother Gu Sui. Wen Tingzhi had grown up alongside Gu Sui, visiting his home countless times, making it akin to his second residence. He settled onto the sofa, exuding the ease of a true host, while relishing the discomfort of the speechless Wen Tingzhi. Guilt gnawed at him, and his regret index climbed to 45, unbeknownst to Wen Tingzhi, who was oblivious to his thoughts. The rise in the regret index did not elate him. The next step was to entice Gu Sui's heart. May I call you Sui? The original host had encountered Gu Sui a few times. During his first return to the Wen family, Gu Sui was present. The original host had been infuriated by his parents' attention on Wen Tingzhi, causing Gu Sui to maintain his distance. Their subsequent meetings were limited to brief encounters outside the villa, where Gu Sui would acknowledge him with a nod before moving on. Yet the original host was unwilling to concede. Had he not been misidentified at birth, he would be the true young master, and Gu Sui should rightfully be his childhood companion. Thus, he endeavored to converse with Gu Sui, attempting to strike up a friendship. But he was at a loss for how to connect, resulting in repeated failures. Eventually, he ceased to see Gu Sui altogether. Wen Tingzhi leaned on the bar, tilting his head to gaze at Gu Sui. Could you teach me to mix drinks? Strangely, Gu Sui's affection level rose by 5 points. Certainly, come in. Gu Sui's expression remained cool, his voice icy as he inquired, what drink would you like to prepare? Just something simple. I want to manage anything complex. Wen Tingzhi's peripheral vision caught the sight of Wen Tingzhi on the sofa, engrossed in television and munching on chips. As expected, Wen Tingzhi was fuming, unable to concentrate on the screen, and the chips had lost their appeal. The remorse value has risen again by 2 points to 47. It seems that the regret stems from bringing him to find Gu Sui. What are you all doing? I wish to learn as well. Gu Sui, please teach me. Gu Sui scooped a small bowl of ice cubes from the freezer, one by one, and said, you can go play for a while. All right, Gu Sui, but my brother has a bit of a temper. If he gets angry with you, please don't take it to heart. Gu Sui suddenly smiled and reassured her I won't. Come over and watch what I do. Didn't you want me to teach you? Oh. Gu Sui's movements while mixing drinks were graceful and natural. His long fingers and defined joints giving the impression that he was not merely preparing cocktails, but rather playing a piano. Let me teach you a simple Campari mojito. He retrieved a grapefruit from the cabinet, cutting it into pieces and mashing it for juice. Although Wen Tingzhi's primary intention was to allure Gu Sui and elevate his favorability to 100%, he couldn't simply begin with seduction. The best approach was to transition from friends to something more. He found himself quite interested in mixology. The act of mashing the juice was laborious, and after a while, his arms began to ache. He focused entirely on the task, oblivious to the fact that both Gu Sui and Wen Tingzhi were observing him. Wen Tingzhi could be described as strikingly handsome, standing out even in a crowd. His long eyelashes fluttered, and his nose was delicately sculpted. When he focused intently on a task, he exuded a unique charm that made others want to linger by his side. That's enough. Gu Sui interrupted his actions, succinctly explaining the steps of mixology. It was indeed simple, aside from the slight strain from mashing the juice. After balancing the drink's proportions, he added ice and finally garnished the rim with a slice of grapefruit. Why don't you give it a try? Without hesitation, Wen Tingzhi handed the first drink he had personally mixed to Gu Sui. Gu Sui lowered his head and took a sip, remarking, delicious, with a smile. Wen Tingzhi took a small sip from the spot where Gu Sui's lips had touched, finding the taste quite agreeable. Wen Tingzhi, how can you share a drink with Gu Sui? Wen Zhua's remorse value rose slightly again. It was astonishing that just this childhood friend could elevate his remorse value so much. He pondered how much more it would increase if his doting parents were the protagonist. The young master of the Wen family altered their attitudes toward him. Wen Zhua, don't speak like that. It's not like you. Gu Sui began tidying up the table, seemingly unwilling to continue mixing drinks. Wen Zhua bit his lip, apologizing, I'm sorry, brother. I just suddenly recalled that Gu Sui has a bit of a cleanliness obsession, and I spoke without thinking. I apologize. I didn't realize you had a cleanliness obsession. I was just thrilled to have accomplished something that seemed quite challenging. Wen Zhua had previously stated that these things were difficult and that he wouldn't be able to learn them. So he hadn't anticipated he could mix drinks as well, and in a moment of excitement, he wanted Gu Sui to taste it. Isn't it just green tea? Who can't do that? It's all right. I'm not a cleanliness freak. After saying this, Gu Sui finished the remaining drink in his glass, leaving only empty ice cubes behind, and his favorability reached 10. Although the task appeared daunting, was it really so easy to elevate the second male lead's favorability? Or was it simply because this was the first world? With a heavy heart, Wen Zhua could no longer feign cheerfulness, and, without waiting for Gu Sui to speak, excused himself, taking Wen Tingzhi back to the Wen family home. Wen Tingzhi, you truly possess remarkable skills. Once alone, Wen Zhua abandoned his pretense. He harbored a deep-seated disdain for this suddenly emerged true heir, whose presence rendered his 20-plus years of existence a mere farce. Anxiety gnawed at him, a fear that his parents and elder brother might disregard him. He wished to banish Wen Tingzhi, and there was nothing wrong with that sentiment. The fault lay solely in Wen Tingzhi's unwelcome arrival. Chapter 3. Transformed into the despised true heir. 3. The eldest son of the Wen family, Wen Yan, had returned from an overseas business trip. Naturally, the most elated was Wen Zhua, for Wen Yan had always been his greatest supporter. As the darling of this world, Wen Zhua enjoyed adoration from countless admirers, as long as he refrained from committing heinous acts. Even if he did falter, he could count on Wen Yan and Gu Sui to aid him, for one was his beloved spouse and the other a devoted friend. Brother, you are finally back. I have missed you so much. Wen Tingzhi, convinced that Wen Yan's return would prompt Wen Zhua to devise schemes against him, felt uneasy after having made Wen Zhua suffer earlier that day. I have missed you too. How have you been at home? Wen Yan embraced Wen Zhua tightly. Upon learning abroad that Wen Zhua was not his biological brother, he had been overwhelmed with joy. Unbeknownst to him, he had already grown fond of this brother. Yet the constraints of their sibling relationship had kept him at bay. But fortune had bestowed upon him this delightful surprise. I have been well. Good to hear. Now, come in and join us for dinner. Don't linger at the door. With Wen Yan's return, dinner was lavish, a feast of numerous dishes laid before them. Wen Tingzhi chose to remain inconspicuous, silently partaking in the meal. He conjectured that Wen Zhua must have begun reporting every detail to Wen Yan the moment he arrived at the Wen residence, thus earning Wen Yan's disdain. In Wen Yan's eyes, he must appear as a rude, brash individual who craved attention. Indeed, Wen Yan cast several scrutinizing glances in his direction during the meal. Brother, let us wash up in your room and then retire to the tool room together. As they passed, Wen Yan raised an eyebrow in confusion. The tool room? Yes. Wen Tingzhi replied, stepping back slightly, a mix of curiosity and trepidation in his demeanor. I have never stayed in a large room, so I feel somewhat insecure. Brother, please allow me to stay in the tool room. Wen Zhua. Wen Yan's brow furrowed deeply, seemingly unable to believe that his once sweet and kind younger brother would utter such words. Before Wen Zhua could interject, Wen Tingzhi continued, Brother, you misunderstood. My brother suggested we stay together. Wen Zhua was rendered speechless, his frustrations unvoiced. With his elder brother back, he had intended to seek refuge beside him, evading the prospect of sleeping in the tool room. Yet, unexpectedly, Wen Tingzhi had made that declaration in front of everyone. To refuse would imply that he deemed the tool room too shabby and small, yet he had compelled Wen Tingzhi to reside there. Although his carefully maintained image would not shatter, it would undoubtedly sow seeds of doubt. He understood that once the seed of doubt was sown, it would inevitably lead to fissures and ultimately unforeseen consequences. However, the thought of sharing the tool shed with Wen Tingzhi was unsettling, not only because of the shed's environment, but also due to Wen Tingzhi's ambiguous attitude towards him. "Wenjia, you've worked hard. Go take a shower." Wan Yin glanced at Wen Tingzhi, suggesting that if his brother felt apprehensive about sharing a bed, he could always spread a mattress in his room. "That's unnecessary," Wen Tingzhi timidly replied, nodding obediently. The tool shed was cramped, hot, and stifling. The bed was merely 1.5 meters wide, forcing two people to lie flat with little room to turn. Naturally, Wen Tingzhi would not share a bed with Wenjia. His intent was not to torment Wenjia, but to avoid such discomfort himself. "Wen Tingzhi, you're doing this on purpose, aren't you?" "Brother, what are you saying?" "Stop pretending," Wenjia retorted, stomping his foot in frustration. "You're deliberately saying these things in front of our brother to tarnish my image. Let me tell you, brother only favors me. Don't think you can take that from me." Shrugging, Wen Tingzhi replied, "I don't know what you mean. I never intended to take anything from our brother." Although Wen Yin had not returned home, he had been influenced by Wenjia's words, causing significant distress to the original host. The original host, who had longed to meet his elder brother, felt elated to learn about his brother's successful career through television, joyfully calling out to him during a video call. Yet, Wen Yin's expression changed abruptly as he bluntly stated, "I have only one brother, and that is Wenjia. Who else dares to call me brother?" This left the original host mortified as he observed the intimate bond shared among the four family members. Moreover, Wen Yin declared that there was only one young master in the family, and that was Wenjia. Anyone who dared to call him young master should leave the Wen household. Such a person, lacking discernment, was not someone he wished to contend with. An hour later, Wenjia fell into a deep slumber, having added a sleeping pill to the glass of water he drank before bed. He now intended to seek refuge with Gu Sui, hoping to be welcomed for the night. This decision was based on his assessment of the increasing goodwill towards Gu Sui, and he hoped for a successful lodging request. Wen Tingzhi rang Gu Sui's doorbell, shivering in the cold in his light blue pajamas, arms wrapped around himself as he awaited Gu Sui to answer. "What brings you here?" Gu Sui inquired. He lifted his moist, expressive eyes and said, "Wenjia has come to sleep in my tool shed, but won't he allow me to sleep on the bed, insisting I must sleep on the floor." I hesitated for a moment before cautiously asking, "Could I stay at your place for one night?" There were two reasons for his visit to Gu Sui's home. First, Gu Sui was the object of his affection, and second, Gu Sui's parents were away, enjoying their retirement abroad. "Of course, let me prepare the guest room for you." Gu Sui's affection rating rose from 10 to 15, a smile gracing his lips. "You can sleep here. It's a bit small. I hope you don't mind." "Not at all. This is wonderful. I've never stayed in such a spacious room before." He appeared as though he had never seen the world, evoking sympathy. No one would suspect he was the young master of the Wen family. After a restful night, he left a note and slipped back to the tool shed, where Wenjia was still asleep. Squinting his eyes, he smiled with delight. "Where's Wenjia?" Wen Yin asked. "Still asleep? Should I wake him?" "No, let him rest." Wenjia was quite pleased that he had slept until noon. Did he not cherish the persona of being a healthy early riser? "Just wait until I give you some medicine to see how you awaken." "How could one slumber for such an extended period?" Wen Yin inquired. Wenjia sensed something was amiss. He had never slept so soundly before, and the notion of not hearing his alarm was utterly absurd. Yet, on the very first night he spent at Wen Tingzhi's place, an unexpected incident occurred. He had slept the entire night in that dilapidated tool shed. If he were to claim that it was Wen Tingzhi's doing, would anyone believe him? "Brother, the tool shed's environment is quite poor. I struggled to sleep during the first half of the night and merely rested my eyes in the latter half, finally dozing off just before dawn. Do not sleep in the tool shed again. You shall move back in with us." Wenjia nodded eagerly, understood, elder brother. "If we move back, let us reside in Wenjia's room together." Wen Tingzhi seemed apprehensive, but Wenjia reassured him, "As long as you're with me, it's fine." Mother commanded. Wenjia's lips slowly closed. "All right. What right did he have to complain?" Wen Tingzhi mused himself, "What gives? I'm the true young master of the Wen family, so I do not covet it. You shan't enjoy the comforts either." The first step of the plan was accomplished. They would return to the main house. Now, the second step awaited execution. Chapter 4. transforming into the most disliked true young master. 4. Before he could initiate the second step of seducing Gusui, Wenjia could no longer contain himself. Father, mother, brother, Lin Hai's birthday is tonight, and he has invited me to his celebration. Wenjia expressed his desire to bring his brother along, for he was the genuine young master of the Wen family, while he, in fact, was the imposter. However, Lin Hai insisted on his presence. I initially intended to give the invitation to my brother. He began to lament, each word echoing that it was not his fault. He had no intention of usurping Wen Tingzhi's position, yet others only recognized him as the young master of the Wen family. Wen Tingzhi felt compelled to applaud him. He was adept at playing the role of the green tea girl, executing it with finesse. What nonsense are you spouting? Wen Tingzhi, did you once again assert your status as the true master of this household in front of Wenjia? I must remind you, although Wenjia is not my biological child, he is regarded as such in our hearts. The charm of the protagonist began to take effect. Mother Wen embraced Wenjia, wiping his tears with gentle care, fearful of harming his delicate skin, then turned to scold him fiercely. This is outrageous. Wenjia, you can go alone. Why must you take Wen Tingzhi along? Wen Tingzhi, you stay at home. The household provides for you abundantly. What more could you desire? Father Wen slammed the table with force, causing chopsticks to clatter to the floor, yet none dared to bend down and retrieve them. Wen Yin joined the fray. Wen Tingzhi, you truly disappoint me. You are exactly this kind of person. Whatever, I have no desire to go. At this moment, it was time to embody the original character's traits, feigning indifference while secretly shedding tears. However, the original character genuinely concealed his tears from everyone, not foolish enough to weep openly. Do not speak ill of my brother. It is all my fault. I should not exist. I ought to leave the Wen family. Wen Tingzhi observed a throng of individuals surrounding Wenjia, promising to take him on a trip, to buy him a house and a car, and to allocate a portion of company shares to him. How blissful! He departed from the dining table unnoticed, and even if someone had detected his absence, it is likely they wouldn't have cared. He made his way to the balcony, a familiar retreat for the Wen family of 3. Wen Yin cherished this space for smoking, drinking, and gazing at the moon, while Wen Fu and Wen Mu enjoyed savoring tea, admiring flowers, and composing poetry. He stifled a yawn and squatted in the corner, silently playing with his phone, waiting for his prey to take the bait. Before arriving, he had noted that when Zhuo's remorse value stood at a mere 40, it was a continual decline. Could you schedule a meeting with the CEO of Baiwan Group for me? Wen Yin spoke into his phone as he stepped onto the balcony. Also, look into what cars younger boys might fancy and gather some options for me. Suddenly, his speech faltered. He seemed to hear someone weeping. Mr. Wen? The secretary inquired, sensing the abrupt silence on the line. It's nothing, just hang up. He hadn't misheard. Someone was indeed crying, and the sound appeared to emanate from Wen Tingzhi. What could possibly cause his tears? Xiao Xiong, why does no one like me? I am their biological son, their younger brother. Wen Tingzhi sounded profoundly sorrowful, his voice choked, punctuated with sobs. I truly admire my elder brother. He is young, successful, and handsome. I wish to bond with him. Even the simplest greeting would bring me joy, yet he treats me as if I were invisible. Wen Tingzhi inhaled the scent of an onion, tears streaming down his face, shaking the small bear in his hand. Xiao Xiong, should I even be here? Everyone adores Wenjia. If only he were the one they truly considered their son. He had likely heard everything clearly by now. Wen Tingzhi took another whiff of the onion, twirled it before his eyes, then tucked it away, preparing to return to his room. Elder brother, what are you doing here? He stumbled back in panic, desperately trying to wipe away his tears, unwilling to be seen in such a vulnerable state. Yet his eyes were glistening, swollen from crying. His nose reddened, projecting an air of pitiable fragility. What is it you are holding? In his hand was an object that could evoke guilt in Wen Yin. The small bear was a gift that Wen Yin had presented upon the original owner's return. The original owner cherished it dearly, clutching it at night, believing that his brother, who was far abroad, was the sole person yearning for his return. Unbeknownst to him, this bear had been purchased by Wen Yin for Wenjia, who had long outgrown the affection for toys and had carelessly discarded it. On the first day of his return, Wen Fu and Wen Mu maintained their facade of nurturing parents, bestowing him with gifts, while Wen Yin, lacking a present of his own, had given him the discarded gift that Wen Zhua had thrown into the trash. The original owner, blissfully unaware, had been so excited during their first video call, even secretly researching what his elder brother looked like. Yet, Wen Yin had doused him with cold water, and the bear had become a target for the original owner's disappointment. This isn't mine, he thought, realizing that Wen Yin had developed a sense of pity. If he were to reveal the truth, it would surely distress him greatly. Simply ignoring him, I hid here alone, shedding silent tears. If only I had known the truth. Brother, isn't this the doll you gave me? Yes, it is. Wen Yin was compelled to admit, a flicker of guilt for his younger brother stirring within him for the first time. Albeit faint, it was nonetheless present. With his objective achieved, Wen Tingzhi withdrew. Little did he anticipate that this scene would be witnessed by Gu Sui. He had forgotten that, although the two villas were in close proximity, their layouts differed significantly. His balcony directly faced Gu Sui's. Gu Sui had installed one-way glass, allowing him to gaze upon the external scenery from his balcony, while those outside were oblivious to the interior. This afternoon, as usual, he brought his computer to the balcony to attend to his business. But he was startled to encounter an unfamiliar figure on the Wen family balcony, a place Wen Tingzhi had never previously occupied. He had seen Wen's father, mother, Wen Zhua, and Wen Yin on this balcony. Those individuals, once appearing glamorous and suave, now displayed their true, unrefined selves as they quarreled and fought. While this was undoubtedly an entertaining spectacle, prolonged exposure to such a performance could become tiresome. Today, however, there was a new twist. The man before him, timid yet audaciously trying to entice him, held an onion aloft, tears streaming down his face, rendering his words indistinct. Yet, upon seeing Wen Yin enter, Gu Sui surmised with near certainty that this was a ploy of self-sacrifice. His anticipation grew for what fresh display Wen Tingzhi would next unveil, successfully igniting his interest. Meanwhile, Wen Tingzhi returned to his room, vigorously rubbing his fingers and discarding the onion into the trash. He ensured his hands bore no trace of the onion before emerging from the restroom. On his first day back in the large house, Wen Zhua had made no effort to disguise his disdain, bluntly directing him to return to his own room. He relished the prospect of solitude, dismissing the notion that Wen Zhua was some coveted prize that everyone desired to court. He vowed to transform Wen Zhua, the darling of many, into an object of disdain. Chapter 5. Transforming into the most disliked young master in a prestigious club in City A, within a private room. Glasses clinked amidst a kaleidoscope of colorful lights that obscured the faces, adding an air of ambiguity. The sounds of kissing echoed intermittently. This was Lin Hai's birthday celebration. Lin Hai, if one were to put it mildly, was charming and dashing. If not, he was known to be indiscriminate, equally attracted to both men and women. Driven by lust, his reputation within the circle was rather unsavory. He would go to great lengths to possess anyone he fancied. For those of lesser standing, he would leverage his company to suppress them, severing their financial lifelines. If the target was a destitute university student, he would simply resort to monetary coercion. If they resisted, he would resort to physical intimidation, even kidnapping if necessary. Several lives have been lost at his behest, but such incidents were suppressed. Each year, his birthday celebrations descended into chaos, yet the throngs of attendees persisted, drawn by Lin Hai's adaptability and his obsequiousness towards those of greater power. He was lavish in his generosity towards his chosen sycophants, allowing such a scoundrel to thrive amidst affluence. Wen Tingzhi had been somewhat coerced by Wen Zhua to attend this event. Wen Zhua, you've arrived. Who is this? Lin Hai's eyes sparkled with delight. He had always harbored a fondness for Wen Zhua. However, Wen Zhua, being the cherished young master of the Wen family, was someone he dared not pursue, despite his affections. To his astonishment, he discovered that Wen Zhua was merely a false heir. Lin Hai contemplated taking advantage of this revelation to rescue the beauty and win Wen Zhua's unwavering devotion. Yet, he was taken aback by the indifference of the Wen family, who continued to indulge him without restraint. What surprised Lin Hai even more was the breathtaking appearance of the true heir of the Wen family. Wen Tingzhi paled in comparison to Wen Zhua. This is my brother, Wen Tingzhi. This is his first time attending an event, Wen Zhuo introduced him, Lin Hai. My brother admires you greatly. He believes you are remarkably impressive at such a young age. As Wen Zhuo pressed his palm against Wen Tingzhi's back and nudged him forward, they nearly collided with Lin Hai. In that moment, Wen Tingzhi grasped why Wen Zhuo insisted on bringing him to Lin Hai's birthday celebration. If he did not attend, Wen Zhuo would sulk at home, lamenting about running away and expressing his reluctance to go out without him. Curious about Wen Zhuo's intentions, he nodded in agreement to accompany him. To his surprise, Wen Zhuo was particularly enthusiastic before their departure, selecting outfits and styling his hair, leading to a noticeable increase in his regret value. It was evident this was all to entice Lin Hai and secure his attention. Rest assured, I shall attend to Tingzhi well. Come, sit down, Lin Hai beckoned, reaching for Wen Tingzhi's seemingly delicate wrist, only to have him evade the touch. I did not appreciate being touched by others. The more fragile Wen Tingzhi appeared, the more captivated Lin Hai became, his thoughts consumed by the enchanting figure of Wen Tingzhi, completely disregarding the radiant Wen Zhuo. Before he could make his move on such an exquisite beauty, Lin Hai, well-versed in the art of charm, gracefully led him toward the secluded corner sofa. With his handsome appearance and refined demeanor, Lin Hai had won over many, and with someone as naive as Wen Tingzhi, who had never experienced kindness, a mere hint of charm would suffice to ensnare him. What would you like to drink? Allow me to pour for you. Lin Hai offered gallantly, maintaining a respectful distance while engaging in witty conversation, which elicited soft laughter from Wen Tingzhi. He gently traced the rim of his glass, savoring his drink. Lin Gu, who is this new sweetheart of yours? Why not introduce us? A man inquired, raising his glass to clink with Lin Hai's, a teasing glint in his eye. Feigning seriousness, Lin Hai retorted, How dare you speak so? This is the young master of the Wen family, Wen Tingzhi. Should you continue with such nonsense, I shall silence you. Apologize at once. I was blind to the grandeur before me. The man quickly shifted his tone, bowing slightly in deference, hoping for the young master's forgiveness. Wen Tingzhi shook his head, leaning closer to Lin Hai, who, pleased, crossed his legs and waved dismissively at the man. It was embarrassing how easily a few flattering words could leave him dazed. Meanwhile, Wen Zhuo was in high spirits, capturing a few candid photos of Wen Tingzhi and Lin Hai with his phone. Had he known how effortlessly Wen Tingzhi could be captivated, he would have sent several admirers to engage him sooner. Yet, despite Lin Hai's claims of affection for him, treating him as a cherished light in his life, he swiftly turned his affections to another. Fortunately, he had his elder brother and Gu Sui by his side, although Gu Sui had grown rather distant in recent days. Perhaps his unsatisfactory performance on that particular day had tarnished the image he held in Gu Sui's mind, leading Gu Sui to wish to ignore him. How did he arrive? Arriving late, would he impose upon himself the penance of 3 drinks? Dressed in a suit, he appeared as if he had mistakenly entered the wrong private room. Utterly out of place, his fingers brushed against the wall, and the multicolored orbs above extinguished, giving way to the harsh glow of fluorescent lights. Mr. Gu, it is indeed an honor to have your esteemed presence. How could I allow you to impose such a penalty upon yourself? We haven't even commenced yet, Lin Hai expressed, slightly astonished. He had extended invitations to the upper echelons, yet in previous years, scarcely anyone had attended. Each year, he sent out invitations in the hope that someone might show up, never anticipating Gu Sui's arrival this year. Instantly, he set aside his thoughts of Wen Tingzhi and hurried out to greet him. Mr. Gu, please take a seat. Gu Sui was seated at the center of the table, and Wen Zhe bit his lip and approached. Brother Gu, why didn't you inform me of your arrival? We could have come together. Company matters prevented us from doing so, he replied, swirling his glass and taking a sip. With Gu Sui's arrival, the previously intimate atmosphere of the private room dissipated, and the special service staff were promptly dismissed. Wen Tingzhi scratched his head, feeling somewhat awkward, and discreetly glanced at Gu Sui above him. Indeed, his favorability had plummeted from 15 to 10. He licked his lips, his fingers bearing the marks of his anxious nails. This birthday celebration was undoubtedly the most proper one Lin Hai had ever experienced, adhering to the customary rituals of lighting candles, making wishes, and cutting the cake. In the past, Lin Hai would stand alone in the center, and the cake was not meant for consumption, but rather for smearing. Mr. Gu, I've heard that recently in the suburbs. Gu Sui raised a finger, interrupting, birthdays should be a time for joy. Let us refrain from discussing business. Very well. Mr. Gu, your words are indeed wise. Wen Tingzhi felt a twinge of regret for not succeeding in his intentions that evening. His finger pressing against the aphrodisiac in his bag as he shot a glare at Wen Tingzhi. It was only when Gu Sui was preparing to leave that Lin Hai remembered Wen Tingzhi in the corner, having consumed some fruit wine, a faint blush rising on his fair skin. Tingzhi, shall I escort you home? Wen Tingzhi was about to nod in agreement when Gu Sui interjected, no need. They did not arrive by car. Come with me. Knowing they were childhood friends, Lin Hai forced a smile and did not dare to decline. Tingzhi, be careful on the road and send me a message when you arrive home. He responded with an O, revealing a QR code. Let us add each other as friends. Wen Tingzhi was reluctant to do so, but thought Lin Hai might find it useful. Thus he nodded in agreement. Shall I add you as well? Chapter 6. Transforming into the most disliked young master. 6. No one could discern Gu Sui's intentions, leaving Wen Tingzhi with no choice but to add both. Meanwhile, Wen Tingzhi was fuming, his face flushed with frustration. Not only had he failed to seduce Wen Tingzhi that night, but he had also inadvertently facilitated a connection between him and Gu Sui on WeChat. The thought of them potentially chatting in private left him feeling uneasy. He was not particularly concerned about whether Lin Hai had developed feelings for someone else, though he felt a twinge of annoyance. But Gu Sui was different. Gu Sui was a prominent bachelor in City A, renowned for his wealth and good looks, a stark contrast to Lin Hai. If he were to become involved with Wen Tingzhi, it would undoubtedly complicate matters with him. A few days ago, he may have merely sought to expel Wen Tingzhi from the Wen family, but now he not only wishes to oust him, but he also cannot bear to see him live a prosperous life. In the car, Wen Tingzhi sat in the back seat, fiddling with his phone. My brother is quite popular. I envy him, he remarked. I heard that Lin Hai is rather discerning, yet he was captivated by my brother upon their first meeting. Wen Tingzhi's tone could not conceal his envy, though the thoughts swirling in his mind remained known only to him. Are you envious? Indeed, if you are, my brother can teach you. Wen Tingzhi chuckled softly, his fingers playfully lifting Wen Tingzhi's chin. Wen Tingzhi did not resemble the rest of the Wen family. As he matured, his features became increasingly ordinary. While he had once been considered cute as a child, he could now only be described as refined. With diligent skincare, his complexion remained relatively fair. After all, a fair visage can mask many flaws. Teach me, brother, how does one teach that? Wen Tingzhi intended to make Gu Sui recognize that Wen Tingzhi was a man of casual demeanor. Wen Tingzhi withdrew his hand from Wen Tingzhi's chin and, upon lifting his gaze, noticed Gu Sui observing the scene in the rearview mirror. His favorability rating shifted from 10 back to 15. Just go to Thailand and get cosmetic surgery to look like me, little brother. This implied that he found Wen Tingzhi unattractive. Had Gu Sui not been present in the car, Wen Tingzhi would have certainly lashed out at Wen Tingzhi. How unreasonable, young master, Gu Sui remarked, wiping the rearview mirror before lowering the car window and lighting a cigarette. The car fell silent, the only scent lingering being that of nicotine, while Wen Tingzhi pressed his lips together. Gu Sui, may I stay at your house tonight? Wen Tingzhi inquired. I'm afraid not, Gu Sui replied, perplexed. All right then, I shall have to sleep on the floor. Wen Tingzhi was seething. Did they truly consider him a fool? He looked down to type on his phone, and just as one message ceased, another notification chimed in. Why could they not speak in front of him, resorting instead to private conversations on WeChat? It was not as if he would not believe any disparaging remarks made about him. Unfortunately, Wen Tingzhi's phone was equipped with a privacy screen, rendering his attempts to see the messages futile, even as he craned his neck like a giraffe. Gu Sui, are you chatting with someone? Yes. I'm chatting with your brother. What of it? Wen Tingzhi was taken aback by Gu Sui's candidness, instinctively dimming his phone screen. Brother, Wen Tingzhi called ominously. You two seem to be enjoying quite the conversation. At last, they arrived home. Wen Tingzhi dashed forward without looking back, the atmosphere in the car having been exceedingly awkward, as if he and Gu Sui were clandestine lovers caught in a compromising situation by Wen Tingzhi. What troubles you? Wen Yin intercepted him. He had felt a vague discomfort after overhearing certain comments on the balcony earlier, yet he could not articulate why. Today, Wenjia had tearfully expressed a desire to take Wen Tingzhi to an event, and he had instinctively felt the urge to intervene. Had their parents not agreed, he might have spoken up. He understood the nature of Lin Hai. Since their departure, he had been restless. And now seeing Wen Tingzhi storming ahead with his head lowered in anger, he immediately assumed he had been wronged. Wen Tingzhi currently has no time to deal with Wen Yin and only wishes to retreat to his room for a proper rest and to recalibrate his plans. However, unlike before, Wen Yin is not ignoring him like a mere specter. He insists on extracting answers. "Brother, why are you obstructing me?" Wenjia hurried after him, causing Wen Yin to release his grip in a moment of guilt, allowing Wen Tingzhi to seize the opportunity to depart. Upon returning to his room, he flung himself onto the bed with a heavy thud, feeling a wave of comfort. His phone buzzed incessantly with messages, all from Lin Hai, which he found quite bothersome. Glancing at the notifications, he muted Lin Hai's messages, his profile picture painfully glaring, an audaciously confident photo against a red backdrop. Enlarging the image only revealed his features in a way that could easily conjure nightmares, prompting Wen Tingzhi to quickly glance at Gu Sui's profile picture instead. Gu Sui's avatar featured his dog, a charming white Labrador, sitting on the grass gazing into the distance, which was quite endearing. Propping his chin on his hand and sitting cross-legged on the bed, he tapped his finger thoughtfully against the phone case. Wenjia's regret value had not exceeded 50. To elevate it to 100, he would need to expose him to the cold-heartedness of the Wen family, where both Wen father and Wen mother would cast him out. Furthermore, he must ensure that Wen Yan's affections turned to disdain. Contemplating the first task, he found it somewhat daunting, hoping that the missions in other realms would not prove excessively challenging. What a wretched system. Awakening to the bright daylight. Wen Tingzhi had lost count of how many times he had overheard servants speaking ill of him in the Wen household. Yet this time, he resolved not to endure it silently. With a sidelong glance at the corridor surveillance camera, he smirked. "Have you heard? Yesterday, the young master kindly took Wen Tingzhi to a banquet, only for Wen Tingzhi to dismiss him with disdain and openly scorn the host." The servant spoke with conviction, as if she had witnessed the events firsthand. "I even saw the young master return with his face flushed from anger. It was utterly excessive." Another servant, dusting the floor, chimed in indeed. "Thankfully, Wen Tingzhi is not favored. Otherwise, we might be subjected to who knows what." Wen Tingzhi cleared his throat and approached them, looking down upon them with an air of authority. "Are you all enjoying your little gossip?" "Ah, Wen Tingzhi, what are you doing here?" "What do you mean? This is my home. If I'm not here, where else would I be?" He took a few steps forward, prompting the servant to instinctively retreat. But the surveillance camera obstructed her escape, making it seem as if she had pushed him down. The servant, taken aback and flustered, was at a loss. While it was one thing to jest and discuss gossip, Wen Tingzhi was, after all, the legitimate son of the Wen family. It was inconceivable that they could expel him. Panic surged within her as she thought of seeking the young master as assistance. Knowing he would surely protect her, she did not wish to lose her job. "Wen Tingzhi, why are you on the ground, and why are you crying?" Wen Yin approached, his brow furrowed, followed closely by Gu Sui. What was happening with Wen Tingzhi and Gu Sui again? Chapter 7. Transforming into the most disliked, true young master. 7. What on earth is going on? Wen Yin's frown was quite intimidating, causing the servant to tremble as she attempted to speak. "My dear brother, I find myself disinclined to reside here. I feel akin to a thief. As for Wen Tingzhi, I have relinquished any care for him, having been caught in the act of setting an example through punishment. I am compelled to continue this charade." Gu Sui raised an eyebrow, leaning against the railing to observe the unfolding drama. "Upon my emergence from the room, I overheard her declaring that I was unworthy of being a young master, attributing all blame to me for returning and usurping Wenjia's life, an act I had not desired." He lowered his head, wiping non-existent tears with his sleeve. Wen Yin, caught off guard, demanded to know who had uttered such words, asserting that a mere servant should not dare to comment on their master. "You are dismissed." The servant shook his head, attempting to voice his thoughts, yet Wen Yin, in a fit of rage, was unwilling to listen. At that moment, Wen approached. What was the matter? The servant, upon seeing him, grasped at his ankle like a drowning man reaching for a lifeline, exclaiming, "Young master, you have finally arrived. Please help me. My brother, what has transpired?" Wen furrowed his brow, pulling the servant up and positioning him behind himself, casting a silent eye roll that barely concealed his disdain. Wen Yin sighed, addressing Wen, "I understand your kind nature, but this woman has been whispering behind your back, along with other servants, claiming that Wen Tingzhi is unworthy of staying in the Wen household. What kind of talk is this? Can our esteemed Wen family not accommodate a single Wen Tingzhi?" The air suddenly turned silent. Gusui chuckled lightly. Indeed, Wenjia, even kindness must have its limits. Witnessing this scene, Wenjia felt a mix of anger and humiliation. He was vexed that his brother and Gu Sui would disregard his words in their bid to assist Wen Tingzhi. In the past, even if a servant erred, as long as he spoke, the family would not dismiss them. This had been a vital means of maintaining control over the household staff. Furthermore, the servant had merely spoken a few words regarding Wen Tingzhi. If he could not even protect a servant, it implied that he held no authority within this home. What would the household staff think of him? How would they perceive him? Would they conclude that only blood relations were valued? Would there still be anyone in this household who regarded him as the young master? His brother had explicitly stated that he was the sole young master of the Wen family, yet after only a few days, he found himself bewildered and disoriented by Wen Tingzhi's manipulations. He was aware of his brother's affection for him, yet as his brother had not fully established himself in the city, he had refrained from responding, feigning ignorance. In retrospect, it was indeed time to acknowledge his brother's feelings. Thus, Xiaoyu offered an apology to his brother. Reluctantly, the servant stood, uttering, "I am sorry." Gu Sui raised an eyebrow, tossing his phone in the air. "Wen Yin, your servant clearly looks down upon Wen Tingzhi. A mere apology suffices, but to whom should it be directed?" His voice was languid, casting a sidelong glance at the pitiable man, who at that moment appeared utterly bored, fiddling with the frayed edges of the carpet. "Xiaoyu." Wenjia emphasized his tone, and Xiaoyu exhaled, bowing once more to apologize to young Master Tingzhi. "I am sorry for my thoughtless words. I hope young Master Tingzhi can forgive me." When Tingzhi felt somewhat fatigued, must this farce of setting an example be prolonged? Wen Yin truly was ineffectual. With Wen Zhe's arrival, the situation had become unnecessarily drawn out. Had it not been for Gu Sui's interjections, this matter might have passed with little consequence. "I forgive you. Please refrain from such comments in the future." "Thank you, young Master Tingzhi." At long last, the matter was resolved. Xiaoyu cast a grateful glance at Wenjia before dashing downstairs. "You two, come into the study." "What is it now?" "You are both of an age. It is time for you to gain some experience at the company. Wenjia, you shall accompany me as my assistant. And as for Wen Tingzhi, why not follow Gu Sui and assist him?" "Splendid." Wen Yuan was practically a catalyst. He had been fretting over how to approach Gu Sui naturally, and unexpectedly, Wen Yuan orchestrated this turn of events. "I shall heed my elder brother's words." Wen Tingzhi stood with his head bowed, eliciting a pang of sympathy from Wen Yuan. Wenjia was elated. Wen Tingzhi was only deserving of a position at Gu Sui's company. What did this signify? It indicated that the Wen family wished to keep him distanced from their enterprise. Meanwhile, he could directly serve as Wen Yuan's assistant, eventually holding a nominal high-ranking position at the company, awaiting dividends. A splendid prospect indeed. Clearly, he was the favored child of their parents and elder brother. As for Wen Tingzhi, he merely felt a twinge of guilt. "Enough. You may all leave." Gu Sui had been seated in a chair since entering, exuding an air of authority even more than the host himself, leisurely brewing tea with his legs crossed. Upon hearing Wen Yuan instruct them to exit, he finally stirred, lifting a finger to sip his tea. "Wen Tingzhi, wait for me at the door. I shall take you to my home shortly, so you can familiarize yourself with the responsibilities of an assistant." "All right." Wen Tingzhi, resigning himself to his fate, thought, "Give up, for I am the only young master of this household." As soon as they exited, Wenjia could hardly contain his exuberance, his brows raised high, lips curling into a smirk. "You are merely the little mouse of the Wen family, unworthy of the light. If you behave, you may leave the Wen household voluntarily. Otherwise, if you are expelled, it would be quite the disgrace." Wen poked Wen Tingzhi's shoulder insistently, causing him to lower his lashes, gripping Wen finger tightly and bending it down with force. Let's see then, young master, who gets expelled from the Wen family? Me or you? Wen Tingzhi, uninterested, made his way to Gu Sui's front door to wait. I am here at your doorstep. These past few days have been busy, leaving him no time to showcase himself before Wen father and mother. He pouted. With work commencing tomorrow, he could not afford the luxury of waiting on the balcony for Wen father and mother. Tonight, however, he gambled on their arrival. As the weather forecast predicted a potential meteor shower, his mother had a penchant for such romantic phenomena. There was an 80% chance they would come. He was adept at waiting for opportunities. One moment, I need to hear a few trivialities from your elder brother before I join you. He could discern that Gu Sui's status far surpassed Wen Yuan's. If Gu Sui truly developed feelings for him, even Wen Yuan and Wen Zhuo together would pose no threat. However, he would not allow that to transpire. Wen Zhuo need not seek out another shield, for he would dismantle any protection with relentless fervor. Why are you waiting here? Gu Sui halted before him, and Wen Tingzhi looked up to see Gu Sui's striking jawline, sharp enough to cut. I did not wish to see them at home. Gu Sui chuckled softly and extended his hand, which Wen Tingzhi took, rising to his feet. Do you truly wish to be my assistant? Do you not envy your brother for being able to work at the family company? He shook his head, feeling no envy. There is nothing to envy. Wen Zhuo's position at his own company conveniently facilitates his actions. Should any issues arise at Wen's company in the future, he can easily be made the scapegoat. Where to? Gu Sui had a penchant for raising his eyebrows, whether one at a time or both together. A cryptic smile lingered at the corners of his lips as he invited you to the balcony to discuss the responsibilities of being my assistant. Chapter 8. Transformed into the most disliked young master. 8. Wen Tingzhi did not ponder much until he arrived at the balcony, where he was taken aback. It was, in fact, a pane of one-way glass. He could observe everything occurring on the Wen family's balcony with utmost clarity. Would Gu Sui discover the charade he had performed that day? And if he did, what reason would there be for him not to expose it? Mr. Gu. Gu Sui settled into a wicker chair. Do not call me Mr. Gu. It feels rather distant. Ah, Sui? Yes. Gu Sui found amusement in Wen Tingzhi's feigned calmness. Indeed, he was an entertaining little cat. Wen Tingzhi seated himself, awaiting Gu Sui's explanation of the assistant's duties. You merely need to accompany me, assist in organizing meeting materials, and serve tea. It sounded rather effortless. Yet when Tingzhi recalled the corporate novels where the CEO arose earlier than roosters and retired later than dogs. How could one possess the energy for romantic pursuits and the trials of love under such a schedule? Gu Sui hardly seemed the type to be brimming with vitality. What are the working hours? 9 to 6. He patted his chest in relief. That would suffice. Gu Sui smirked. However, these are the standard hours. But your time with me will not adhere to them. You must be prepared to appear whenever I require you. Wen Tingzhi felt a fleeting disappointment. Are your other assistants treated the same? Indeed. He gestured an okay sign, unable to resist inquiring. I just realized you can see our balcony from here. Gu Sui was contemplating when Wen Tingzhi would finally voice this question. The balcony? I rarely visit. I generally remain in my study. Wen Tingzhi exhaled in relief. It appeared Gu Sui was unaware. Ah Sui, I shall take my leave now. I will wait for you at your doorstep at 8 tomorrow morning. Gu Sui nodded in acknowledgement. At 8 in the evening, Wen Tingzhi, clad in long sleeves and trousers, concealed himself on the balcony, anticipating the arrival of Wen father and Wen mother. During the wait, he busied himself by locating Wen Zhuo's chat window. When I also wish to visit my elder brother's company. When, why is it that only you can go to the big company? He quietly used voice input, hoping to incite an emotional response from Wen Zhuo, who would instinctively reply in kind. Once Wen father and Wen mother arrived, he would simply play the voice message. How delightful. Squatting on the floor, Wen Tingzhi did not mind the dirt. After all, the Wen family had a housekeeper to handle the laundry, so it was not his concern. He settled cross-legged on the ground. Wen Zhuo, because I am the young master of the Wen family, and you are nothing. You are merely a rat in the gutter. Wen Zhuo, Wen Tingzhi, give up. Only I am worthy of entering my elder brother's company. Tricked, Wen Tingzhi chuckled softly. Why have you stopped calling me brother? Wen Zhuo, call you brother? You think you deserve that? If it weren't for our parents, do you think I would ever call you brother? With a sense of satisfaction, Wen Tingzhi quietly tucked away his phone, his gaze inadvertently drawn to Gu Sui's balcony. An idea sparked in his mind, prompting him to send a message to Gu Sui. Sui, what are you doing? Gu Sui replied with a picture and a message. I'm undressing for a shower. Wen Tingzhi was taken aback, pondering who was truly enticing whom. Gu Sui's photo revealed a shirtless reflection, his face obscured by the phone, showcasing muscular arms, defined abs, and a tantalizing V-line. Wen Tingzhi swallowed hard. This was undoubtedly seduction. Realizing Gu Sui was not on the balcony, he relaxed and silently saved the image. Well, enjoy your shower. I need to rest well for a productive day at work tomorrow, he texted back. Gu Sui responded, looking forward to your performance. As Gu Sui swirled his drink, reclining in a wicker chair, he took a sip. The Wen family's balcony remained unlit, and he could only glimpse Wen Tingzhi in the dim glow of his phone. A shower? That's a ruse to deceive Wen Tingzhi, he thought. At this hour, why would he come to the balcony to watch meteors? Wen's father exclaimed in irritation. Wen's mother, clutching his arm, soothed him. Oh, I just wanted you to accompany me to watch the meteors. You often took me hiking to see sunrises and meteors when you were pursuing me. Truly, we are like an old married couple now. All right, let's watch. Wen's father relented as he stepped onto the balcony, poised to turn on the lights, when he heard rustling noises. Could there be a mouse? Because I am the young master of the Wen family, and you are nothing but a rat in the gutter. Wen Tingzhi, abandon your hopes. Only I am worthy of entering my brother's company. Call you brother? You think you deserve that? If it weren't for our parents, do you think I would ever address you as such? Upon hearing the commotion, Wen Tingzhi immediately played a voice message, and after listening, Wen's parents exchanged glances, neither daring to turn on the lights or speak, holding their breaths in silence. Why does everyone treat me this way? I've never been liked since childhood, thinking it was my fault. Yet, upon discovering they are not my biological parents, I felt elated. Wen's mother's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her silence heavy with unspoken words. I have seen those who were cherished by their parents. I thought this time I would finally experience their affection, but to my dismay, they despise me for Wenjia. I yearn to win my brother's approval. Yet why does he also detest me? My elder brother claims I am unworthy of being the young master of the Wen family. Wen's father hung his head low. Wen Tingzhi sniffed, reassuring himself, it's all right. I will strive to do better. Surely, then everyone will like me. After uttering those words, he stood up, stamping his feet in preparation to leave, while Wen's parents, flustered and cautious, retreated from the balcony. Once back in their room, none had the heart to mention watching meteors any longer. Was that voice message from Wenjia? It sounded like him. Wen's mother pondered, perplexed. Why would he say such things? This isn't like him at all. Could it be that Wen Tingzhi deliberately made us hear it? Wen's father mused, furrowing his brow. How would he know we were going to the balcony to watch meteors? This was a spur-of-the-moment decision that no one mentioned. Even if it was intentional, those words were indeed spoken by Wenjia. Wen's mother sighed, never imagining that the kind-hearted Wenjia would speak so ill of Wen Tingzhi behind his back. It is no wonder that Wen Tingzhi's gaze is often filled with disappointment whenever he looks at her. We should be a tad more considerate towards Wen Tingzhi. After all, he is our beloved son, and we cannot afford to neglect one for the other. Very well, I shall heed your counsel. Satisfied, Wen Tingzhi returned to his room, and the real test of effectiveness would unfold by the following morning. The outcome was indeed promising. Wen's mother took the initiative to serve him a fried egg, a gesture that had been utterly absent in the preceding months. Wenjia's eyes widened in disbelief at this unexpected scene, though he too was granted an egg by their mother. However, this preferential treatment incensed him. Cherishing the moment, Wen Tingzhi took a bite of the egg, murmuring to himself that it was the most delectable egg he had ever tasted. Guilt shall not be your demise. If they were truly devoid of conscience, he would have to devise alternative strategies. Fortunately, despite the family's apparent favoritism that extended to the Pacific, they were still human and capable of feeling remorse. Otherwise, he would have no choice but to bring the Wen family business to ruin, inducing regret, but that would require an excessively lengthy period, rendering it impractical. Chapter 9. The True Young Master, Hated by Thousands. 9. As they entered the vehicle, Gu Sui lifted his chin. Wen Tingzhi found himself torn between sitting in the front passenger seat or the back. Sit in the front and keep me company. Gu Sui raised an eyebrow at him. Wen Tingzhi opened the door, settled into the seat, and fastened his seatbelt. He had anticipated a driver, but to his surprise, Gu Sui was at the wheel himself. A silence enveloped the car, and Wen Tingzhi awkwardly touched his nose. It wasn't that he lacked the desire to win Gu Sui's favor. Rather, he was simply inexperienced in such matters. In his previous life, he had never experienced romance or harbored affections for anyone, rendering his understanding of relationships rather nebulous. Any knowledge he possessed regarding courtship was gleaned from the internet or the words of others. Gu Sui glanced at him as he started the car. The previous night had been too dark for him to clearly discern, but he had vaguely seen two figures on the balcony, likely Wen's father and mother. Quite intriguing. Have you had breakfast? Wen Tingzhi snapped back to reality, replying, I have. What about you? What if I said I hadn't tea eaten? Then you simply haven tea. You can have breakfast at the office, can't you? What else can be done? Should I conjure breakfast out of thin air? Wen Tingzhi knew he could not voice such thoughts. From this moment forward, he was to be Gu Sui's assistant. What if the boss is hungry? Should I order breakfast for you at the office? Gu Sui responded with a non-committal hum. He seemed to have not noticed a nanny at Gu Sui's residence, suggesting a strong sense of territoriality on Gu Sui's part. Upon arriving at the office, Wen Tingzhi collected breakfast from the front desk. This was his inaugural visit to Gu Sui's company, and it was indeed as prestigious as its reputation suggested, being one of the top firms in the city. Good morning, Mr. Gu. Mr. Gu. As they made their way to the office, many individuals passed by, greeting Gu Sui while casting curious glances at Wen Tingzhi, speculating on the identity of this new employee and how he came to be walking directly behind the CEO. You will sit at that desk. If anything arises, I will message you, and be sure to reply promptly. Understood. Wen Tingzhi placed the breakfast on Gu Sui's desk and proceeded directly to his own designated workspace. On the desk lay a computer, notebooks, and various work supplies. Wen Tingzhi opened the computer and searched for Gu Sui, embodying the adage that knowledge of oneself and one's adversary leads to victory in every battle. Gu Sui, the current CEO of Tianshu Group, graduated from a prestigious institution. Undoubtedly a commercial prodigy, he earned his first fortune in stocks at the tender age of 18, utilizing his sharp insight. By 20, he returned to China after studying abroad, swiftly ascending to the role of acting CEO at Tianshu Group. At 22, he led the company to unprecedented heights, securing numerous significant partnerships. By 23, he was officially appointed as Tianshu's CEO, and under his stewardship, the company flourished rapidly, establishing Gu Sui as a rising star in City A. At the end of the introduction was a formal interview photograph of Gu Sui, clad in a meticulously tailored black suit with an impeccably knotted tie. His hair was slicked back, presenting a neat and polished appearance, while his striking features were almost captivating. Seated on a black leather sofa, his relaxed demeanor belied an undeniable aura of authority as he gazed towards the camera with slightly raised brows. His gaze seemed to pierce through the lens, reaching into one's very soul. Such a man could hardly be relegated to the role of a mere second male lead. He would undoubtedly overshadow Wen Yan. Wen Tingzhi propped his chin on his hand, feeling perplexed. As he scanned through the information, he grew increasingly convinced that Gu Sui was an enigma, having evaded any scandalous media attention. He appeared almost ethereal, exuding an aura of aloofness that suggested he would not easily be swayed by anyone's affections. His gaze inadvertently drifted towards Gu Sui, who was seated at breakfast, his shirt sleeves rolled to the elbows and the beads on his wrist shifting with his movements. He squinted slightly, as if deciphering inscriptions on the beads, but the distance made it impossible to discern clearly. Wen's assistant, seemingly idle, continued to stare. Gu Sui took a sip of his coffee and unexpectedly glanced over. The assistant, caught off guard, hastily averted his gaze, fingers clattering aimlessly on the keyboard. Gu Sui chuckled lightly, and the sound of a crumpled packaging being tossed into the trash echoed crisply. He then sent a message, "Work diligently. If you keep staring at me, I might think you have feelings for me." Wen Tingzhi had never encountered such self-adoration. Am I truly meant to be your assistant? He pondered. He bit his lip in disbelief, wondering why his elder brother, whom he admired, had assigned him a plethora of assistant duties, insisting he start from the ground up. After all, he was the young master of the Wen family. Why should he toil at the grassroots level, subject to the whims of others? What's the matter? Wen Yin inquired, noticing the air of grievance about Wen Zhe and breaking into a smile as he pulled him closer. Don't want to do it, brother? I fear I might mess it up. I only wish to assist you, fetching coffee and delivering documents. He looked up at Wen Yin with a pitiful expression, wrapping his arms around his waist and whispering, "Brother, you are my favorite." Such flirtatious words stirred something in Wen Yin. He brushed his lips against Wen Zhe's hair and replied, "Very well. If you don't wish to do it, I won't press you." "Thank you, brother. You are the best." Wen Zhe beamed with satisfaction, knowing that he needed only to play the role of the aggrieved to gain the upper hand over Wen Tingzhi. Even if he were to kneel and plead, Wen Tingzhi might only receive an impatient glance in return. Content. He settled back into his seat and sent a message to the secretary beside Gu Sui. This secretary, whom he had taken a liking to during his visit to Gu Sui's company, had added him on WeChat despite having expressed disinterest. Nevertheless, the secretary's affections remained steadfast. Thus, Wen Tingzhi accepted this reality, relishing in the attention he garnered from everyone around him. It was precisely this reason that had prevented him from embarking on a romantic relationship. Now, it appeared the secretary was not entirely useless. He could serve as a means to observe how things unfolded at Gu Sui's company. Wen Tingzhi understood that Gu Sui was serious about his work, had it not been for his elder brother's intervention. There was no way Wen Tingzhi would have gained access to Gu Sui's company. He was hardly desirable enough to even sweep the streets. Yet here he was, diligently organizing meeting materials, so engrossed that one might mistake him for an actual employee. Wasn't he supposed to be enjoying the proximity to Gu Sui? Gu Sui's feelings towards him had stagnated at a mere 18, utterly unmoving. How could such a handsome face not inspire affection? He was nearly enamored with his own reflection. Clearing his throat, Wen Tingzhi resolved to take the initiative. This was Gu Sui's personal office, and, aside from Gu Sui himself, it was the first time anyone had worked directly in this space. Curiosity abounded, with many people passing by the window under various pretenses. Unbeknownst to Wen Tingzhi, he assumed Gu Sui had placed him here for better management. "Ah Sui, would you like me to make you a cup of coffee?" "Sure," Gu Sui replied with a glance. Wen Tingzhi took the cup and headed to the pantry. "Did you see that handsome guy following CEO Gu this morning?" A woman remarked after sipping her coffee, grimacing at the bitterness before adding a spoonful of sugar. "I did. I'm not blind. Who is he anyway?" "Yesterday, CEO Gu instructed us to add a desk in his office, and I was puzzled, not realizing it was for him." The woman shook her head and whispered, "Could he be CEO Gu's kept lover? It makes sense to have some fun in the office." She chuckled as she nudged her companion. Wen Tingzhi merely intended to make coffee for Gu Sui, not to become the subject of gossip regarding their relationship. Now, he found himself in an awkward position, unsure whether to proceed or retreat. Who could save him from this predicament? Coughing lightly to appear nonchalant while preparing the coffee, he noticed the sudden change in the women's expressions as they quickly exited the pantry. Remarkably, no one else had entered during his brief coffee-making session. The news spread swiftly. "Ah Sui, let me know if it tastes good," Wen Tingzhi said as he presented the coffee. Gu Sui took a sip and replied, "It's acceptable." He pushed the cup slightly towards Wen Tingzhi, his gaze fixed on the coffee. "Would assistant like to try?" Assistant Wen had no desire for coffee. He was merely curious about how to allure someone naturally and effortlessly, how to exude charm. "No, I think I'll return to work now." Assistant Wen furiously searched online for tips on how to emanate personal charm and pursue someone he admired. The responses received were all rather uniform and lacked novelty. Ding dong. A notification chimed on the phone, revealing a message about a deposit. Wen Tingzhi opened it to glimpse a sum of 100,000 yuan. It was a transfer from his mother. Evidently, last night's lamentations bore fruit. He squinted and smiled slightly, capturing a screenshot of the transfer, setting it to be visible only to Wen Zhe and Wen Yin. "In a world where my mother loves me the most. She transferred money to me on my first day at work, with nothing else to occupy his time." Wen Zhe naturally lowered his head, and perused his phone before noticing a red dot on his social feed. Upon clicking it, he came across Wen Tingzhi's post displaying the transfer. The unmistakable profile picture of their mother appeared alongside the 100,000 yuan, coupled with Wen Tingzhi's words, making Wenjia feel like a mere buffoon. It was also his first day at work. Why hadn't their mother transferred any money to him? Perhaps he had forgotten that during Wen Tingzhi's few months in the Wen household, he had received almost nothing, as if merely being able to eat and sleep sufficed, while emotional needs were deemed irrelevant. In contrast, Wenjia had been pampered since childhood, receiving monthly allowances from his parents and additional funds from his elder brother. Whether it was for purchasing a car or luxury items, his brother would cover the expenses. All he needed to do was express his desires, and his family would ensure they were met. But for Wen Tingzhi, there was not only a lack of familial affection, but also financial support. He possessed nothing and was subjected to scrutiny. If only Wenjia could comprehend these truths. He gripped his phone tightly, flustered and incoherent with anger. Wenjia, what does this even mean? You dare to flaunt such a meager amount. My parents transferred 1 million to me. Wenjia, what do you want me to do with that? If you aren't sharing any money, then be silent. Wenjia felt as if he might suffocate from his fury directed at Wen Tingzhi, rushing over to complain to his elder brother, only to discover that his brother had transferred 200,000 yuan to Wen Tingzhi through a payment app. The ground beneath him seemed to crumble. His phone chimed again. Your generous elder brother has also sent me money. Hurry and ask him to transfer you 2 million. This infuriated him to no end. The source of his vexation, now in high spirits, deleted the social media post, and, in doing so, had unwittingly gained 30,000 yuan. The wealth of affluent families is indeed easily acquired. Are you going out to eat? Gu Sui tapped his fingers on the table, startling Wen Tingzhi, whose pupils widened in shock as he hastily shut his laptop. What secrets could possibly be concealed within that computer? Gu Sui, twirling the prayer beads in his hand, inquired. Wen Tingzhi quickly shook his head in denial. No, I was merely thinking of shutting down my computer before heading out to eat. I may have overreacted. Is this the allure of a CEO? Or is it simply because he is Gu Sui? As they walked toward the cafeteria, employees paused to greet him, their gazes lingering on his face for a moment. After a considerable effort, they arrived at the cafeteria, where Gu Sui, as CEO, naturally had access to an exclusive dining area. Shall I join you for a meal? Ajui? Of course, you're my personal assistant. He blushed, and Gu Sui's favorability rating rose to 20. How peculiar. Even now, Wen Tingzhi could not discern what caused Gu Sui's favorability to ascend or descend. His phone rested on the table, incessantly chiming. Lin Hai continued to send messages, incessantly attempting to persuade him to go out for a leisure outing, which was quite bothersome. He somewhat regretted adding Lin Hai on WeChat. The assistant was so popular that he felt compelled to respond to messages. Gu Sui lazily propped his chin up and lifted his eyelids, while Wen Tingzhi awkwardly smiled and quickly replied to a message. Upon looking up, he noticed that Gu Sui's affection for him had decreased by 2 points. If he wasn't mistaken, this was due to his reply. Could it be that Gu Sui was feeling jealous? A simple test would reveal the truth. Asui, what do you think is the best way to decline someone without it feeling awkward? He rested his chin on his hand, seemingly troubled, showcasing his acting prowess. As you know, the one messaging me is Lin Hai, who I met at the birthday party last time. He wants to invite me out, but I don't wish to go, and I don't know how to refuse. Gu Sui raised an eyebrow. So you don't like him? Of course not. How could you think I like Lin Hai? His brows knitted tightly, as if merely hearing the words like Lin Hai made him uncomfortable. Then just delete and block him. Gu Sui remarked. It's easy for you to say. Not everyone shares your circumstances. Nevertheless, Gu Sui's affection had risen to 25, indicating that he had indeed felt a twinge of jealousy earlier. If he had feelings for him, then winning over the second male lead's affection would be a piece of cake. Chapter 11. Transformed into the most disliked young master. How is your first day at work? Wen's mother inquired. Wenjia was still preoccupied with the matter of his mother transferring money to Wen Tingzhi at noon, and now cast a sullen demeanor towards her. Not great. My older brother wants me to run errands. He awaited an explanation from his mother regarding the money transfer to Wen Tingzhi, seeking her comfort. How could his elder brother expect him to engage in such tasks? Yet, all his mother did was pat the back of his hand, stuffing a grape into his mouth, sympathetically saying, "Work is so tough. If you really dislike it, I can tell your brother, and you can just stay home and play." No, I want to work. What did this mean? Did she think he was incompetent? If he didn't go, it would naturally fall to Wen Tingzhi. After all, she wasn't his biological mother. Even if she appeared to favor him on the surface, she surely had plans for her biological son, Wen Tingzhi. He lowered his gaze, feeling rather disheartened, and retreated to play on his phone. Perhaps he should find someone to teach Wen Tingzhi a lesson. His fingers swiftly scrolled down until he found Lin Hai. Wen Tingzhi had anticipated that even before returning home, someone was already thinking of him. Gu Sui was indeed busy beyond measure. Still at work by 6 in the evening, while Wen Tingzhi idly played a matching game. At 8, Gu Sui finally announced the end of the workday. It had been a long time since he had sat at work for so long. His body was beginning to feel the strain, and he found himself rubbing his lower back on the way down. "Sir, back." Gu Sui's fingers lightly touched his lower back, causing Wen Tingzhi to freeze in his tracks, his entire body tingling. He had just realized how sensitive his back was. "A bit," he murmured. "Let me take you for a massage to help you relax. Consider it a reward for enduring such a tough day." Gu Sui's voice was low, particularly emphasizing the word hardship. "Sound good? I have nothing to do at home anyway, and I'm too lazy to deal with the Wen family, so why not pursue Gu Sui first? Look over there. That's the object of President Gu's affection." The receptionist exchanged a knowing glance with a colleague, who discreetly glanced at Wen Tingzhi. Covering her mouth, she pretended to be busy with her computer, noting how President Gu was indeed letting his primal instincts show. "Good morning, President Gu." Gu Sui nodded at the newcomer, while Wen Tingzhi felt an overwhelming discomfort. Ever since he stepped through the company's doors that morning, he had noticed a throng of people casting furtive glances in his direction. Their stares were not brazen. Rather, they were discreet, darting glances that returned to normalcy the moment he looked their way. He began to question his own sanity. "Good morning, President Gu." "Good morning, Assistant Wen," said Xiao Wang from the Secretary's department, gazing at Wen Tingzhi with an admiration that had notably intensified since yesterday. He had stayed late at work the previous night, and, upon arriving at the underground parking lot, unexpectedly encountered President Gu and Assistant Wen together. Initially, the secretary team had speculated about Wen Tingzhi's identity, assuming he was either a client or perhaps the son of an old acquaintance of President Gu. Little did they know that he was returning home with the president. As Xiao Wang hesitated, contemplating whether to greet them, he overheard some scandalous secrets. Assistant Wen lamented about his aches and pains, to which President Gu casually massaged his back and expressed his gratitude, suggesting they celebrate his efforts. Xiao Wang was utterly astounded that President Gu would agree to such behavior in the office. His gaze toward Assistant Wen was now filled with even greater respect, subconsciously drifting to the noticeable marks on his neck. Strawberries, it must be strawberries, he thought. If Wen Tingzhi could read his mind, he would vehemently protest, for those were certainly not strawberries. Had they been, he would have worn a turtleneck to conceal them. After work last night, Gu Sui had taken him to an exceptionally private massage parlor where he once again beheld the president's impressive physique. Wen Tingzhi's fair skin was prone to reddening from the slightest impact, and the massage therapist's firm hands had inadvertently left his neck flushed. Following the massage and a soak in the hot springs, he felt rejuvenated. Had he known such misunderstandings would arise, he would have kept silent and avoided the massage altogether. Truly, it was an unjust fate. In the office, Gu Sui was absorbed in his phone, seemingly addicted to the internet. "Asui, do you have?" But before Xiao Wang could finish his sentence, he impulsively pushed the door open, his eyes widening in shock. Assistant Wen had addressed President Gu as Asui. Panic surged through him. Would he be silenced for knowing such sensitive information? If Wen Tingzhi were to grasp his thoughts, he might be tempted to pry open his skull to uncover how such juvenile ideas could fester. "What is it?" Gu Sui demanded. "Next time you enter without knocking, your salary will be docked." Xiao Wang quickly admitted his fault, realizing the necessity of knocking. If he were to stumble upon them in an intimate moment, his job would undoubtedly be at stake. "President Gu, Boss Ing from Shui wants to meet at 10 to discuss a collaboration." Shall we accommodate his request? Ing Shui? Gu Sui idly twirled his pen, contemplating the meeting. Let us meet. Understood. I'll take my leave now. Xiao Wang closed the door and exhaled deeply. Upon returning to the Secretary's department, he was met with colleagues whose eyes were as wide as frogs, their gazes trailing his every movement. What's going on? Asked his close colleague, Tian, who sat beside him, eager for gossip. Xiao Wang, did you see anything in there? Nothing at all. He instantly regretted sharing last night's events with Tian, who had then divulged the information to her lunch partner, who in turn relayed it to friends in other departments. The news had spread like wildfire, and soon the entire company would know what the boss and assistant had been up to in the office. If the source is discovered, he will be doomed. What was I about to ask? Gu Sui closed his laptop, donned his glasses, and began examining the contract closely. Wen Tingzhi scratched his head, wondering if there was any internal company group. I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. Upon entering the company, everyone seemed to be staring at me. And even your secretary, Xiao Wang, behaves oddly. I have one. You may use mine. Gu Sui switched to a different WeChat account, logged in, and handed his phone to Wen Tingzhi. You're just giving me your phone like that? Aren't you afraid I might uncover some secrets? Wen Tingzhi felt a surge of emotion. Could it be that Gu Sui trusted him so deeply? Gu Sui replied, Wen Tingzhi, do you think I'm a fool? Wen Tingzhi understood that the implication was he was indeed foolish. The secondary account likely hadn't been logged into for quite some time, filled with notifications, each group showing 99 unread messages. Wen Tingzhi moved a chair from his workstation to sit cross-legged beside Gu Sui and began perusing the messages. Hopefully, he was merely overthinking things. The gossip group had a bold invitation. He scrolled up to the latest messages from last night. Sweetwater, I truly did not expect this. The most explosive news. President Gu is incredibly impressive, leaving assistant Wen with aches and pains. Letting loose is so easy to indulge in. The president and assistant engaging in such antics in the office, I could revel in this for a lifetime. Is it true that he wore big shorts with flip-flops? President Gu looks like a straight man. How could he possibly be involved with assistant Wen? Yet, assistant Wen's countenance could indeed stir the hearts of straight men. Wen Tingzhi found himself doubting his own vision. He continued scrolling down to this morning's messages. Sweetwater, did you not notice? Assistant Wen has such conspicuous hickeys on his neck. He's not even trying to hide them, boldly declaring his territory. The vivid colors were indeed striking. After all, there are plenty in our company who admire President Gu, and with assistant Wen's move, no one would dare to harbor designs on the boss. Wen Tingzhi felt his face flush on the verge of collapse. Chapter 12. Transforming into the most hated young master. 12. Gu Sui, look at the good deed you've done. Gu Sui, perplexed, inquired, what is the matter? Wen Tingzhi slammed his phone onto the table. Look at how our relationship has been twisted. Wen Tingzhi expected Gu Sui to react with anger or disbelief. However, Gu Sui maintained a stoic expression while perusing the chat history. Yet, his approval rating inexplicably surged to 35. Wen Tingzhi felt numb. Let all be destroyed. If it weren't for your ambiguous remarks and the way you touched my waist, would such absurd gossip have emerged? With his hands on his hips, Wen Tingzhi lamented how he was supposed to continue working in the company. What did you say? When Wen Zhe received a message from Gu Sui's secretary, he read it in disbelief over and over again. What's wrong? Wen Yin, hearing Wen Zhe's exclamation, assumed something serious had occurred. Wen Zhe was nearly at his breaking point, yet he composed himself, forcing a smile and claiming nothing was amiss before hastily retreating to the restroom. Xiao Zhe's backup message read, Xiao Zhe, I have gathered this information. Various departments are spreading rumors that Wen Tingzhi and President Gu engaged in such activities in the office, leaving Wen Tingzhi with aches. This morning, he came to work with hickeys on his neck. He struggled to recall that Wen Tingzhi returned last night, just before 11, appearing quite spirited. There were indeed red marks on his neck. Could it be true? Had Gu Sui and Wen Tingzhi become involved? Were they flaunting their affection in the office? How could Wen Zhe allow this? Shouldn't Gu Sui have feelings for him? It was inconceivable that he could be enamored with someone as rustic as Wen Tingzhi. The rumors must be mere fabrications. Wen Tingzhi, beleaguered by the slander, found it increasingly difficult to maintain his composure around Gu Sui. How could he possibly retain any semblance of dignity? Though his intention was to win Gu Sui's affection, he certainly did not wish for it to be so humiliating. Once the office door closed, it felt as if an hour had passed, leaving those outside to speculate on what the two were doing within those walls. "Shall I help you dispel the rumors?" Gu Sui inquired, casually revolving his phone in his hand, seemingly entertained. With a swift gesture, Wen Tingzhi halted him, insisting that the more one attempts to suppress rumors, the more they become entrenched in public belief. He was indeed correct. Perhaps it would be best to let them run their course. "No, I shall relocate from your office. If you need to contact me, do so by phone. Remaining here, I might as well jump into the Yellow River to cleanse my name," he declared. Gu Sui raised an eyebrow in agreement, prompting a sigh of relief from Wen Tingzhi. It seemed that the path to intimacy was not as effortless as he had hoped. Fortunately, despite the damage to his reputation, Gu Sui's fondness for him appeared to be on the rise. He couldn't help but wonder how Wen Zhuo would react upon learning this news. Would he be furious to the point of smoke emanating from his ears? After vacating Gu Sui's office, Wen Tingzhi attracted a throng of curious employees. "Sweetie, I surmise it's you lot who have been too obvious, forcing Assistant 1 to relocate," one remarked, while Xiao Wang nervously patted his chest, relieved as long as he wasn't discovered as the source of the gossip. "At least I've managed to keep my job. Oh, what a pity that the couple I ship can only engage in a clandestine romance," Sweetie lamented, resting her chin in her hand. "Yet, there is something exhilarating about the secrecy. We shall pretend to know nothing." If only Wen Tingzhi realized that moving out would only spur further speculation, he might have leapt from Gu Sui's office in despair. Nevertheless, once one sheds their inhibitions, tasks become significantly more manageable. Wen Tingzhi feigned ignorance to the prying eyes of his colleagues, though his back was damp with perspiration. Seizing the rare opportunity of a normal workday, he texted Gu Sui to inform him that he would be returning home alone. He intended to cut off the source of the rumors and see who would dare to speak ill of him next. However, Wen Tingzhi could not have anticipated that. With Gu Sui absent, others would eagerly seek to make his life miserable. Outside the Tianshu group, a man pulled up in a flashy red sports car, capturing the attention of passers-by and the front desk alike. Who could that be, so brazenly parked at the entrance? Someone wondered. He must be waiting for someone. As long as it doesn't disrupt us, we can enjoy the spectacle. From a driver's seat emerged a man clad in a pink suit, clutching a bouquet of vibrant red roses. The man was none other than Lin Hai. Initially surprised by the message from Wen Zhuo, he soon felt as though he were meeting him for the first time. In his memory, Wen Zhuo resembled a pristine lotus, unblemished and without a hint of taint. In this moment, every word uttered by Wen Zhuo drips with jealousy and resentment. Despite his efforts to mask his envy, it still betrays his admiration for Wen Tingzhi. He remains oblivious to whether Wen Zhuo's claim of Wen Tingzhi working at the Tianshu group is genuine or merely a facade to entice him after work. However, after befriending Wen Tingzhi, his demeanor has turned cold, as if he were an entirely different person from that fateful night, which vexes him greatly. Wen Zhuo's message conveniently provides him with an excuse to meet. He observes Wen Tingzhi emerging, adorned in a white short-sleeved shirt and light blue jeans, appearing so youthful that none would doubt him as a university student. A hint of skepticism dances across that handsome face as he glances around, and then their eyes meet. Wen Tingzhi must be questioning his own vision, rubbing his eyes, yet it is indeed Lin Hai standing before him. "How do you end up here?" Just as he considers ignoring Lin Hai, the latter waves at him, calling out, "Tingzhi, I'm over here." Furrowing his brow, Wen Tingzhi strides toward Lin Hai, asking, "What brings you here?" Lin Hai replies, "I came to pick you up after work. Let us go grab a meal together." "No, that has too much trouble. I'm still on duty," Wen Tingzhi declines. Lin Hai's expression shifts, realizing something is amiss, yet he forces a smile. This is his first earnest pursuit, and he knows he must be patient. Showering Wen Tingzhi with affection will easily ensnare someone who has yet to experience warmth. "Isn't this your off time? I'm Assistant Gu. He needs to be able to reach me at any moment. He is probably about to call me." He sighs. "My apologies for making you come all this way. You should have informed me in advance. By the way, how did you know I was working here?" Gazing into Wen Tingzhi's sparkling eyes, Lin Hai instinctively spills the beans. Your brother told me. Oh, I see. Wen Tingzhi smiles just as the phone rings. Manager Gu, yes, I'll be right up. Please hold. He casts an awkward smile at Lin Hai, saying, look, Manager Gu is calling. Let us save the meal for another time. Lin Hai is unconvinced that such a coincidence could occur and seizes Wen Tingzhi's wrist, insisting, Tingzhi, you're not deceiving me, are you? This isn't just your alarm going off, is it? Noticing Wen Tingzhi's momentary pause only solidifies his suspicion. All right, it's not good to lie. Come eat with me. A one-tea bite. Wen Tingzhi purses his lips, revealing a faint smile as he switches the call to speaker mode. Lin Hai, are you trying to steal me away? In Chapter 13, Becoming the Most Disliked Young Master, Lin Hai is taken aback to discover that Wen Tingzhi indeed did not deceive him. The call is genuinely from Gu Sui. He finds himself at a loss for words, uncertain how to explain. I'm not Manager Gu, Lin Hai stammers. I truly didn't mean anything by it. How could I possibly take your person? Just as long as there is no such intention. The call is abruptly terminated, and the air of arrogance that once surrounded Lin Hai dissipates. Tingzhi, you should go up now. Manager Gu is looking for you. When you have time, we can arrange another meal. Apologies for making you come here for nothing. I told my family I was swamped, and I didn't expect Wenji would inform you. Wen Tingzhi smiles, subtly undermining Wenji's image in the eyes of others, bit by bit. He had yet to confront Wenji, but it was Wenji who could no longer remain idle and sought to settle accounts with him. If that were the case, let them compete to see who was the more formidable. Lin Hai watched as Wen Tingzhi entered the Tianshu group, his face contorted with rage as he kicked the tire of his sports car. Why hadn't Wenji mentioned the close relationship between Gu Sui and Wen Tingzhi, claiming it was a last-minute call for overtime? He had seen Wen Tingzhi emerge with a bag, his gaze fixed on the nearby subway station. It was improbable that he had been summoned back so suddenly. If Wenji intended to undermine him, he should not expect any courtesy in return. Better that he not leave any incriminating evidence behind. Lin Hai departed, leaving behind a plethora of gossip-worthy material. Wen Tingzhi sat in the passenger seat, resigned and languid, holding Gu Sui's phone. Messages were flooding in the gossip group, and in a moment of distraction, dozens of notifications scrolled past. Tian, Gu, your authority is impressive. One phone call, and he was summoned back. Didi wo, I even covertly captured a photo of the furious sports car man. He tossed the roses on the ground and stomped on them, destroying the environment. What AI Kalu? I'm dying of laughter. I can't help but feel that Assistant One might know something and is deliberately avoiding suspicion. In the end, he still took Gu's car home. Wazue AI Kusipi. Hee, office romances are just like this. It's thrilling. Who would have thought Assistant One was so playful? Look at what your employees are saying. We are thoroughly entangled now. Gu Sui's popularity rating soared to 40. Is it really that easy to ascend? He is so fond of me. Wen Tingzhi felt a twinge of bashfulness. He and T even begun his pursuit, yet Gu Sui seemed utterly smitten. Was it possible that with just a little effort, he could win him over? What was he thinking, laughing so joyfully? Wen Tingzhi rubbed his face and turned off the phone screen, dismissing it as inconsequential. It was merely a thought of the future scene where he would be on his knees, pleading for affection. Arriving home, it felt like returning to a battlefield. I'm leaving first, goodbye, Wen Tingzhi waved, deliberately blowing a kiss as he strode in confidently, leaving Gu Sui staring blankly at his retreating figure. Back already? Wen's mother inquired with concern. Ever since that day on the balcony, when he overheard their conversation, he no longer felt like a ghost in this household. Wen Tingzhi had decided to orchestrate a significant reveal, making everyone see what kind of person Wenji truly was. He lowered his head, lacking the energy, rubbing his eyes, which instantly reddened, as though he had been crying. Wen Yin felt a pang of concern. What had transpired? Had he faced some injustice at work? Despite Wenji arriving late and leaving early from the company, merely playing on his phone and shopping, Wen Tingzhi woke early and returned home late, appearing thoroughly exhausted. Wen Yin felt a sense of guilt. Logically, Wen Tingzhi should be enjoying the kind of life that Wenji had. Yet, he endured grievances in silence. Wen Yin's fingers twitched, contemplating sending money again. What's wrong? Wen Yin couldn't help but ask, only to realize that the entire family was watching Wen Tingzhi. "It's nothing." He managed a forced smile, his voice trembling with fear. It seemed I had offended Lin Hai. When he invited me to dinner after work, I excused myself, claiming that General Gu had summoned me. It was not intentional. I had merely heard rumors of Lin Hai's peculiarities. He rubbed his nose, his fair skin reddening with the slightest touch. He mentioned that his younger brother had informed him of my employment at Tianshu. I was puzzled as to why his brother would do such a thing. "Brother, is Lin Hai going to cause trouble for our family?" Wen Yin fell silent, gently patting Wen Tingzhi's shoulder, offering quiet reassurance that all would be well. Seeing that this had a calming effect, Wen Tingzhi lost interest in further engagement and retreated upstairs to his room, only to encounter Wen Zhuo at his door. "Wen Tingzhi, you must feel quite proud of yourself. You are nothing but a wretch, seducing Gu Sui and unleashing his primal instincts in the office. How can you be so shameless? Aren't you supposed to be working?" Wen Zhuo's face flushed with anger as a torrent of unflattering words spilled forth. After all his efforts to have Lin Hai pursue him, hoping Gu Sui would discover that Wen Tingzhi was nothing more than a two-timer, it was infuriating that Lin Hai was incapable of even that. He was left with no choice but to resort to Plan B. "Wen Zhuo, I fail to comprehend your words." It seemed Wen Zhuo was aware of the gossip circulating about him at Gu Sui's company. It was evident that someone from there was relaying information. Who could it be? He realized he needed to remain vigilant, for Wen Zhuo was unpredictable and might resort to slander. "I'll tell you this, Wen Tingzhi, no one will ever like you. No one. Everyone will only favor me. Don't think that dressing up makes you superior. You have always been beneath others." "Wen Zhuo, how can you speak to Tingzhi like that?" When Mother interjected, grabbing his wrist. "What's gotten into you? Are you feverish or confused? You were never like this." Certainly not in the past, for he had once been the sole young master, his family accommodating his every whim. But now, he was merely a false young master. One day, should things go awry, they might cast him out of the Wen family without hesitation. Blood ties were paramount. Wen Zhuo pinched his fingers to regain his composure, his eyes reddening. "Mother, you only hear me cursing him, yet you do not care why I do so or whether he has insulted me. How can you be so biased? In the past, a few tears would always win him favor, and he expected this time to be no different." When Mother, feeling sympathetic, embraced him, while Wen Tingzhi silently entered his room. Yet, Wen Zhuo was unaware that this incident had sown a seed of doubt in Wen Mother's heart. To her, Wen Zhuo had always been endearing, obedient, and sensible. Even when angry, he would merely pout or glare, never resorting to such harsh words. Coupled with Wen Tingzhi's remarks, the impression was that as long as the younger brother shed a few tears, their parents would unconditionally side with him, escaping the consequences of his misdeeds. When Mother patted Wen Zhuo's back, hoping he was merely overthinking. But what was the cause of Lin Hai's actions? Chapter 14. Becoming the most hated true young master. 14. Wen Tingzhi followed his routine diligently at work, and Gu Sui's favorability towards him rose gradually, albeit slowly, like toothpaste squeezed from a tube. Meanwhile, Wen Zhuo's regret value remained stagnant at 35, unmoving. His animosity towards him was palpable. However, Wen Tingzhi remained unfazed, always devising ways to make Wen Zhuo regret his actions. A skilled hunter is never afraid of waiting. "My watch is missing. Please help me find it," the man exclaimed, urgency etched on his face. "This watch was a gift from someone dear to me. It's quite valuable, worth hundreds of thousands." The revelation left the office in astonishment. "Such an extravagant sum. Think carefully. Perhaps you left it at home," suggested a colleague from the secretarial department. "That's impossible. I distinctly remember placing it on my desk." "Zhou, you saw it too, didn't you? I even showed it to you." Zhou nodded, affirming, "Yes. I did see it this morning when I arrived at the office." The man was perplexed. He had merely left it on the desk before stepping away to use the restroom, taking it off to prevent it from getting wet. The situation reached an impasse. Upon entering, Wen Tingzhi was met with the gaze of the secretarial staff. "Assistant Wen, have you seen Xiao Li's watch?" inquired Xiao Wang. "A watch? Has it gone missing?" Xiao Wang confirmed, whispering, "It's worth hundreds of thousands. We could report it to the police." Who could have stolen it? Wen Tingzhi understood the underlying implication. It was a trap set by Wen Zhe. He had not anticipated Xiao Li from the secretarial department being involved, making it all too convenient for observing his every move. Wen should not vie for affection. He ought to embrace the role of a formidable gang leader, possessing the ability to develop his subordinates. What shall we do? The office surveillance cameras have been malfunctioning for 2 days, and the repair service has yet to arrive. Lamented Zhou Yu, genuinely concerned for his friend Xiao Li. Let us search the bags, given a short time frame. The thief would hardly have had the chance to conceal the watch. An idea struck Xiao Li. This watch, gifted by Wen Zhe, was irreplaceable in his eyes. Even a simple pen from Wen Zhe would be too precious to lose. They had recently met at a cafe where Wen Zhe, as always, was gentle and considerate, ordering him dessert and coffee, graciously thanking him for his assistance. Wen Tingzhi's shamelessness was astounding, to covet Wen Zhe's possessions. He had audaciously flirted with General Gu in the office, despite Wen Zhe having already declared him her fiancé, albeit privately. This was precisely why Wen Zhe had requested his vigilance over Wen Tingzhi. While he suspected Wen Tingzhi was the culprit, he could not voice such accusations openly, lest it appear as an obvious trap. After all, given the value of the item, mutual understanding is essential. Zhou Yu was the first to agree. The other colleagues followed suit, their only concern being Wen Tingzhi's potential refusal. Unlike them, Wen Tingzhi had a significant background. If he chose to deny the search, who would dare proceed? Xiao Li anxiously observed Wen Tingzhi, fearing a negative response. Amusement flickered across Wen Tingzhi's face as he retrieved his phone, sending a message to Gu Sui, then glanced at Zhou Yu from the corner of his eye. Wen Zhou was indeed a clever strategist, orchestrating events for behind the scenes. Of course I consent. Everyone stood still. Xiao Li methodically searched, finally standing before Wen Tingzhi. His breath caught, lips pressed together as he opened Wen Tingzhi's drawer, empty. The desk yielded nothing either. Ultimately, he turned to the black backpack, rummaging through its layers. Still, there was no sign of the watch. How could it possibly be absent? Xiao Li began to sweat profusely. Just as despair enveloped him, he felt a protrusion inside his backpack. It was his wristwatch. I found it, he exclaimed loudly. Instantly, the attention of those around him was captured, and a crowd formed, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Xiao Li's palms were slick with perspiration as he unzipped the inner pocket and retrieved the watch. Indeed, it was his. Assistant Wen, consider how you might explain this. If you leave the company, I want to pursue your accountability. However, should you choose to remain, I will summon the authorities to apprehend you. Wen Tingzhi fell silent for a moment. Impossible. Is Assistant Wen not with General Gu? How could he possibly be short by such a substantial amount? Exactly. If Assistant Wen truly desired it, a little charm directed at General Gu would have sufficed. He couldn't possibly be so miserly. Yet, now there was both witness and evidence. Ting Tian, resting her chin on her hand, found it hard to believe that Assistant Wen could be such a person. Assistant Wen had been with them for over a week, consistently completing his tasks with excellence. He never procrastinated and was always willing to assist. Even documents meant for General Gu were passed through Assistant Wen to avoid reprimand. Occasionally, he would share delightful treats with the team, making it hard to imagine he would steal a watch. However, Xiao Li was seated on the path to the restroom, a popular retreat for colleagues seeking a brief escape. The company restroom was impeccably clean, and everyone would pass by Xiao Li's position. Yet, the surveillance had coincidentally malfunctioned. Ting Tian pondered, her intuition stirring. Why hasn't General Gu emerged amidst such commotion? Is he unaware, or simply absent from the office? Xiao Wang, equally perplexed, replied, He is in the office. I cannot fathom why General Gu hasn't come out, but it doesn't seem likely that Assistant Wen took it. Otherwise, how could he consent to a bag search? The reason General Gu remained inside was, of course, due to a message from Wen Tingzhi. It was not yet time for him to lend support. This watch is indeed identical to yours, but it is not your watch, Wen Tingzhi stated, arms crossed against the wall, his chilly demeanor inadvertently commanding respect. What do you mean? This is my watch. It is exactly the same. Wen Tingzhi, caught off guard, chuckled and patted Xiao Li on the shoulder. You were used as a pawn, and you were oblivious, fool. Just because it looks identical does not make it yours. Wen Tingzhi sat down, towering over Xiao Li. yet somehow instilling an unexplainable sense of trepidation. Tingtian suddenly felt that he bore a striking resemblance to General Gu. Whenever she entered to report her work, General Gu would lounge lazily, resting his chin on his hand, listening intently, his casual gaze sending shivers down her spine. Xiaoli was at a loss for words, repeating that it was indeed his watch. How could something that looks identical not be mine? Furthermore, if Wen Tingzhi possessed such an expensive watch, why would he conceal it in his bag rather than wear it? This watch is certainly not mine. Wen Tingzhi's unexpected declaration brought a renewed calm to the group. Xiaoli's face flushed and his heart raced as he turned to Zhou Yu. Look, he has admitted it isn't his watch. Therefore, it must be mine. You all witnessed it. I even posted it on my social media. As he contemplated retrieving his watch and no longer fixating on the matter, Wen Tingzhi obstructed his hand and declared, "It is indeed not my watch, yet it is not yours either. This watch belongs to my brother, Wen Zhua." Chapter 15. The true young master who is hated by thousands. 15. How did this suddenly involve Wen Tingzhi's brother? His words left everyone perplexed, exchanging bewildered glances. Xiaoli widened his eyes, realizing this was the watch gifted to him by Wen Zhua, and could indeed be considered Wen Zhua's watch. Yes, it is undeniably your brother's watch, but since your brother bestowed it upon me, it is now mine. Have you not taken my watch? Frustrated, Xiaoli pressed forward, eager to reclaim his timepiece. Wen Tingzhi once again blocked him, affirming that it was indeed Wen Zhua's watch, yet he had purchased two. One was hidden in my bag, and the other was given to you. As for the whereabouts of your watch, a glance at the surveillance footage would reveal the truth. He was no fool. He understood that Wen Zhua might attempt to frame him, and he would not fall for such a ruse. Upon discovering that the company's surveillance was malfunctioning, he discreetly arranged for Gu Sui to install another camera in a hidden corner of the office, capable of capturing the actions of everyone present. Xiaoli felt a sense of confusion, struggling to comprehend how the situation had twisted to this extent. Wen Tingzhi had already received the surveillance records sent by Gu Sui. See for yourself who has pilfered your watch. He displayed the screen, and, in his peripheral vision, he noticed someone preparing to leave. He called out, "Zhou Yu, where are you off to? Let us take a look together." Zhou Yu paused, and a subtle smile played on Wen Tingzhi's lips. He understood the game was up. It was likely that Wen Tingzhi had known all along that Zhou Yu was the one who had stolen the watch and was attempting to lay blame on him. Furrowing his brow, Zhou Yu recalled Wen Zhua's assurances of protection and a monetary reward for joining their family company as a supervisor, which alleviated his fear somewhat. In the footage, Xiaoli had just removed the watch to use the restroom when Zhou Yu, with lightning speed, seized the watch and casually tucked it into a potted plant. Xiaoli, in disbelief, stared at Zhou Yu, his so-called ally, and stormed over to Zhou Yu's workstation, digging through the soil to uncover his watch. "Zhou Yu, how could you do this? You are nothing but a thief." Zhou Yu shrugged. "I merely envied your expensive watch, and in a fit of jealousy, I took it. Since you've discovered my misdeed, I'll apologize and leave the company, all right?" Xiaoli stammered, at a loss for words. Given the circumstances, he understood all too well. The watch in his hand felt like a hot potato. He wanted to return it and sever ties with Wen Zhua. He had regarded Wen Zhua as a cherished figure, while Wen Zhua viewed him merely as a tool. Heartbroken by Wen Zhua's betrayal, Xiaoli sought out HR to request a leave of absence. "Zhou Yu, remember to inform Wen Zhua, once a gift is given to me, it is mine to keep, and I shan't return it. As for you," Wen Tingzhi chuckled softly, "let us see if Wen Zhua will honor his promise." Thus, the incident of the stolen watch came to a close, and the colleagues in the secretarial department whispered amongst themselves, finding the whole affair extraordinarily sensational. "Is everything resolved?" Gu Sui languidly reclined in his chair, legs crossed, his computer displaying the surveillance from the secretarial department. He applauded, genuinely impressed by Wen's capabilities. Gu Sui gave him a thumbs up, also expressing gratitude for Ah Sui's cooperation. Wen Tingzhi was in good spirits, likely envisioning how furious Wen Zhua must be at that moment. He needed to devise a plan to inform Wen Yin and their parents. "Xiaoli, what do you intend to do?" he inquired. "If there's no wrongdoing, he should continue working unless he resigns." Wen Tingzhi, intrigued, circled around to Gu Sui and asked, "Aren't you surprised that Wen Zhua would resort to such tactics?" People possess multiple facets. There's nothing to be astonished about. Gu Sui replied with calmness, having witnessed Wenjia's breakdown on the balcony, her tears and curses. He was well aware of Wenjia's jealousy. She thrived on the attention of others and would go to great lengths to reclaim it if diverted. She desired universal affection, to maintain a collection of admirers from whom she could choose. She expected others to tolerate her little whims, accompany her on shopping sprees, shower her with gifts, and treat her like a deity. Gu Sui found that notion absurd. Wenjia had truly begun to overestimate her allure. If anyone could be likened to her, it would be Wen Tingzhi. Gu Sui chuckled softly, yet his curiosity lingered regarding whether assistant when possessed an undiscovered side. There is none. I am consistent in my demeanor. Wen Tingzhi affirmed resolutely, his heart buoyed at the sight of Gu Sui's 60-point favorability rating. He couldn't help but feel that such a score indicated significant affection. Yet Gu Sui displayed no outward indication of it. He was eager to witness when Gu Sui would finally confess his feelings. In contrast to the remorse value, favorability was much easier to cultivate. Wenjia's remorse value remained stagnant, though today events might spur some change. Failed, did you? Did you not claim the surveillance was faulty? Wenjia exclaimed, exasperated, her demeanor contrasting sharply with the gentleness and patience she had exhibited during their first meeting. Zhou licked his parched lips, replying, Wenjia, I had just been terminated. You promised me. What did I promise? You failed to accomplish your tasks. How can I reward you? You dare to come before me? I should never have supported you in the first place. With that, Wenjia stormed off without looking back. The Wen family had always maintained a reputation for excellence in business, with charity being an indispensable aspect. Zhou happened to be one of those beneficiaries. And when Wenjia was brought to the orphanage by her parents, she radiated joy as she distributed supplies, akin to an angel. Here, this is yours, she said, handing him candies and a backpack, her smile sweet. Daddy, I wish to fund his education. The director said he excels in studies. Thus, Zhou began striving diligently, achieving remarkable academic success, eventually entering Tianshu Group. Until now, Wenjia had not contacted him, but last week, upon seeing a post from him on social media regarding Tianshu Group, she left a message expressing her desire to meet, despite knowing it was a thankless endeavor. For the sake of the kind child he remembered, he acquiesced. Let us see if Wenjia will honor her promise. The words of Wen Tingzhi echoed in his mind, and Zhou suddenly felt like a fool. After returning to the company, Wenjia was consumed by discontent. Had I known, I would not have orchestrated such a betrayal, laboring for no reward, only to be discovered by Wen Tingzhi. Wenjia, refrain from idling during work hours. Wen Yan's countenance was grave, reflecting his discontent. Wenjia gently rubbed his cheek and inquired, Brother, what troubles you? Unbeknownst to him, Gu Sui had already relayed his actions to Wen Yan, delegating the matter to him for resolution. This was a directive from Wen Tingzhi, intended to instill guilt in Wen Yan. While Wenjia commanded respect within his own company, his younger brother faced relentless targeting and entrapment. Did you intentionally place the watch in Tingzhi's bag to frame him? Chapter 16. The true young master who is disliked by all. 16. Tingzhi, brother. You dare to call him Tingzhi? Wenjia's attention wavered. Brother, what is amiss? Were you not the one who detested him the most? Previously, you refer to him as the universally loathed one, the unfortunate soul. Why the sudden shift to calling him Tingzhi? No, I meant to inquire why you placed the watch in his bag. Hearing Wenjia's cold laughter, he responded, Why? Brother, do you not already know? You have already condemned me in your heart. What use is my defense? Wenjia compelled himself to remain composed, refusing to falter. He was uncertain how much Wen Yan knew, yet he had to maintain an air of ignorance to evade suspicion. The watch in brother's bag was placed there by me. Did you not say we should get along? Since brother dislikes me, I feared he would refuse to accept it. Hence, I secretly placed the watch in his bag as a surprise. Tears streamed down Wenjia's face, embodying the image of a stubborn yet innocent flower. Brother, you may perceive things as you wish. He sighed, wiped his nose, and dejectedly turned to leave, only to be abruptly pulled into Wen Yan's embrace. Wenjia, it was Gu Sui who informed me. Did you not also gift watches to others in their company? Yes. I gave him a watch because he assisted me with some matters, but more so to provoke you, Brother, I admire you. Cannot you see that? Wen Zhe realized he could no longer remain passive. This moment was the perfect opportunity for confession. If he hesitated further, Wen Yan's affections might tilt toward Wen Tingzhi. One was a true young master, the other a false one. Dismissing him would be entirely justifiable. However, with one being a biological brother and the other a former brother and boyfriend, the dynamics shifted dramatically. He was gradually increasing his stake in Wen Yan's heart. For Wen Tingzhi proved to be more formidable than he had anticipated. Wen Yan's breath quickened as he turned Wen Zhe's face to scrutinize him closely. You have feelings for me? Yes, I have always admired you, brother. Yet, I once believed it impossible for us, only daring to cherish it internally. Now, does brother wish to be with me? He disregarded Wen Yan's feelings and leaned in for a kiss. Indeed, Wen Zhe's regret index rose, reaching 45, a commendable figure. Brother, you truly possess remarkable talents, Wen Zhe remarked with a forced smile. Wen Yan approached Tingzhi about this morning. Before he could finish, Wen Zhe embraced his arm and declared, Brother, I wish to sleep with you tonight. Wen Tingzhi smiled knowingly, for it seemed that in order to deflect Wen Yan's inquiries regarding this matter, Wen Zhe had willingly offered himself. How intriguing. I am perfectly fine, my dear brother. The younger one has already apologized to me. He did not intend to frame me, merely succumbing to a fleeting moment of jealousy, which I can understand. Wen Ting smiled kindly, adeptly embodying the essence of empathy. Even though Wen Yan feels guilt for being with Wen Zhe, he has received several transfers from Wen Yan, serving as the best testament. Oh, and by the way, brother, this is the watch that Xiao Li from our company asked me to return to you. He mentioned that you should not accept such an extravagant gift and stated that he would no longer assist you with the tasks you assigned. Henceforth, our paths will diverge. Of course, Xiao Li did not articulate all this, but silently handed him the watch to return. I was oblivious to Xiao Li's words. If he no longer desires it, so be it. Wen Zhe feigned composure as he accepted the watch and took Wen Yan back to their room. Regarding Wen Zhe, Wen Ting intends to show Wen Yan the messages Wen Zhe had exchanged with Zhou Yu and Xiao Li. Undoubtedly, Wen Zhe would be shedding tears before Wen Yan, feigning innocence to elicit sympathy. Deceit comes effortlessly to him. He could spin tales without a second thought, leaving others utterly bewildered. As for Wen Zhe and Wen Yan's relationship, they likely dare not disclose it to their parents, so it falls upon him to reveal it. He relishes a good spectacle. Upon returning to his room, Wen Ting reclined on his bed, clutching a cushion while browsing on his phone. Gu Sui, are you asleep? Wen, what's up? Gu Sui, come over. I need to discuss something with you. Wen, those wicked capitalists exploiting the working class. Gu Sui, image. The table was laden with an array of 3 flavors of crayfish, prompting Wen Ting to forgive Gu Sui. He truly is rather decent. As he donned his pajamas to head over, Gu Sui was already waiting at the door, bathed in the silvery glow of the moonlight that blanketed the courtyard. Even Gu Sui was enveloped in a gentle luminescence, appearing as radiant as jade. What do you need me for? Is sharing a midnight snack considered a matter of urgency? As Wen Ting stepped inside, he was immediately greeted by the enticing aroma of crayfish, eagerly rushing to grab a cushion to sit cross-legged on the sofa. Come on, confess. Do you have something to ask me? I'm not used to you being this nice all of a sudden. Gu Sui chuckled. Not used to my kindness? You better get accustomed to it. I may be even kinder to you in the future. Is he speaking sweet nothings? Wen Ting felt a bit dazed as he watched Gu Sui slowly draw closer. Is he about to kiss him? That wouldn't be unwelcome. Gu Sui is quite the handsome fellow after all. Just as he was about to pucker his lips, Gu Sui extended his arm backward to retrieve gloves to share with him. What is happening? Are you waiting for me to kiss you? Wen Ting was intentionally teasing him. Undoubtedly so. Were it not for the promise of crayfish, he would have certainly dealt Gu Sui a playful punch. He donned the gloves and began feasting on the crayfish while Gu Sui opened 2 bottles of chilled beer. After taking a sip of beer, Wen Ting found his hands laden with shrimp meat. Why are you peeling so much for me if you're not eating? You like it, so indulge a little more. Gu Sui nonchalantly peeled the crayfish, and the prayer beads on his wrist inexplicably captivated Wen Ting's attention. He seized Gu Sui's wrist, and the oil from the gloves smeared onto his skin, finally allowing him to discern the characters inscribed on the prayer beads. Yet, they remained incomprehensible. It appears to be a Buddhist text. Can you comprehend the characters on your prayer beads? Gu Sui remained silent for a moment before shaking his head. He could not understand them. These were given to me by the abbot during my childhood visits to the temple, with the instruction to wear them always. I see. Wen Tingzhi's curiosity dissipated quickly, his mouth ceaselessly chewing as he devoured the lobster on the table, having already consumed 2 bottles of beer, his belly round and full. He sprawled on the sofa, motionless. Gu Sui observed him closely. After drinking the beer, a faint pink hue appeared on Wen Tingzhi's fair skin, his eyes glistening with moisture as he tilted his head back, tongue out, having just bitten into a numbing pepper. Unbeknownst to him, this scene was endearing and enticing in Gu Sui's eyes. Are you staring at me because you wish to kiss me, Ah Sui? Wen Tingzhi's voice was languid, his arm propped behind him as he turned his head to glance over. In that moment, Gu Sui realized Wen Tingzhi was waiting for him to take the initiative. Indeed, you guessed correctly. He grasped Wen Tingzhi's chin, cautiously leaning in to kiss him. Wen Tingzhi's lips were warm, soft, and slightly swollen, making the kiss exceedingly pleasurable. Chapter 17. Transforming into the most disliked young master. 17. The kiss was tender and lingering, and Gu Sui found himself unable to resist becoming entranced. Oh, enough. I can't breathe. Wen Tingzhi's palm grasped his clothing, patting it, his words muffled, barely discernible. Gu Sui lifted him onto his lap. No, enough. Gu Sui chuckled, removing the hand that obstructed his lips, and continued to kiss him. This time, Gu Sui boldly explored, surging within his mouth. And it was not enough to do it alone. He needed to draw him in as well. When they parted, a silvery strand lingered, and Wen Tingzhi, oblivious, licked his lips, consuming it, inciting Gu Sui's primal urges. Put me down. Your legs are so stiff, it's uncomfortable sitting like this. Wen Tingzhi patted Gu Sui's thigh and shifted his position. Suddenly realizing something, his face flushed crimson. He had poor alcohol tolerance, but 2 bottles of beer should not intoxicate him. Recognizing Gu Sui's high regard for him, he considered indulging in reckless behavior. Yet, as the moment approached, fear crept in, and he merely leaned in to kiss Gu Sui. He carefully descended from Gu Sui's lap, avoiding his gaze. Though the tension in Gu Sui's tightly clenched fingers and the prominent veins indicated he was restraining himself. Let us go rest. Are you staying over tonight? Gu Sui patted his bottom, the gesture natural and casual, as if they had been together for a long time. He nodded and followed Gu Sui into the master bedroom. Huh? The master bedroom? They had not yet begun a romantic relationship, and had already kissed and cohabited. Was this pace not too swift? You sleep first. I'll take a shower. Oh, all right. Wen Tingzhi rubbed his cheek and lay on the bed, the sound of water splashing from the bathroom reaching his ears. Gu Sui had already changed into loungewear upon arriving, undoubtedly having showered long before. At this moment, the act of bathing seemed rather conspicuous. By the time Gu Sui emerged, Wen Tingzhi had already fallen asleep, lying on his side, his cheeks slightly squished, looking quite pinchable. Gu Sui pressed a kiss to his cheek, so this was the feeling of kissing. He would not mind kissing him from dawn till dusk, only fearing that Wen Tingzhi's lips might not endure it. He twirled the Buddhist beads in his hand, casting his gaze upon the slumbering Wenting, resembling a sleeping beauty. He embraced Wenting's waist and closed his eyes, surrendering to sleep. I want to see your tattoo. Don't run away, murmured Wenting, his fingers tightly gripping Gu Sui's shirt, nuzzling his head against his chest, and soon dozing off once more. It turned out he was merely sleep-talking. Did he wish to see his tattoo? Gu Sui touched the tattoo on his ankle, promising to show it to him, for he had more than one. He hoped it wouldn't frighten him. The following morning, Wenting awoke in Gu Sui's embrace, bewildered as he bumped against Gu Sui's muscular chest. So soft I could just bite it. What a peculiar thought. Startled by his sudden impulse, Wenting shook his head, roused himself, and scurried back to the Wen residence. Coward! Gu Sui chuckled softly with his eyes closed, clutching the pillow that had cradled Wenting's head. Upon returning home, Wenting fortuitously encountered Wen Zhua. Where have you been? What business is it of yours? Wen Zhua, unusually awake at such an early hour, was typically still fast asleep when Wen departed for work. If it were any other company, Wen Zhua would surely have been dismissed by now. "You're up early, holding your neck. Huh, looks like you've been thoroughly ravished. Did you go to see Gu Sui?" Wen Zhua's eyes flared with intense animosity. "How shameless of you. Gu Sui doesn't like you. He likes me." When it came to shamelessness, Wen Zhua surely took the crown. He pulled out his phone to call Gu Sui, raising a finger to signal Wen Zhua to be silent. "Hello?" Gu Sui, still drowsy, spoke with a hoarse yet magnetic voice, the nasal tone evident. "What is up?" Wen laughed. "Ah Sui, who do you like?" "Wen Zhua says you like him." He noticed Wen Zhua's hands clenched tightly, visibly anxious, swallowing hard, his eyes wide as he stared at the phone. "That guy?" Laughter echoed from the other end of the line as Gu Sui replied, "I'd rather like a dog." It was the first time Wen had heard such cruel words from Gu Sui's lips, and his eyes instantly brimmed with tears. Biting his lip, he shot Gu Sui a resentful glare before retreating to his room. As he left, Gu Sui yawned, tossing aside the covers to rise. Wen Ting responded with a chuckle. "It seems we have quite the tacit understanding. Indeed, so much so that someone sneaked away without even a morning greeting." After hanging up, Wen Ting reflected on the previous night, realizing his embarrassment stemmed from the alcohol. Indeed, alcohol was a curious catalyst. Wen Zhua lamented, wishing he could weep for having allowed Wen the opportunity to interact with Gu Sui. Their closeness had only blossomed after he had taken Wen to Gu Sui's home. In his quest to secure a position in the family business, and to distance Wen Ting from the company, he had whispered sweet nothings into his elder brother's ear, never anticipating that he would inadvertently push Wen towards Gu Sui. He gingerly touched his aching thigh, relieved that he was now firmly in his brother's grasp. Gu Sui was of no concern. He had to cling tightly to his brother, for losing him would mean losing his only support in the Wen family. He could not afford to make any more regrettable decisions. He may not wish to act, but that does not imply that Wen Tingzhi will remain idle. After overhearing Gu Sui's remarks this morning, Wen Zhua's feelings of regret have reached a considerable level of 55. It is unexpected that Gu Sui holds such a significant place in his heart. After all, he is a quality male lead, and Wen Zhua is particularly fond of such individuals playing the role of a devoted admirer. He received the chat records between Zhou Yu and Xiao Li concerning Wen Zhua, and as he twirled a ballpoint pen in his hand, a thought crossed his mind, prompting him to chuckle. It is said that Lin Hai has been facing difficulties lately due to offending Gu Sui. Gu Sui does not even need to take direct action. Merely speaking a few words to others is sufficient to make Lin Hai suffer. Chat record: Wen Zhua, why are you framing me? What have I done to wrong you? He stared at his phone for half a minute, watching as Lin Hai displayed, typing only a minute later. Lin Hai retracted his message. Wen Zhua, apologies. I mistook you for someone else due to my anger. Wen Zhua, part of my intrusion, Mr. Lin. Lin Hai, it's nothing. I didn't TC anything. Let Lin Hai and Wen Zhua contend with each other. He relishes the thought of their rivalry. Gu Sui sent him a message, summoning him to the office without specifying the purpose. Just as he stood up, he felt a gaze fixed upon him. Turning to look, he saw Tian, her eyes glued to the computer screen, fingers flying across the keyboard, seemingly engrossed in her work. Unable to resist, Wen Tingzhi accessed his secondary account, and indeed, there was someone named Tian in the gossip group, fervently posting updates. This secondary account belongs to Gu Sui, who had shared the account credentials with him upon noticing his keen interest in gossip. Occasionally, when boredom strikes, he checks for any new scandal involving himself and Gu Sui. Putting away his phone, he knocked on the door and entered. "Ah Sui, did you need something from me?" Gu Sui, with his back turned, asked. "Do you have time to join me for dinner tonight?" Observing the blush on Gu Sui's ears and his affection rating at a commendable 75, he nodded in agreement. Chapter 18. Becoming the most unwanted young master finally. Gu Sui can no longer contain his feelings. Wen Tingzhi finds it hard to envision the scene of Gu Sui confessing. "That's enough. You may leave now." Gu Sui waved his hand without turning around, and once Wen Tingzhi exited, he pivoted the chair back to focus on the computer. His serious demeanor might lead one to believe he was negotiating billion-dollar partnerships, when in fact, it was his meticulously crafted plan for tonight's confession. The strategies outlined in the plan addressed every possible reaction Wen Tingzhi might have, and Gu Sui brushed his lips, hopeful that he would agree. After all, they had already kissed and were living together. Will Wen Tingzhi truly act like a scoundrel? Yunwu stands tall at the heart of the city, renowned for its revolving restaurant. Many from afar come here to dine, as Yunwu operates on a reservation-only basis, accommodating only 50 tables daily. The necessity of reservations has made securing a table at Yunwu a coveted achievement, with many taking pride in the opportunity to dine there. Those who charge $1 million to become members can enjoy a private room. Gu Sui is a regular patron here. Are you bringing me here for dinner? Wen Tingzhi craned his neck to gaze at the towering buildings, feeling a strain. Yes, I believe you'll enjoy it. Gu Sui gently propelled his back forward, ascending to the 43rd floor via the elevator. Good day, Mr. Gu, greeted the server, impeccably dressed and radiating a confident smile, a clear indication of professional training. Regardless of gender, their striking appearances suggested that great care had been invested in the ambience of Yunwu. The dining table rotated slowly, crafted from transparent glass. Seated here, dining while gazing at the bustling traffic below, one felt akin to a favored child of the heavens, pointing and commenting on the world beneath. This experience naturally bestowed upon them a sense of superiority. They were guided into a private booth, ornately decorated with an air of sophistication that even the uninitiated would instinctively exclaim, "How extraordinarily wealthy! Is this the life of the affluent?" From this vantage point, one could behold the illuminated facades of similarly towering edifices across the way, as well as the distant river glistening under the evening sky. Patrons in the exclusive booth could relish in a private fireworks display, set to take place along the riverside after their meal. The flames of wealth danced before them. Let the dishes be served, Gu Sui declared, opting not to allow Wen Tingzhi to select the menu. Over the course of their shared time, he had discerned Wen Tingzhi's preferences and understood his nature. He would hesitate at the sight of prices on the menu, yet yearned to provide him with the finest. Even the servers tasked with presenting the dishes were carefully selected for their striking appearances and stature, committed to delivering an unparalleled service experience. Why have you suddenly invited me to such an extravagant place for dinner? Wen Tingzhi jested, no reward without merit. Typically, he would not finish work before 7 or 8. Yet today, Gu Sui had deliberately taken him out at 5, driving him to Yunwu. A mix of anticipation and anxiety coursed through him. It felt as though he was about to receive a profoundly sincere confession for the first time. "You will find out shortly," Gu Sui teased, hinting that if he were to reveal too much, the element of surprise would be lost. As exquisite dishes were presented, their artistry rendered them almost indistinguishable from sculptures. "May I take a photograph?" Gu Sui paused briefly before smiling and nodding in agreement. Wen Tingzhi snapped several pictures, inadvertently capturing Gu Sui's fingers, the watch on his wrist, and his chin. After confirming the images, he chose to share them on his social media, deliberately letting Wen Zhua see. Although Wen Zhua had been overwhelmed with regret for introducing him to Gu Sui, he took pleasure in knowing that this would provoke a twinge of discomfort. Content after posting, Wen Tingzhi began to eat. The delicacies were exquisitely petite, far surpassing his expectations in flavor. They were not merely attacks on intelligence. Yet, even after finishing a table full of dishes, he found himself only half satiated, having labored diligently throughout the afternoon. Gu Sui appreciated him, but did not coddle him like a canary. He insisted on having a secretary accompany him. The Wen Tingzhi of today was no longer the same as before. "Tingzhi, look," Gu Sui pointed toward the window where the sun was setting. The natural landscape witnessed by the naked eye bore a striking difference from the images captured on a phone. Despite having been here for some time, it seemed Wen Tingzhi had never taken a moment to observe the rise and fall of the sun. There simply hadn't been time. The sunset was indeed breathtaking. Shades of pink and purple adorned the sky, prompting numerous onlookers to halt and capture the moment, exclaiming in awe, "How beautiful!" "Asui," Gu Sui smiled, his gaze fixed upon Wen Tingzhi throughout. "Are you still hungry? Allow me to order you a bowl of noodles and some desserts." Wen Tingzhi nodded bashfully. After finishing the noodles and sweets, he patted his round belly, feeling genuinely satisfied. The sound of clinking bowls and chopsticks faded, enveloping the private room in silence. Wen Tingzhi pondered what Gu Sui might be thinking at that moment. Tingzhi, I have feelings for you. The sudden, unexpected confession took Wen Tingzhi by surprise. As Gu Sui gazed at him with sincere eyes. So what do you say? Would you be willing to be my boyfriend? Gu Sui reverted to his slightly languid demeanor. His legs casually crossed, fists resting on the table. Wen Tingzhi felt his throat tighten, unsure of how to respond. Was this it? Gu Sui could only think of such an unromantic and unexciting way to confess. Well, actually, it's quite romantic. Gu Sui's fingers twitched, and suddenly, the door to the private room swung open. The waiter entered, each holding a large bouquet of roses, surrounding Wen Tingzhi in a fragrant circle. The scent of blossoms filled the air, with the final bouquet personally delivered by Gu Sui. He embraced the roses and inhaled their fragrance. At 7 o'clock, nightfall descended. The lights of the towering buildings gradually illuminated a kaleidoscope of colors. Tingzhi, don't reveal your answer just yet. Look towards the river. Wen Tingzhi, like a marionette, followed Gu Sui's lead. Bang, bang, bang. Fireworks lit up the riverside, bursting into a myriad of colors and shapes. Wen Tingzhi was reluctant to blink. The fireworks continued for a full half-hour, and the private room remained silent during that time. Gu Sui gazed down at Wen Tingzhi, yearning to kiss him. The final display formed a message. When, from the moment I met you, I felt a profound interest, perhaps what people refer to as love at first sight. When, I like you. Even without touching his face, Wen Tingzhi could feel his entire body burning, especially his cheeks, which likely resembled a ripe peach. He slowly turned his head. Azhui, aren't you eager to hear my answer? Gu Sui gently nodded, kneeling to meet his gaze. I hope the answer does not disappoint me. Wen Tingzhi smiled, plucking a rose from the bouquet and tearing off a petal to taste. One hand cradled the roses while the other wrapped around Gu Sui's neck. He leaned in for a kiss, the sweet fragrance of roses lingering between their lips. Azhui, I like you too. The roses exchanged between their mouths, creating a kiss flavored with petals. Suddenly, Wen Tingzhi felt a coolness around his wrist and looked down to discover a string of prayer beads identical to those on Gu Sui's wrist. The rose petals were chewed and swallowed, marking a kiss imbued with the essence of roses. Chapter 19. Transforming into the most disliked young master. 19. On the way home, the car was filled with the scent of roses. Wen Tingzhi absent-mindedly fiddled with the rose petals. He was unsure whether he was momentarily dazed or simply swept away by the moment. Having bitten down on the petals and kissed them, the taste of roses lingering in his mouth. Gu Sui's approval of his confession caused his favorability to soar inexplicably, reaching a staggering 90 before finally stabilizing. Only now does he have the inclination to peruse his social media, particularly the posts visible to only one person, which are remarkably effective. Wen Zhuo is no fool. The watch and chin are unmistakably identifiable as Gu Sui's. After work, could he possibly be oblivious to the implications of dining together? He notices Wen Zhuo has sent him a private message. Wen Zhuo, Wen Tingzhi, you'd best possess the ability to be adored by Gu Sui for a lifetime. Otherwise, Wen Zhuo, what I do not desire will be left for you. Should I also confess, do you think there would still be a place for you? Wen Tingzhi smirks, deciding to award Wen Zhuo the title of most self-absorbed. Upon reaching his doorstep, Gu Sui turns off the engine. I'll head home first, good night. Gu Sui firmly grasps his wrist, gently touches his cheek, and Wen Tingzhi shyly bestows a brief kiss. Not sufficient. Gu Sui intertwines their fingers, pinching his chin to kiss him deeply. Only when Wen Tingzhi struggles for breath does Gu Sui relent. Let us go home. Remember to message me. Understood, Asui. Wen Tingzhi waves goodbye as he unbuckles his seatbelt and exits the vehicle, returning home. Tingzhi, why are you back so late? Wen Yan, holding a glass of milk, was on his way upstairs when he unexpectedly spotted Wen Tingzhi returning from outside. He had assumed Wen Tingzhi had already washed up and was resting in his room. In a good mood, Wen Tingzhi does not wish to argue. Just some matters. What else with the Buddhist beads and roses in your hand? Wen Tingzhi replies, nothing much. Just as you see. Sounds of footsteps descending the stairs confirm it is indeed Wen Zhuo. Wen Tingzhi, he stands beside Wen Yan and takes the milk, drinking it in one go. Brother, He is actually with Gu Sui? This is outrageous. We sent him to work, and yet he sighs, seemingly concerned. Brother, our family lacks for nothing. How can you act this way? Wen Yin furrows his brow, attempting to seize the roses and beads from him. Wen Tingzhi's demeanor grows cold. If you don't want me to inform Mom and Dad about your relationship, it's best to mind your own business. It seems this sharp side of him is unfamiliar to Wen Yin, who momentarily fails to react. However, Wen Zhuo immediately responds, hiding behind Wen Yin, exclaiming, "What nonsense are you spouting? Why is your temperament so vile?" Their quarrel inevitably draws the attention of their parents. What's going on here? Mom and Dad. Look at Wen Tingzhi, returning home late at night, mingling with men. He likes men. Since Wen Zhuo is so eager to make his life difficult, he has no qualms about sending the intimate photos of himself and Wen Yin to their parents' phones tomorrow, allowing them to feast their eyes. He never engages in unprepared battles. Wen Tingzhi, you actually like men? Wen Mother, filled with fury, attempts to approach him, only to be restrained by Wen Father. How could he possibly like men? Who is it? Gu Sui. He confessed to me today, and I accepted. After a moment of silence, Wen Father pats Wen Mother's back softly, whispering, "It's Gu Sui. He isn't of much use anyway. We still have 2 other children. What is there to fear? Once they come to terms with it, it feels much better." Gu Sui's background is considerably more affluent than the Wen family. Now that you're together, make sure to get along well. Try to temper your temper and refrain from throwing things in a fit. The guilt that Wen Mu felt towards him had long since vanished without a trace in the passage of time. Women are primarily creatures of emotion, and the sentiments she experienced that day on the balcony could only sustain her feelings for a brief period, leading her to transfer some money to his account and express concern every now and then. However, Wen Fu was a man of reason, placing great importance on value and profit. Surprisingly, Wen Zhe had not anticipated that his family would not oppose his actions. Indeed, there was an almost imperceptible hint of encouragement, rendering his efforts futile. His sense of remorse had stabilized at 60. Wen Tingzhi thought the task should soon be completed. Yet, would he have to depart from this world immediately after? What about Gu Sui? He shook his head, forcing himself not to dwell on the matter. He would focus on completing the task first. Upon returning to his room, he discovered that Gu Sui had already sent him a message. After contemplating, he updated Gu Sui's contact information and pinned it to the top. Boyfriend Sui Sui. I'm home. How about you? Boyfriend Sui Sui. The lights are off in your room. Are you in the living room? Boyfriend Sui Sui, not responding. Wen Tingzhi found it somewhat amusing. Before they were together, Gu Sui had always projected an aloof and sharp-tongued persona. Yet after they became a couple, he exhibited a certain clinginess. After taking a shower, he replied to the messages and fell asleep during a voice call. The next morning, he awoke to find the call had not been disconnected. It had lasted the entire night. Fortunately, he had the habit of charging his phone while using it, or else it would have run out of battery. Gu Sui asked if he was awake. Why didn't you hang up? Wen Tingzhi yawned, mumbling. Gu Sui chuckled, saying he didn't want to hang up because he found the sound of his breathing while asleep quite amusing. You're crazy. Wen Tingzhi ended the call, got up, and freshened up. In the morning, when he encountered Wen Zhe, he couldn't even be bothered to pretend. He walked out as if he hadn't seen him, infuriating Wen Zhe to the point of stomping his feet in frustration. At noon, he turned his neck and sent out the photos he had taken. Capturing these images was not an easy feat, as Wen Zhe and Wen Yan's close encounters primarily occurred in Wen Yan's bedroom and office. However, Wen Zhe couldn't resist his penchant for shopping and relished the gifts Wen Yan lavished upon him, and he was unafraid of being recognized in public. Homosexuality is legal after all, as this is a boys' love novel. Wen Zhe wrapped his arm around Wen Yan's and, perhaps overwhelmed with joy, planted a kiss on Wen Yan's cheek. It seemed Wen Zhe was irresistibly drawn to Wen Yan. He was pulled into an emergency exit for a kiss, which was no longer a mere peck on the cheek, but a genuine French kiss. One could only hope that Wen Fu and Wen Mu would also come to accept their relationship and encourage them to be together. Meanwhile, Lin Hai received the evidence from Wen Tingzhi and, after extensive investigation, uncovered some of Wen Zhe's clandestine affairs, which he promptly packaged and sent to Wen Yan, as well as to Wen Fu and Wen Mu. Both parties were exerting their efforts. It was certain that Wen Zhe would not escape unscathed. When his phone chimed, Wen Yin did not pay it much mind. Yet his heart inexplicably skipped a beat as he looked up to see Wen Zhe nestled in his office chair. Engrossed in his phone, he smiled faintly. Lin Hai, why would he send him a message? As Wen Yin clicked on the notification, he found it was a folder, and his brow furrowed deeper as he opened it. Was this about Wen Zhe? Impossible. He held his breath, reading each line meticulously. There were photos, evidence, and recordings of Wen Zhe's voice. Indeed, these are the actions undertaken by Wen Zhe. Chapter 20. Transforming into the most disliked, true young master. 20 Brother. Has something happened at the company? Why do you look so troubled? Wen Zhe approached, yearning to nestle in his embrace, only to be brusquely pushed away. What is wrong? Wen Zhe was perplexed. Ever since they became a couple, his brother had relished holding him close while working, occasionally showering him with kisses and tender touches. Yet now, he was pushed away. What would he have seen on his phone? It's nothing. I just have to step out for a moment. Wen Yin found himself unable to face Wen Zhe. He could never have imagined that his obedient and understanding younger brother could commit such acts. Fabricating everything to frame Wen Tingzhi. It all began when a boy confessed to him in high school, shortly followed by the same boy pairing up with someone else. Consequently, classmates jokingly remarked that he lacked charm. In retaliation, he assaulted both the teasing classmates and the one who confessed, even settling it with money. He executed these actions with unnerving familiarity. What is truly genuine about Wen Zhe? He is merely a series of backup plans. Does he regard him as an ATM? Simply because he is the wealthiest and most handsome? Wen Yin pondered in confusion, unable to comprehend how Wen Zhe had transformed so drastically. A person cannot become wicked overnight. The facade he maintained for so many years only heightened Wen Yin's trepidation. Meanwhile, Wen Zhe stood in bewilderment. He was still oblivious to the unfolding events when suddenly, the home phone rang. Without a second thought, he answered, expecting his mother's gentle concern, but was met instead with a barrage of furious accusations. Where are you now? Are you at Wen Yan's company? Come back immediately. How dare you be with your brother? Wen Zhe's breath quickened. He could not fathom how his parents had suddenly learned of this matter. It must have been Wen Tingzhi. He bit his lip, regretting his provocation of Wen Tingzhi the previous night. His regret index soared to 65. Had he known not to expose Wen Tingzhi's sexual orientation, he would have avoided self-inflicted harm in his quest for vengeance. Yet, he still clung to hopeful thoughts. After all, these were his parents who had raised him for over 20 years, as close as family could be. Even in anger, they would merely scold him or perhaps give him a few slaps. Wen Zhe was, unfortunately, too naive. By the time Wen Yin received the news and rushed home, he found Wen Zhe sprawled on the floor, having just been struck by their mother. Is it you who seduced your brother? How dare you kiss him in broad daylight? Do you have no shame? Wen Zhe felt a haze envelop him, almost as if he could hear their mother's furious shouts directed at Wen Tingzhi. Wen Tingzhi, how could you have feelings for your brother? Do you have no self-respect? In the next moment, he heard their mother scream, Wen Zhe, how can you love your brother? Do you have no dignity? Is this karma? Mom and Dad. Wen Yin rushed forward to help Wen Zhe up, a whirlpool of emotions surging within him. He had feelings for Wen Zhe, yet after all that had transpired, he found it difficult to trust his brother's words. Even when their parents discovered his relationship with Wen Zhe, he could not help but internally speculate whether this was yet another of Wen Zhe's schemes. He wished to make their relationship public, yet was at a loss as to how to proceed, ultimately delegating the task to others. Mom and Dad, how could you strike me? Wen Zhe concealed his face against Wen Yan's back, feeling relieved that his elder brother was still there for him. Even if their parents insisted on expelling him, he had his brother. He clutched tightly onto his brother's sleeve, exclaiming, Brother, it wasn't me who seduced you. It was you who first took a liking to me. Wen Fu's voice remained calm, yet firm. I do not wish to know the circumstances between you two. Separate immediately. Wen Zhe, you are to move out. This matter is non-negotiable. Wen Zhe looked incredulously at his father and then at his mother, who averted her gaze, clearly in agreement. Was this what they referred to as love? What, then, did all his efforts to gain their affection amount to? His regret surged to 70. He turned to his brother, hoping he would advocate for him, but instead, his brother simply replied, We should listen to our parents. You want to break up with me? Wen Yin responded with a simple and Wen Zhuo felt as if the heavens had collapsed upon him. In truth, Wen Tingzhi was rather tempted to skip work and witness the spectacle of their family quarrel. Yet, upon reflection, he deemed it unnecessary. It would merely consist of a few harsh words and some scuffles, hardly worth watching. Instead, he preferred to observe Gu Sui diligently at work. Ever since their relationship began, Gu Sui had become a source of comfort for him. A man so handsome, wealthy, and charming was now his partner. However, Gu Sui's fondness for him had stagnated at 90, showing no signs of further increase. Wen Tingzhi contemplated moving out of the Wen household, believing that their attitudes would only deepen Wen Zhuo's sorrow and regret. He was certain that seeing himself live a joyful and contented life would only intensify Wen Zhuo's remorse. Upon returning home that evening, he prepared to pack his belongings for a stay at Gu Sui's place. His possessions were minimal, fitting into a single suitcase that was barely filled. In stark contrast, Wen Zhuo's belongings were so numerous that they could not be contained within several suitcases. This comparison only deepened the family's guilt towards him. As they held his hand, there was an unmistakable sense of reluctance. Tingzhi, his mother said, "I support your decision to live with Gu Sui. You should support each other. It will also benefit the company. If Gu Sui has a promising project, I wanted to think of you first." Wen Fu also flashed a smile at him. Indeed, when two people come together, mutual assistance is essential. Here, take this card. It contains several million. Ensure that Gu Sui looks after the Wen family's business. He chuckled, a bitter smile gracing his lips. Of course, I will keep the Wen family in mind. Wen Zhuo, who had just come down with his luggage, witnessed this scene, his eyes turning red with jealousy. Why was it that he was the one being cast out, while Wen Tingzhi was welcomed by Gu Sui with open arms? At that moment, they appeared to be a cohesive family of four, while he felt like the extraneous one. His lover was set to break up with him due to family interference, and his own family was expelling him without discernment. Did they truly love him? Doubts began to creep in. Wen Tingzhi was escorted to the door by the three of them. Even at such a short distance, Gu Sui remained outside, waiting for him. "Are you ready?" Gu Sui took the suitcase from Wen Tingzhi's hands, and he nodded, allowing Gu Sui to take his empty hand as they headed to his home. Meanwhile, Wen Zhuo watched, his eyes burning with anguish. Had he known it would end this way, he would have preferred to be with Gu Sui all along. Regret consumed him. He was overwhelmed with remorse. Gu Sui sat on the bed, observing Wen Tingzhi as he meticulously hung his frequently worn clothes in the wardrobe, a wave of contentment swelling within him. Upon turning, Wen Tingzhi noticed that Gu Sui's affection for him had risen to 93. However, he was perplexed. He had not done anything at all. While he had mentally prepared himself for the prospect of cohabitation, witnessing Gu Sui climb in a bed still left him feeling unprepared. As Gu Sui pinned him beneath him, regret began to seep into Wen Tingzhi's thoughts. His fingers clenched the bedsheet tightly, his knuckles whitening, even his toes curling in tension. "Tiangzi, didn't you want to see my tattoo?" Chapter 21. The Resented Young Master. 21. Ah, right. He pressed his hands against Gu Sui's chest, maintaining a modest distance between them. Gu Sui turned away to remove his shirt, revealing his back to Wen Tingzhi. It was then that Wen Tingzhi noticed Gu Sui also bore a tattoo on his back, a stark contrast to the small one on his ankle. It depicted a black cat, but he had never seen a cat at Gu Sui's home. Could it have been a cat he once owned that had passed away, memorialized on his skin? The black cat was surrounded by a circle of incomprehensible Buddhist scripture. "Is this your cat?" Gu Sui responded with a soft explaining it had been his pet before it ran away. He raised an eyebrow, eager to see the tattoo on Gu Sui's ankle. Gu Sui crossed his arms, observing him with a teasing expression. In the spirit of reciprocity, shouldn't you also remove a piece of clothing, Tiangzi? He was clad in nothing but sleepwear, and if he took off his clothes, Gu Sui would follow suit. It was hard to believe that nothing would transpire between them. Blushing, Wen Tingzhi hid beneath the covers to remove his sleep shirt, urging, "Quickly show me your ankle tattoo." He couldn't quite articulate why he was so invested in Gu Sui's tattoos. Unlike his bashfulness, Gu Sui confidently stripped off his sleep shorts, leaving only a pair of black boxers that accentuated his well-defined physique. "Did I not say I want to see it?" Why are you undressing so completely? Look, Gu Sui displayed the tattoo on his ankle, though it was somewhat indecipherable to Wen Tingzhi, still encircled by Buddhist scripture. Why do you have so much Buddhist scripture inked? I don't know. A monk I encountered during my travels once mentioned it. I didn't take it seriously, but later an incident occurred, leaving the scar on my left leg. Gu Sui's left leg bore a scar, approximately 10 centimeters long, which had faded over time, explaining why Wen Tingzhi had initially missed it. Now that you've shown me yours, isn't it my turn? Gu Sui traced his fingers lightly along Wen Tingzhi's ankle, sending a delightful shiver through him. My turn for what? Gu Sui grasped his chin and kissed him, lingering on his lips for what felt like an eternity before releasing him. What do you think? Wen Tingzhi closed his eyes and surrendered. All right, but if you hurt me, don't blame me for being rude. He managed a feeble grin. Fear not, I won't hurt you. Men often make such promises in bed, yet they can be deceiving. Wen Tingzhi lay back against the bed, feeling as though he had just emerged from the water, soaked and vulnerable. I'll take you to the shower. He nodded, observing the marks he had left on Gu Sui's back. Should he feel any pain, he would surely leave a lasting mark in return. After showering, Wen Tingzhi felt significantly more at ease, discovering that his affection for Gu Sui had only increased by 2 points, now standing at 95. How infuriating. He had more to say, but his heavy eyelids were too weary to open, and it was likely around 2 or 3 in the morning. Gu Sui was indeed capable. Once he immersed himself in his work, he lost track of time, but it was a hardship for him. The following day, Wen Tingzhi awoke with a yawn. I'm not going to work. I need to take a leave. He lay on his pillow, eyes closed as he spoke. And Gu Sui responded with a soft hum while massaging his back. Aren't you going yet? I want to continue sleeping. Gu Sui held him close, stating, No, I will stay with you. All right then. Wen Tingzhi turned over and drifted back to sleep. Wen Zhe, however, was not as fortunate. He had a fair amount of pocket money, and his elder brother had previously bought him a house. Now, he remained in the very house his brother had acquired for him. He had not slept a wink all night, unable to comprehend the drastic shift in Wen Yan's attitude towards him. It seemed to have occurred after he had seen something on his phone. He bit his lip and accidentally knocked over a cup on the table. No need to guess, it was certainly Wen Tingzhi's doing. Wen Tingzhi, he muttered through clenched teeth, determined to make him pay. As long as the Wen family had yet to disclose that he was not a member of the family, no one would dare to harm him. His elder brother could never tolerate seeing him cry, and today he intended to go to the company to shed some tears in front of him to seek his forgiveness. As for their parents, he had already seen through them. Wen Zhe touched his swollen face, washed up, donned a mask, and set out. Once at the company, he moved through it without hindrance. He made his way directly to Wen Yan's office and gently pushed the door open. His brother had his back to him, engaged in a phone call. He wished to approach slowly and embrace his brother's waist. Look into everything Wen Zhe has done over the years, both in school and outside, with an emphasis on school. From the other end of the line, he heard something that prompted Wen Yan to raise his voice. I don't care how difficult it is for you, just find out. Once you do, the payment will be substantial. Wen Zhe was taken aback. Why was his brother suddenly interested in investigating his past? Remembering what he had done previously sent shivers down his spine. It must have been Wen Tingzhi who had shown some of his past actions to his brother. That was why Wen Yan wanted someone to verify whether it was true. Wen Zhe, what brings you to the company? From today onward, you need not come back. You are merely a nominal presence here. It seemed he did not care whether Wen Zhe had overheard his phone call. Wen Zhe threw himself upon his brother's waist. Brother, I was wrong. I promised to work diligently at the company. Please don't fire me. It's okay if our parents can't accept it for now, brother. Wen Zhe cried, his face a picture of sorrow, gazing up at his brother with pleading eyes, hoping for a moment of compassion. Brother, have you heard any slander? It's all false. How could you believe others and not trust your own brother, whom you've raised? He appeared distressed, his expression somber. He understood that his brother had begun to harbor doubts about him, yet he also knew that the past was not easily uncovered, and even if it were, it would take time. Wen Zhe lowered his gaze, his mind filled with schemes. What he needed was for Wen Yan to temporarily set aside his mistrust and to show him sympathy for a while. If he could not outmaneuver Wen Tingzhi, he would leave, but before departing, he would ensure that Wen Tingzhi paid a price. As he awoke, it was already noon, the sun blazing down upon him. Wen Tingzhi turned over, clutching the quilt as he sat up, the fabric slipping from his chest to his abdomen. His front and back were marked with red imprints, particularly his slender and flexible waist, where clear fingerprints glowed with a bluish hue, reflecting on how Gu Sui had gripped his waist with fervor the night before. He felt a lingering fear, but a gentle touch to his belly eased his mind considerably. Awake? Gu Sui had surprisingly spent a good portion of the morning sitting beside him in bed. For someone like Gu Sui, a bed was merely a place for sleep. Once awake, one must rise. He let out a grunt, feeling pain and swelling on the inner thigh. Gu Sui, I believe we need to establish some ground rules. Once a week? Gu Sui chuckled lightly and shook his head. All right, once a week does seem a bit infrequent. How about twice a week, with no room for negotiation? Agreed, but I dictate the timing. When Tingzhi nodded, unaware that he would soon regret this decision, for even once. Gu Sui had ways to torment him. He couldn't help but wonder how much regret Wenjia felt now. Since leaving the Wen family, Lin Hai was likely the happiest of all. Lin Hai's business had plummeted, primarily due to offending Gu Sui, although the main reason was Lin Hai's affection for him. He couldn't direct his ire towards Wenjia, but could only target the one who had led him into the pit, Wenjia. Wenjia could only brace himself for the impending retribution. Chapter 22. The unwanted young master. Recently, Wenjia had become reluctant to venture outside, as a throng of people had taken to loitering outside his door. He knew they had been summoned by Lin Hai, primarily to intimidate and assault him. He couldn't quite grasp where he had offended Lin Hai. With his supplies nearly depleted, if he didn't venture out soon, he would face starvation. Wenjia's gaze darkened. Since Lin Hai had resorted to such measures, he would retaliate in kind. He calculated his remaining funds and hired professional bodyguards. With their protection, the mob sent by Lin Hai couldn't inflict any harm upon him. Nevertheless, Wenjia intentionally made himself appear somewhat disheveled, sporting scratches on his arms and face. He did this to elicit sympathy from Wen Yan. During their last encounter in the office, he had cried to convince Wen Yan of his plight, and indeed, Wen Yan had softened. A man not yet 30, bursting with vitality, could not withstand even the slightest provocation. Wenjia seductively kissed Wen Yan, deepening the latter's guilt after their night together. Upon returning to the Wen household, he encountered the last person he wished to see, Wen Tingzhi. What are you doing here? Didn't you go to stay at Gu Sui's? Wen Tingzhi remarked, a hint of smugness in his voice. Wenjia was no longer inclined to feign pleasantry. Addressing him by name, my parents asked me to come back for dinner. What can I do? Are you here for the same reason? I didn't hear them say you were coming back for dinner. Wen Tingzhi regarded Wenjia with a remorse value of 75, quite commendable. Just a bit more effort, and they would be nearly there. Wenjia felt a surge of frustration and urgency. His parents' rapidly shifting affections were disheartening. Whoever could bring them benefit received their love. A chill ran through him, and his remorse value climbed to 78. Wenjia, why have you returned? Wen's mother noted his sour expression, realizing that her obedient, capable eldest son was indeed a homosexual. She was reluctant to accept this reality, stubbornly believing that Wenjia, that vixen, had seduced her eldest son. After all, men are creatures of their lower instincts, and it was only natural for him to succumb momentarily. Her son, undoubtedly, was destined to marry and have children. As for Wenjia, she had genuinely cared for him, having nurtured him from such a tender age, which had forged a profound bond. However, no matter how deep that connection was, it did not equate to her acceptance of his homosexuality, nor the notion that he had led her eldest astray. Thus, she could easily forsake Wenjia as her son. Moreover, without Wenjia, she still had her biological son, Wen Tingzhi. In recent days, she had been unable to enjoy her meals or sleep well, tossing and turning in bed, reflecting on whether she had been insufficiently kind to Wen Tingzhi. What if he harbored resentment towards them? Wen Fu had suggested that she frequently invite Wen Tingzhi over for dinner to experience the warmth of family. This led to the current situation, though she had not anticipated Wenjia's uninvited arrival. As Wen Yan entered, he saw Wenjia and Wen Tingzhi changing their shoes at the entrance. One occasion, so lively today, Wenjia cast a pitiful glance at him and said, "Elder brother, I've been hurt." His heart was filled with indignation. The obvious scratches on his face and arms were something Wen Mu could conveniently overlook. If there were no benefits to be had, would they truly cast him aside? The Wen family was indeed cold-hearted. Even Wen Yin had unhesitatingly severed ties with him. Had he not clung on like a persistent adhesive, they might have completely broken off. Wen Tingzhi yawned lazily, reclining on the sofa while fiddling with his phone. Originally, Gu Sui was supposed to accompany him, but a last-minute phone call required his attention, leaving him to come alone. The Wen family's cuisine was rather mediocre. He had only agreed to come to witness how Wen Fu and Wen Mu would bow and scrape, speaking obsequiously to him. The original host had behaved in such a manner upon his arrival, though back then, Wen Fu and Wen Mu had regarded him with disdain, looking down on their son. He wanted them to experience the feeling of being overlooked. Once dinner was prepared, Wen Zhe, having arrived, was not dismissed. He tightened his grip on the chopsticks upon seeing the unfamiliar dishes laid out on the table. Earlier, when he lamented to Wen Yin, all Wen Yin had done was pat him on the shoulder and suggest he apply some band-aids. In the past, Wen Yin would have tenderly cradled his face, gently tending to his wounds while blowing on them to ease the pain. Afterwards, he would give him pocket money and buy him the things he desired. Now, a mere 2 band-aids were all he received as a means to dismiss him. He ate in silence and then departed. Wen Tingzhi, however, had no intention of concerning himself with him. He turned to Wen Fu and Wen Mu, informing them that his room had been renovated anew, now beautiful and spacious. He observed as Wen Yin blandly suggested that he would cover the expenses for whatever Wen Tingzhi desired. He found it amusing, offering them a few perfunctory remarks before returning home. Little did he expect that Wen Zhe was not yet disheartened and would continue to stir trouble. The incident transpired on his way home from work. Now, as Gu Sui's boyfriend, he firmly insisted on a reasonable work schedule. If Gu Sui had to work late and he was in a good mood, he would stay to accompany him. If his mood was average or less than favorable, he would head home early, curling up on the sofa to relax with his phone. Today, he returned home alone, while Gu Sui was preoccupied with work and could not arrive swiftly. Logically, they should not have had the opportunity to abduct him, for he always traveled with a family chauffeur, who would take him directly from the company's underground garage to their own. However, today he succumbed to temptation, yearning for the skewers from the nearby food street that had lingered in his thoughts since his last visit. The bustling food street made it difficult for small vehicles to navigate, prompting Wen Tingzhi to instruct the driver to wait outside. Unexpectedly, an unforeseen incident occurred, resulting in his abduction. It was absurd to be kidnapped over a mere craving for food, leaving Wen Tingzhi both amused and exasperated. Aside from Wen Zhe, no one else would find such trivial matters amusing. He glanced around the dilapidated surroundings, hoping that Gu Sui would find him swiftly. When Wen Zhe entered, he was not surprised. However, Wen Zhe appeared rather unwell. "How does it feel to be abducted?" he taunted. "I never anticipated you would find yourself in such a predicament. Perhaps I should have been more ruthless and eliminated you when you were brought into the Wen family." Wen Zhe clapped his hands, lamenting how this situation had come to pass. He sighed, "Yet here you are in my grasp. Consider your final words." He had no intention of provoking Wen Zhe further, knowing that distress could lead to unpredictable actions, and he certainly did not wish to be harmed. "Make a call to your family, informing them that both of us have been kidnapped. I wish to see whom they would choose to save." Once the call was connected, the voice of Mrs. Wen came through. "Mom, help. Wen Zhe and I have been kidnapped. Please save us." "What? How much does he want?" "We will pay, as long as he does not harm you." Wen Zhe, donning a voice modifier, interjected, "Good day, Mrs. Wen. I have both of your sons in my possession, but you may only save one. I hear that you favor Wen Zhe the most. If you provide me with 10 million, I will release him. After all, you do not care for Wen Tingzhi, so I could help you eliminate him." "No, I can provide the money, but you must not harm my son. Wen Tingzhi is my biological child. If you kill him, you will receive nothing." Wen Zhe, feeling despondent, noted Wen Tingzhi's raised brow, surprised by the ruthlessness of their mother. Chapter 23. Becoming the most disliked young master, Wen Zhe abruptly hung up the phone, and Wen Tingzhi could see that he was on the verge of exploding with rage. Indeed, in the eyes of such affluent families, only interests mattered at present. He was the most useful member of the Wen family. How could they jeopardize that due to his offense against Gu Sui? Conversely, Wen Zhe was merely an inconsequential individual, one who had supposedly led their eldest son astray, and it was no surprise that he was disliked. Reality was undeniably harsh. You must feel quite pleased, don't you? Perhaps we should perish together, so neither of us can find solace. He knew Wen Zhe would not take such drastic measures, as he was inherently fearful of death. As long as there was life, even a miserable existence, he would strive to survive and await his opportunity to retaliate. Moreover, with a substantial sum of money still at his disposal, he would be even less inclined to perish. A person is never invincible as long as they possess vulnerabilities. What is there to be proud of, Wen Zhe? You are the one who has ruined everything. Would this have transpired had you not shown up suddenly? If you had not been scheming behind my back, would I have faltered? Wen Zhe appeared worn and weary, his eyes bloodshot and menacing as he spoke, exuding an air of intimidation. Wen Tingzhi shook his head in resignation. Was it not all a consequence of Wen Zhe's actions? If I were to return to the Wen family, would you ignore me or bully me? Would I truly choose to retaliate? If you had not deliberately framed me for stealing the watch, would Gu Sui have informed the elder brother? If you had not encouraged Lin Hai's pursuit of me, would Gu Sui have been incensed enough to harm your business and thereby resent you? He extended his legs to promote blood circulation, questioning, do you genuinely have such fondness for the elder brother? You charm him merely for monetary gain. Yet how many backup plans do you have? Can you even keep track? Wen Zhe clutched his head, unwilling to hear Wen Tingzhi's words, insisting it was not his fault. None of this was his wrongdoing. He simply sought to secure his position. What fault lay in that? I shall compel you to be silent. Wen Zhe seized a whip from the side and struck, causing Wen Tingzhi to shut his eyes in pain. Gu Sui, please appear soon. Bound tightly, he found himself utterly helpless. Even if he managed to sever the ropes as depicted in dramas, several towering bodyguards stood watch at the entrance, capable of incapacitating him with a single blow. Not only was escape impossible, but he would likely suffer even more severe consequences. Wen Zhe grew increasingly exhilarated with each strike. Mr. Wen, time is of the essence. Wen Tingzhi exhaled in relief, beads of cold sweat adorning his forehead. Surely, Wen Zhe did not entertain thoughts of fleeing? I understand, you are guarding him. Swiftly changing attire and donning a wig, Wen Zhe transformed into a delicate, pale girl. Truly, he intended to escape. Yet, how could he elude Gu Sui's grasp? Wen Tingzhi was acutely aware of Gu Sui's nature, petty, possessive, and with an unsettling obsession. However, Gu Sui concealed his true self well, maintaining a facade of elegance that was utterly convincing. Wen Zhe struck him and then sought to flee. Such a notion was preposterous. This lad is rather appealing, boss, remarked a bodyguard with yellow hair, stroking his chin as he scrutinized Wen Tingzhi. Look at that tender skin. He bears the unmistakable mark of a pampered young master. Wen Tingzhi's eyelids drooped wearily. The muscular man referred to as the elder brother shot him a warning glare. Do not provoke trouble. We will leave when the time comes. The yellow-haired one, begrudgingly compliant, sighed, very well, what a pity. His lamentation would soon be silenced, for Gu Sui burst in with a throng of followers, his eyes reddening upon sighting Wen Zhe. Who struck you? Wen Zhe disguised himself as a woman in a floral dress. I see. Gu Sui meticulously cut the ropes binding Wen Zhe and tenderly lifted him to carry him outside, while Wen Zhe's bodyguards lay sprawled on the ground, having been thoroughly beaten. Gu Sui. Tears streamed down Gu Sui's face, cascading onto Wen Zhe's hand, scalding in their warmth. Wen Tingzhi's heart raced as if scorched, pounding incessantly. At that moment, he seemed to truly comprehend the essence of infatuation. Do not weep. So many are watching. I'm fine. He clung tightly to Gu Sui's neck, burying his face in his shoulder, rubbing his eyes against his clothing. Gu Sui placed him in the car and drove swiftly towards the hospital. Yes, Mr. Gu. The driver did not look back, navigating the road with speed and steadiness. Did it hurt? Gu Sui, with utmost caution, hesitated to lift his garments and inspect the wounds, as the mere sight of the scars adorning his arm caused him profound anguish. Wen Tingzhi smiled gently, assuring him that it was fortunate he had arrived in time. Yet, Gu Sui lamented, if I had been timely enough, you would not have suffered. His hands clenched into fists, and a shadow of despair clouded his eyes. I should have installed a tracking device on you. I ought to have monitored your every move. Why did I not? He murmured to himself. If you had discovered it, I would have confined you, ensuring you remain by my side forever. Gusui, look at me, Wen Tingzhi implored, momentarily disregarding the gravity of the situation. He cupped Gusui's face in his hands, unintentionally smearing blood onto him, imparting an eerie allure. Without hesitation, he pressed his lips against Gusui's. A chaotic collision that rendered Gusui momentarily speechless. I shall not be unhappy. If you wish to install a tracker, I have no objections. This incident is not your fault, and your self-reproach only brings me sorrow. Gusui wiped the blood from his face, tasting the metallic residue on his thumb. All right, I will heed your words, he conceded. Upon arriving at the hospital, his garments were stripped away, revealing the harrowing lash marks that made Gusui shut his eyes in anguish. Have you captured Wenjua? Wenjua, consumed by regret, realized that dreams were alluring while reality was unforgiving. There was no escape for him. Regardless of his disguises, evasive maneuvers, or attempts to flee, Gusui's reach was inescapable. He resorted to purchasing provisions and retreating into the mountains, taking refuge in a cave. Every rustle of leaves sent shivers down his spine, fearing either Gusui's men or predatory creatures lurking in the wilderness. He savored the meager food before him, knowing he would have to descend the mountain soon. Yet dread held him captive. He contemplated calling Wen Yin, yet his phone was inundated with messages from him. His brother had long forsaken him. Brother, have you lost your mind? I genuinely believed you were a pure-hearted soul, but you are nothing more than a dark flower. What else are you capable of? Kidnapping Tingzhi? Are you insane? Do you not realize that because of you, Gusui has turned against the Wen family? You are leading us to our doom. Get lost. It would be best if you distanced yourself. Tears streamed down Wenjua's face as he acknowledged his wrongdoings. In addition to his brother's messages, there were scathing reprimands from their parents, who berated him mercilessly. He regretted not leaving quietly with the money instead of stirring up trouble. Overwhelmed by remorse, Wenjua wept bitterly. Suddenly, silence enveloped him, and he heard the sound of a twig snapping, indicating something was approaching. He clasped his mouth, stifling any sound, praying not to be discovered. So this is where it was hidden. Chapter 24. The disliked young master transformed. 24. Gusui declared that he had indeed captured Wenjua. What is your plan for him? Naturally, I intend to make him suffer as much as possible, Gusui replied coldly, devoid of any compassion. Wen Tingzhi grasped his hand, giving it a gentle squeeze. May I go see him? What do you intend to do by visiting him? Gusui furrowed his brows, clearly reluctant, for he had recently endured a harrowing abduction by Wenjua and had sustained grave injuries. He shook Gusui's arm, urging, "Take me with you, and be sure to bring along the entire Wen family." To mitigate any unforeseen circumstances, the Wen family still held a considerable standing in Wenjua's heart. A few disparaging remarks from each family member would surely elevate his remorse. Thereafter, he could simply assume a hands-off approach. Wenjua would, in the protracted solitude of imprisonment, reflect and repent, ultimately achieving a state of complete remorse. The thought of nearing the completion of his mission filled Wen Tingzhi with joy, prompting him to hum a merry tune. Is he truly so delighted at the prospect of meeting Wenjua? Gusui tossed off his shoes, snuggling in a bed with him. I am elated. Witnessing the plight of those who have harmed me brings me joy. Are you not pleased? I will ensure he pays 1,000-fold. Asui, if one day I suddenly vanish, would you come looking for me? He pressed his lips together, uncertain of what answer he desired to hear. His heart raced, and Gusui should be able to hear the rapid thumping in his chest, shouldn't he? No. He turned away, cold and unfeeling. Gusui, why would I seek you out? If you truly loved me, you would not have left me with the opportunity to search for you. If you love me yet departed, it must have been out of necessity. But what if you left because you did not love me? Wen Tingzhi genuinely felt audacious, fully aware that Gusui was already somewhat irritated, yet daring to poke the tiger's lair. Do not love me? Gusui's voice was chilling, almost sinister. There was only one possibility. He was dead. He rubbed his arm, goosebumps prickling his skin. He had forgotten that this person before him was also a concealed, delicate madness. Perhaps it was better not to provoke him further, for in the end, it would be he who would have to appease the storm. Why so serious? Just casual chatter. Wen Tingzhi said, wrapping his slender arms around Gu Sui's waist, nuzzling his head against his back, one leg draped over Gu Sui's. Stay with me a while. Embarked. Oh, where's this? What do you intend to do? Wen Zhuo desperately swallowed, clutching his mouth in a futile bid to escape detection. A group clad in black combat attire, swift and precise, bound him and transported him to a place devoid of light. This could only be described as a torture chamber. Countless instruments of torment loomed around him, and Wen Zhuo trembled in fear. He had been confined here for 2 days, surviving on merely 2 buns and a bowl of water, teetering on the brink of madness. Top, top, top. He heard footsteps, his heart swelling with hope that salvation had arrived. The newcomer, donned in a sleek black suit and polished shoes, approached. Slowly, he lifted his gaze. It was Gu Sui. Gu Sui, you have come to rescue me. Haven to you? I know you have feelings for me. In truth, I once harbored affections for you as well. But I lacked the courage. Aware of my brother's feelings, I chose him instead. In a desperate bid for survival, Wen Zhuo exerted every effort to utter flattering words, having never before been so obsequious in his life. Let's be together. Wen Zhuo forced a charming smile. I regret my choices. I should never have allowed Wen Tingzhi to know you. You do not truly care for him, do you? Wen Zhuo has begun to engage in a monologue, lamenting that Wen Tingzhi possesses superior looks, grace, and talent, while he himself is merely a country bumpkin. How could you possibly like him? Surely you jest. Gu Sui uttered not a word, instead approaching him with measured steps, delivering a forceful kick to his chest. Wen Zhuo collapsed to the ground, utterly drained of the strength to utter another word. The cacophony of anguish filled the air as he selected a barbed whip from a wall adorned with an array of torturous implements. No, no. Wen Zhuo fervently shook his head, but what awaited him was Gu Sui's merciless lashing. Time became an indiscernible blur. Wen Zhuo, now unrecognizable as a human, lay on the ground, his body bleeding profusely. When Wen Tingzhi entered with the One family, they were momentarily stunned, halting in their tracks. Tingzhi, come here. Wen Yan, having overheard Wen Zhuo's words outside, was consumed by rage, recognizing that Wen Zhuo had merely been using him. Declarations of affection were hardly sincere. Initially, he felt a twinge of compassion, concerned for Wen Zhuo's well-being under Gu Sui's grip. Now, however, he could only spit in disdain, muttering that he deserved this fate. Eldest brother, parents, save me. Wen Zhuo attempted to grasp their trousers in a plea for help, yet each of them recoiled a few steps. Wen Mu's voice was stern, her words harsh. Wen Zhuo, you have chosen your own demise and seek to drag us down with you. You are nothing but a harbinger of misfortune. If only you hadn't been switched at birth, for Wen Tingzhi is our true son. Mind yourself. Perhaps, in death, we might consider retrieving your remains for burial. Wen Yin coldly remarked, Wen Zhuo, you are indeed a black lotus sprouting from the muck, sullied by your origins. Your very genes do not belong to our family, which explains your abhorrent actions. You repulse me. Each word pierced Wen Zhuo's heart. Though he was selfish, he had always harbored genuine concern for his family. Yet, in his current state, they showed no compassion, only delighting in his downfall. Regret consumed him. He felt an overwhelming sense of remorse. Wen Tingzhi observed as Wen Zhuo's regret steadily climbed, reaching a staggering 90. You are all lower than beasts, unworthy of enjoying any of this. If I am the villain, then you are all executioners. None can escape the repercussions of our actions. Should I perish, I will be the first to seek you out. Wen Mu, feeling apprehensive, grasped Wen Fu's arm and hurriedly departed, while Wen Yin lingered for a moment before also leaving. Are you not pleased? A man stands up for you, while I have nothing. Fate has its cycles. Wen Zhuo coughed violently, blood spilling forth. What did it matter, whether in triumph or despair? Wen Tingzhi stepped beside Gu Sui, standing in solidarity. Wen Zhuo, may you dwell in your regrets for the rest of your days. Your beloved family has forsaken you, reclaiming all your possessions, leaving you destitute and utterly alone. Wen Tingzhi, I regret it. How wonderful it would be to be you. Was it truly him? Wen Shui yearned to emulate his success. Yet if he were to fail, would he still feel this way? He might even rejoice in not being in his shoes. Let us depart. Ensure he does not perish. Gu Sui instructed, discarding the barbed whip and commanding the bodyguards. Yes, sir, they nodded in agreement. As they exited, the chill of the dim interior lingered in the air, leaving an unsettling impression. The sky outside is a brilliant blue, adorned with fluffy white clouds, a perfect day indeed. Wen Tingzhi is in high spirits, playfully kissing Gu Sui's face like a dragonfly skimming the surface of water, proclaiming, "Ah Sui, I adore you. I love you," he responds, while Gu Sui declares his affection in kind. Chapter 25. The true young master, hated by thousands, and the days of leisure are truly delightful. Wen Tingzhi reclines in a beach chair, sipping coconut juice, free from the burdens of completing tasks or performing various acts. Now, all he needs to do is wait. As Gu Sui's fondness for him has plateaued at around 97, no longer rising. He visits Wenju once a week. The current state of Wenju is a far cry from their first meeting. His hair has grown long and unkempt, resembling a vagabond, as he mutters incoherently. The regret value hovers around 95, a reminder of his persistent remorse. Having lived a life of comfort in the Wen household for over 20 years, a mere few months have reduced him to a shadow of his former self. Tingzhi. Gu Sui approaches, clad only in beach shorts. His physique a striking spectacle with broad shoulders, a narrow waist, model-like height, defined abs, and a sculpted chest. He becomes a vivid sight along the shore. Pushing his sunglasses up, he reveals his eyes. "I'll take you jet skiing." When Tingzhi shakes his finger, "No, I'm resting today. I'll just watch you." His disinterest in participating renders Gu Sui's enjoyment somewhat lackluster. Their seaside getaway is akin to a honeymoon, as just last month, Gu Sui proposed to Wen Tingzhi. The proposal was understated, devoid of elaborate dinners or roses, occurring instead on a simple yet warm evening. He produced a ring box from seemingly nowhere, saying, "Tingzhi, I like you. I love you. Will you spend your life with me?" Fresh from a shower, Gu Sui exuded an alluring charm, radiating satisfaction. "I will." Gu Sui slipped the ring, a modest, elegant band, onto his finger. "I was afraid you might not like it. I actually prepared several rings." Like a young man caught in excitement, Gu Sui revealed his safe, filled with rings adorned with jewels and gold, a dazzling array indeed. "As long as it is from you, I will cherish it." Gu Sui placed a gentle kiss on his forehead, whispering, "Tingzhi, I truly love you." "I know." Returning to the present, when Tingzhi glanced at Gu Sui, who lay beside him on the beach chair, eyes closed in slumber. The beach bustled with life, screams of joy, the rhythmic crashing of waves, and the gentle rustle of the wind. When Tingzhi closed his eyes, savoring this beautiful moment. After nearly 2 weeks of travel, when Tingzhi and Gu Sui finally returned home. Why has it suddenly been sealed off? He wondered. "I heard it's due to financial troubles. They have to sell the villa." Such are the unpredictable turns of life. How glorious the Wen family once was. When Tingzhi stepped out of the car, taken aback to see the family moving, a notice of sale posted at the entrance. Gu Sui harbored disdain for everyone in the Wen family, save for Wen Tingzhi. Their relationship provided him with a legitimate reason to confront them. They feigned collaboration while secretly laying numerous traps for them to fall into. In a fleeting moment, the Wen family had lost its former grandeur and splendor. Wen Tingzhi's laughter was now dry and hollow. He had grown considerably thinner. With a bitter smile, he mused, "Perhaps this is the price we pay, valuing the false more than our own flesh and blood." He remained silent, quietly observing Wen Yan's performance. Uncertain if they would meet again, he acknowledged that he knew his younger brother harbored no affection for him. All he wished was for Wen Yan not to remove him from WeChat, so that when he missed him, he could still call and hear his voice. Wen Yan's eyes glistened with tears, the scent of smoke and alcohol pungent in the air. While Wen Tingzhi furrowed his brows slightly, people often realize their regrets only after experiencing loss. "No need," he coldly remarked. "Let's act as strangers from now on. Take care of yourself." He uttered these words with indifference, following Gu Sui back home. Is it really not my fault? Gu Sui raised an eyebrow, his fingers gently playing with the prayer beads, a faint, elusive smile gracing his lips as he sat astride Gu Sui's lap, wrapping his arms around his neck. Regret what? Regret the ruin of the Wen family? No, I do not regret it. In fact, I am grateful to you. After they became intimate, Wen Tingzhi's true nature began to reveal itself. All softness and cowardice were mere facades. Gu Sui seemed oblivious to any discrepancies, only growing fonder of him. President Gu. It seems Wen Zhua has gone mad. He keeps banging his head against the wall, a bodyguard reported. Gu Sui, seemingly unfazed, casually instructed. Send him to the hospital for an examination. If diagnosed with a mental illness, admit him to a psychiatric facility for treatment. Wen Zhua can't hold on any longer. Wen Tingzhi shook his head, unwilling to dwell on it. Yet, in his mind, he suddenly heard the system's voice. Congratulations, host, for successfully collecting regret points. You are merely 3 points away from completing the task. Keep it up. The sudden realization of completing the regret points left him somewhat dazed, only snapping back to reality when Gu Sui patted his shoulder. What's wrong? You've been staring into space for quite some time, as if disconnected. Nothing. Just pondering a few things. Let's take a break. All right. When Tingzhi finally understood how those 3 points had increased and why Gu Sui, both visibly and genuinely, loved him to the brink of overflowing, yet the affection rating remained at 97. It turned out he'd been waiting for those 3 words, I love you. It was on the way home from work, with a snack in hand, that he lowered the car window, savoring the delights. The food brought him a sense of happiness. He spotted a young couple strolling hand in hand along the street. Gu Sui, he called out. Gu Sui glanced at him, halted at a red light. What is up? Without a moment's hesitation, when Tingzhi blurted out, I love you, he noticed Gu Sui's ears turning crimson, even from a distance. He felt as though he could hear Gu Sui's heartbeat. The honking of a car behind them snapped Gu Sui back to reality, and he slowly maneuvered the vehicle to the roadside. What did you just say? I love you, Sui. The affection rating above his head surged from 97 to 100. Congratulations, host, for completing the task in this world. You may choose to remain or depart for the next mission. When Tingzhi hesitated for 3 seconds, during which Gu Sui finally reacted, unfastening his seatbelt, grasping his hand, and leaning in for a kiss. A single tear cascaded down his cheek, murmuring the name, Tingzhi, Tingzhi. Gu Sui uttered not a word, merely repeating his beloved's name. I am here. In his heart, he silently communicated with the system, expressing a desire to remain, and thereafter, the presence of the system faded from his perception. Perhaps it would only reappear once he had departed this world. He embraced his lover's neck and kissed him back. I love you, so why shed tears? Gu Sui seemed to chuckle lightly, resting his forehead against Tingzhi's. Tingzhi, I'm so happy. Upon returning home, Gu Sui swept him up the stairs and tossed him onto the bed. Tingzhi, I wish to possess you. This time, with each declaration of love from Gu Sui, he held him tightly, tirelessly repeating, I love you too. Chapter 26. Transforming into an unabashed sweetheart. 1. To facilitate the task. Wen Tingzhi's emotional memories within the task realm were stored by the system for safekeeping. In the next moment, he found himself transported to the task world. The narrative of this world flooded into his mind. The original protagonist was a wealthy heir who, at a gathering, fell head over heels for the main character, thereby becoming his devoted admirer. The entire city was aware of his infatuation, renowned for his unwavering devotion, always catering to the main character, a humble university student. Although the main character looked down upon him, he relished the pursuit, and the lavish gifts and dining at upscale restaurants satisfied his vanity. Yet, every time the original protagonist professed his love, he was met with rejection, for the main character's heart belonged to a distant ideal, a senior in his graduate program. In the main character's eyes, the senior was the epitome of perfection, and he yearned only to be with him, despite the senior's indifference. Each time he encountered the senior's cold demeanor, he would torment the original protagonist, demanding he travel far to fetch delicacies, only to later complain they were no longer warm or flavorful. In the depths of winter, he would make the original protagonist warm ice pops in his embrace, testing his endurance. Such incidents were numerous, leading everyone to declare that the original protagonist was an irrepressible admirer, willing to kneel and worship, regardless of the main character's antics. Wen Tingzhi remained silent, pondering the thoughts of those who willingly became such devoted admirers. Wen Tingzhi, I have expressed my disinterest in you. Could you refrain from bothering me? Lin Ke hurled the food Wen Tingzhi had brought at him, fortunate that the soy milk was sealed, or he might have suffered burns or disfigurement. His task was to elicit regret from Lin Ke, while garnering affection from Lin Ke's ideal, Jiang Hanyan. Indeed, the system thrived on chaos. Wen Tingzhi offered an awkward smile, scratching his head, his eyes filled with infatuation for Lin Quebec. It's fine if you don't like me, but why throw things with such force? Does your hand not ache? He swallowed hard, feeling a wave of revulsion. In truth, acquiring Lin Ke's regret was not overly challenging. He merely needed to feign such devotion that Lin Ke would believe he had fallen in love, believing himself indispensable, only to withdraw at that moment, having grown accustomed to his presence, showering him with warmth, gifts, and concern, while facing coldness from his ideal. Could Lin Ke truly remain untroubled? It was impossible. People often romanticize paths not taken. Lin Ke must be thinking how wonderful it would be to be with him, still cherished and able to lead a good life. His family is not affluent. He met Lin Ke while working as a waiter at a gathering. Without his support, everything must revert to its original state. As the old saying goes, it is easy to slip from frugality to luxury, but difficult to descend from luxury to frugality. Mind your own business. You should leave our school at once. Wen Tingzhi smiled and turned it apart. However, he did not exit the school. Instead, he chose to meet Jiang Hanyan, who might know him. When Lin Ke sought out Jiang Hanyan, the original owner had also eagerly followed, trying to ingratiate himself. This presented a dilemma, for in Jiang Hanyan's eyes, Wen Tingzhi had already become Lin Ke's sycophant. Now, approaching him without caution would arouse suspicion, and he feared that Jiang Hanyan might inform Lin Quebec curse system, wretched system. After mentally berating the system, Wen Tingzhi felt somewhat relieved. Jiang Hanyan preferred solitude, often coming to the cafeteria during the break after the first class to buy breakfast. The campus was vast, and by the time Wen Tingzhi arrived at the cafeteria, he was panting with exhaustion, but fortunately, he successfully spotted Jiang Hanyan. True to his name, Jiang Hanyan emanated an aura that discouraged proximity. Standing at an impressive height of 6 feet 2 inches, with long, straight legs, the cafeteria served as his runway. His cold, sharp features, high cheekbones, a straight nose, and thin lips conveyed a piercing intensity, with even his jawline appearing formidable. A chill radiated from him. "Hello, classmate. May I inquire if Wen Tingzhi still intends to masquerade as a stranger unfamiliar with Jiang Hanyan?" Jiang Hanyan's voice was frosty, his demeanor terse and aloof. "I don't know." Wen Tingzhi licked his lips, blocking Jiang Hanyan's path. "I haven't even asked my question yet, and you already say you don't know. Classmate, are you?" Jiang Hanyan lifted his eyelids to glance at him, as if bestowing a mere favor. "Step aside." Wen Tingzhi did not yield. "I merely wish to ask where you acquire the food in your hands. I would like to buy a portion." Although the cafeteria was relatively empty at this hour, it was not devoid of patrons, many of whom were observing the scene while quietly enjoying their breakfast. Jiang Hanyan seemed disinclined to be the center of attention, gesturing toward the window behind him before forcefully pushing past Wen Tingzhi and striding away. How terribly cold, he thought, as a name suddenly flickered in his mind, eluding his grasp. Perhaps a romantic interest from a previous life? Wen Tingzhi raked his fingers through his hair, donned a mask, and exited the cafeteria. Being in school was rather inconvenient. He was so well known that everyone recognized him as Lin Ke's sycophant. Any trivial action could easily reach Lin Ke's ears. He could stoke the flames of Lin Ke's affairs and then depart, as the original owner had already done much to ingratiate himself with Lin Quebec driving home. He reflected on how the privileged lived idly, indulging in pleasures without truly experiencing them, while choosing instead to act as a sycophant. Reclining on a luxurious massage sofa worth hundreds of thousands, Wen Tingzhi relaxed as a servant softly prepared his favorite fruits and juices. The kitchen bustles with activity from dawn till dusk, as the former occupant had a fondness for food, often leaving others in the dark about his mealtime cravings. Consequently, the kitchen remained incessantly busy, preparing his favored dishes. Whenever he desired a meal, it would be readily available. Furthermore, after developing feelings for Lin K, he would occasionally pack food from home for Lin K to enjoy. Lin K, discerning in his culinary preferences, would indulge in various seafood and high-nutrition ingredients he had never encountered before. However, mundane home-cooked meals would not even warrant a glance from him. He would disdainfully toss the thermal container at the former occupant, dismissing him. "Young master, your scheduled head therapist has arrived," a servant announced. "Let him in," Wen Tingzhi replied, leading the therapist into the bathroom, where he reclined, awaiting the head massage. He often suffered from headaches, a predicament that could be traced back to Lin K's mischief. Lin K, drawn to thrill yet hesitant, had once challenged him to submerge his head in an ice bucket, competing for supremacy. In a fervent bid for victory, Lin K firmly held his head down, refusing to let him rise. Upon securing first place, Lin K, elated, embraced him, leaving him in a state of blissful confusion, proclaiming he could endure it once more. The audience clamored for an encore, and, for the sake of pride, Lin K permitted him to repeat the challenge. Was this not a fitting consequence for the former occupant? Thus, he was left with migraines, now a burden he must bear, as warm water cascaded over his hair. The therapist gently massaged his scalp, inducing a sense of relaxation. With his eyes closed, Wen Tingzhi prepared to drift into slumber. However, an abrupt, urgent ringing shattered his tranquility. Chapter 27. Transformed into a shameless sycophant. 2. Lin K's regret value for him was a mere 10, while Jiang Hanyan's favorability score stood at 0. Enough is enough, system. I truly have no time for your antics. Hello. With eyes shut and oblivious to the contact details, he answered the call, his tone frosty. What kind of attitude is that, Wen Tingzhi? You treat my call with such indifference, and now I never want to see you again. With that, the call ended abruptly. It had indeed been Lin K calling. Although Wen Tingzhi felt a twinge of annoyance, he patiently returned the call. He incessantly reminded himself of the importance of completing his tasks. Lin K, how could I possibly adopt a cold demeanor towards you? I was merely washing my hair with my eyes closed. Had I known it was you, I would have answered immediately. Perhaps it was this humble tone that brought a flicker of amusement to Lin K, for he heard Lin K awkwardly expressing a desire for a pair of designer sneakers. In a casual tone, he feigned disinterest, claiming he simply heard they were being sold online and noticed classmates acquiring them, finding them quite appealing yet overpriced. Wen Tingzhi, uninterested in engaging in this charade, preferred to spend money to avoid conflict. I understand. I will certainly purchase them for you. Lin K, upon hanging up, felt a swell of pride, while friends gazed at him enviously. If only I looked as good as you and had a wealthy sycophant like that. Please don't say that. I never intended for him to buy anything for me. His friend rolled her eyes discreetly, jesting, of course, if you don't want him. Feel free to pass him my way. Wen Tingzhi, possessing striking good looks, was unfortunately shrouded in a haze of past sycophantic behavior, giving him an unkempt appearance. However, he was quite indifferent. Being wealthy and handsome while treating him well was sufficient reason for them to be together. Unlike Lin K, who relished the pursuit of affection without reciprocation, he would not end up empty-handed in the end. By phone, Elena Kazbro Furuba clearly displays. By phone chuckled self-deprecatingly, jesting that aside from you, young Master Wen, no one else would catch his eye. Upon saying this, he nudged Lin K, saying, "Look, isn't that your white moonlight?" Jiang Hanyan, having his sleep interrupted by Lin K's incessant calls, Wen Tingzhi noticed the therapist's hesitant demeanor and found it amusing. "What is the matter, Masterly?" Masterly shook his head, pointing at the phone. "Young Master Wen, it seems he is after your money." Wen Tingzhi chuckled. "Isn't it fine to pursue wealth? I happen to have a bit of money. It would be unfortunate if it were for love." He ordered 2 pairs of sneakers, one for Lin K and one for Jiang Hanyan. Acquiring Jiang Hanyan's contact information was not difficult. Wen Tingzhi spent 500 yuan to obtain his phone number. He first sent a friend request, but after a night passed without a response, he assumed Jiang Hanyan simply hadn't seen it, so he sent another request. By the next day, Jiang Hanyan still hadn't approved it. Now he was certain that Jiang Hanyan was deliberately ignoring him. To make his identity known, he included a note in the request stating he was the person who had blocked him on the way to buy breakfast. Unable to add him as a friend, he resorted to sending a text. "Hello, I am Wen Tingzhi. Are you Jiang Hanyan? May we get acquainted?" No reply. Very well. He would have to intercept him at school. Yet before he could make his way there, a throng of so-called friends called him to join them for a night out. The original character was rather foolishly wealthy, possessing a considerable fortune, yet lacking common sense. When dining out, he would invariably foot the bill. His parents indulged him generously, providing him with substantial pocket money, sometimes hundreds of thousands in a good month, and, at the very least, tens of thousands when times were less favorable. The original character had no pressing financial needs, relishing the act of treating others and basking in their admiration and compliments when he did so. Thus, he took great pleasure in gifting Lin Quebec. Each time he presented a gift, Lin K would respond favorably, allowing them to share brief moments of conversation, which greatly satisfied the original character. However, now he was Wen Tingzhi, and he would not act according to the original character's disposition. For the time being, it was best to maintain a facade, ultimately transforming his personality after losing affection for Lin Quebec. Heartbroken, he would undergo a significant metamorphosis. Having already devised justifications for his actions, he was merely waiting for the right moment to execute his plan. The bar was a cacophony of noise, with vibrant lights flashing about. Wen Tingzhi shielded his eyes with his hand, struggling to push through the throng of friends. They never reserved a private room. The original character enjoyed showing off, and his friends were no different, as if his wealth somehow elevated their own status. A crowd occupied the sofa, and whenever the original character arrived, his friends would follow suit, eager to indulge in free food and drink. "Tingzhi, you made it. We've been waiting for you to order the drinks." The blonde-haired friend greeted him with a pat on the shoulder, pulling him to the center of the sofa. The table displayed only a dozen bottles of beer. Naturally, they wouldn't order drinks without him. If he were to arrive late, they might order extravagantly, leaving him to cover the bill. Wen Tingzhi cast a glance at the purple-haired friend smoking and the green-haired one chewing betel nut, feeling a headache coming on. The kaleidoscopic lights, intertwined with vibrant hues of hair, created a captivating ambience. That was all there was to it. He casually selected a few items and handed them to the waiter, only to glance up and unexpectedly spot Jiang Hanyan mixing drinks at the bar. Upon entering, he had been too preoccupied to notice the crowd surrounding the bar, all gathered to watch Jiang Hanyan. "What's this? Young master one has taken a liking to him? I must say, he is far superior to Lin K," one remarked, referring to Lin K's scrawny frame, just as another was about to voice an opinion. They were silenced by a glare from Wen Tingzhi. Once the drinks arrived, a rowdy group began indulging in drinking games, completely disregarding Wen Tingzhi, who found solace in their oblivion. Yet the air in the bar was stifling, prompting him to pinch his nose and step outside to await Jiang Hanyan. As he stood at the entrance, he was surprised to see Jiang Hanyan ascend the stage, taking a seat on a high stool with a microphone in hand. The familiar background music began to play. He heard Jiang Hanyan's raspy yet magnetic voice resonate. The afterglow of the setting sun spills upon the beach. "A refreshing evening breeze caresses my face. I gaze at you, my dear beloved. Please linger for me and dance a romantic waltz by the sea." Entranced by the melody, he found himself rooted to the spot, listening intently until the song concluded. He had never imagined Jiang Hanyan possessed such a beautiful singing voice. The song was a summer love ballad, and as Jiang Hanyan stepped down from the stage, the audience erupted in applause and cheers, calling for an encore, though Jiang Hanyan did not return. He hurried to the bar and inquired with the bartender, "Where do your staff exit after their shift?" The bartender merely glanced at him in silence. In response, Wen Tingzhi produced a stack of bills from his wallet. "Can you speak now?" The bartender's demeanor instantly brightened as he directed him toward the exit. Wen Tingzhi pushed through the dancing crowd and stood by the back door, waiting for Jiang Hanyan to emerge. Fortune favored him, for he did not have to wait long. Jiang Hanyan emerged, having changed back into his casual attire, a simple yet refreshing white shirt paired with black trousers, still strikingly handsome in his simplicity. "Jiang Hanyan, I am waiting for you. What for? In Chapter 28, dressed as an unabashed sycophant, Wen Tingzhi felt a slight increase in Jiang Hanyan's regard for him, perhaps due to a good mood. Are you working part-time at the bar? He asked. Jiang Hanyan did not respond, instead inquired, what do you need? Unfortunately, Wen Tingzhi had not worn his sneakers that day. Otherwise, he would have gifted them to him. It seemed he would have to wait for another opportunity. I sent you a friend request. Would you kindly accept it? He gestured towards his phone, leaning against the lamppost while observing Jiang Hanyan. Jiang Hanyan scrutinized Wen Tingzhi for several seconds. He recognized him as one of Lin Kei's followers, often derided by others as an overly eager rich heir. However, Jiang Hanyan's impression of him was rather vague, having not noticed him during their last encounter at the cafeteria. Only today did he finally take in Wen Tingzhi's features. He possessed a remarkably handsome visage, exuding a warm, inviting aura beneath the lamplight. A single mole graced the tip of his nose, perfectly positioned, drawing the gaze of anyone who looked upon him, with fluffy, tousled curls framing his face. Beneath his brows lie a pair of round, bright eyes, a stark contrast to the lackluster demeanor he remembered of Wen Tingzhi from their previous encounters. In the past, Wen's gaze seemed hollow, devoid of emotion, even when faced with his beloved Lin Kei, appearing utterly unaffected. Yet now, those eyes sparkled with a glimmer of moisture. The tip of his nose slightly upturned and rounded, lips tinted with a hint of red. If one were to speak honestly, Wen Tingzhi was undeniably attractive and captivating. It bewildered Jiang Hanyan to think of such a person as a devoted admirer. However, there were many perplexities in the world, and he lowered his gaze, intent on departing. Don't go. Wen Tingzhi elongated his tone, seemingly in a playful pout, arms outstretched to block Jiang's path. His brow furrowed slightly, and his nose scrunched in a charming manner as his gaze flickered to the mole on the tip of his nose. As they stood close, Jiang Hanyan noticed a small red mole on Wen's left eyelid, visible only when his eyes were closed. Just add me as a friend on WeChat. I truly want to get to know you better, he implored. Why? Jiang Hanyan raised an eyebrow, finding it perplexing how difficult Wen was being. If you don't, I want to let you leave. Do you realize I spent 500 yuan just to get your contact information? Jiang Hanyan chuckled. What does that have to do with me? Nevertheless, he bowed his head and accepted the friend request, shoving past Wen towards the shared electric bike. He could drive him back to school, after all. Yet by the time he returned, Jiang Hanyan had vanished without a trace, leaving Wen with no choice but to concede. At the very least, he had added him as a friend. Today had not been in vain. Upon returning home, he pondered what message would be suitable to send. Too enthusiastic might frighten Jiang Hanyan away, while too aloof could lead to further distance. Wen Tingzhi opened Jiang Hanyan's information page, finding little to observe. His moments on WeChat were visible for only 3 days. The profile picture was blank. Who would choose such an avatar? Just as he contemplated exiting, he noticed something unusual. Upon clicking the profile image, he discovered a barely noticeable star in the white corner of the picture, half black and half white. Why include a star? Wen Tingzhi couldn't comprehend it, and instinctively saved the image. Noticing his own WeChat nickname, he raised an eyebrow, realizing it was an obvious attempt to conceal his identity. The sight of it extinguished any desire to message, so he pursed his lips, editing his nickname until it simply read Wen Tingzhi. To avoid raising suspicion with Lin Kei, he reverted to his real name for clarity. Moreover, Jiang Hanyan's nickname mirrored his own, creating a sense of compatibility. When Tingzhi messaged, I've arrived home. Have you reached school? May I come find you tomorrow? That night, he fell asleep without receiving a reply from Jiang Hanyan, and upon waking, there was still no message. It appeared that despite their friend request acceptance, he had been set to silent mode, rendering him invisible. No matter, he was quite adept at asserting his presence. Rubbing his eyes in an effort to awaken, he felt overwhelmingly tired. It was only 6:30 in the morning, and Lin Kei had an 8 a.m. class. He needed to visit Lin Kei's favorite breakfast spot to buy him breakfast and drive it over, a round trip that would consume over an hour. The matter at hand was something the original owner insisted upon, performing it diligently every morning without fail, and he had no choice but to comply. Upon arriving at school, he handed breakfast to Lin Kei, who, without so much as a glance, accepted it and departed with by phone. Aren't you going to say thank you? By phone remarked to Lin K, who spoke in a voice loud enough for him to overhear. He offered it of his own accord. I didn't compel him. If you don't hurry, will you risk being late? By phone cast a fleeting glance back at him, while Wen Tingzhi chuckled in confusion. Once Lin K had concluded his affairs, Wen Tingzhi returned to the car, checked the time, and entered the second cafeteria with a more exquisite and nutritious breakfast in hand. A minute later, he encountered Jiang Hanyan. Swiftly, he approached with a smile, grasping Jiang Hanyan and leading him outside, adjusting his glasses, his face thoroughly wrapped, revealing only his forehead. It's me, Xiao Jiang. It's Wen Tingzhi. I brought you breakfast. He pulled Jiang Hanyan into a pavilion, a secluded spot for just the two of them, and removed his mask to take a deep breath. Surprised? Unexpected? Observing Jiang Hanyan's expressionless demeanor, he realized there was no surprise in store. Go on, eat. This is all specially prepared for you. Let us see if you like it. Jiang Hanyan seated himself on a bench, inquiring, Wen Tingzhi, why did you bring me breakfast? He pondered deeply. Isn't Lin K fond of you? I'm helping him pursue you. If you and he are together, he'll be happy, and in turn, so will I. Such reasoning indicated a certain cleverness, and Wen Tingzhi silently commended him for it. Jiang Hanyan scoffed, applauding sarcastically, how noble of you. But I'm afraid that no matter what you do, I will never develop feelings for Lin Quebec. If you don't like him, that's even better, Wen Tingzhi mused inwardly. But could you grant me a chance? Let me try. Otherwise, I won't be satisfied. I wish to see what qualities you possess that make Lin K so enamored. To persuade Jiang Hanyan, he resorted to threats. If you refuse, I'll ensure you can't stay at school. Surprisingly, Jiang Hanyan acquiesced, and not only did his favorability not diminish, but also increased by 2 points. A delightful turn of events. Then eat up quickly. I brought in a thermos just for you. Lin K's portion was simply packed, and he considered himself fortunate to have brought that much, let alone the thermos. How about I bring you breakfast from home tomorrow? There will be ham sandwiches, soy milk, rice balls, youtiao, and tofu pudding. Jiang Hanyan raised an eyebrow, swallowing a dumpling, and took a sip of soy milk, responding, that sounds fine. Wen Tingzhi settled beside him, Jiang Hanyan, your name is truly melodious. Jiang Hanyan. What is it? Chapter 29, Transforming into a Shameless Admirer. 4. Nothing much, Lin K replied. He forced a smile while glancing at his silent phone, wondering why Wen Tingzhi had yet to deliver the sneakers. A slight frown creased his brow, a flicker of panic stirring within him. Could it be he no longer likes him? That's impossible. How can Wen Tingzhi stop liking him? It would be best if he ceased pursuing him altogether. Just then, as if summoned, Wen Tingzhi called, Lin K, where are you? I brought your sneakers. He let out a sigh of relief, reassuring himself that Wen Tingzhi could not possibly harbor any ill feelings towards him. He likely had matters to attend to. Indeed, Wen Tingzhi was preoccupied, though not with Lin K, as he first sought out Jiang Hanyan upon the arrival of the sneakers. Through relentless efforts, he had managed to thaw a fraction of Jiang Hanyan's icy demeanor, receiving responses to 3 out of 10 messages, a noteworthy achievement. He instructed Huang Mao and the others to drink at the bar, promising reimbursement as long as they notified him of Jiang Hanyan's presence. This is a gift for you, he said. Jiang Hanyan raised an eyebrow and accepted the package. Shoes? I don't need them. No, you must accept them. What reason do I have? Wen Tingzhi scrambled for a justification. I bought a pair for Lin K as well. If you wear them together, it would be tantamount to indirect couple sneakers. If he is happy, I will be happy. Jiang Hanyan thought it quite absurd how one could be so subservient, leaving him rather irritated. Fine, he said, taking the box and preparing to leave. Wen Tingzhi grasped his sleeve. Are you going to the bar tonight? If you are, I can drive you. All right. Seizing the rare opportunity to engage, Wen Tingzhi lingered for a moment. Upon encountering Lin K, Wen Tingzhi noticed a hint of discontent in his expression, yet he feigned indifference. Lin K immediately opened the sneakers and tried them on while seated. They look quite nice, don't you think? Wen Tingzhi offered a half-hearted compliment, his mind wandering to how they would appear on Jiang Hanyan. His kindness towards Jiang Hanyan was ostensibly for the sake of a task. Yet he found himself inexplicably attentive to him. Thank you. I didn't actually express a desire for these shoes, yet you still bought them for me. Shall we pretend to try them on again? The moment I reclaim these shoes, you will be the first to throw a fit, showing no remorse whatsoever. Only someone like you can be so opportunistic. Even someone as aloof as Jiang Hanyan had shown a slight increase in affection, while Lin Kei's remorse levels remained stagnant at 10. If you like me, I will buy you things, as long as you are pleased. Wen Tingzhi felt exhausted. He clearly was not suited to being subservient. He would rather someone else fawn over him. He rambled on, losing track of his own words, while Lin Kei, in a good mood, attempted to embrace him. Instinctively, Wen Tingzhi took a step back, leaving Lin Kei's hands awkwardly suspended in the air. Lin Kei, my gift is not a pretext for such gestures, especially in your school. It wouldn't do to be seen. Lin Kei retracted his hands, clutching the shoebox to his chest. Wen Tingzhi, my embrace is a courtesy. Since you refuse to accept it, don't expect any in the future. There would be no future for the two of them. Yet he still feigned exasperation, wishing to explain, but Lin Kei did not spare him a glance and hurried away. Finally, he was gone. A mere few minutes of conversation had drained him. After waiting in the car for over an hour, he finally spotted Jiang Hanyan. Today, he seemed remarkably different, strikingly handsome to the point of inciting envy. With just a touch of grooming, he could render anyone utterly smitten. Jiang Hanyan wore a light blue top adorned with a pattern of Cupid shooting arrows, accompanied by chains on either side and loose cargo pants, completing the look with the sneakers he had gifted him. With her hair casually tousled and a black ear cuff adorning her earlobe. Wen Tingzhi swallowed hard as Jiang Hanyan opened the car door and took his seat in the passenger side. What are you daydreaming about? Nothing, he replied. But why are you dressed so differently today? Jiang Hanyan raised an eyebrow, and Wen Tingzhi's eyes widened in surprise as he suddenly noticed that the outermost part of Jiang Hanyan's right eyebrow was broken. This was quite inconsistent with his initial impression. They were to perform on stage tonight. Oh, Wen Tingzhi responded, dazed as he drove. The enclosed space that was perfect for conversation rendered them both mute. Sitting in a corner, he watched Jiang Hanyan greet several waitstaff before finally ascending the stage with a guitar slung over his back. Young Master Wen, still denying that you're smitten with that singer? Your eyes are practically glued to him, teased a blonde-haired companion, eliciting discomfort in Wen Tingzhi, who shot him a cold glare, prompting immediate silence from Blonde. I was just joking, don't take it to heart. The bar, a place that never truly quieted down, erupted into cheers as Jiang Hanyan took to the stage, drawing a crowd that screamed in excitement. Hey handsome, look over here. Can I get your contact information, please? Hey handsome, I'm available. Please notice me. Wen Tingzhi clicked his tongue in annoyance, remarking on the absurdity of it all. Jiang Hanyan remained unperturbed, calmly adjusting the microphone and delicately strumming the guitar strings. The song he was about to perform was unfamiliar to him, yet whatever he sang was always melodious. Jiang Hanyan played the guitar with a grace that surpassed others. His long fingers, distinctly knuckled, seemed effortlessly poised. The music unfolded, resonating with a melancholic love ballad. Oh night, the stars blink like the tears in my eyes. Crying under the covers in the late hours, shedding sorrowful tears. Liking you is destined to lead nowhere. Yet I have never regretted it. Downing a shot of fiery liquor, I feel the longing swell within me. I shall forever secretly cherish you. Wen Tingzhi took out his phone, recording the radiant Jiang Hanyan on stage. Beautiful, beautiful, sing another one, he exclaimed. It was one thing for a handsome man to look good, but to sing so beautifully was extraordinary. A flurry of red bills rained down upon the stage. And Wen Tingzhi frowned in discontent as he opened his wallet to reveal a thick stack of cash inside. Pushing through the bustling crowd, he approached Jiang Hanyan, who was focused on the final notes of his song. Hey, Jiang Hanyan turned to him, and Wen Tingzhi's smile shone brightly. In the throng, he could see only Wen Tingzhi, whose sparkling eyes swept across the audience as he tossed the red bills into the crowd. He pulled Jiang Hanyan's wrist, feeling the pulse beneath his skin, and said, Shall we run away together? I fear there will be many people surrounding you, preventing your escape. Wen Tingzhi's mischievous grin and raised eyebrow were captivating. He wanted to reassure him that bodyguards would keep the crowd at bay, and even if they tried to stop him, they would not succeed. Yet, he said nothing, simply grasping Wen Tingzhi's hand, and together they dashed away. Stop picking up money. The lead singer is running off. Hey, watch your step, loosen up. As Wen Ting's hair danced in the breeze, she turned to glance at Jiang Hanyan with a smile, exclaiming, "Your singing is truly delightful. Would you sing a song, just for me?" In Chapter 30, Transformed into a Shameless Sycophant, 5. Perhaps it was the enchanting atmosphere that led Jiang Hanyan to nod in agreement, rather than declining as he often did. Wen Ting's eyes widened in surprise, her gaze darting around as Jiang Hanyan's affection rating subtly increased to 7. "Sing anything you like. I will be pleased to listen," she urged. Seated in the back of the car, Jiang Hanyan gently strummed the guitar strings, his deep voice weaving a captivating melody. Wen Ting enthusiastically swayed along, and upon the song's conclusion, she clapped her hands vigorously, her palms reddening, sincerely praising, "You sing beautifully." She noticed a faint smile on Jiang Hanyan's face. "You have dimples," she remarked with curiosity, leaning forward on the seat, her fingers yearning to poke at his dimples. However, as he evaded her playful gesture, she realized the intimacy of the moment and shyly chuckled. "I'll drive you back to school," she offered. "Thank you," Jiang Hanyan replied graciously, lowering the car window and turning his gaze outside, signaling his disinterest in further conversation. "Perhaps I should take it step by step. Completing this task is challenging," she mused, pondering why he seemed to have met an untimely fate. Wen Ting drove steadily, but upon reaching the school gates, she noticed that Jiang Hanyan had fallen asleep. Leaning slightly to observe him, she found him much more serene in slumber than in wakefulness, his long, thick eyelashes evoking a twinge of envy within her. She considered sitting on a nearby bench until he awakened, but just as she intended to move, she spotted Lin Ke and his friends exiting the school, approaching their direction. In a moment of panic, her eyes widened, and disregarding whether Jiang Hanyan was asleep, she hastily opened the car door and squeezed inside. "What are you doing?" Jiang Hanyan stirred awake, his voice slightly hoarse, glancing down at Wen Ting, who had wedged herself between his legs. "Is there not enough room in the car?" he inquired, a hint of confusion in his expression. "I saw Lin Ke. We can't let him see us together," she whispered cautiously, peering out with trepidation as Lin Ke ambled closer. "Jiang Hanyan, lower your head. We mustn't be discovered in this car." "Quickly, my car isn't equipped with tinted glass. They can see who's inside," she urged. When Jiang Hanyan remained still, Wen Ting, feeling a sense of urgency, grasped his neck and pulled him down. From the outside, it was utterly impossible to discern that anyone occupied the vehicle. "What's wrong, Lin Ke? You've been staring at this car." Bai Feng nudged his arm. Lin Ke shook his head, dismissing the concern. "Nothing, I just noticed someone hurriedly entering this car." Bai Feng scrutinized the vehicle further, noting its handsome exterior. "I wonder whose luxury car this is, parked here. What could the occupants be doing?" As the words left his mouth, he covered his mouth in astonishment. "Could they be?" "You know?" Inside the car, Wen Ting and Jiang Hanyan were seated closely, and upon hearing this, a flush crept up Wen Ting's ears. "Link is golf, schamless." Before pulling Bai Feng away, their voices fading as they passed the car. Finally, Wen Ting exhaled in relief, loosening her grip on Jiang Hanyan's neck. "I apologize for the inconvenience," she said softly. He pushed open the car door, intending to step out, only to find his legs immobilized and numb. What was amiss? Jiang Hanyan had already sighed countless times this evening. Ever since encountering Wen Tingzhi, a plethora of events had unfolded. Does true selflessness exist in this world? To facilitate the union of someone he cherishes with another person. If that were indeed true, Jiang Hanyan would have to commend Wen Tingzhi, albeit with an inexplicable discomfort lingering in his heart. He twirled the ring on his little finger. Wen Tingzhi supported Jiang Hanyan as he descended, stamping his feet to restore circulation. "Damn Lin Ke, what was he doing out at this hour?" "It's nothing, just my foot fell asleep for a moment. Let's head back to school and get some rest. Good night. Remember to message me often." Wen Tingzhi waved at him and took the driver's seat, waiting for Jiang Hanyan to enter the school before driving away. On his way back, he encountered Lin Ke, who had ventured out for a midnight snack. Surprisingly, he was not summoned for any tasks tonight, a cause for celebration. Upon returning home, he took a shower and rested. The daily ritual of delivering breakfast was infuriating. When would it come to an end? After completing just one more task for Lin Ke, he vowed never to play the sycophant again. Sending a message to Jiang Hanyan brought him considerable relief. Wen Tingzhi had not anticipated the opportunity to arise so swiftly. Lin Ke, in an effort to prove his own integrity, steadfastly worked at a high-end club. However, Wen Tingzhi had discreetly offered a bribe to the club manager, allowing Lin Ke to work merely one night a week. Earning 5,000 to 6,000 a month for such a simple job was nothing short of remarkable. Seated in a private booth on the second floor, Wen Tingzhi observed Lin Ke on the ground floor, clad in a white vest and black dress pants. Lin Ke possessed a delicate and innocent appearance, biting his lip as tears threatened to fall. The club's uniform was form-fitting, accentuating his slender waist beautifully. Many gazes were directed towards Lin Ke, yet he held his chin high, serving drinks with an air of pride. At last, a greasy man in his 20s could no longer restrain himself and made an inappropriate advance. He audaciously groped Lin Ke, leering with a lewd grin, remarking on his alluring physique. His companions erupted into laughter at the scene. Lin Ke clenched his lips tightly, responding, "Sir, I am here to serve drinks, not to sell myself. Please conduct yourself with respect, or I shall have no choice but to call the authorities." Upon hearing the threat of police involvement, the greasy man laughed heartily, slapping Lin Ke's backside. "What if I do? Go ahead and call." Wen Tingzhi, unable to contain himself, swiftly struck the greasy man in the face, catching him off guard and causing blood to stream from his nose, leaving him in a state of disarray. "How dare you hit me? Do you believe I won't ensure that you two can no longer survive in Haishur?" Lin Ke's brows furrowed tightly as he forcefully pushed Wen Tingzhi away, exclaiming, "How can you resort to violence? You shouldn't hit people." In that moment, Wen Tingzhi felt utterly helpless. Why should he refrain from striking someone who was taking advantage of Lin Ke? Lin Ke glared at him in anger, insisting, "Even so, you should not resort to violence. We could have discussed this civilly. Violence is wrong." Was he a saint or something? Wen Tingzhi found himself speechless. Yet he was certain that this presented the perfect opportunity. "Lin Ke, how could you say such things to me? You are fully aware of my affection for you." He appeared deeply hurt, yet Lin Ke remained indifferent, as if he were invisible. Perhaps he truly did not care, believing that he would continue to tolerate him, as he always had. "Wen Tingzhi, your actions against him are solely for your own sake. Your dislike stems from your feelings for me. I am utterly exhausted by you. Please refrain from your reckless behavior under the guise of affection for me." Wen Tingzhi stared at Lin Ke in disbelief, lowering his gaze as his shoulders trembled. Covering his eyes, he declared, "You have truly disappointed me. I shall no longer harbor feelings for you." The cacophony around him faded into oblivion as he departed, casting a fleeting glance at Lin Ke's regret value, which had finally risen to 15. He felt a sense of satisfaction. He no longer needed to be a sycophant, and progress had been made in his task. Yet, as he stepped outside, he collided with Jiang Hanyan. Chapter 31. Transforming into a shameless sycophant. 6. Wen Tingzhi had not sought him out for several days. No messages, no calls. Even by phone began to question whether Wen Tingzhi had indeed lost interest in him and ceased his devoted admiration. But how could that be? The words exchanged at the bar on Sunday were, in his estimation, not particularly harsh. Wen Tingzhi had certainly endured far worse. Why had he previously been able to accept, even appease him, and now he could not? Anxiety crept in as he recalled Wen Tingzhi covering his eyes and declaring he would no longer like him, appearing genuinely heartbroken. Lin Ke contemplated whether to send a message to Wen Tingzhi. "Lin Ke, look, ISNT, that Wen Tingzhi. I told you he wouldn't be able to resist coming to find you." Lin Ke bit his lip and set his phone down, waiting for Wen Tingzhi to enter the classroom. In the past, when Wen Tingzhi was bored, he would accompany him to class, sitting quietly at the back, watching him intently. A sense of relief washed over him when he noticed Wen Tingzhi glance in his direction. However, Wen Tingzhi was not looking at him. He was focused on Lin Ke's regret value. Indeed, it had increased to 18. This was merely the beginning. Lin Ke, having once experienced the blissful treatment of a devoted admirer, found it utterly unacceptable and unfathomable to be met with such coldness. He repeatedly pondered the events that transpired in the bar that day, forever regretting whether the outcome would have been different had he not uttered those words. He became increasingly envious when he observed Wen Tingzhi showing kindness to someone he liked, treating them as he had once treated him, causing jealousy to blossom into regret. Wen Tingzhi retracted his gaze and made his way to the innermost laboratory, where Jiang Hanyan was conducting experiments. They had arranged to dine together. After their last encounter at the bar, where he had collided with Jiang Hanyan, he had hastily apologized, only to be surprised by Jiang Hanyan's presence. Jiang Hanyan mentioned he had business to attend to and left him behind. Yet when Tingzhi found himself inexplicably rooted to the spot, waiting under the street lamp for Jiang Hanyan to emerge. In just a few minutes, Jiang Hanyan appeared, striding directly towards him. "Why didn't you leave?" he inquired. Wen Tingzhi shook his head. "I don't know. I wanted to wait for you." He noticed the faintest hint of a smile at the corner of Jiang Hanyan's mouth. "Let us go. I'll treat you to a late-night snack." That night, they spoke little, savoring barbecue for over half an hour before Wen Tingzhi drove Jiang Hanyan back home. If it weren't for the affection rating hovering above Jiang Hanyan's head, one could hardly discern his emotional state merely by gazing upon his frosty visage. The affection had risen considerably. Surely he must be in a good mood this evening. For the subsequent days, there was no need for Wen Tingzhi to deliver breakfast to Lin Ke. He could now awaken at his leisure each morning. Previously, Jiang Hanyan would respond to only 3 out of 10 messages, yet now he replied to nearly every one, albeit with succinct responses, which in Wen Tingzhi's eyes was a significant improvement. After waiting for several minutes, Wen Tingzhi finally spotted Jiang Hanyan emerging, clad in an elegant white lab coat, with a mask adorning his face. "Have you been waiting long?" Wen Tingzhi shook his head. "Not at all. I just arrived. Come on, accompany me to my dormitory so I can change." He nodded, trailing closely behind Jiang Hanyan as they descended the stairs. "May I enter your dormitory as well?" Wen Tingzhi inquired as they walked, genuinely curious about the living quarters of such a seemingly aloof individual. Was it minimalist in style? Most likely a monochrome palette. Online discussions often depict handsome, reserved men as having ascetic lifestyles, their rooms reflecting an austere simplicity that exudes coldness. "You can come in. I reside in a single room." Once Jiang Hanyan opened the door, Wen Tingzhi's eyes were immediately drawn to the interior. The room was modest, but not the stark minimalist space he had anticipated. The bed featured a neatly folded off-white duvet, and the balcony boasted several thriving green plants, their lushness invigorating the atmosphere. A small sofa was positioned beside the bed, inviting one to sink into its comfort, while a desk accompanied by a bookshelf displayed an array of books, creating a warm and inviting ambience. "Just a moment. I'll take a quick shower and change," Jiang Hanyan said. Wen Tingzhi nodded, sinking into the sofa like a boneless figure, relishing the comfort. Perhaps he should consider placing a similar sofa in his own bedroom. He would ask Jiang Hanyan for the link once he emerged. Before entering, Jiang Hanyan had placed his white lab coat on a chair, alongside a black ring that had adorned his pinky since their first meeting. Who had gifted him that ring? True to his word, Jiang Hanyan emerged within minutes. Wen Tingzhi wondered if he might forget to retrieve his clothes and exit unprepared, but that thought proved unfounded. "Are you done? Do you need to blow-dry your hair?" "No, it's fine," Jiang Hanyan replied, shaking his head as he vigorously rubbed his hair with a towel. It was then that Wen Tingzhi noticed a tiny tattoo on the pinky that frequently wore the ring. "You have a tattoo?" Wen Tingzhi exclaimed, attempting to rise from the sofa, but finding himself momentarily unable to support his weight. Jiang Hanyan, noticing, grasped his hand and helped him up. "What is the matter? Do you look down on those with tattoos?" Of course not. Although he had forgotten the emotional narrative of the previous task, he recalled that the man from before also bore tattoos. Was it merely a coincidence? He swallowed hard, his voice dropping to almost a whisper. "Jiang Hanyan, could you show me the tattoo on your pinky?" "Sure, why? Do you wish to get one as well?" Wen Tingzhi shook his head. Jiang Hanyan presented his finger before Wen Tingzhi's eyes. The tattoo was quite small, yet discernibly depicted a tiny cat, merely an outline, delicate and charming. Beside the little kitten lies a string of incomprehensible Buddhist scriptures. Could such a coincidence truly exist? Unfazed by how Jiang Hanyan might perceive him, he directly touches Jiang Hanyan's fingertip, examining it repeatedly, even rubbing it a few times. Is this truly a tattoo? Why would you choose to inscribe Buddhist scriptures? Jiang Hanyan raises an eyebrow, glancing at his finger before donning a ring to obscure it. I don't know. It just so happened that when I decided to get a tattoo, I stumbled upon a deceased kitten, and I thought to inscribe it. The Buddhist text was inked by the tattoo artist. Do you know what it means? This marks the most words he has ever exchanged with Jiang Hanyan since their acquaintance. Wen Tingzhi shakes his head, as he too is unaware of the meaning behind the scriptures, which are inscribed in a circular pattern. Even if you were to post it online, he would not know the sequence. It's nothing. Let us go eat. Enough of this. Let us just assume Jiang Hanyan is merely a man who happened to be on a mission with me. In the nuances of their future interactions, he often senses it, believing that the system has preserved his emotions, allowing him to forget entirely. Yet that is not the case. Perhaps it is a system error. He should inquire next time. All right. As Wen Tingzhi steps out of the school gates, he unexpectedly encounters Lin Quebec. Lin K gazes at them in disbelief, his anger boiling over as he strides toward them, forcefully pulling him aside. Wen Tingzhi, if you have something to say, direct it at me. Don't target Jiang Hanyan. Chapter 32. Transformed into a shameless sycophant. 7. The air suddenly falls silent. As the campus heartthrob of Haida University, Jiang Hanyan naturally attracts attention, and Lin K, with Wen Tingzhi's sycophantic behavior, has heightened his notoriety within the school. The three of them become a spectacle, drawing in numerous onlookers who begin to congregate. In just a minute, they are surrounded, the four of them, not just three, but four including Lin K's close friend by phone. Gossip is indeed an innate human trait. Lin K, fueled by his anger, raises his voice, which is usually soft-spoken. In his eyes, it is inconceivable for Wen Tingzhi not to harbor feelings for him. Knowing he has long admired Jiang Hanyan, he believes that if he cannot have him, he would seek to ruin Jiang Hanyan, forcing him to yield. The more he thinks this way, the more rebellious Lin K becomes. Let me tell you, Wen Tingzhi, I could never like you. Just because you have feelings for me and cannot win my affection does not give you the right to sabotage the one I like. You are utterly despicable. No one would ever come to like you. His passionate outburst is met with indifference from Wen Tingzhi, who appears utterly bored, merely picking at his fingers. Are you finished? If so, I am off to have dinner with Jiang Hanyan. Jiang Hanyan prepares to leave, displaying his usual nonchalance towards such matters. Senior, Lin K grips his arm, causing Jiang Hanyan to furrow his brow momentarily, pulling his arm away from Lin K's grasp. I'm sorry, but I dislike being touched by others. The impact of his words earns him a silent thumbs up from Wen Tingzhi. Senior, this is all my fault. If it weren't for your feelings for me, you wouldn't be entangled with him. You do not realize his family is quite wealthy. With just a flick of his fingers, he could make your school life unbearable. Lin K's words are earnest, yet to Wen Tingzhi, they reek of ulterior motives, leaving him to wonder if the icy Jiang Hanyan can comprehend it. Bai Feng gently tugged at Lin K's arm, whispering, Lin K, let's depart. You and Wen Tingzhi can find another time to discuss this. So many eyes are upon us. Unlike Lin K, who is thick-skinned and oblivious, it was evident to any discerning observer that Jiang Hanyan and Wen Tingzhi shared at least a cordial relationship, if not more. It matters not. If they wish to observe, let them observe, he replied nonchalantly. His indifference did not extend to others. Wen Tingzhi had no intention of playing the sycophant, and thus would not concern himself with Lin K's feelings. Lin K, I made my feelings clear on Sunday. I no longer harbor affection for you. I have refrained from disturbing you these past few days, and I am serious. As for my friendships, they're my own affair and bear no relation to you. Wen Tingzhi's light chuckle stirred a flutter of admiration among several classmates, many of whom had not previously noticed his striking appearance. Even Jiang Hanyan found himself momentarily entranced. Grasping Jiang Hanyan's arm, Wen Tingzhi gestured toward Lin K. Now, we shall be off to dine. I kindly ask you and your friends to make way. In disbelief, Lin K was led away by Bai Feng. while Wen Tingzhi strode purposefully with Jiang Hanyan. As the crowd dispersed, the atmosphere grew awkward, leaving behind only Bai Feng and a visibly disheartened Lin Quebec Bai Feng. Did you hear what he said? He declared he no longer likes me. How could that be? Lin K was incredulous. He believed that Wen Tingzhi's actions were merely a ploy to garner his attention, a tactic to manipulate his emotions. Befeng merely schrugt bu pâté de l'In.As schuldig. In my view, young master Wen genuinely seems to have lost interest in you. However, it might be best not to vocalize such thoughts to avoid further provoking you. Meanwhile, Wen Tingzhi cautiously glanced at Jiang Hanyan, mindful that he had yet to disclose his disinterest in Lin Quebec. After all, he had used Lin K's presence as a means to persuade Jiang Hanyan to accept his gifts, hoping that the shared connection would bring joy to Lin Quebec. That would be me, he sighed. I have indeed moved on from Lin K, yet I find it difficult to convey this to you, considering my past actions. Kicking a pebble along the path, he continued, but just because I no longer fancy Lin K doesn't mean you should cease being my friend. Jiang Hanyan, with a cool demeanor, replied, did I ever suggest such a thing? Although he hadn't explicitly stated it, who could discern what lay in his heart? Let us not speak of him any longer. We ought to hurry to the grilled fish restaurant. I have heard it is quite popular, and we may find no seats if we arrive late. The grilled fish restaurant, located near the school, was bustling when Wen Tingzhi and Jiang Hanyan arrived, the staff calling out loudly to manage the crowd. Here they come. Do not rush us. We are almost ready. The ice-cold beers you requested, 3 bottles, have been served. A keen-eyed waiter approached them with a smile. Are you two together? There is a table available in a cozy corner. Please follow me. The restaurant was filled with the enticing aroma of dishes sizzling over the flames, and despite the air conditioning, the warmth of the crowd made it somewhat stifling. Once seated, Wen Tingzhi encouraged Jiang Hanyan to order. After a whirlwind of recommendations from the waiter, he departed with the menu. This place is thriving, Wen Tingzhi mused, propping his chin on his hand as he gazed out the window. They were on the 3rd floor, and the sky was still bright, with a hint of pastel sunset hues in the distance. Jiang Hanyan vigorously wiped the greasy surface of the table with a tissue, coldly replacing it with another to continue the task, stopping only when the table's paint began to wear off. The waiter approached with a kettle of hot water and paused at the sight of a pile of used tissues on the table, quickly grabbing them and discarding them into a nearby trash bin. The waiter appeared, startled by the scene. Wen Tingzhi spoke with a cheerful smile, his eyes bright and captivating, while Jiang Hanyan pursed his lips in silence, reaching for the kettle to repeatedly rinse the bowls and chopsticks. Why did you choose to dine at this establishment? I thought you had been here before, he inquired. The hygiene of such an eatery was naturally not impeccable, merely adequate, yet for someone with Jiang Hanyan's obsessive cleanliness, it was quite severe, requiring a mental preparation to sit down. I've heard the flavors are quite delightful. Wen Tingzhi nodded, acknowledging that the service was indeed swift, with students from a nearby university filling the seats around them. Did you see the posters around the campus of High University? A girl exclaimed excitedly, turning to her companion. Her companion shook her head, sipping water to clear her throat, and asked the waiter for a few bottles of cola. What's up? If it weren't for my classmates at High University informing me, I would have been oblivious. The gossip I mentioned earlier has been updated. The rich second-generation dog is right behind you. If only you turn around, she teased. Wen Tingzhi smiled tightly, and the individual across from him finally displayed the first smile since entering the grilled fish restaurant. He whispered, What? Is my gossip that interesting? No, are they wrong? The rich second-generation dog, that's correct, but it has nothing to do with him. However, he couldn't voice this thought, merely widening his eyes at Jiang Hanyan, just as the much-anticipated grilled fish was served. The aroma was intoxicating, and the vibrant colors were appealing, with a layer of bean sprouts and potatoes covering the fish, while the base of the pot was filled with bright red chili peppers, the broth looking utterly enticing. As the drinks and rice were brought to the table, Wen Tingzhi began to eat. Eat quickly. Once you're full, I'll take you back to school. His phone chimed, and he glanced at the illuminated screen. It was a message from Lin Quebec, Chapter 33. Becoming an unabashed dog. 8. Someone could no longer remain still. Lin Detective. I want to eat breakfast from the Tingshan Lake place. Upon reading it, When Tingzhi realized that Lin Ke still hadn't grasped that he genuinely did not harbor feelings for him, and was attempting to test his affections in this manner. When Tingzhi did not respond to the message, and by 1 o'clock, posted on moments, collapsing into bed immediately after. He was utterly exhausted. Unbeknownst to him, while he slept soundly and dreamt beautifully, someone else was tossing and turning, unable to find rest. Lin Ke clutched his phone tightly, fearing he might miss a message from Wen Tingzhi. In the past, it was only he who didn't care enough to reply, but now he found himself waiting for Wen Tingzhi's response. His phone vibrated repeatedly, yet none of the notifications were from Wen Tingzhi. They were merely updates from public accounts and various group messages. By past 1 o'clock, Lin Ke, dizzy from the wait, had not received a message from Wen Tingzhi and felt a chill in his heart. Could it be that he truly no longer liked him? He noticed a red dot on his moments, and, upon clicking it, saw it was from Wen Tingzhi. He was clearly online. Why was he ignoring his messages as if he hadn't seen them? Wen Tingzhi was intoxicated. In the image, Wen Tingzhi's hand grasps a bottle of beer, and the floor is littered with empty beer bottles, suggesting he is drowning his sorrows. Is this not a manifestation of his heartache? He deliberately posts such an ambiguous moment on social media for him to see, indicating that his heart remains unyielded, merely wounded by the words spoken to him. Lin Ke, revitalized, finally finds solace in sleep, unaware that all of this is orchestrated by Wen Tingzhi. To instigate Lin Ke's swift regret, it requires dangling something before him, instilling a sense of lingering hope that he is merely momentarily neglected, with Wen Tingzhi still harboring affection for him. The greater the anticipation in his heart, the deeper the ensuing regret. A collection of beer bottles was purchased by him from the owner of a barbecue shop, and the photo was intentionally captured for Lin Ke's viewing. As dawn breaks, sunlight filters through the curtains, and Wen Tingzhi squints, shielding his eyes from the brightness. Reluctant to rise, he reaches for the remote control to draw the final curtain, plunging the room into darkness. He picks up his phone to check messages, and, as expected, Lin Ke has liked his post. His efforts to stay awake until 1 o'clock were not in vain. Lin Ke, too, had not slept. This thought lightens his mood considerably. Observing Lin Ke's response about excessive drinking being detrimental to health, he scoffs. He never showed concern before, but now that he has lost him, he begins to care. Such pretense, such feigned concern. He sends a good morning message to Jiang Hanyan and tosses his phone aside to freshen up. His sole mission now is to effectively pursue Jiang Hanyan. Unlike Lin Ke, Jiang Hanyan will not torment him, though he is not easy to court. He invests in acquiring Jiang Hanyan's class schedule, for knowledge of both adversary and self ensures victory in every battle. His approach towards Jiang Hanyan is one of subtlety, akin to boiling a frog in warm water. Today is Saturday, and with Jiang Hanyan having no classes, Wen Tingzhi is unaware of his plans and decides to stake out near the school gate. Wen Tingzhi texts, "What are your plans for today? Would you like to go out together?" After approximately half an hour, he receives a reply from his future boyfriend. "I'm at work, please do not disturb." Accompanying the message is a photo, and Wen Tingzhi eagerly opens it, only to realize it is not from a bar, but rather a library where he is working. He zooms in on the image to discern finer details, searching for libraries near High University, which amounts to 3. After magnifying the photo to its utmost, he finally spots the words High City Library on the spine of a bookshelf in the corner. He quickly sets his navigation to depart. The High City Library is the largest in the city, designed by a renowned architect, showcasing a distinctive exterior. Inside, each floor boasts its own unique style. And Wen Tingzhi deduces that Jiang Hanyan is likely stationed at the front desk as a book lending and returning administrator. Ascending floor by floor, he ultimately finds Jiang Hanyan on the 4th floor. He is seated at the front desk, his upper body visible, clad in a cream-colored shirt, his hair dark and lustrous, adorned with 2 whorls. It is said that those with 2 whorls are intelligent, and Jiang Hanyan indeed is grasping new concepts swiftly and excelling in his studies. The more he delved into Jiang Hanyan's interests, the greater his fascination grew, especially considering that he might very well have been his partner in a previous life. When Tingzhi observed Jiang Hanyan from a distance, the latter was engrossed in a book, a serene and handsome gentleman. It was then that he noticed a number of people were glancing in Jiang Hanyan's direction. Just as he contemplated approaching, two girls rushed forward with their books in hand. "Hello, we're here to return a book," said a girl with a high ponytail, her cheeks flushed, tightly gripping her companion's hand. Jiang Hanyin looked up, placing a bookmark in the spot he had just read. "Scan. Done." After a moment's hesitation, the girl softly asked, "Could you give me your contact information? I would like to get to know you." Wen Tingzhi, holding 2 cups of coffee, realized that it was indeed a case of peach blossoms blooming. "How charming." Jiang Hanyin raised an eyebrow, neatly arranging his book aside. "Thank you, but I'm not fond of girls." These words rendered the girl with the ponytail instantly pale, while her companion awkwardly chuckled, pulling her away forcefully. "Our Jiang school hunk is truly popular." He handed a coffee with a straw to Jiang Hanyin. "Your preferred iced Americano." "Thank you." Jiang Hanyin accepted it, taking a sip, his eyes glimmering with a subtle smile. He gently twirled a ring on his finger. "How did you know I would be here?" Wen Tingzhi feigned a smile. "Do you believe it was mere coincidence?" "Not really. I still have work to do. How about you find a seat and wait for me to finish?" "If it were truly a coincidence, you would have turned back by now." "This guy." Wen Tingzhi took a large gulp of the iced Americano, grimacing at its bitterness. Was it truly this bitter, even with added sugar? Jiang Hanyin's drink had only a third of the sugar, yet he consumed it expressionlessly. Seeing him frown, Jiang Hanyin leisurely took another sip. With a light chuckle, he retrieved a piece of fruit candy from his drawer and offered it to him. "Here." The grape-flavored candy was sweet to the point of being cloying. He squinted as he placed it in his left cheek. "Was this a gift from someone pursuing you?" "Not at all. A child asked me to grab a book, and she gave it to me." "All right then." Wen Tingzhi placed the iced Americano on Jiang Hanyin's desk. "Please dispose of it for me. I'll wait for you to have lunch together." "Sure." Wen Tingzhi waved his hand and found a sofa on the 4th floor, casually picking up a book to read. Yet, after a short while, he began to feel drowsy. Slowly, he rested his head down and fell asleep. "Wen Tingzhi, wake up, wake up." He rubbed his eyes and, still somewhat dazed, saw Jiang Hanyin before him, relieved that he hadn't tea-drooled. It was all Lin K's fault for keeping him up late posting on WeChat last night. Otherwise, how could he possibly have fallen asleep in the library? "Can we go for lunch now?" "Yes, let's go. There's a place nearby." Wen Tingzhi went to the restroom to wash his face, and as he passed Jiang Hanyin's workspace, he noticed there was only one iced Americano left on the desk. It looked somewhat like his own cup. He had a habit of biting down on straws while drinking. Perhaps he had mistaken it. Maybe Jiang Hanyin had accidentally bitten the straw as well. Chapter 34. Transformed into an unabashed sycophant. 9. Gazing at the 20 points of favorability above Jiang Hanyin's head. Wen Tingzhi languidly propped his chin up, his legs gently shaking. The 2 cups of beverages arrived, and Wen Tingzhi inserted a straw. "Do you drink your beverages with such decorum?" Jiang Hanyin tilted his head slightly, resting one hand on his chin while gently fiddling with the straw. This method of drinking was indeed more convenient. Wen Tingzhi, however, would not disclose his true intentions. He instinctively bit down on the straw. Soon, several dishes were served, looking quite appetizing. Wen Tingzhi pushed the bowl and chopsticks towards him, thanking him and asking him to help with the heating. "Don't you have hands?" Wen Tingzhi replied unabashedly. "Isn't it more meticulous and cleaner when you do it?" The cleanliness enthusiast, somewhat helpless, shook his head and handed over the heated utensils. The meal was consumed in silence. Out of the corner of his eye, Wen Tingzhi glanced at the straw in the drink, noting its unchanged appearance, while his own straw had become quite battered from his biting. "Are you still going to the library?" Jiang Hanyin nodded, raising a hand to shield his eyes from the glaring June sun, which was scorching and relentless, threatening to turn him into a charred figure if he wasn't careful. Couldn't he possibly get sunburned? Could he? Wen Tingzhi found it hard to imagine Jiang Hanyin becoming tanned. Would he then transform into a rugged man? Just the thought sent shivers down his spine. Jiang Hanyin poked his forehead with his index finger, teasing him. "What are you thinking so intently about?" "Nothing, nothing. Let's head back to the library together." "You're going too?" Wen Tingzhi's eyes widened, arms crossed, as numerous passers-by moved about. To ensure Jiang Hanyin could hear him, he leaned closer and murmured, "Are you forbidding me from going?" "No, it's just that I'm curious why all your attention is focused on me." Jiang Hanyin pressed his lips together, his long, curled eyelashes casting shadows beneath his eyes. Wen Tingzhi restrained the urge to reach out to him. Is it wrong for me to want to be with you? That's fine, but seeing how persistently you cling to me, I thought you might have developed feelings for me. Upon hearing Jiang Hanyan's playful remark, Wen Tingzhi's heart raced suddenly, leaving him feeling somewhat dizzy, as if he were feverish. Is this real? He was astonished that Jiang Hanyan's words could stir such strong emotions within him. How had he not realized how much he cherished Jiang Hanyan? Wen Tingzhi. Upon opening his eyes, he blinked forcefully, then closed them again, only to reopen them to the sight of a stark white ceiling. There lingered an unmistakable scent of disinfectant. Was he in a clinic? Awake? Jiang Hanyan sat in a chair, looking at him with a hint of exasperation. Did you not realize you had heat stroke? I thought it was just because I felt flustered and flushed when I heard you guessing and hit the mark. He had thought his overheating and racing heart were merely signs of embarrassment. So, was that the precursor to fainting? What are you doing to end up with heat stroke? Just waiting for you outside the school. I waited for half an hour without you coming out, so I messaged you. He had learned from the original that waiting outside made him appear particularly devoted and affectionate, eagerly anticipating his arrival. Wen Tingzhi felt a bit shy about revealing his reasons. Knowing Jiang Hanyan would likely question why he hadn't messaged him or why he hadn't waited in the car with the air conditioning on. There aren't that many reasons. Perhaps it was just too hot. Jiang Hanyan raised an eyebrow, uncertain if he believed it. Just rest a bit longer and you'll be able to leave. Will this delay you from work? No, it's still lunch break. Feeling a bit awkward. Wen Tingzhi turned to look at Jiang Hanyan. Do you want to take a nap? How could I sleep? Squeeze on such a small bed with you? Is it truly necessary to speak with such harshness? Wen Tingzhi merely smiled in silence. No, you can lie on the ground and rest. It's quite cool. I shan't tease you any longer. I want to sleep, so you might as well lie there for 10 minutes before heading home. Do take a proper rest. Very well. With that, he no longer insisted on accompanying her to the library. It would be futile anyway. It was rather peculiar to cling to Jiang Hanyan all day long. Even a devoted admirer would be turned into a mere sycophant by him. He intended to pursue earnestly, not to become a mere flatterer. After bidding farewell at the clinic, Wen Tingzhi drove home. He turned on the air conditioning, indulged in ice cream and frozen fruits, and reclined on the sofa, legs crossed, feeling utterly splendid. The life of a wealthy heir is indeed delightful. He closed his eyes for a brief nap, then reached for his phone, contemplating what to message Jiang Hanyan. Yet he found himself at a loss for words. He recalled the conversations between the original owner and Lin Quebec. The original owner had bombarded Lin K with messages from dawn till dusk to a staggering degree. Wen Tingzhi squinted and selected a few cold jokes and common phrases to save. Wen Tingzhi, which animal is the quietest? Before long, Jiang Hanyan responded, unexpectedly stealing a moment from work. Future partner, are you telling cold jokes? Wen Tingzhi, the correct answer is gorilla because when it gets angry, it does so quietly. Future partner, thank you. That made me laugh. Seizing the moment, Wen Tingzhi sent several more cold jokes, not stopping until Jiang Hanyan ceased to reply. Satisfied, he took a screenshot and posted it to his moments. Today's batch of cold jokes has been delivered. Please enjoy. In no time, Lin K called him an unwelcome interruption. However, the incessant ringing was too bothersome to ignore, so he reluctantly answered. Tingzhi. He had never heard such a gentle and affectionate tone from Lin K before. It had always been the cold, distant Wen Tingzhi or the sycophant. Regret is a constant companion, yet it cannot be undone. What is it? Lin K took a deep breath, hiding in a restroom while calling Wen Tingzhi. In recent days, Bai Feng had been probing to ascertain whether Wen Tingzhi truly harbored no feelings for him. Lin K had brushed off every inquiry, but the cessation of their breakfast together and the absence of a flurry of messages and calls had drawn the attention of others. The day he confronted Wen Tingzhi at school had already been shared on the campus forum, with many speculating whether Wen Tingzhi's claim of indifference was genuine. A poll had even been initiated, revealing that those who disfavored him outnumbered his admirers. Initially, he had felt a flicker of confidence due to the drunken message Wen Tingzhi had sent that day. But as the following days passed with Wen Tingzhi remaining uncommunicative, anxiety began to creep in. It was only moments ago that he glimpsed the screenshot Wen Tingzhi had posted. Those were messages he had received previously, but now, who were they being sent to? Enlarging the profile picture, he noted that the censorship was rather poorly executed, and he found it hard to believe his eyes. Checking his contacts, dread washed over him. It was Jiang Hanyan's WeChat. When had their relationship become so close? He dialed, but there was no answer. Relentlessly, he called 3 times before finally getting through. He feigned a gentle demeanor, but it did not elicit any warmth from Wen Tingzhi, who coldly inquired about the purpose of his call. Lin Ke swallowed hard to steady himself. Tingzhi, it's been a few days since we last met, and I find myself missing you. Tomorrow, I will be working at the bar. Will you accompany me? In the past, Wen Tingzhi had never failed to be by his side, fearing even with the manager's consent that Lin Ke might be mistreated at the bar. However, after the events of last week at the bar and the ensuing coldness, he was hesitant to take a chance. Accompany you? No, Lin Ke, you should go alone. I want to retract my decision regarding work. Whether you can keep your position depends solely on you. He hesitated, wanted to say more, but ultimately hung up the phone. Wen Tingzhi tossed his phone aside, turning on the television to find a melodramatic series about love and heartbreak playing. How fitting. You love me. I do not love you. I do not love you. You love me. TSK, TSK, TSK. Chapter 35. Transformed into a shameless sycophant. 10. When Lin Ke next encountered Wen Tingzhi, he noticed that Lin Ke's remorse had escalated to 30. A cause for celebration. Wen Tingzhi silently applauded himself, truly a prince of tasks. Tingzhi, I wish to speak with you. Lin Ke retorted him, embodying the epitome of a delicate white flower, biting his lip and turning his gaze elsewhere, deliberately avoiding eye contact. What is it that you want? Wen Tingzhi pondered. What do you wish to discuss? Many students were discreetly observing them, as it had been several days since Wen Tingzhi, Lin Ke's devoted admirer, had shown any affection. They settled at a nearby pavilion, and Wen Tingzhi aimed for a swift resolution, mindful that he needed to meet Jiang Hanyan shortly. I realized that my behavior at the bar last time was a result of my naive compassion. You were only looking out for my well-being. I am unsure why I spoke to you in such a manner, as if my mind had short-circuited. Tears streamed down Lin Ke's face as if they were of no consequence. Had the original owner of this persona been present, he would have been deeply pained and would have immediately embraced Lin Ke, ready to comply with his every whim. Observing Wen Tingzhi's hesitation, realized this approach was extraordinarily effective, particularly for someone as sensitive and prone to overthinking as Lin Quebec. He would endlessly concoct excuses in his mind for Wen Tingzhi's reticence. Tingzhi, can you forgive me and grant me another chance? In the past, I failed to comprehend your sincere feelings, but now. Wen Tingzhi, what are you doing here? The sudden interruption by Jiang Hanyan disrupted the carefully rehearsed lines Lin Ke had prepared over the past few days, leaving him momentarily speechless. Gazing upon his former ideal, Lin Ke found that he no longer felt the heart-pounding excitement of the past. It was as if Jiang Hanyan had stolen Wen Tingzhi away. Without him, how could Wen Tingzhi have claimed he didn't like him one moment and then eagerly pursued Jiang Hanyan the next? He lowered his troubled gaze, lifting his head to wipe away the tears that had stained his chin. Reality's triangular romance. Watch now. 1L. Wow, this is so thrilling. Who understands? 2L. The above comment. I understand. Who doesn't know that Wen Tingzhi is fond of Lin Ke, and Lin Ke is enamored with Jiang Hanyan? Yet, Jiang Hanyan remains a solitary figure, seemingly aloof. 3L. Didn't someone post earlier claiming that young Master Wen didn't have feelings for Lin Ke? Yet, I've seen him seeking out Jiang Hanyan frequently these past few days. TSK, TSK, TSK. 4L. I can't confirm. I spotted them dining together at an outdoor grilled fish restaurant. In the library, I encountered them. There's an ineffable sensation that you traverse their world. The classic love triangle. It hinges upon whether Jiang Hanyan has feelings for Wen Tingzhi. However, I believe that Jiang Hanyan and Wen Tingzhi make a more harmonious and aesthetically pleasing pair. Truth be told, I think the young master should simply take a liking to Jiang Hanyan. The forum buzzed with fervent discussions, while the original poster concealed themselves in the bushes. Capturing real-time updates. The bar was abuzz, yet the pavilion remained tranquil. Having nothing pressing to attend to, I decided to depart. Lin Ke rushed forward, embracing him from behind. Tingzhi, don't you like me? I know you wouldn't so swiftly shift your affections. Please, don't treat me this way. Tears dampened the fabric, and Wen Tingzhi felt a throb of discomfort. Logically, he should be stringing Lin Ke along, yet Jiang Hanyan's presence rendered him speechless. He forcefully pried Lin Ke's arms away and stole a glance at Jiang Hanyan. Remarkably, Jiang Hanyan maintained a facade of calmness, though the furrowed brow and fingers fidgeting with his ring betrayed his discontent. Since you wish to rekindle old flames, I shall take my leave. Jiang Hanyan's voice was frigid as he turned away from the pavilion. Wen Tingzhi could not allow such a situation to unfold. Lin Ke, cease your entanglement. It is unbecoming. Chapter 36. Transformed into a shameless admirer. 11. Jiang Hanyan trudged along, lost in thought, unaware of the source of his ire. He feared that Wen Tingzhi might genuinely be swayed by Lin Ke's words, leading to a sweet, blissful union. What was he to them? A mere cog in their happiness? Hearing footsteps trailing behind him, Jiang Hanyan's lips curled into a slight smile. Jiang Hanyan, Senior Jiang Hanyan, Wen Tingzhi called out with various appellations. Grasping Jiang Hanyan's arm halted him. After a few steps, Wen Tingzhi found himself slightly breathless, a flush gracing his cheeks as he fanned his face with his palm. Why did you run so fast? Didn't we agree to hang out at my place? Jiang Hanyan lowered his gaze. Weren't you too busy? I thought you were going to be all lovey-dovey with Lin Quebec. What nonsense. I wanted to walk with you. He just suddenly rushed in and hugged me. I didn't even ask for emotional damages. Is that so? Jiang Hanyan raised an eyebrow, seemingly skeptical. Aren't you quite fond of him? Fond enough to lose yourself? Wen Tingzhi rested his arm on Jiang Hanyan's shoulder, too lazy to look up, urging him to bow his head slightly. I told you, it felt like I was possessed. I couldn't fathom why I liked him. One day, I just woke up and didn't like him anymore. To assure Jiang Hanyan of his sincerity, he clasped his fingers together and swore to the heavens. What I just said is heartfelt. If I speak falsely, may lightning strike me. Before he could finish, Jiang Hanyan, displeased, covered his mouth with his hand. Can you speak so recklessly? Wen Tingzhi instinctively spoke, his tongue brushing against Jiang Hanyan's palm, causing him to retract his hand immediately. I believe you, but refrain from such talk in the future. Wen Tingzhi nodded and led Jiang Hanyan home to play. Meanwhile, the forum continued its fervent discussions, the original poster, evidently dedicated. Perhaps a former detective, cleverly concealed behind the ornamental trees planted at the school, remained unnoticed by either Jiang Hanyan or Wen Tingzhi. I have received first-hand intelligence to share on the forum. The original poster, image, unclear speech, but evidently exuding a flamboyant aura. 33L, the original poster, could pursue a career as a paparazzo after graduation, with such indistinct pixels showcasing two faces akin to male celebrities. 34L, truly, it is quite effeminate. Why did Jiang Hanyan suddenly cover the young master's mouth? It appears rather intimate. 35L, this isn't merely my biased perception. It genuinely seems quite homosexual. The young master is persistently trailing Jiang Hanyan, who strides ahead without a backward glance. 37L, the content posted at 36L has been censored. It couldn't possibly contain anything scandalous. The sight of these two handsome men together is truly delightful. 38L, it is evident that Jiang Hanyan was upset in the pavilion, with the young master rushing out to console him. As he coaxed, he made a vow, prompting Jiang Hanyan to cover his mouth. Ultimately, it remains a mystery what was said, but the young master managed to placate Jiang Hanyan, and the two departed together. The forum continues to buzz with discussions, and many have already conjured fanfiction in their minds. Bai Feng, upon closing the forum, noticed Lin Ke lying on the bed and felt a twinge of concern. After all, he and Lin Ke were not particularly close friends. They simply had a decent rapport in the dormitory and attended classes together. Lin Ke, are you all right? Lin Ke's voice was harsh. I'm fine, leave me alone. Despite the dismissal, Bai Feng remained engrossed in the forum. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Ke was also hidden beneath the covers, perusing the forum, where threads about Jiang Hanyin and Wen Tingzhi had gone viral. No one seemed to pay Lin K any mind, as discussions revolved around the nature of their relationship. Lin K found it unbearable to be overlooked and could not tolerate Wen Tingzhi's apparent fondness for Jiang Hanyin. How could he not harbor feelings for him? If he did not fancy him, he ought not to have entangled himself from the outset. Once involved, there was no way to extricate oneself so easily, a mere fantasy. By phone, do you think I was too harsh with Wen Tingzhi in the past? How could he claim to not like me and then simply not like me? Lin K lifted the bed curtain, sitting cross-legged on the bed, his eyes red and swollen, indicating he had been crying. By phone paused, putting away his phone, noticing the absence of their two other roommates. He supported his legs and inquired, "Do you wish to hear the truth or a lie?" "Of course, the truth." By phone nodded. It wasn't overly harsh. Just as Lin K was about to breathe a sigh of relief, By phone added, "It was exceedingly excessive." Lin K's expression darkened as By phone recounted, "In the middle of the night, when you were hungry and wished for a midnight snack, you roused the sleeping Wen Tingzhi to fetch it for you." By phone continued, counting on his fingers. "You made him wait in the blazing sun for over an hour under the pretense of having something to do. And in winter, you suddenly declared it was too cold, demanding Wen Tingzhi remove his clothing for you to wear, leaving him in nothing but his undergarments." "All right, stop talking." Lin K's gaze grew stormy as he abruptly pulled the curtain shut. "Hey, if you're unwilling to listen, I have no desire to continue," By phone remarked, reopening his phone to resume his activities. "Ding, ding, ding. Welcome to our home. You are the very first classmate to visit me." Wen Tingzhi cheerfully retrieved a pair of new slippers for Jiang Hanyin from the shoe cabinet. "So, how do you find our home?" Jiang Hanyin leaned against the shoe cabinet, changing his shoes. Since he had boarded Wen Tingzhi's car, a wave of nervousness washed over him, despite Wen Tingzhi's assurance that his parents were not at home. The sight of the detached villa outside made his heart skip a beat. Coming from a modest background, Jiang had lost both parents during his university years. Subsequently, he had navigated life alone, juggling part-time work and studies to cover tuition fees, securing scholarships, and living frugally. On weekends, he worked at the library, where he could read while earning money. During busy nights at the bar, he would lend his skills as a bartender. When a singer was unexpectedly unavailable for a performance, Jiang Hanyin would step in. Now, his life was no longer as financially strained as it had been in the first year following his parents' demise. He understood that Wen Tingzhi hailed from a wealthy family, but witnessing their affluence firsthand was a revelation. The house was easily over 1,000 square feet. "Come on. I love sitting on the sofa and playing on my phone," Wen Tingzhi beckoned, patting the sofa as Jiang Hanyin approached. A housekeeper quietly approached, announcing, "Young master, the dishes you requested are ready, and here are some pre-meal desserts. Dinner will commence shortly." "All right," replied Wen Tingzhi. On the pristine, white plate of the coffee table lay exquisite, sweet little cakes. Wen Tingzhi handed one to Jiang Hanyin, encouraging, "Don't be shy. Eat up. Treat my home as if it were your own." Jiang Hanyin smiled faintly and took a delicate bite. The dining table resembled a long table from medieval Europe. And Wen Tingzhi casually invited Jiang Hanyin to sit in the middle, as several housekeepers brought forth an array of dishes. After enjoying a hearty meal, Wen Tingzhi urged him to tour the rooms. "Stay over tonight, will you? I'll drive you back in the morning. Now let me show you my room." He pressed the elevator button, revealing that his room was on the 3rd floor. "This entire floor is mine, although I rarely use it. I mostly just frequent my bedroom." Jiang Hanyin's fingers tightened and then relaxed. How could a privileged young master be interested in someone like him? Wen Tingzhi turned his head, noticing that Jiang Hanyin's affection level had inexplicably dropped from 40 to 35. "Can someone tell me what just happened? Are you unhappy?" he ventured cautiously. Jiang Hanyin shook his head, a smile gracing his lips. "Of course not. I'm quite happy." "Then why does your affection level keep decreasing?" Wen Tingzhi felt a pang of frustration, though he kept it to himself. "Come on in." He grasped Jiang Hanyin's arm and pulled him into the bedroom. "Regardless of your mood, you must stay tonight." He was determined to make Jiang Hanyin smile by the end of the evening. To elevate Jiang Hanyin's spirits and improve his affection level, Wen Tingzhi employed every charm he could muster. "This is my bed. Isn't it significantly larger than yours?" He patted the bed and sat down, his tone laced with suggestion. It's a bit too spacious for just one person. Jiang Hanyan lowered his gaze, noting that the floor of Wen Tingzhi's room was covered in plush carpeting, soft and inviting underfoot. He recognized Wen Tingzhi's disdain for his own smaller, less comfortable bed. This is my walk-in closet. Feel free to pick any clothes you like. He swung open the closet door, revealing a dazzling array of garments before Jiang Hanyan. Wen Tingzhi contemplated that having Jiang Hanyan wear his clothes would be akin to an indirect embrace, a notion steeped in subtle intimacy. Jiang Hanyan's fingers gripped the cabinet door tightly. Was this a display of disdain for the scarcity of his own garments, a boast of his own plentiful wardrobe? Little did Wen Tingzhi realize that with every word he uttered, he deepened the insecurities of the sensitive Jiang Hanyan. Are you satisfied with my bedroom? He chattered on, casually retrieving a bottle of mineral water from the refrigerator, convinced that Jiang Hanyan, being so astute, must have grasped his underlying hints. He mused that he could share half of the bedroom with Jiang Hanyan. If he were clever, he would eschew the guest room and instead boldly request to inhabit the bedroom. Turning to glance at Jiang Hanyan, his expression instantly fell. How could his favorability plummet to 30? What is wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell? If something's bothering you, you must tell me. You must be tired. Come lie down on my bed for a while. Wen Tingzhi rubbed his eyes, incredulous that his affection for Jiang Hanyan had diminished by 10 points after merely bringing him home. What had gone awry? Perhaps I am a bit fatigued, Jiang Hanyan said with a faint smile, nestled in the soft warmth of the bedding, enveloped by a delightful scent. He contentedly closed his eyes, leaving Wen Tingzhi genuinely perplexed. If you wish to sleep on my bed, you need not feel shy about it, he thought, noting that merely lying on his bed had elevated Jiang Hanyan's favorability by 2 points, a cause for celebration. As he gulped down the remaining half of the icy water, he intended to return the bottle to the refrigerator when Jiang Hanyan turned to look at him, his dark eyes sparkling under the light. Reminiscent of someone who had recently wept, Wen Tingzhi's throat tightened, and his fingers, guided by an unbidden impulse, brushed against Jiang Hanyan's eyes. Wen Tingzhi? Oh. He quickly withdrew his hand, chuckling awkwardly. I was merely trying to remove an eyelash that had fallen into your eye. Ha ha. I'm a bit thirsty. Could you share some of that water with me? Of course, certainly. He responded promptly, unscrewing the cap and handing the bottle to Jiang Hanyan. Only when Jiang Hanyan raised the bottle to his lips and drank quietly did he realize the peculiarity of the moment. It was water he had previously sipped. Did this not constitute an indirect kiss? Yet, surely, good friends could share water, couldn't they? But what did he and Jiang Hanyan have in common with mere friendship? He had never declared his intentions to pursue Jiang Hanyan. What if, in Jiang Hanyan's mind, he was simply the best of friends? Huh, have you forgotten that this is water I've already drunk? Aren't you the one who values cleanliness above all? He teased, scratching his face. Jiang Hanyan finished the water and handed the bottle back to him, which he promptly capped and crumpled before tossing it onto the sofa. Is it forbidden to drink? I thought good friends could share a bottle of water. Didn't you share water with Lin K when you were pursuing him? Never, Jiang Hanyan replied. I'm just asking. If you want to drink, go ahead. Now, close your eyes and take a nap. He silently hoped that upon awakening, Jiang Hanyan's favorability would rise once more. Jiang Hanyan was indeed somewhat fatigued, having been engrossed in experiments, research, and repeated calculations lately. He desired to drift off to sleep, yet as he closed his eyes, he felt a burning gaze fixated upon his face. With a hint of resignation, he turned over, only to hear Wen Tingzhi emit a soft click of his tongue. As he prepared to drift into slumber, Wen Tingzhi climbed onto the bed after removing his shoes, shifting to a different side to continue gazing at him. Jiang Hanyan found the bed indeed spacious, lying in the center no matter which way he turned. Wen Tingzhi's gaze would be fixed upon him. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld Wen Tingzhi's handsome visage, the mole on his nose distinctly visible. He playfully poked Wen Tingzhi's nose with his finger, asking if he too intended to sleep. Wen Tingzhi, feeling bashful, clutched the blanket and inquired, "Why are you still awake? Did I disturb your sleep? I apologize. Perhaps I should take refuge in the guest room." Grateful for the tea and conversation that Lin K had provided, Jiang Hanyan felt a sense of helplessness as he suggested they share the bed. "You are too kind. I actually intended to sleep in the guest room, but I find it difficult to adjust to unfamiliar beds. I must impose upon you to share your space." Before Jiang Hanyan could articulate further, Wen Tingzhi, fearing he might utter something about his discomfort with unfamiliar beds, pressed his finger against Jiang's lips, commanding, "All right, time for sleep." Finally, he could surrender to a peaceful slumber. Upon awakening, it was already afternoon. Jiang Hanyan opened his eyes to find Wen Tingzhi, who slept peacefully, clutching a small toy. As he lay on his side, his cheek was pleasantly squished, prompting Jiang Hanyan to reach out and touch his smooth, fair skin, which felt exquisitely delightful. What had prompted Wen Tingzhi to seek him out? Was it because he was favored by Lin Ke? Did he believe that while he could never reach Lin Ke, he might evoke sorrow in him by pursuing someone he cherished? These thoughts soured his mood, for it all circled back to Lin Quebec. Just as he contemplated rising, Wen Tingzhi stirred, accidentally tossing his toy to the floor and wrapping his arms around Jiang Hanyan. Paralyzed with surprise, Jiang Hanyan dared not move, not even to breathe, lest he disturb the slumbering Wen Tingzhi. After a minute, with no sign of awakening from Wen Tingzhi, he finally allowed himself to breathe again. Had he become a mere plaything to Wen Tingzhi? Quietly, he observed Wen Tingzhi's sleeping face. The gentle rhythm of his breath warmed Jiang Hanyan's chest, causing his cheeks to flush. He tenderly caressed Wen Tingzhi's smooth arm, cautiously removing his finger to tuck a pillow into his embrace. Wen Tingzhi merely smacked his lips in his sleep, undisturbed. Flushed, Jiang Hanyan hastily retreated to the restroom, feeling awkward in Wen Tingzhi's personal bathroom. Despite his impulsive urges, he felt a sense of propriety and could only endure the situation. Sitting on the toilet, he attempted to calm his racing heart. Even after several minutes, his excitement persisted. The bathroom, filled with Wen Tingzhi's belongings, only fueled his imagination further. Jiang Hanyan closed his eyes and retrieved his phone, donning his headphones. He began to play a calming mantra on repeat. Chapter 38, Transforming into an Unabashed Admirer. 13. Here, this is a new pajama set. I bought it a few sizes too large. It should fit you perfectly. Wen Tingzhi scratched his head, perplexed as to how Jiang Hanyan, an adult, managed to soak his clothes while washing his hands. "You should just take a shower and change into the pajamas." With his ears flushed crimson, Jiang Hanyan spoke in a low voice as he took the pajamas and entered the bathroom. Wen Tingzhi, feeling a sense of longing, could not help but notice Jiang Hanyan's wet clothes clinging to his body, showcasing his fine physique, leaving him yearning to reach out and touch. Indeed, a restless night has led to an unexpected rise in Jiang Hanyan's affection for me, soaring from 40 to 45. Bringing Jiang Hanyan home was undoubtedly the right decision. While he took a shower, I pulled out my phone to check the myriad of messages awaiting me. Some invited me to drink and sing. Others suggested playing billiards or golf, while a few proposed going out for dinner or racing. However, none of these activities seemed suitable for Jiang Hanyan, so I decided it was best to remain at home, allowing him to bask in the warmth of family life. I, Wen Tingzhi, have a slight penchant for orderliness, diligently dismissing the little red notification dots one by one. As I scrolled down, I came across a message from Lin Quebec. How shameless he could be. Wen Tingzhi. Today I was in the wrong. I shouldn't have suddenly embraced you. Did I frighten you? I apologize. Lin K. It seems I can't do anything right without you. I even cut my finger while slicing an apple. Lanke, image. Upon opening the image, I realized Lin K must have taken countless shots to capture this single moment. A few droplets of blood had congealed on his finger. He sat on a school chair, wearing shorts, his legs crossed, with his finger resting on his thigh, the vibrant red standing out against his skin. The table in the photo held the building blocks I had once gifted him, along with a laptop, a potted plant, and a neatly sliced apple. I reclined on the lazy sofa, chuckling at the picture, and clicked on Lin K's profile, discovering he had posted in his moments, possibly visible only to himself. Lin K had only learned to regret through loss. If given another chance, he vowed to hold on tightly to me. I smiled and gave his post a like. Wen Tingzhi, so careless. You should avoid apples in the future. Wen Tingzhi, let us put today behind us. Jiang Hanyin needs me for something, so I cannot chat with you now. With my eyes closed, I smiled softly, reminiscing about how Lin Ke used to rely on me to procure fruits, meticulously peeling and slicing them, presenting them in an exquisite fruit platter, all while he would find fault with my offerings. Alas, late-blooming affection is often undervalued. I'm done showering. Jiang Hanyin's words sparked an inexplicable anticipation within me, as if he were to emerge and share an intimate moment. He stepped out enveloped in steam, adorning his adorable cartoon pajamas. Many garments in our home were provided by my parents, who still regarded me as their child, coupled with my fondness for whimsical designs. My sleepwear was all delightfully charming. Strangely, even in Jiang Hanyin's cool demeanor, the pajamas appeared fitting. I smiled, giving him a thorough once-over. They suit you well. Let us go eat. We slept soundly until sunset, our housekeeper having prepared a sumptuous meal in our absence. However, Jiang Hanyin's appetite had diminished since his arrival. Recognizing my worth, he resolved to earn well for me to enjoy. With this thought, he eagerly anticipated returning to school to explore ways to make money. You'll be sleeping here tonight. There's no leaving. I devoured a rib, discarding the bone, mumbling as I served soup to Jiang Hanyin. This nourishing concoction is a specially prepared restorative soup that I instructed the ant to make for you. Given your recent habit of burning the midnight oil to gather information, consuming this will greatly benefit your health. Jiang Hanyin pondered whether it might be overly nourishing. He feared that indulging might ignite a sudden surge of energy, compelling him to repeat the experience. However, he could not disappoint Wen Tingzhi's kind intentions and thus drank the bowl of soup. After dining, Wen Tingzhi led Jiang Hanyin to the backyard. This is my little dog. Shall we take it for a walk? The dog, a regal black Doberman, remained silent, panting gently as it nudged against Wen Tingzhi's calf. It was named Riceball. What a charming name, Jiang Hanyin remarked, sensing the whimsy in the choice. Noticing his curiosity, Wen Tingzhi explained, I adopted it after seeing it while enjoying Riceballs abroad. Naming it was quite a challenge, so I settled on Riceball. Jiang Hanyin nodded, recognizing the casualness of the naming process. Riceball, your brother is holding you. He took the leash from Wen Tingzhi, feeling ambivalent toward animals, but accepting it nonetheless. Given that it was Wen Tingzhi's dog, the Doberman, as enthusiastic as ever, dashed forward like it was its first outing, prompting Jiang Hanyin to quicken his pace to keep up. It was only then that he noticed Wen Tingzhi had fallen behind, turning to see him smiling softly, capturing the moment with his phone, either taking pictures or recording a video. He tugged at Riceball, who finally paused beneath a tree to relieve itself. What are you doing? Jiang Hanyin questioned. I recorded a video of you and Riceball. It's particularly amusing. Wen Tingzhi's eyes sparkled as he showed Jiang Hanyin the footage. Look at you. Being led by Riceball, your back view reveals a hint of panic. Well, it was my first time without experience, Jiang Hanyin replied. With more practice walking Riceball, you'll gain experience. Everyone starts somewhere, Wen Tingzhi said naturally and straightforwardly, leaving Jiang Hanyin momentarily speechless. When the leash was returned to Wen Tingzhi, Jiang Hanyin felt a jolt at the brief contact, as if electricity coursed through him. After their walk, Wen Tingzhi escorted him to the rooftop. Can you swim? He inquired. Yes. Jiang Hanyin reminisced about his childhood spent at his grandparents' house in the countryside, where streams and ponds were plentiful. In summer, many children would gather to swim in the pond just outside his door, which, though modest in size, was safe enough for adults to relax while watching them play. His grandfather would sit at the entrance, fanning himself as he observed their splashes, and gradually, he learned to swim. Later, in college, he joined a swimming club to refine his technique and learn more systematic and standardized strokes. Shall we race? Wen Tingzhi asked with a playful smile. Let's see who reaches the other side first. The loser must fulfill a request from the winner. Agreed. As the countdown began, 3, 2, 1, Wen Tingzhi surged forward. Regardless of the outcome, it bore no significance to him. Jiang Hanyin could meet any condition proposed, while he was uncertain if he could fulfill Wen Tingzhi's. With limbs thrashing vigorously, Jiang Hanyin propelled himself through the water, emerging ahead of Wen Tingzhi by a considerable margin, executing the butterfly stroke with elegance. Upon touching the wall, he removed his swim cap, his eyes glimmering with a playful smile as he declared, "I have one." Wen Tingzhi felt indifferent towards winning or losing as he removed his swim cap and goggles, his thoughts predominantly fixated on Jiang Hanyan's physique. Earlier in the day, he had caught a glimpse of Jiang's chiseled abs when he was wet, and now they were even more pronounced, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist. The 8-pack of abs was distinctly visible, his powerful thighs firm and strong, effortlessly pushing himself up from the pool to the edge. What was Wen Tingzhi preoccupied with all day? His mind was filled with inappropriate thoughts. Chapter 39. Transformed into an unabashed sycophant. 14. Where shall I sleep? Jiang Hanyan, drying his hair, followed closely behind Wen Tingzhi. Logically, he should have taken the initiative to retire to a guest room, yet for reasons unbeknownst to him, he remained silent, merely asking Wen Tingzhi symbolically, "Why don't you sleep with me tonight? You tried it this afternoon. My bed is spacious enough for two. We can play some games. And when we grow weary, we shall sleep." Jiang Hanyan pressed his lips together, his gaze lingering on the back of Wen Tingzhi. Truly, Wen Tingzhi was the epitome of a pampered young master, his skin glowing white from head to toe, with his arms and knees tinged pink from friction. His neck was long, evoking an irresistible desire to leave a mark. He was slender, yet not emaciated. His long legs were straight and fair, the firm, smooth flesh of his thighs enticing enough to make one wish to grasp them, to see if one could encircle them with a single hand. Below his waist lay a rounded, elastic posterior, and Jiang Hanyan, rubbing his face, quickened his pace, leaving behind a remark about needing to use the restroom. "Oh, in such a hurry?" Wen Tingzhi remarked. Jiang Hanyan exhaled, splashing cold water on his head, yet the chill did little to calm him. Instead, it heightened his senses. He was on the verge of madness, his mind consumed with visions of Wen Tingzhi's fair skin, his full, fleshy rear, his thighs, and the faint outline of his abs. "No more thoughts. Stop right there. Jiang Hanyan, are you not finished yet? Hurry up. I'm waiting for you outside to play games together." His voice was hoarse as he turned off the tap, sitting on the toilet to breathe deeply and regain his composure. Wen Tingzhi had opened his phone to log into the game, and by the time Jiang Hanyan emerged, he had already changed into his pajamas and completed the daily tasks in the game. "Are you out? Why are your thighs so red? Did you bump into something?" Jiang Hanyan glanced down, noting the redness on his thighs from having pinched them too hard in a rush to lower the flag. "Yes, I accidentally bumped into the door." "Oh, hurry over to play." Jiang Hanyan, holding his pajamas, intended to enter the bathroom to change. Wen Tingzhi, having put his phone down, teased, "We're both men. Why are you shy to change in front of me? Just put your clothes on directly. The main thing is to take off your swim trunks and put on your underwear before donning your long pants." "Quite embarrassing indeed. I shall cover my eyes and not look. You needn't bother with the restroom." Jiang Hanyan swiftly removed his swim trunks, keeping an eye on Wen Tingzhi from the corner of his vision. The distance was somewhat far, and he could not discern whether Wen Tingzhi might steal a glance. He changed in mere seconds. When he walked over, he noticed Wen Tingzhi's earlobes were flushed and the lower half of his face, unobscured, was as red as a monkey's rear. It was hard to believe he hadn't peeked. "Are you done?" Wen Tingzhi quietly asked, lowering his fingers that had been shielding his eyes. In truth, he was merely a tad curious. As he slightly parted his fingers, he caught sight of Jiang Hanyan having removed his swim trunks. He now feigned calmness, moistening his parched lips as he played video games with Jiang Hanyan. For reasons unbeknownst to them, their gameplay was clumsy, while their teammates passionately communicated over the microphone. "Never mind, my skills aren't up to par today. Let us save the triumph for another time," Wen Tingzhi declared, pinching his earlobe before exiting the game. He intended to suggest they retire for the night. Yet it felt oddly suggestive, as if he were inviting Jiang Hanyan to share his bed. Yet, that was not his intent. It was merely a suggestion to sleep. Despite the absence of such implications, he uttered it nonetheless. Jiang Hanyan paused his phone activity, nodding in agreement. The two maintained a respectful distance, each removing their shoes and lying down straight, hands folded over their abdomens, a classic yet unappealing sleeping posture to Wen Tingzhi. After a while, discomfort overwhelmed him, prompting him to hug his stuffed toy tightly against his chest. The bedside lamps cast a warm yellow glow, creating a particularly cozy atmosphere. As he turned over, he unexpectedly noticed Jiang Hanyan's affection meter fluctuating, never dipping below 45, oscillating between 45 and 50. He remained oblivious to what Jiang Hanyan was contemplating. In the dead of night, Jiang Hanyan, like an alert night owl, leaned down to inhale the scent of the pillow, which bore Wen Tingzhi's fragrance. Perhaps it was his natural scent, the unique aroma, a blend of body fragrance, shower gel, and shampoo, lingered in the air. Although Wen Tingzhi had succumbed to slumber, Jiang Hanyan found himself wide awake. His gaze fixated on the stuffed toy in Wen Tingzhi's arms, recalling how, during their afternoon nap, Wen Tingzhi had tossed it aside to embrace him instead. Even when held, Wen Tingzhi would react. It was a bittersweet torment. As the hours slipped by, Wen Tingzhi still clung to the toy, prompting Jiang Hanyan to intervene and toss it to the floor. He slowly maneuvered himself in front of Wen Tingzhi, guiding his hand to rest on his waist, while his own hand settled on Wen Tingzhi's thigh. Comforted, he felt a wave of sleepiness wash over him. However, as his fingers grazed Wen Tingzhi's thigh, he marveled at its softness, sensing an unbreakable bond between his hand and Wen Tingzhi's leg. Since they were so intertwined, he decided to indulge in the sensation. At last, he drifted into a contented slumber, the affection meter stabilizing at 50, no longer fluctuating. Upon deactivating the alarm, Wen Tingzhi awoke to the sight of Jiang Hanyan's handsome, sleeping visage. After meticulously tracing Jiang Hanyan's features with his eyes, Jiang Hanyan opened his own. So engrossed was he in his observation that he had not realized he had been sleeping while embracing Jiang Hanyan, one leg draped over Jiang Hanyan's thigh. While Jiang Hanyan was quite fair, he appeared slightly darker in contrast to Wen Tingzhi's flawless porcelain complexion. One arm encircled Jiang Hanyan's waist. Was this not a quintessential couple's sleeping posture? A glance upward revealed the affection meter had indeed reached 50. It seemed he would have to bring Jiang Hanyan home more often. It proved to be quite effective. I can be a restless sleeper, he chuckled. He withdrew his hand and leg. He wore short sleeves and shorts, while Jiang Hanyan donned short sleeves and long pants. Initially, Wen Tingzhi had thought his restlessness was the issue. But who could explain the distinct fingerprints etched into his thigh? His skin was fair, making him susceptible to leaving marks from minor bumps or pressure. Particularly, Jiang Hanyan had held onto the flesh of his thigh for half the night, gripping tighter as he slept, resulting in distinct five-finger imprints. Wen Tingzhi was not to be judged by appearances. After washing up and having breakfast, he accompanied Jiang Hanyan back to school. He wore shorts intentionally, a clear display meant for Jiang Hanyan's eyes. Stop struggling. You have already fallen for me. Is your thigh all right? Wen Tingzhi rubbed his thigh, assuring it's fine. I'm not sure how I ended up with these imprints after waking up. Perhaps I have a habit of clutching my thigh while sleeping. They should fade within a day or two. Will they truly vanish in a day or two? You sound rather disappointed. Indeed, Jiang Hanyan waved his hand, intending to return to school to continue earning money, determined to take good care of Wen Tingzhi. He did not expect Lin Ke to possess such perseverance, waiting for him at the school gate. Driving a Mercedes today, he had previously brought it to the school, so it was not surprising that Lin Ke recognized him. Lin Ke even waited until Jiang Hanyan entered the school gate before approaching. Tingzhi, I knew you would come. Would you like to try the breakfast I made for you? He should not assume that a mere change of container would render it unrecognizable. I have already eaten breakfast. Wen Tingzhi declined, glancing at Lin Ke's regret value, which stood at 35. Although it was slightly lower than his affection value, it was to be expected, as his recent thoughts were consumed by Jiang Hanyan, neglecting Lin Ke entirely. You always finish the breakfast I sent. Did you find my cooking too simplistic? Of course. You finished it completely. The breakfast was prepared with top-quality ingredients by a 5-star chef. How could you not enjoy it? Wen Tingzhi, staring down at his sneakers, replied, I have told you I no longer have feelings for you, and this time I am serious. Liking you is exhausting. I do not wish to live so wearisomely. You were right in saying that my constant pursuit caused you trouble. I have now given up, and you need not persuade me otherwise. This was intended to instill guilt, as he had often accused Wen Tingzhi of being persistent. Now that he had relinquished his pursuit, Lin Ke should be satisfied. Yet, why was he dissatisfied if Wen Tingzhi genuinely ceased his pursuit. The feeling of guilt would lead him to ponder repeatedly, eventually transforming into regret for his hasty words and lack of consideration. "I'm leaving now, goodbye." In truth, it was a farewell that implied they would not meet again. But since he and Jiang Hanyan attended the same school, who could say if their paths would cross again? "Tingzhi, are you with Jiang Hanyan? You're his friends, right? You don't like him, do you?" His inquiry was not unexpected. Lin Ke and Jiang Hanyan were distinctly different in style and appearance, making it difficult for Lin Ke to accept the stark contrast in his affections. Wen Tingzhi had already settled into the driver's seat, rolling down the window, and flashed a charming smile at Lin Quebec. Who knows? With that, he stepped on the gas and drove away, leaving Lin Ke to inhale the exhaust fumes. He did not head straight home. Having lost the swimming competition the previous day, Jiang Hanyan had made a request for him to fulfill. Jiang Hanyan asked him to present a handmade gift. He pondered for an entire night and the following morning before he reluctantly settled on a plan. Wen Tingzhi was utterly inept at craftsmanship. No matter how simple the task, it transformed into a formidable challenge in his hands. He drove to the artisanal shop, a private establishment owned by his uncle, which typically catered solely to elite members for bespoke orders. Were it not for his relation as his uncle's sister's son, entry would have been out of the question. As little Ting arrived, his uncle lifted the curtain at the door, regarding him with a bemused smile. "You wish to dabble in handicrafts?" Earlier that morning, he had messaged his uncle inquiring about beads suitable for crafting a bracelet, ideally jade. "Indeed, uncle." When Tingzhi grinned as he approached, "Could you lend me a hand? You know that if I attempt this alone, I would waste an inordinate amount of materials. Would you help me polish the jade into beads?" His uncle, with a sardonic smile, thought him quite the nuisance, yet what could he do? After all, he was the son of his sister. "Very well, go ahead and select some materials. Who is this for?" When Tingzhi scratched his nose, replying a friend. Upon entering the materials room, his eyes were immediately drawn to a vibrant piece of jade. "Uncle, how about this one? Its size was just perfect, and the leftover material could be fashioned into a delicate necklace of green leaves for Jiang Hanyan, complementing the beads splendidly." His uncle, ever the discerning judge, remarked, "Is it appropriate to gift such an expensive item to a friend? To my eyes, this hardly qualifies. It ought to be for a significant other. It's suitable enough. After all, he wouldn't recognize its value. Could you please just say yes?" With no alternative, his uncle acquiesced. He followed his uncle into the intricacies of bead polishing, finding it exceedingly challenging. After a while, he decided that crafting just one bead would suffice, for one should not chase perfection excessively. "Doesn't it seem a bit out of place?" His uncle pressed his finger to his temple, clearly exasperated. Among the round, lustrous beads, one stood out as an awkward aberration, neither smooth nor perfectly rounded. "Oh dear, my craftsmanship leaves much to be desired. I shall try a few more." When Tingzhi noted the substantial disparity in quality and devoted the entire afternoon to producing a single bead and engraving words upon the leaf's back. His uncle strung the beads together, and he adorned his wrist, admiring the aesthetic. The leaf, crafted by his uncle, was remarkably lifelike, utilizing a blend of green and white hues, making it subtly elegant when worn around the neck. On the reverse, he inscribed 2 characters, Tingzhi, signifying it was a gift from him. In dedicating himself to this task, he refrained from contacting Jiang Hanyan for the entire day, unsure if Jiang Hanyan missed him. After packing the gift into a box, his uncle waved him off, seemingly eager for him to never return, as if he had drained half his life force. He recalled noting Jiang Hanyan's birthday when he had acquired his information, which was just a week away. Thus, this gift could serve both as a birthday present and as a token for Jiang Hanyan's request. A twofold purpose indeed, and it would not burden Jiang Hanyan with its expense. Yet, as he sent a message to Jiang Hanyan, he received no response, which had been a common occurrence when they were first acquainted. However, now when Tingzhi felt they were sufficiently familiar, at least as friends, and such silence seemed improbable. Was Jiang Hanyan perhaps preoccupied? Had he fallen in love? He checked his phone repeatedly throughout the day. His teacher, observing him with a gentle smile, remarked with a twinkle in his eye, "Ah, young love truly transforms one's demeanor. Next time, bring it to show the teacher." Jiang Hanyan pressed his lips together and nodded. After a whole day, he finally received news from Wen Tingzhi. Had this person lost interest in him? This morning, as he entered the school, he thought he caught a glimpse of Lin K, so he turned back, only to see Lin K laughing and chatting with Wen Tingzhi. He pinched the bridge of his nose, and his phone buzzed with a message. This time it was from Wen Tingzhi. However, he lacked the mood to check it and continued his experiment in silence. Returning to his dormitory, he gazed at the bed meant for one and the cramped wardrobe, closing his eyes for a moment. Suddenly, the phone rang. Wen Tingzhi was calling. After a brief hesitation of 3 seconds, he answered. Hello, Jiang Hanyan. Why haven't you been replying to my messages? Are you still busy? Am I interrupting you? Wen Tingzhi's voice was playful, tinged with a hint of a pout, instantly softening Jiang Hanyan's mood. I was just engrossed in an experiment and didn't he notice? I just got back to the dorm. Wen Tingzhi chuckled softly. I'm lying on my bed right now. Shall we video chat? I miss your face. After a moment's hesitation, he agreed. My pillow still carries your scent from when you slept here. Wen Tingzhi patted the pillow, placing his phone on it, supporting his chin with both hands, and gazing at him with a beaming smile. Jiang Hanyan felt a bit shy. I should sleep in the guest room. Your scent is quite pleasant. I like it. Why would you sleep in the guest room? You must sleep in the master bedroom with me. Wen Tingzhi playfully threatened, grabbing a plush toy nearby. If you don't agree, I'll hit you with this. All right, I'll sleep in the master bedroom. Jiang Hanyan was unaware that his voice was tender and laced with a hint of amusement. By the way, isn't Saturday your birthday? Come to my house, and I'll celebrate it for you. Wen Tingzhi tilted his head, his bright, large eyes gleaming with mischief. Jiang Hanyan, can you give me a chance to celebrate your birthday together? Chapter 41. Transformed into a shameless sycophant. 16. Sure. The chef let out a sigh of relief. It was the first time he had seen the young master take things so seriously, picking apart every cake for flaws. This was already the 3rd cake. He feared that if the young master remained dissatisfied, he might be dismissed in a fit of anger. You're right here, right? The chef nodded. Yes, young master. You can write here. Wen Tingzhi held his breath, carefully writing his birthday wishes for Jiang Hanyan in cream. All right, let us put it in the fridge to cool. He had woken up early to set up the birthday scene, striving for perfection even though only the two of them would be celebrating. The living room was adorned with flowers, candles, and balloons, creating a festive atmosphere. He clapped his hands in satisfaction and took several photos with his phone. Now, he awaited the arrival of the birthday guest. Ding dong. Wen Tingzhi rushed out to open the door, his eyes sparkling as he exclaimed, Jiang Hanyan, you're here? Did I come a bit late? Not at all. It's your birthday today. You can arrive whenever you like. Jiang Hanyan smiled. Thank you. No need to thank me. Come see the birthday setup I prepared for you. Do you like it? The living room dining table was adorned with numerous blue, endless summer flowers, while the remaining spaces in the room were filled with vibrant blooms. One might mistakenly believe they had stumbled upon a flower shop. Look, I have also installed an array of colorful balloons on the windows and ceilings. Doesn't it create a particularly delightful atmosphere? Indeed, it is quite beautiful. But do we really need to make such a grand occasion for just the two of us? Jiang Hanyan sat on the sofa beside Wen Tingzhi. Of course, one only celebrates a birthday once a year. Even if it were just one person, it deserves to be celebrated properly. For us, it should be especially grand. And this is hardly extravagant. Leaning against Jiang Hanyan, Wen Tingzhi felt comfortable, perhaps buoyed by the celebratory spirit of the day, and he did not push him away. After dinner, we can begin the birthday festivities. Do you have any other plans for today? None. Today is entirely yours. Wen Tingzhi himself had little experience in celebrating birthdays, but the original host had enjoyed many, mostly inviting a crowd of friends to bars or clubs for singing and drinking. Such festivities were not suited for Jiang Hanyan. He preferred a quiet celebration. Let us go watch a movie first. A movie? Yes. Indeed. I have a screening room at home. Come with me. He took Jiang Hanyan's hand and led him to the screening room, where, once the lights dimmed, the ambience would be just right. He planned to show a romantic art film featuring a same-sex love story. As the film depicted a kiss, Jiang Hanyan might intuit his intentions and initiate a kiss, leading to a natural confession of feelings. Thinking of his plans, Wen Tingzhi gave himself a thumbs up. I recently heard this film is quite good. How about we watch this one? Jiang Hanyan had no strong preferences. Anything would suffice as long as he was with Wen Tingzhi. They sat close together, and Wen Tingzhi swallowed hard, having dressed up for the occasion. This enhanced Jiang Hanyan's already handsome appearance. As the film progressed slowly, Wen Tingzhi awaited the moment to kiss. He waited, and, at last, the kiss occurred. He immediately straightened up and tilted his head, so that when Jiang Hanyan turned, their lips would meet seamlessly. Huh? He heard Jiang Hanyan express a small note of confusion and turned to look, only to find the film's pace had quickened after the kiss. They were discovered, and everyone surrounded them, calling them perverts. Their parents could not accept it, and, in the face of threats of self-harm if they did not break up, they were forced to part ways. In the end, both characters found a sense of relief. Wen Tingzhi exclaimed, "Wen Tingzhi, can someone explain what just happened? The internet claims this is a sweet gay film. How is this related to sweetness in any way?" The protagonist in the film even remarked that not liking men could be just fine, and learning to let go is what truly matters. Jiang Hanyan's expression grew increasingly grim. He could not possibly think I chose this film to convey that I actually dislike men, that being gay is perverse, and he should learn to let go and remain good friends with me. How could the online sentiment, so warm and inviting, disguise such cold truths? Now that he felt deceived, what should he do? I need to use the restroom. Jiang Hanyan's expression shifted from a dark scowl to a cool demeanor in an instant. He realized that sending him to the restroom might lead to idle thoughts, potentially ruining the joy of his birthday. The affection he had painstakingly cultivated had plummeted by 5 points. "Jiang Hanyan, look at me." Wen Tingzhi's cold voice compelled Jiang Hanyan to turn his head. "I am about to kiss you." What should have been a romantic moment transformed into a forceful peck. He pressed his lips against Jiang Hanyan's with a resounding smooch, declaring, "This kiss merely serves to affirm my homosexuality. I like men, so don't overthink it." "Oh, I'm not overthinking," Jiang Hanyan retorted, his cheeks flushing, his affection rating suddenly soaring to 55. "Then let us wrap this up and go outside." Jiang Hanyan fled the scene in haste, while Wen Tingzhi chuckled leisurely as he followed him out. After over an hour of watching a film, the afternoon had arrived. "Let us eat first, and then we'll cut the cake." The dining table was adorned with steaming dishes, far more exquisite than the last meal. "What do you think?" I specifically instructed the kitchen on the presentation. "Oh, but wait, don't eat just yet. There's a bowl of longevity noodles." Wen Tingzhi entered the kitchen to finalize the noodles, sprinkling them with vibrant green scallions. "Dun dun dun. Here's to our Jiang Hanyan. May you be happy every day. Enjoy good health, prosper, and have all your wishes come true." The longevity noodles were presented before Jiang Hanyan, featuring snowy white strands topped with green scallions and a perfectly fried egg. "Thank you." He felt genuinely touched. He hadn't celebrated his birthday since his parents passed away. "You must eat the first bite continuously until it breaks." Wen Tingzhi sat opposite Jiang Hanyan, resting his chin on his hand, watching him eat. He had heard that longevity noodles should be exceptionally long, so he had requested the chef to prepare an especially lengthy strand. Once they finished their meal in comfortable silence, Wen Tingzhi went to the kitchen to retrieve the cake. "What do you think? Is it beautiful?" Jiang Hanyan nodded, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "It's lovely. Did you write this?" "Indeed." The cake bore the inscription, "Hanyan, forever by your side." Jiang Hanyan's eyes brightened, and Wen Tingzhi placed a birthday hat upon his head. Lighting the candles, he quietly sang the birthday song. "Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Hanyan. Happy birthday to you." "Thank you, Tingzhi." "No need to thank me. Just close your eyes and make a wish." Jiang Hanyan obediently shut his eyes and clasped his hands, wishing sincerely to be with Wen Tingzhi for a lifetime. Chapter 42. Transformed into an unabashed sycophant, 17. After making his wish, Jiang Hanyan opened his eyes to blow out the candles. "Thank you, Tingzhi." Wen Tingzhi shook his head. Jiang Hanyan had not even included a surname, indicating that he was indeed touched. His affection rating continued to rise steadily, ultimately resting at 58. He was quite pleased. He retrieved a gift box from the side and presented it to him. "Here's your birthday gift, along with the handmade present I promised you for losing that competition." Jiang Hanyin raised an eyebrow in surprise, asking if he could open it. Of course. Isn't this a bit too extravagant? Jiang Hanyin lightly furrowed his brows as he gazed at the box, which contained a string of green jade bracelets and green leaves tied together with a red thread. Jiang Hanyin was no fool. Even if he couldn't discern their exact worth, he understood that this gift was indeed precious. How could this be? It was a combination of two gifts, and I had crafted one of the beads myself at my uncle's shop, though I wonder if you could tell which one. Wen Tingzhi tilted his head and smiled, adding that there were words he had engraved on the back of the leaves. How did you know? Jiang Hanyin inquired. Wen Tingzhi moved closer, sitting beside him, leaving enough space for another person in the chair, finding it tiring to stretch his neck. He shifted his seat so that it not only touched Jiang Hanyin's chair, but also brought him closer to Jiang Hanyin. The proximity felt overly intimate. Jiang Hanyin was inevitably captivated by Wen Tingzhi's handsome face and, unable to resist, cupped his cheeks and kissed him, saying, "Tingzhi, I adore the gift you've given me. However, more than the gift itself, I cherish you, the one who gifted it. Would you like to be my boyfriend?" This entire scene was a mere figment of Wen Tingzhi's imagination. Jiang Hanyin slipped on the bracelet, its green hue beautifully complementing his fair skin. He then picked up the necklace and noticed the engraving on the back of the leaves. "Tingzhi? What is it?" Wen Tingzhi thought Jiang Hanyin was calling him. "You engraving Ji on the back of the green leaves?" Yes." At this, Wen Tingzhi felt a bit shy, scratching his ear and softly adding, "Typically, jade ornaments are meant to ensure safety, attract wealth, or bring love." To lend credence to his words, he patted his chest and sat up straight, asking, "Do I not meet these criteria? If you desire wealth, I can provide it. If you seek safety, I will always protect you. And if love is what you wish for, I can offer that as well." His hints were no longer subtle. They were glaringly obvious. If this person remained oblivious and waited for him to confess, he would have no qualms about keeping him in suspense. Jiang Hanyin seemed taken aback by his words, finally responding with an "oh" as he handed the necklace back to Wen Tingzhi. "What does this mean? Is it that you do not want the necklace? Or perhaps you do not want one engraved with my name?" Just as he was about to express his frustration, Jiang Hanyin requested, "Then please help me put it on." "Oh, all right." Instantly, Wen Tingzhi's irritation dissipated, and after fastening the necklace, he remarked that it looked nice. "Wen Tingzhi, what's the matter? Why are you suddenly addressing me so formally? It's rather unusual. I like you. Would you be my boyfriend?" Fearing rejection, Jiang Hanyin pressed his index finger against Wen Tingzhi's lips to silence him. "I know I may not deserve you, but I will work hard to earn money. In the future, you can spend as much as you wish. Whatever you desire, I will learn to provide it. Would you be willing to be with me?" Though his mouth was silenced, he still had his head. Thus, he nodded fervently, exclaiming, "I would love to, and I like you too." Jiang Hanyin smiled shyly, hesitating for 2 seconds before leaning in for a kiss. Having just enjoyed cake, the sweetness of cream mingled with the fragrance of fruit. He tilted his chin to match Jiang Hanyin's rhythm, and the two fumbled through their kiss for several minutes, neither particularly skilled but caught up in the moment. Wen Tingzhi, breathless from the embrace, found himself inexplicably perched upon Jiang Hanyin's thigh, oblivious to the moment it transpired. However, he was acutely aware now, feeling the firmness beneath him. Let us return to the bedroom. After all, they were still in the living room, and the potential for an unexpected servant to pass by lingered ominously. Very well. When Tingzhi adjusted his attire, realizing that Jiang Hanyin had slipped his hand inside without him noticing. "Shall we indulge in the cake? If you desire, we can take it to the bedroom. Go ahead and eat. There's a refrigerator in the bedroom. If you don't wish to eat it now, simply store it away." "All right." Upon reaching the bedroom, an unusual silence enveloped the two, as if they were not the ones who had just shared an intimate embrace. "You should take a shower first." When Tingzhi fumbled with his phone, opening this app to log out and that app to log out again. Could he misconstrue this? When Tingzhi propped his chin on his hand, glancing at Jiang Hanyin. Wouldn't he think I'm subtly inviting him to bed? Would he? After all, isn't it customary for such activities to follow a shower? A wave of anxiety washed over Wen Tingzhi as he gingerly touched his vulnerable backside. Suddenly inspired, he opened his social media to edit a picture and crafted a caption before hitting send. Lin K, holding his phone, hesitated. "What is the matter?" he inquired, noticing Bai Feng's perplexed expression. "Did you not see the social media post?" Lin K shook his head, engrossed in composing a love letter. Previously, Wen Tingzhi would always pen a love letter for him during their encounters, as he found it romantic. Whenever he had the time, he would write lengthy letters. When he was busy, he would simply quote a line or two from poetry online. He contemplated writing a few love letters to evoke memories of their cherished past. What is wrong with the social media post? Bai Feng struggled to articulate, pondering whether to reveal that Lin K's devoted admirer and his beloved were together. Given Lin K's irritable temperament and stubborn nature, Wen Tingzhi had added Bai Feng as a friend to keep him informed. Bai Feng had also reaped several benefits from this arrangement and was quite satisfied with the role of informant. "Not saying? Fine, I'll look myself." Lin K set down his pen, his brow furrowed tightly as he opened the social media app, where the first post that caught his eye was from Wen Tingzhi. "Wen Tingzhi is thrilled to celebrate your birthday together," it read, accompanied by a grid of images. The photos showcased either their joyful selfies or beautifully decorated living spaces with cakes and such. What incited his jealousy was the green bracelet adorning Jiang Hanyan's wrist, which clearly bore significant value. On what grounds? Wen Tingzhi had never taken him to his home, yet he was willing to bring Jiang Hanyan there. If Jiang Hanyan were not his beloved, how could Wen Tingzhi bestow such glances upon him? If it weren't for Wen Tingzhi being temporarily upset with him, this would merely be a game of feigned disinterest. Lin K took a sip of water to calm his emotions. "So what? Good friends celebrate birthdays this way too." "Oh," Bai Feng responded awkwardly, returning to his seat, a tinge of envy creeping in. "If only a rich second generation like Wen Tingzhi would dote on me." The mere thought filled him with joy. Lin K fixated on the photographs within the social media post, feeling no lingering affection for Jiang Hanyan as his ideal. It was all the more evident that he had stolen his devoted admirer. He was determined to reclaim what was rightfully his, confident that with a little clever maneuvering, Wen Tingzhi would return to him. Chapter 43. Transforming into an unabashed sycophant. 18. Nothing transpired last night. After Jiang Hanyan emerged from his shower, he obediently reclined on the bed, hands folded upon his abdomen, preparing for slumber. He detested his own wooden demeanor, yet could only hastily bathe and retire to bed. Fortunately, after becoming an item, Jiang Hanyan's fondness for him had risen to 67. The living room, adorned with flowers and balloons, had been tidied up by the servants. Wen Tingzhi leisurely sipped his millet porridge. "Shall I escort you back to school?" "All right." He parked his ostentatious purple supercar before Jiang Hanyan. Jiang Hanyan smirked slightly, opened the car door, and took a seat in the passenger seat. "Can you drive?" Wen Tingzhi inquired. Jiang Hanyan nodded. "Then you drive." He had yet to witness Jiang Hanyan behind the wheel. A handsome man engaging in any activity was a delightful sight, and driving was no exception. Wen Tingzhi captured several photographs with his phone, feeling quite satisfied. Just as he was about to converse with Jiang Hanyan, his phone vibrated incessantly. Who keeps messaging? It was that unfortunate Lin K again, truly dampening his spirits. "Lin K. Good morning, Tingzhi. Would you like to come accompany me to class? I'll save you a seat." "Lin K. I heard you celebrated Jiang Hanyan's birthday yesterday. I almost forgot it was his birthday, but I remember yours is approaching as well. I'll make sure to celebrate it for you." Wen Tingzhi chuckled casually, exiting the chat box to let it simmer for a while. Lin K had always treated the original owner in this manner, ignoring messages and making the original owner wait for half an hour or even an hour. It was only fair he experienced the sensation of being left on read. The car halted at the entrance of Haida University. Just as Jiang Hanyan attempted to disembark, Wen Tingzhi grasped his arm. "Have you forgotten something? Your boyfriend." Wen Tingzhi lightly bit his lip, his earlobes slightly flushed, looking bashful yet still seeking an early morning kiss. He unbuckled his seatbelt and leaned in for the kiss. A tender and romantic good morning embrace that flowed like gentle water. "What are you two doing?" Lin Ke, aware that Jiang Hanyan had spent the night at Wen Tingzhi's place, knew full well Jiang Hanyan's class schedule, including his 8:30 morning class. He had been waiting at the school gate since 8 o'clock and immediately spotted the flashy yet attractive purple supercar. Striding closer, he witnessed the two engaged in a kiss. Lin Ke felt as if the ground had crumbled beneath him. Previously, Wen Tingzhi had insisted he did not harbor feelings for him, allowing Lin Ke to console himself with the notion of feigned disinterest. But now, having caught them in the act, no amount of self-reassurance could redefine their relationship as mere friends or brothers. Can't you tell? They are kissing. Wen Tingzhi pulled Jiang Hanyin closer for a fleeting kiss, then unbuckled his seatbelt and returned to the driver's seat. I'm off. Remember to think of me. All right. Jiang Hanyin offered Lin Ke not even a glance, reserving his tenderness solely for Wen Tingzhi. Lin Ke could not bear the thought of his devoted sycophant now entwined with his former ideal, a blatant humiliation. The sycophant who had relentlessly pursued him had turned his affections elsewhere, while the once indifferent ideal showered kindness upon the very sycophant who had been cold towards him. How could he possibly remain calm in such a tumultuous situation? Wen Tingzhi, I have said enough. I know you are deliberately trying to provoke me. I admit I have regrets, and I acknowledge my mistakes at the bar on Sunday. Could you please refrain from being unreasonable? Upon hearing these words, Wen Tingzhi chuckled in amusement. You claim I am being unreasonable? He certainly did not think so. The one being unreasonable was Lin Ke. The one filled with remorse was also Lin Ke, his sense of regret skyrocketing to a value of 45 before finally coming to a halt. Wen Tingzhi, if you continue this way, I will truly be angry and will no longer message you. Whatever. Wen Tingzhi waved his hand dismissively, a carefree smile on his face, and pressed down on the accelerator, once again inhaling the exhaust fumes of the vehicle ahead. Sunday, the bar. Lin Ke surveyed the surroundings but did not see Wen Tingzhi. He had not shown up last week, and this week was no different. A sense of disappointment washed over him. Although he had boldly declared that he would no longer contact Wen Tingzhi, he still secretly hoped for Wen Tingzhi to take the initiative. However, he truly had not sent a single message, and if it weren't for the occasional posts he saw on his social media, Lin Ke would have thought he had been deleted from Wen Tingzhi's contacts. Lin Ke, deliver the drink. He carried the drink to the designated table. Oh, the waitstaff here are quite lovely and vibrant. Still in university, I presume. A man leered with a sleazy grin, beckoning. Are you not here to make some money? If you down this drink, I'll order 10,000 worth of drinks from you. What does that sound? Not appealing at all. Lin Ke frowned and attempted to leave. Yet the man, emboldened by alcohol, insisted on pursuing him, forcing Lin Ke to summon security. Hey, on the surface, it sounds like you're selling drinks. But who knows if you're offering something else behind the scenes? The man perhaps didn't lack for money, having splurged on a considerable amount of alcohol, and was without friends to intervene. Lin Ke felt at a loss, continuously retreating until the manager intervened to resolve the situation. The manager, a seasoned player in the game, had yet to receive the benefits from Wen Tingzhi this month and hadn't seen him around to accompany Lin Ke in the past 2 weeks. Previously, he would never miss a visit, and even if he couldn't come, he would at least call to inform. Now, given the circumstances, it seemed he might have turned his back. The manager spoke eloquently, but Lin Ke sensed that he was eager for him to leave rather than stir up trouble. Either be compliant and endure some disadvantages, or come to work for a few hours every night. It was impossible to expect the same high salary for just a few hours of work on Sundays as before. What give you the right? Is this all arranged by Wen Tingzhi? The manager smiled. Lin Ke, why not give young master one a call? If that's the case, and you wish to continue working, I would have no objections. I could even apologize if you deem it necessary. How does that sound? The manager spoke with fervor, though internally he felt a twinge of apprehension. He considered himself adept at navigating the intricacies of human relationships. A phone call? Lin Ke bit his lip. If he called Wen Tingzhi and the latter suggested that the manager make the decision, it would only serve to make the manager a source of amusement. Not doing it means not doing it. Just calculate my wages for these 2 weeks. Who cares? The manager smiled as he watched Lin Ke depart. Upon receiving the call, Wen Tingzhi furrowed his brow. He was about to head on stage for Jiang Hanyin as performance. Why was Lin Ke calling at this hour? Just after he hung up, the phone rang again, followed by another call. He reluctantly rose to the restroom, where even amidst the confines, the bar's music and the sounds of flushing mingled with soft moans. He pinched the bridge of his nose, pondering. Wen Tingzhi, where are you? Why aren't you accompanying me to work at the bar? Do you realize I was harassed today? The manager even dismissed me. Lin K's voice was soft and fragile, as if he were on the verge of tears. Wen Tingzhi, come pick me up and take me back to school. I miss you. Wen Tingzhi de Lin Ke. Anyone can utter sweet words. You claim to regret your actions, but have you ever taken a single step towards change? Such deceit. It's merely that I no longer cater to you, and you find it unsettling. No one is indispensable. You needn't continue seeking me. As the bar's music shifted, Wen Tingzhi surmised that Jiang Hanyan was about to take the stage. My boyfriend is about to perform. Please refrain from disturbing me with calls. Chapter 44. Transforming into an unashamed devotee. Year after year, with you by my side. Through the seasons, sharing every meal. Enduring the sun and rain, the wind and storms. It matters not, as long as you are beside me. Jiang Hanyan's deep voice resonated as he sang, his long fingers gripping the microphone, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Wen Tingzhi. He gestured, indicating he was listening. Upon finishing his song, Jiang Hanyan's obligations for the night concluded. He would return home with Wen Tingzhi that evening. After showering, Wen Tingzhi lay on the bed, scrolling through his phone, awaiting Jiang Hanyan's return. It was but a short while before Jiang Hanyan emerged, clad only in black boxer briefs. The sight was striking enough to make Wen Tingzhi sit up, touching his nose in relief that he was not bleeding. What an embarrassment that would have been. Why aren't you wearing pajamas? He averted his gaze, for Jiang Hanyan, fully clothed, exuded an air of refined charm. Yet, in such a state of undress, he emanated an undeniable intensity, making it difficult to look directly at him. The sound of a drawer opening caught his attention. Jiang Hanyan retrieved something from within. Out of the corner of his eye, Wen Tingzhi glimpsed a condom and lubricant. When did you buy these? He was utterly unaware that Jiang Hanyan had purchased them and tucked them away in a nightstand. They were from the bar. The bar sells this? Jiang Hanyan chuckled softly, stepping closer. Is this truly the moment for such concerns? Perhaps it was not, but he felt an inkling of trepidation. Be gentle. I'm afraid it will hurt. Jiang Hanyan enveloped him in his arms, murmuring, Tingzhi, I like you. I like you too, but you must be gentle. It's quite uncomfortable and unfamiliar. Wen Tingzhi gazed out at the floor-to-ceiling window, unaware that soon he would be drawn towards it. In a husky voice, Jiang Hanyan teased, Do you enjoy this view? Shall I let you indulge your eyes? That might not be advisable. Who will reign in Jiang Hanyan? It was perplexing how, despite sharing the same upbringing, he possessed such extraordinary talent. It's unfair. It's simply unfair. Wen Tingzhi bit his lip, his toes curling in distress. What a devil. Jiang Hanyan is indeed a devil. Upon waking, Wen Tingzhi felt a profound ache throughout his body, his limbs heavy. Jiang Hanyan, you can go to hell. Following the events of last night, Wen Tingzhi no longer presented himself as the gentle and considerate persona around Jiang Hanyan. What has occurred? Jiang Hanyan, clad only in a pair of sleep shorts, bore the marks of their intimacy, scratches adorning his front and back, and bite marks on his shoulder. Yet, you pay them no mind. This is all you're doing. I can't even go to the bathroom now. You should just perish. If I truly cannot relieve myself, I'll have to seek medical attention, and I swear I will haunt you for it. Jiang Hanyan seemed utterly oblivious to the concept of restraint, entirely unfulfilled, endlessly turning over in their shared passion. The experience was relentless, leaving him in a state of blissful disarray. Yet now he found himself unable to attend to his basic needs. Thus he felt compelled to chastise Jiang Hanyan. Really? Can there be any doubt? Jiang Hanyan embraced him from behind, steadying Wen Tingzhi while whistling softly. The sound of trickling water made Wen Tingzhi's ears flush, and he felt as though he might explode from embarrassment. I wish I could just disappear. This is hardly better than being unable to use the restroom. I don't even want to see you today. Wen Tingzhi pressed his forehead against the cold wall, left speechless, while Jiang Hanyan, seemingly unfazed, washed his hands and planted a kiss on his lips. Though he had not reached out to Jiang Hanyan all day, the latter had been quite diligent in sending messages. Boyfriend in progress. In class, eating. Boyfriend in progress. Conducting experiments. Boyfriend in progress. Researching, coding. Missing you. Boyfriend in progress. I was wrong. Please respond to me. Boyfriend in progress. Image. Wen had this fellow pilfered his adorable bear-themed apology stickers. Observing Jiang Hanyan's urgency, Wen Tingzhi, with a hint of reluctance, benevolently replied to the message. Remembering that Jiang Hanyan's affection for him had risen to 80 by this morning, he felt a sense of satisfaction. Unable to tolerate spicy food, with aches in his back and waist, Wen Tingzhi sprawled out on the sofa, then moved to the bed, and finally lay on the floor. He had occupied every possible spot in the house, except for the master bedroom. The thought of that room was unbearable. It was steeped in vivid memories. Mr. Wen misses. Suddenly, Wen Tingzhi sat up on the sofa, startled by his parents' unexpected return without prior notice. Despite possessing the original owner's memories, he struggled to interact with them due to their overwhelming kindness. He had never encountered such wonderful parents. Fuking King smiled brightly. Tingzi. Being so well-behaved at home today and not out playing? Dad, Mom, you're back. Ah, did you not expect us to return so soon? His father, Wen Jianshu, chuckled. Wen Tingzhi nodded, and after exchanging a few words, the initial awkwardness dissipated. Your mother and I brought you some gift from abroad. Let us see if you like them. Wen Jianshu handed over several beautifully wrapped boxes. As Wen Tingzhi opened the first small box, he found a lovely green watch inside. It's beautiful, thank you. Dad and Mom, could this be considered a matching pair with the green bracelet Jiang Hanyan wore? Upon opening the next box, he discovered a foreign property deed. Mom and Dad, did you buy me a house abroad? Their suitcases had already been delivered to the room by the servants, while the kitchen bustled with activity, preparing a sumptuous dinner. After all, it was a rare occasion for the family of 3 to dine together. Indeed, your father and I went there on a business trip, and after completing our work, we seized the opportunity to travel a bit, captivated by the beautiful scenery and the seaside view. We could even bring along your young gentleman friend for a delightful outing. Wen Tingzhi felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him as he scratched his cheek. Mom and Dad, how did you find out that I'm in a relationship, and with a man? No less. Wen Jianshu chuckled heartily, clutching his stomach. Silly child. Although we don't worry about you while you're at home alone, we certainly keep an eye on you. Didn't you call your mother to ask about your diet while making bracelets at your uncle's? Wasn't that for the young boy you brought home? Wen Tingzhi's scalp prickled with anxiety. Do you even know that Jiang Hanyan has been here? Who told you? Fu Qingqing patted his arm gently. We called the household servant to inquire about your eating habits and casually asked a few questions. Don't overthink it. Oh, I see. Fu Qingqing affectionately ruffled his hair. In the past, when her son was infatuated with Lin Ke, she had worried quite a bit, especially since Lin Ke didn't reciprocate his feelings and kept him hanging. Everyone was calling him a love-struck fool. How could parents not be aware? Now, he had finally moved on to someone else. She had heard from the housekeeper that Jiang Hanyan was quite the catch, which pleased her immensely. Should we invite him to join us for dinner? No need. Wen Tingzhi declined. Just as he was about to continue unwrapping his gifts, the doorbell rang. At this hour, it couldn't possibly be Jiang Hanyan, could it? Could it be your boyfriend? Wen Jianshu mused, patting his stomach as he walked towards the door. Wen Tingzhi wanted to say something, but it was too late. The door swung open, revealing none other than Jiang Hanyan. Who are you? Jiang Hanyan was momentarily taken aback, realizing that he had overstepped the previous night. He had intended to come early today to keep Wen Tingzhi company, and indeed, he longed for him, feeling that a day apart was akin to years. He wished to surprise Wen Tingzhi, so he hadn't mentioned his visit, but opening the door to a stranger was unexpected. Could this be Wen Tingzhi's father? I am Tingzhi's father, and you must be his friend. Please come in. Jiang Hanyan's palms grew clammy as he politely greeted, Hello, uncle. Quite a handsome young man. You two are well matched, Fu Qingqing whispered to Wen Tingzhi, observing the bright smile on Jiang Hanyan's face as he approached and took a seat to join the fun. Fu Qingqing was aware that the 2 young men were present, and feeling the weight of their silence, she led Wen Jianshu upstairs to unpack their luggage. Why didn't you give a heads up before coming over? This is mortifying. Just after my parents discovered I have a boyfriend, he shows up at the door. Jiang Hanyan, I thought you might be upset, so I came to cheer you up, but I didn't expect your parents to be here. I'm so sorry. Never mind. It's fine. I was just startled. My parents are already aware of our relationship. Jiang Hanyan's eyes widened in surprise. One T uncle and aunt oppose it? Not at all. They're very supportive. They think you excel academically and are quite charming. Jiang Hanyan, feeling a tinge of bashfulness, pressed his lips together. Please sleep here tonight. Otherwise, it will be quite late after dinner if you head back. It seems inappropriate for Jiang Hanyan, though. What would your parents think? You must be planning to sleep in the guest room. All right, make sure to eat well. Fu Qingqing used serving chopsticks to offer Jiang Hanyan and Wen Tingzhi several helpings of food. Thank you, Auntie. Jiang Hanyan cast his gaze down at the celery in his bowl, which he disliked, hesitating before he intended to close his eyes and eat it, only to have it whisked away by Wen Tingzhi. He appeared completely unfazed by the act, as if the chopsticks were merely removing a dish rather than touching his bowl, effortlessly moving on to other dishes. Is it that Hanyan dislikes celery? It seems Annie overlooked that. Just treat this place like your own home. No need to feel constrained. Fu Qingqing smiled, feeling a bit embarrassed. She was excited to see her son finding a partner, particularly one so dashing and handsome, hoping to leave a good impression. Unexpectedly, she ended up serving him a dish he did not enjoy. Annie, it's all right. I actually quite like celery. For making you tell a fib, a small punishment is in order. Wen Tingzhi slipped off his slippers, nudging Jiang Hanyan's foot with his toes, gradually inching up to his calf, while his free hand descended onto Jiang Hanyan's thigh, probing in a rather discreet manner. Jiang Hanyan seized Wen Tingzhi's restless hand, casting him a questioning glance, bewildered by Wen Tingzhi's intentions. Mom, no need to worry about him. He knows what he likes and will serve himself. Wen Tingzhi shot Jiang Hanyan a lively smile, his eyes glimmering with mirth. All right. Make sure you eat enough. You look rather thin. As you command. After dinner, the parents ascended the stairs, ostensibly to rest. But Wen Tingzhi understood it was to provide them with some privacy. Could you give my leg a little massage? Wen Tingzhi leaned back on the sofa, resting his legs atop Jiang Hanyan's. If you dislike something, just say it. My parents are easygoing, Jiang Hanyan. Don't feel obliged to endure discomfort. Very well. His touch was gentle, and Wen Tingzhi squinted his eyes in enjoyment. Meanwhile, Lin Ke furiously discarded his meal into the trash, storming back home. Seizing the moment when the security guard was on break, he slipped through the railing, eager to find Wen Tingzhi. He soon arrived at Wen Tingzhi's residence, a sprawling and exquisite villa. He couldn't help but think how delightful it would be to reside there daily. Yet, he was met with a scene that incited his ire. The four of them were enjoying a meal together, and he felt like an outsider. Lin Ke could not tolerate such preferential treatment. Had he accepted Wen Tingzhi's confession, would he not be the one sitting there now, savoring the meal? Why refuse? Why utter such words in the bar? Lin Ke, were you out of your mind? The bar's income was lost, and his usual expenditures were substantial, leaving him with little savings. Previously, he had been untroubled, confident in Wen Tingzhi's affection, knowing he would provide him with money or luxury items. Now, he found himself with nothing, as if he had drawn water with a basket. Regaining his composure, he devised a plan. He would persuade Wen Tingzhi to share a bed with him and document the evidence. Knowing that someone like Jiang Hanyan would surely struggle with a breakup, compelling Wen Tingzhi to remain with him despite his reluctance. No matter the circumstances, he could still obtain one last sum of money from Wen Tingzhi. Upon returning to his dormitory, he meticulously arranged the remaining luxury items, capturing their images to sell on a second-hand platform. He was resolute in his pursuit of Wen Tingzhi. Time to sleep, he murmured. Wen Tingzhi stifled a yawn and planted a kiss on Jiang Hanyan's lips. Good night. Jiang Hanyan, seizing the nape of his neck, kissed him fervently, their lips creating a sound that echoed through the corridor. Despite feeling fatigued, Wen Tingzhi found himself unable to drift off in bed. He reached for his phone to message Jiang Hanyan, but received no reply. What's this? Wen Tingzhi pounced on Jiang Hanyan, whispering, I can't sleep. Why haven't you responded to my message? I didn't check my phone, Jiang Hanyan replied. I want to sleep beside you. Jiang Hanyan turned on the bedside lamp, cautioning, it wouldn't be wise if your parents found out. They want to come to this floor, Wen Tingzhi insisted. I'm tired and I want to sleep. With that, he nestled into Jiang Hanyan's embrace, intertwining his limbs with him, and soon fell into slumber. When he awoke, he found himself back in his own room, with Jiang Hanyan nowhere to be seen. Rubbing his eyes, he headed to the bathroom to freshen up, only to discover bite marks on his collarbone and kiss marks on his thigh. New ones. Jiang Hanyan, that rascal, had dared to steal kisses while he slept. Boyfriend in progress. I have class, I'll leave first. He angrily changed the contact name. Wen Tingzhi. Who was it that stole kisses while I was asleep? Be honest. Boyfriend rascally rabbit. It was me. Boyfriend rascally rabbit. I merely wanted to touch you, but your skin is so fair that it left marks. After a meal, Wen Tingzhi rested his chin in his hand, bored. His parents could still converse and watch television together, while he felt like a lonely elder, sitting on the sofa, engrossed in his phone. No, he decided he must visit High University to find Jiang Hanyan. Before he could set off, Lin Ke summoned him to a nearby cafe. Wen Tingzhi still went, mainly to discern Lin Ke's intentions and to assess his level of remorse. He casually sent Jiang Hanyan a location pin, inviting him to the cafe after class. Is there something you need? Lin Ke inquired, his eyes slightly red, dressed in simple clothes that replaced his usual designer attire. Tingzhi, I truly regret my actions. Chapter 46. Transforming into a shameless poodle. 21. Wen Tingzhi found himself perplexed by what Lin Ke regretted, so he remained silent, observing him. The waiter arrived with 2 cups of cool boiled water. Hello, may I take your order? A coconut latte for me, Wen Tingzhi replied. I'll have the same as him. After sipping his cool water, he noted its sweetness. Does this cafe sweeten their boiled water? Tingzhi, I genuinely recognize my mistakes. Can you grant me another chance? You're not deceiving me, right? You don't truly like Jiang Hanyan, do you? Lin Ke grasped Wen Tingzhi's hand on the table, his grip firm, making it difficult for him to withdraw. A flicker of displeasure crossed Wen Tingzhi's eyes, yet he refrained from struggling. Lin Ke might indeed feel regret, but it was insufficient. His remorse level stood at merely 60. He found this level unsatisfactory. A chance? You expect to be my devoted poodle for over a year? Are you certain you can manage that? He scoffed. Are you capable of purchasing luxury items for me, or enduring my insults by delivering breakfast every day? Can you secure me a high-paying job, or will you heed my commands and engage in senseless actions that ultimately harm yourself? Wen Tingzhi lazily propped his chin on his hand, gazing at Lin Quebec. You cannot accomplish any of the things I have mentioned, yet you still implore me for a chance. He felt a slight dizziness and shook his head. Tingzhi, what troubles you? Are you feeling unwell? Lin Ke approached to steady Wen Tingzhi, feigning concern as he nudged him. This was a costly endeavor, one that rendered Wen Tingzhi speechless and weak in a matter of moments. Wen Tingzhi was taken aback. Lin Ke had actually drugged him. You're not feeling well, are you? Let me take you to the infirmary. Lin Ke's lowered lashes concealed the darkness in his gaze as he guided Wen Tingzhi towards a nearby hotel. The barista at the cafe glanced over, pouring 2 cups of coconut latte. Upon reaching the hotel, Lin Ke found himself slightly out of breath. He was slender and had not exercised much, while Wen Tingzhi, though tall and lean, was not light in weight. The effects of the drug were fleeting, and Lin Ke retrieved the aphrodisiac he had purchased from his bag, forcing it into Wen Tingzhi's mouth. Soon, Wen Tingzhi curled his legs, his brows furrowed, his complexion flushed, his fingers clutching the bedsheets. Wen Tingzhi, don't blame me. This is all you're doing. If you continue to be my devoted follower, none of this would have happened. Why do you refuse? Why pursue someone like Jiang Hanyan, an icy figure who looks down upon you? Lin Ke's eyes burned with jealousy as he struck Wen Tingzhi across the face. Are you masochistic? Do you truly crave the attention of someone so aloof? Unfortunately, the one in slumber could not respond. Lin Ke, aware of the dwindling time, was eager to bring Wen Tingzhi to bed, but in this state, how could it be accomplished? To prepare for any eventuality, Lin Ke went to the restroom, using blush and lipstick to simulate kiss marks on his skin. Wen Tingzhi opened his eyes, realizing he was in a hotel, waves of heat coursing through his abdomen. Where was his phone? Fortunately, it was not on him, and he had not used his fingerprint to unlock it, sparing him from Lin Ke sending ambiguous messages to Jiang Hanyan. He rubbed his temples. Hearing movement in the restroom, it was likely Lin Quebec. With determination, Wen Tingzhi bit down hard on his tongue, blood seeping from his lips. As he groped around, he unexpectedly discovered a small folding knife in the back pocket of his pants. It must have been placed there by the previous owner, and now it might be his lifeline. He pondered how long it would take for Jiang Hanyan to sense something amiss. Why had he not received any messages? Jiang Hanyan felt a wave of unease wash over him as he hurried to the cafe after class, only to find Wen Tingzhi absent. He stepped out of the cafe and sent several messages, but received no response. His calls went unanswered. A sense of inexplicable anxiety gripped him. "Hello, uncle and aunt. Has Wen Tingzhi gone out today?" "Yes, he left an hour ago, saying he was bored at home and wanted to find you at Haida." "What's the matter?" Jiang Hanyan voiced his suspicions, and Fu Qingqing also attempted to call Wen Tingzhi, but to no avail. Upon receiving the call, Jiang Hanyan promptly made his way to the cafe, inquiring with the staff, "Excuse me, have you seen this individual?" The attendant shook her head, apologizing, "I'm sorry, sir, but there are so many people, I cannot recall." Jiang Hanyan, feeling apologetic for the inconvenience, sensed relief from the attendant, who had anticipated that he would abandon his search. Unexpectedly, he proceeded to inquire among other patrons still seated in the cafe. This particular establishment, situated near a school, was quite popular among students due to its reasonable prices and spacious environment, where many would linger over a cup of coffee, engaging in conversation or passing the time on their phones. "Excuse me, have you seen this man?" Jiang Hanyan asked each person in turn. Just as he was on the verge of giving up, two girls in the corner spoke up. "Jiang Xiuzhang, are you looking for Wen Tingzhi?" Having heard the gossip around school, they were aware of the entangled relationships and were familiar with Wen Tingzhi. "Yes, have you seen him?" he inquired. The girls nodded. "My friend and I have been here for quite a while and saw Wen Tingzhi sitting with Lin Quebec. Then, not long after, Lin K helped him leave." "Help him leave?" Jiang Hanyan pressed, noting that they seemed to suggest Wen Tingzhi was unwell. Grateful, he thanked them and approached the staff again. "Hello? I would like to review the surveillance footage." There were two attendants at the front desk. One of them, having heard about the man seeking Wen Tingzhi, stated that it was not permitted to access the footage. When the female attendant asked if something had happened, Jiang Hanyan succinctly explained the situation. She responded, "All right, I can assist you in checking the footage." The cafe surveillance system conveniently transmitted real-time video to mobile devices. "Xiaomo, why are you showing him? There are so many customers waiting for their drinks." One attendant remarked, puzzled. "He.S. just asking to see a few minutes of footage. Xiao Montak retorted. What if a customer complains? How will you handle that?" Jiang Hanyan interjected, unable to endure the conversation any longer. "If there are complaints that require compensation, I will take responsibility. Can we please check the surveillance now?" The attendant, realizing the urgency, ceased her protests and retreated to the kitchen. "Is this him?" Jiang Hanyan pointed at the screen, and the attendant switched to the external cameras, revealing Lin K assisting Wen Tingzhi toward the hotel. "Thank you," he said, simultaneously notifying Wen Tingzhi's parents of the situation while rushing to the hotel to report Lin K and Wen Tingzhi's names. However, the hotel refused to disclose the room number, prompting Jiang Hanyan to call the police. Fortunately, a police station was nearby, and officers arrived swiftly. Once he obtained a room number, Jiang Hanyan rushed to the elevator, leaving even the officers behind. He swiped his keycard and pushed the door open. "Stay away from me, or I swear I will kill you." Lin K emerged from the restroom, shedding his shirt. "Lin K, have you considered the consequences of your actions?" Wen Tingzhi struggled to open his eyes, feeling an unsettling sensation coursing through him, as if insects were crawling under his skin, igniting an unbearable itch and heat. "Consequences? What consequences could there be if you've slept with me? Wen Tingzhi, why can't you simply be my devoted admirer?" Lin K bore the marks of his own making, the kiss marks upon his skin, while Wen Tingzhi averted his gaze, unwilling to confront him. "Is it not exceedingly warm?" Overwhelmed by heat, he could hardly endure it. With a playful grin, Lin K produced his phone and captured several images, adjusting it to video mode and placing it in a suitable position for recording. Thus, the performance was set to commence. The mere thought of it made Wen Tingzhi feel nauseated. He fought to maintain his composure, gripping a small knife tightly in his palm. He held his breath, waiting for Lin K to draw closer. "Do you intend to kill me?" Lin K remained motionless, feeling the cold steel of a knife against his abdomen, glancing down to see a diminutive blade no longer than a finger. Do you truly believe you can end my life with that? So thin, it likely wouldn't even pierce the skin. Link amused. It is merely a matter of sharing a bed, and yet you resist to this extent, contemplating murder to avoid it? Wen Tingzhi, were you not once enamored with me? Speak. Wen Tingzhi struggled to keep his arms steady, insisting, stay away from me, or I truly may kill you. Just then, the door swung open. Hiananjan Barstein, Force Feliz Chabin Linke Saif. Tingzhi, are you all right? Are you hurt? At last, help had arrived. When Tingzhi clung to Jiang Hanyan, gasping, I am so hot, I've been drugged. His face flushed, he continued to squirm in Jiang Hanyan's embrace, almost slipping from his grasp. Jiang Hanyan, why are you here again? You claim to dislike me, yet favor Wen Tingzhi. Are you blind? Both you and he are blind. You should desire me. Lin K's wails echoed through the room, heart-wrenching, leaving one to wonder if he had endured some unspeakable horror. The police stormed in. What is happening here? He brought Wen Tingzhi here and drugged him. I must take him to the hospital immediately. One officer accompanied them to ensure safe passage. Lin K was in disbelief that they had called the authorities. What would become of him? Would the school expel him? Could he face imprisonment? No. He could not bear the thought of incarceration. Wen Tingzhi, Jiang Hanyan, how could you report me? Wen Tingzhi is here of his own volition. He consented. You have no evidence to apprehend me. Lin K continued to resist desperately as the police restrained his arms, escorting him to the patrol car. Such an incident occurring near Haida University was captured on film, with Jiang Hanyan hastily taking Wen Tingzhi to the hospital. Even Lin K being led away by the police was documented. The forum buzzed with fervent discussion. 1L, what on earth is going on? How did this escalate to police involvement? Can someone with knowledge of the situation please clarify? 2L, the university students are here to witness the drama unfold. What has transpired? Why are these three involved again? It seems to be a saga of Haida's entangled affairs. 3L, I was nearby, yet I remain oblivious to the details. Why did they suddenly call the police and arrest Lin K? 4L, rumor has it that Lin K drugged Wen Tingzhi and took him to a hotel. We all understand the implications of that. 5L, this is astonishing. Has Lin K lost his senses? Wasn't Wen Tingzhi fond of him? Why resort to drugs? 6L, he lost interest long ago. 5L, you are behind the times. Wen Tingzhi tightly grasped Jiang Hanyan's hand, murmuring repeatedly, I am so hot. Please hold me and kiss me. It is nothing to worry about. We are almost at the hospital. Jiang Hanyan gently wiped the sweat beading on his forehead. By the time they arrived at the hospital, Fu Qingqing and Wen Jianshu had already been waiting. Wen Tingzhi was swiftly placed onto a stretcher and rushed into the emergency room. Fu Qingqing's eyes were red with fright when she heard that Wen Tingzhi was unreachable. A dreadful thought crossed her mind. Could it be that kidnappers had taken him for ransom? Anxiously, she held her breath until Jiang Hanyan informed her that it was Lin K involved, at which point she finally exhaled in relief. Little did she know, he had been drugged and brought to the hospital. Lin K, I will not let this go. How dare he treat my son this way? I will ensure he pays the price, she vowed fiercely. Jiang Hanyan felt utterly drained, his legs trembling as he leaned against the wall, slowly sliding down. Wen Jianshu caught him and guided him to a nearby chair. Take care of yourselves. If you both collapse before Tingzhi is out, what will happen? Rest assured, I will hire a top-notch lawyer to ensure Lin K faces justice. Jiang Hanyan spread his legs apart, propped his arms on his knees, and covered his face with his hands. Had Wen Tingzhi not messaged him, he could hardly bear to imagine how dire the situation might have become. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, he opened his phone to request a leave of absence from his mentor. Half an hour passed before the doctor finally emerged from the room. There is nothing serious. The situation is not grave. It appears that two medications reacted strongly together. He will be moved to a regular ward for observation for half a day. Fu Qingqing let out a sigh of relief upon seeing her son being wheeled out. His complexion pale and eyes still shut. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably as Wen Jianshu embraced her. It's all right, don't cry. As long as our son is fine. Jiang Hanyan remained by the bedside, and after more than an hour, Wen Tingzhi finally awakened. You are finally awake, he said, surprised to find himself momentarily speechless. Clearing his throat, he inquired, awake? Wen Tingzhi nodded, I am fine. As long as you're fine, I was so worried, Jiang Hanyan admitted, a glimmer of concern in his eyes. Tingzhi, are you hungry? Your father and I had the housekeeper bring some rice porridge. Just then, Fu Qingqing and Wen Jianshu entered, carrying 2 thermos containers. Quickly eat something to regain your strength. You have worried your mother sick. Fu Qingqing's eyes were still red. Wen Jianshu patted his arm reassuringly. It's good that you're fine, good that you're fine. He felt a swell of emotion, fearing he might succumb to tears. So he lowered his gaze and quietly sipped the porridge. The 3 of them watched Wen Tingzhi intently, unable to take their eyes off him. Sister, is Tingzhi all right? Has mother informed uncle? Their uncle rushed in, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. Upon seeing that Wen Tingzhi was unharmed, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. When his sister had called, her tone had been frantic, startling him. She only had one son, and if anything happened to him, it would shatter her world. Uncle, I am fine. I'm sorry for causing you worry. It's good that you're fine, good that you're fine. Their uncle pulled up a chair. Glancing at Jiang Hanyan, is this your friend? He asked, eyeing him closely. He looks more like a boyfriend. When Tingzhi realized he had caused everyone concern, and he too had not anticipated Lin Ke would stoop to such depths, it was a grave oversight. Every individual possesses a unique character, leading to diverse actions. Wen Tingzhi is resolute in his determination not to repeat such mistakes in the future. Chapter 48, Transforming into an Unabashed Flatterer, 23. Wen Tingzhi's predicament was not severe. He returned home after a 2-day hospital stay. Jiang Hanyan, too, took 2 days off to accompany him throughout his time in the hospital, providing care even more meticulous than that of his parents. I assure you, I am perfectly fine. You need not worry about my well-being when I am with my parents. I will keep you informed of my whereabouts, all right? Now, please return to school. Jiang Hanyan grasped his arm and gently caressed it for a moment, then removed his tail ring and placed it on Wen Tingzhi's pinky. This is for you to wear. I sent it of great significance to you. There is nothing more important than you. Wen Tingzhi naturally believed Jiang Hanyan's words. Following this incident, his affections had stabilized at a commendable 90. After resting at home for a day, a call from the police station informed him that Lin Ke wished to see him. His father had dispatched a top-tier lawyer, and both Lin Ke and the waiter were facing criminal charges. He then learned that the cafe waiter had been bribed by Lin Ke, with the cool water served being laced with drugs. It was truly insidious. Lin Ke had resorted to underhanded tactics to ensnare him. Now, having implicated himself, one could only wonder about Lin Ke's present emotional state and whether he felt any regret. His parents drove him to the police station. Through the bars, he spotted Lin Ke, who had spent several days in the holding cell, and the transformation was stark. Dejected and listless, his hair disheveled like a bird's nest. Lin Ke exclaimed, "Wen Tingzhi, you have finally agreed to meet me." With palpable excitement, he continued, "Considering the affection you once held for me, could we let this matter slide? After all, I have gained nothing from it, and you have not suffered any harm." His eyes, filled with longing, sought a nod of agreement. Wen Tingzhi shook his finger side to side in refusal. He was not particularly surprised that Lin Ke had summoned him for a private discussion, attempting to downplay the significance of the incident. However, witnessing the evident regret etched on Lin Ke's face brought him a sense of satisfaction. A few years in prison might deepen that regret. He stood up, unwilling to hear any further words from Lin Quebec. Wen Tingzhi, are you truly so heartless? I am only in my 20s. Are you truly going to watch me languish in prison? You are not the real Wen Tingzhi. Lin Ke's eyes widened in fury. You're not the real Wen Tingzhi. He would never treat me this way. Return my Wen Tingzhi to me. Upon hearing this, Wen Tingzhi could not help but smile. Lin Ke, you should be the one regretting your actions. The Wen Tingzhi you cherished has been gradually destroyed by your own hands. It was not me, Lin Ke murmured. It was not me who killed him. Wen Tingzhi, unwilling to engage with Lin Ke any further, turned his back and departed, contemplating how many years of imprisonment awaited him based on the verdict. Feeling unburdened, he requested his parents to take him to Haida, as he longed to see Jiang Hanyan. Shall we head back now? Indeed, I shall stay with him tonight. Fu Qingqing nodded in agreement. All right. Once their car departed, Wen Tingzhi shyly pinched his earlobe, feeling embarrassed. His parents were aware that Jiang Hanyan resided in a single dormitory, with a small bed and limited space. It felt rather awkward to mention staying together in their presence. He also felt grateful that Jiang Hanyan had not personally detoxified him after he had been drugged that day. Otherwise, upon waking, he might have found himself in a state of despair. Jiang Hanyan had once given him a key to the dormitory, and on his way, he encountered Bai Feng, who was always by Lin Kei's side. Bai Feng nodded at him, but he chose to ignore it. He wished to avoid any entanglements with Lin Kei's acquaintances. Bai Feng was taken aback to see Wen Tingzhi again, and he certainly did not expect Lin Kei to act so boldly, employing such underhanded tactics against Wen Tingzhi. Just moments ago, when he greeted Wen Tingzhi, the latter had pretended not to see him. Surely, Wen Tingzhi assumed that Bai Feng was involved in this matter as well. What an injustice. The forums have been nearly overwhelmed these past few days. The news of Lin Kei's forced expulsion had spread like wildfire, given that Lin Kei was already a figure of significant interest. And this incident also involved the ever-popular Jiang Hanyan, along with the wealthy Wen Tingzhi. The discussions were fervent and spirited. Bai Feng never imagined that Lin Kei would find himself in such dire straits, facing the prospect of imprisonment. He glanced towards the direction where Wen Tingzhi had departed, never anticipating that he would ultimately end up with Lin Kei's white moonlight, Jiang Hanyan. Truly, life is unpredictable. Upon entering the dormitory, Wen Tingzhi was enveloped by a familiar scent and immediately collapsed onto the beanbag chair, reluctant to rise. The chair still bore the pleasant fragrance of Jiang Hanyan. The latter was exceptionally tidy, to the point of being somewhat obsessive about cleanliness, ensuring that the dormitory was immaculate. The bed and the chair were frequently misted with a lemon-scented air freshener. He pulled a pillow from the bed, hugging it tightly as he played on his phone. This pillow was a gift from him to Jiang Hanyan, once when they had stepped out of the school for a meal. They happened upon an event where tossing 10 balls could win a small pillow, a SpongeBob one, adorably cute. Wen Tingzhi had approached it with a sense of casual hope. And to his surprise, he actually won the small pillow. When he presented it to Jiang Hanyan, the latter had exclaimed how adorable and juvenile it was. Such a contradictory man, so unappealing in his insincerity. Have you been waiting long? Jiang Hanyan inquired as he entered. Not all. Are you tired? Not tired. Jiang Hanyan set his backpack down, washed his hands in the bathroom, and leaned down to plant a kiss on Wen Tingzhi. Wen Tingzhi instinctively draped his arms around Jiang Hanyan's neck, tilting his head to pursue his lips. Jiang Hanyan lifted him effortlessly, and Wen Tingzhi's legs naturally wrapped around his waist. Now it was Wen Tingzhi who was kissing downwards, and as their lips met, both felt an overwhelming fire of desire. In their youthful vigor, how could they possibly resist such temptation? Wen Tingzhi was rendered speechless by the kiss, his lips tingling. So cold, it hurts a bit. His furrowed brow stirred a passionate response in Jiang Hanyan. Even the sweat glistening on his skin exuded a certain allure. After their passionate encounter, Wen Tingzhi found himself dazed as Jiang Hanyan carried him into the bathroom for a wash. Though the bathroom was small, Jiang Hanyan could hardly contain himself. Wen Tingzhi, despite his desire to vent his frustrations, felt utterly drained, his throat sore from the exertion. Upon awakening, Wen Tingzhi lay on the bed, observing Jiang Hanyan seated at the desk, typing on his computer. Lately, Jiang Hanyan had been pulling all-nighters coding, and when asked what he was working on, he replied that he wanted to prepare a surprise for him. He could indeed guess that Jiang Hanyan was making money to be worthy of him. This person is truly foolish. Wen Tingzhi revealed a blissful smile, and when Jiang Hanyan turned to look at him, he covered his head with the blanket. Jiang Hanyan thought, what on earth has happened to his voice? It sounds utterly dreadful. Wen Tingzhi sent a message, I need to drink water. Jiang Hanyan raised an eyebrow upon receiving the message, perplexed by the meaning of such a brief communication over such a short distance. Was it meant to be flirtatious? Go ahead and drink. What's the matter? Wen Tingzhi, reluctant to speak, also refused to acknowledge that the voice belonged to him. It sounded too awful. He texted, why is my voice so hoarse? It's all your fault. Jiang Hanyan naturally saw the note and smiled softly. I'll be more careful next time, all right? Let me see. Your mouth isn't chapped. It should heal in a couple of days. Wen Tingzhi's frustration was palpable, even in his typing. After spending a night at your place, I return home sounding like this. What will my parents think? How can I talk? Jiang Hanyin had no retort, feeling guilty as he lowered his gaze and affectionately embraced Wen Tingzhi. This display of affection was irresistible to Wen Tingzhi. The saying that a spoiled man lives the best life truly held merit. Chapter 49. Transforming into a shameless sycophant. 24. Having been together with Jiang Hanyin for 2 years, Jiang Hanyin was about to graduate from his master's program. Yet the affection score had still not reached 100. Wen Tingzhi could not fathom what was lacking. In contrast, Lin K's regret value had successfully reached 100 a year prior. In the dead of night, while he and Jiang Hanyin were in the midst of intimacy, the system suddenly announced in his mind, "Congratulations, host. Lin K's regret value has successfully reached 100. He was so startled that he almost faltered. Jiang Hanyin, with wide eyes, questioned whether he had lost interest, which terrified Wen Tingzhi into repeatedly proving his interest without daring to stop Jiang Hanyin. The system, having delivered its message, promptly vanished. The next day, he cursed the system inwardly, nearly contemplating creating a voodoo doll of it. Today marked Jiang Hanyin's graduation photo shoot. Wen Tingzhi had pre-ordered a bouquet of flowers for him. Jiang Hanyin was not particularly interested in graduation photos, but he generally wouldn't refuse the school's arrangements. The graduation photos were scheduled to be taken on a lush green lawn, where numerous graduates stood, clad in caps and gowns, their faces radiating joy as they held bouquets from friends and family. They all presented their best selves for the photo shoot. Some had already finished taking their pictures and were scattered about, snapping photos with friends and relatives. When Wen Tingzhi arrived, Jiang Hanyin was just about to take his graduation photos. He waved, and upon seeing him, Jiang Hanyin smiled warmly, gesturing for him to wait under a tree. Over the years, Wen Tingzhi had visited Haida so many times that he nearly regarded it as his own school. He approached the tree and raised his phone to take pictures of Jiang Hanyin. It was his first time seeing Jiang Hanyin in a graduation gown, and he looked utterly stunning. The class's photography instructor was directing their poses, and Jiang Hanyin, standing at the back, was moved from the corner to the center, where it was deemed more visually appealing. Wen Tingzhi raised an eyebrow, his eyes glimmering with amusement. His parents had initially intended to visit today, but due to an unexpected matter at work last night, they had to catch an early flight this morning to address it. His parents were still youthful, and he had no desire to take over the family business, preferring to rely on them and Jiang Hanyin to support him. Jiang Hanyin, after tirelessly coding, finally achieved remarkable results, creating several small games of various genres. The puzzle and adventure games received a favorable response upon release. His parents, seizing the momentum, purchased some advertisements, leading to an unforeseen surge in popularity. Jiang Hanyin's first foray into earning money proved bountiful, and he divided his earnings into 3 portions, one for purchasing a house and a car, another for pocket money, and the last for further investment in game development. He had already established a studio, employing several students from Haida University. The venture was thriving, as Jiang Hanyin possessed a keen vision, always planning 10 steps ahead. Each creation was not only novel, but also engaging. "Hello, are you here to deliver flowers for a graduate?" A girl in a graduation gown asked him softly, her face flushed with shyness. "What is the matter? Do you need my help taking a few photos?" That wouldn't be an issue, though I fear Jiang Hanyin might become upset upon seeing it. "Could I add you on WeChat?" The girl took a step closer, causing him to instinctively retreat. Disappointment flickered across her face as she asked, "Am I that unattractive?" He hurriedly waved his hand. "No, I'm sorry, classmate, but I already have a boyfriend who is taking photos right there." The girl, now even more embarrassed, felt as if she were engulfed in flames, muttering a soft apology before fleeing. He barely had time to respond before she disappeared. "You seem quite popular." Jiang Hanyin suddenly appeared before him, reminiscent of a damp specter. Over the years, he had thoroughly understood Jiang Hanyin's nature, possessive, controlling, yet equally self-disciplined, except in their intimate moments. Thus, even when he felt unhappy, he would keep it to himself, requiring coaxing to reveal the cause of his discontent. "What is the matter?" She wanted me to take her photo. "I'm not nearly as popular as you suggest." Jiang Hanyan shot him a melancholic glance, as if he were trying to deceive him. He had witnessed the girl extending her phone. What else could it be but a request to add him on WeChat? Every time Wen Tingzhi visited the school, he would receive several requests from girls wanting to befriend him or pursue a romance. The abundance of attention was overwhelming, and with his bright, cheerful eyes, who could resist him? If only he could be the sole focus of Wen Tingzhi's gaze forever. Though he knew it was impossible, such thoughts lingered in his heart. Wen Tingzhi must surely be frightened of him. What nonsense was he thinking? Happy graduation, darling. Upon hearing those words, Jiang Hanyan's ears perked up, feeling a mix of bashfulness and delight. See, I can certainly win Jiang Hanyan over. I'll take a few photos for you. By the way, can you keep that outfit? Jiang Hanyan pressed his lips together, raising an eyebrow at him, a hint of teasing in his eyes. It can be purchased, he murmured. It suits you quite well. I'll cover the cost if you buy it. All right. Wen Tingzhi captured several photographs of Jiang Hanyan and shared them in the family group chat. Immediately, messages from his parents flooded in. His father exclaimed, "Unstoppable handsomeness. A bright future ahead," while his mother commented, "A remarkable talent, shining like a star." What a peculiar reaction. Wen Tingzhi chuckled helplessly and initiated a video call with his parents. "Uncle and Auntie, Hanyan, congratulations on your graduation. We have an unexpected matter to attend to and cannot join you. Enjoy yourself, and make sure to return home with your luggage." In front of his parents, Jiang Hanyan always maintained a demeanor of obedience. After ending the video call, Wen Tingzhi turned the camera around. "Let's take a group photo." Jiang Hanyan, holding the flowers he gifted, smiled brightly at the camera. As Wen Tingzhi counted down the seconds, he leaned in and kissed Jiang Hanyan's cheek. "Why didn't you consult me first? Is kissing forbidden without discussion?" "Of course not. I can kiss you too. A kiss on the cheek is perfectly fine, but I still feel a bit shy about kissing in public." On their way back to the dormitory after the photo session, Wen Tingzhi encountered a couple of graduates proposing at the Love River, a place known for numerous romantic tales. He and Jiang Hanyan had strolled here in the past. He merely glanced at them, yet Jiang Hanyan stared intently, his eyes reflecting a hint of envy. This made Wen Tingzhi ponder whether Jiang Hanyan's affection meter had never reached a full 100 due to the absence of marriage. He was aware of Jiang Hanyan's insecurities, yet he had never associated them with marriage, considering they were practically inseparable and lived together. Thus, it felt akin to being married. However, the sentiment might be different for Jiang Hanyan. Upon realizing this, Wen Tingzhi resolved to secretly plan a proposal and accompany Jiang Hanyan to the Civil Affairs Bureau to obtain their marriage certificate. He was determined to see if such an endeavor would finally elevate Jiang Hanyan's affection to 100. Chapter 50. Transforming into an unabashed, lovesick fool. And, "What are you doing?" "Nothing much." Startled by Jiang Hanyan's sudden voice, Wen Tingzhi quickly shut his laptop. Jiang Hanyan regarded him with a gaze that seemed to question whether he believed he could hide anything from him. Wen Tingzhi thought to himself that Jiang Hanyan possessed an uncanny ability to appear silently, always clinging to him. Now that they had graduated, their private space had dwindled, as most of Jiang Hanyan's work could be completed from home. Finding time to secretly plan a proposal became increasingly difficult. After finally watching Jiang Hanyan fall asleep from exhaustion, he attempted to draft some proposal ideas, only for Jiang Hanyan to materialize behind him without a sound. "I truly wasn't doing anything. Your gaze makes it seem like I'm cheating on you." "Cheating?" Jiang Hanyan repeated the word softly. "You wouldn't cheat. So confident in yourself? Even if you did cheat, it would be that man's fault for enticing you. Otherwise, how could you have strayed?" The implication was clear. If he were to cheat, Jiang Hanyan would never choose to hurt him. It was astonishing how deeply someone could love him. He playfully shook Jiang Hanyan's pinky, adorned with a tattoo. "I trust you." Jiang Hanyan lowered his head, nuzzling it in Wen Tingzhi's palm, who then embraced his neck and planted a gentle kiss on his cheek. In the following days, Jiang Hanyan's spirits were notably high, and he proactively mentioned that there were matters at the studio that required his attention. Wen Tingzhi finally had the opportunity to meticulously plan this proposal, determined to make it an unforgettable moment for Jiang Hanyan. To this end, he explored numerous proposal scenes online and sought his parents' advice. ultimately finalizing a plan that he was pleased with. He engaged a wedding planning company, urging them to expedite the arrangements to the utmost of their abilities, even offering additional compensation for swift service. Motivated by the prospect of extra funds, the wedding company completed the setup in just 2 days. Upon receiving the images sent by the company's representative, Wen Tingzhi felt generally satisfied. To ensure that the company had not deceived him and to verify the reality of the situation, he personally visited the venue. Once he confirmed everything was in order, he intended to bring Jiang Hanyan to propose. However, the task of inviting guests fell to his parents, as he had very few friends or relatives acquainted with Jiang Hanyan. Moreover, Jiang Hanyan was somewhat possessive and did not know any of Wen Tingzhi's professional acquaintances, so he refrained from extending invitations. Nevertheless, he made a point to invite Jiang Hanyan's mentor and his colleagues from the studio. At last, the long-awaited day of the proposal arrived. This day had been meticulously calculated by his parents as the most auspicious one. Wen Tingzhi rose early, preparing himself with care. He donned a pair of matching suits gifted by his parents as a wedding present, one black and one white. While the distinction might be subtle from a distance, a closer inspection revealed exquisite craftsmanship, with golden thread adorning the shoulders and sleeves. Why such formal attire today? Wen Tingzhi nodded, striving to suppress his excitement. Of course. My parents suggested we dress up as if attending a significant event. He noticed that Jiang Hanyan did not press further, and he sighed in relief. Today, they were driven by a chauffeur, with Wen Tingzhi in the back seat, playfully examining the tiny tattoo on Jiang Hanyan's pinky. It's so small, he remarked. Do you like it? If you do, I can get one too. No need. Yours is enough, Jiang Hanyan replied. With this tattoo, I will always find you. No matter where you go, Wen Tingzhi mused silently. Is the venue by the sea? Jiang Hanyan casually inquired. It should be, perhaps inside a seaside hotel. The closer they approached the ocean, the more exhilarated Wen Tingzhi became, his heart racing with anticipation. Lowering the car window, he felt the cool sea breeze and heard the rhythmic crashing of waves. This island, gifted to him by his parents on the year he came of age, was the perfect location for his proposal. Do you think this place is beautiful? Wen Tingzhi asked, taking Jiang Hanyan's hand as they walked inward. It was afternoon, with the sun shining brightly and the sea of brilliant blue, accompanied by a flock of white doves fluttering about. It's lovely, Jiang Hanyan replied, a smile dancing at the corners of his eyes as he tightened his grip on Wen Tingzhi's fingers. Soon, they arrived at the seaside. Upon seeing the balloons, flowers, and familiar faces of colleagues and mentors, Jiang Hanyan realized he had been right all along. Wen Tingzhi was indeed preparing to propose. In truth, he had suspected something when he noticed the words wedding planning displayed on Wen Tingzhi's computer screen the day he closed it. His heart had held a quiet hope, even deliberately attending work for a few days to give Wen Tingzhi the time he needed. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Hanyan felt an indescribable surge of emotions. A warmth at the tip of his nose. Jiang Hanyan, I cherish you, I adore you. Will you consent to be by my side for eternity, never to part? Wen Tingzhi knelt on one knee, retrieving a ring from his pocket. This was a wedding gift from his uncle, adorned with 2 dazzling rubies that shimmered almost blindingly. I do. Tears streamed down Jiang Hanyan's face, leaving Wen Tingzhi momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated such a profound reaction from Jiang Hanyan. Had he known, he would have proposed sooner. Allow me to place the ring upon your finger. The speakers filled the air with a familiar and melodious tune, the recording of Jiang Hanyan singing at the bar, a cherished memory for Wen Tingzhi. As Jiang Hanyan trembled while attempting to wear the ring, it was only with Wen Tingzhi's steady grip that the ring was finally secured. Fireworks erupted like a cascade of joy in their direction. Leaning against Jiang Hanyan with a twinkle in his eyes, Wen Tingzhi said, My dear Jiang, shall we now step into the sacred hall of marriage together? Indeed, the officiant seized the moment, microphone in hand, reciting the lines Wen Tingzhi had meticulously prepared as they clasped hands, walking step by step to the center of the stage. Jiang Hanyan's mother gazed at him with reddened eyes, while his father looked on with pride. Every face radiated with the glow of happiness. Doves soared above, shedding pristine feathers, which Wen Tingzhi tucked into Jiang Hanyan's pocket. In poverty and wealth, in health and illness, Do you vow to stand by each other, unwavering through lifetimes? This life and the next, forever united? The officiant's voice resonated with fervor, each word ringing true. I do. I do. Jiang Hanyan and Wen Tingzhi echoed in unison. The crowd erupted, urging them to kiss. With flushed cheeks, Jiang Hanyan leaned down for a soft, tender kiss. My love, I cherish you, whispered Wen Tingzhi. I cherish you as well. Following the ceremony, Jiang Hanyan and Wen Tingzhi visited each table to toast, listening to the various blessings offered by their guests. It seemed that Wen Tingzhi had finally grasped why Jiang Hanyan was so devoted to the wedding. As night descended, the previously prepared fireworks ignited in a spectacular display. Hand in hand, they strolled to the seaside, where gentle waves caressed the shore, the water lapping against their feet. The vibrant fireworks reflected upon their faces as Wen Tingzhi gazed at Jiang Hanyan. My love, let us obtain our marriage certificate tomorrow. Jiang Hanyan met his gaze, his affection soaring from 98 to a perfect 100. Very well, tomorrow we shall. They held hands, dancing a romantic waltz by the sea. The speakers playing the song Wen Tingzhi first heard Jiang Hanyan sing. Dear beloved, please stay with me. Let's dance a romantic waltz by the shore. Under the moonlight, their elongated shadows swayed in harmony with the music. Chapter 51. Transformed into an unloved young groom. 1. How utterly despicable. Wanting to marry our Song Tianming after being unable to bear children. What a dream. The woman's voice rose in fervor, her limbs flailing with determination. Now, it seems we have become entangled with our family Song Li. Observing your unfortunate physique, my family Song Li has no choice but to marry. When Tingzhi opened his eyes amidst the clamor, his clothes clinging to him, drenched. The original owner was a young man from Daya village, whose striking beauty captured the attention of Song Tianming from Xia village. As they met several times, the original owner gradually developed an affection for this handsome and tall man. Sewing handkerchiefs and gathering herbs to sell, all the earnings devoted to Song Tianming. Just when the original owner anticipated joyfully marrying Song Tianming, a friend revealed that she had caught him with another. Upon arriving in Xia village to confront him, the original owner found him standing by the river, feigning thirst. Suddenly, he pushed the original owner into the water, where he was fortuitously saved by Song Li, who happened to be fishing. The entire Xia village witnessed the original owner, soaked and cradled in a man's arms. In the eyes of society, this was tantamount to losing one's purity, and a gash on his face marred his once exquisite appearance. A barefoot doctor declared that the original owner had lost his ability to bear children, prompting Song Tianming's mother to immediately seek to annul the engagement, casting the original owner off to Song Li without a penny in recompense. At last, the narrative became clear to Wen Tingzhi, who touched the swollen half of his face. Had he truly been transported to ancient times? Was being a young man considered a gender? Could he still bear children? Perhaps to address his confusion, the system briefly activated, imbuing his mind with the worldview of the entire dynasty. What could he say other than remain silent? Brother Ting, a woman rushed in, lifting the curtain. Oh, my poor brother Ting, what has happened to your face? What shall I tell your mother? Mother, I am fine. Lin Suihua insisted otherwise. You say you're fine? Yet you are a young man with a ruined face who cannot bear offspring. How can you marry? What brings you here so suddenly? When Tingzhi found himself at a loss for words and continued to comfort Lin Suihua. It's all right. If need be, I shall remain under your care for life. Lin Suihua wiped her tears and offered the clothing she had brought for Wen Tingzhi to change into. Mother, want you to go outside? Are you feeling shy now? Very well. I shall go out and confront Song Tianming's mother. To stoop so low as to kick someone when they are down. What a beast! Wen Tingzhi felt embarrassed, struggling with the clothing, which he finally managed to put on, albeit in a disheveled manner. Zhou Chunchao, you declare you want to marry, yet your son hasn't even spoken. What of it? With a ruined face and unable to bear children, how can we expect him to marry our Tianming? He is the most sought after in 10 miles and 8 villages. Were it not for Brother Ting's good looks, we wouldn't even consider him. Outside, the uproar continued unabated as Wen Tingzhi stepped out wearing cloth shoes. This was the most dreadful world he had ever experienced, without exception. Surely, the next world would not force him to become a beggar. As he walked through the door, Wen Tingzhi transformed into Brother Ting, delicate, head lowered, moving forward. Brother Ting, let us go. They do not wish to marry us, nor do we wish to marry them. Song Tianming gazed at the unwed brother, his face indeed marred, a long scar rendering him fearsome. Fortunately, his mother had called off the engagement. Given that Song Li had seen Brother Ting's body, who else could he possibly wed? If word spread that Song Li had seen a young man's form and still refused to marry, would he not lose his reputation as well? When Wen Tingzhi raised her gaze for the first time, she beheld Song Li, towering at approximately 1.90 meters, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist. His cold, sharp features were accentuated by the simplicity of his cloth attire and straw sandals. Amidst the crowd, he stood out like a crane among chickens. Yet his frigid demeanor rendered him solitary. Even as Zhou Chunqiao spoke of significant events in his life, he remained indifferent, focused instead on the fishing tools in his hands. Gazing elsewhere, was this truly the object of affection? Strangely, his affinity points were not 0, but rather a disheartening -10. When Tingzhi's system, come forth and explain. An affinity score of 0 is already excessive. It can dip into the negatives. Frustrated, she muttered a few curses at the system. Wen Tingzhi then turned her attention to the male lead, Song Tianming. In comparison to Song Li, he paled, yet among men, he was still considered remarkable and well-liked. Her regret value for him was a mere 10. Tugging at her mother's sleeve, she shyly murmured, "Mother, I was rescued after falling into the water. I can no longer show my face to the world. Would it not be better to just marry Song Li? What do you know? Song Li is a disaster. Why else do you think he remains unchosen at such an age?" Her mother retorted, "No, absolutely not. A disaster?" She refused to believe that. "Mother, in the entire realm, there were 3 recognized genders, men, women, and Jier. The Jier, like women, could bear children but possessed slightly stronger physiques. Many impoverished families preferred to marry Jier, as they were economical and could contribute as half-men while still bearing offspring. A Jier was marked by a red dot on their forehead at birth. A vibrant hue denoted not only beauty but also fertility. After her fall, the red mark on Wen Tingzhi's forehead had dimmed, signifying her misfortune and leading to her being looked down upon. Traditionally, the realm upheld strict boundaries between the sexes, and the same applied to Jier. If she did not marry Song Li, with her residing in Xiahe village and him in Dahu village, their opportunities for encounters would be scarce, diminishing any chance to foster affection. "Mother, if he is willing to marry me, let us proceed. I do not wish to remain a burden to you and father, especially since the court will impose a late marriage tax next year." Lin Suihua sighed deeply. Fortunately, Song Li had long since parted ways with Zhou Chunqiao, allowing Tingzhi to marry him without fear of her mother-in-law's scrutiny. "Song Li, would you be willing to marry Tingzhi?" Only upon hearing his name did Song Li glance over. Tingzhi, with her head bowed, hid behind her mother. He had seen her a few times before. Despite the scar marring her face, she remained attractive. "If you are willing, I shall take responsibility." Thus, their marriage was agreed upon. "Very well. When will you bring a matchmaker to propose?" "Let's keep it simple." Lin Suihua understood that Zhou Chunqiao held no affection for her younger son. Focusing solely on her eldest, Song Tianming, sending him off to study while burdening Song Li with all the household chores. Rumors circulated that Song Li was an ill-fated star, a calamity, and he was not well received in Xiahe village, standing alone without companions. At the age of 16, he had been separated from the family, residing in a thatched cottage at the foot of the mountain. Logically, after 2 years of labor, he should have saved some money, yet he continued to dwell in that humble abode. Lin Suihua firmly grasped Wen Tingzhi, exclaiming, "Oh you, how you have caused me such worry. We shall see how your father addresses your behavior upon your return. My dear son, I vow to lead a good life with Song Li, ensuring that you partake in our prosperity. Your happiness is my sole desire." Chapter 52. Transform into an unloved young husband. 2. Suihua. Someone is beating drums and sounding gongs. "It seems that Song Li has come with a matchmaker to propose to you," announced Granny Wang from the neighboring house, who rushed over to deliver the news. She had been sitting beneath the old willow tree at the village entrance, mending clothes and chatting with a few other women. Just as they were discussing how the young master, who fell into the water, could only marry a girl without parental support and endure a life of hardship. The jubilant sounds from the village entrance reached their ears. This was indeed a momentous occasion. In the surrounding 8 miles, the poorest families typically brought their matchmakers and parents when proposing, while the celebratory sounds of drums and gongs were reserved for the wedding day. To think that Song Li, a man of hidden depths, had saved some money for the purpose of marrying a husband. Lin Suihua felt a surge of joy in her heart. Though she maintained a composed exterior, merely putting on a facade, Granny Wang settled in the courtyard, eager to indulge in the unfolding gossip. Inside the house, Wen Tingzhi, having overheard the news, rushed out. He had been cooped up at home for days, absorbing the legal knowledge of the court, which had become quite a headache. Even though he was the only child, cherished by his parents, he still had to rise early to work. In the sweltering summer heat, he longed to shed his clothes and plunge into the river for a refreshing bath. Yet apart from planting rice in the fields, he was obliged to dress as modestly as a woman, wrapped tightly in layers. Thankfully, he had a private room, where he could at least strip down to his undergarments at night. The unfamiliar clothing was a torment. How blissful it would be to be in the modern world. The sound of drums and gongs grew louder at the courtyard entrance, and when Tingzhi caught sight of Song Li among the crowd, perhaps it was his imagination, but Song Li seemed to have made a particular effort to dress up, possibly donning his finest attire. He looked so presentable that one might mistake him for the son of a local landlord. Ah, is this the young master? Look at those sparkling eyes and rosy lips. The matchmaker, clad in vibrant red and holding a red handkerchief, declared, I have consulted the master regarding the compatibility of these two. I have never seen a more perfect match. Just look at them. Their appearances are unparalleled, and any children they bear will surely be remarkable. Hearing this, Wen Tingzhi felt a twinge of embarrassment and rubbed his nose. Children were not on his agenda, nor did he desire them. Perhaps due to the impending union, Song Li's favorability rating in his eyes had shifted from -10 to 5. Please take a seat. The matchmaker's sweet words delighted Lin Suihua, who, in a generous spirit, added a touch of sugar to the water for everyone to enjoy. Granny Wang received a bowl as well, savoring the sweetness with squinted eyes. Such a delectable treat was a rarity, only tasted during festive occasions. Who would have thought Lin Suihua would be so generous? The number of people in the courtyard was considerable, and the thought of it tugged at her heartstrings. Now, let us discuss the bride price. Lin Suihua was momentarily taken aback, for she had not anticipated the presence of a bride price. The reason she had requested Song Li to summon a matchmaker was twofold: to ensure propriety and to maintain her dignity. After all, while inquiries about the bride price might go unanswered, the act of proposing would be unmistakably evident to all. The village was devoid of novelty, often rehashing old tales, and it was now time to discuss their family son. Upon hearing the news of the proposal, Lin Suihua's husband hurried back from the fields, his straw sandals caked in mud. Wen Dajing rushed over to clean his legs before taking a seat. Wang Dapo, do you see? Although Wang Dapo was eager to listen, she understood that as an outsider, it was inappropriate for her to linger, so she discreetly returned home. Song Li, what is the situation with the bride price? I know that Zhou Chunhua is not fond of you. If you lack the fund for the bride price, then so be it, but you must treat Ting Gu'er well. Do you hear me? Upon Wen Dajing's return, he promptly sent Ting Gu'er back to his room. It was unbecoming for him to sit idly while matters of his own marriage were discussed. Reluctantly, Wen Tingzhi retreated to his room, yet the thin walls allowed him to overhear snippets of the conversation. There must indeed be a bride price, albeit my savings are modest. I can only offer 8 taels, with the remainder earmarked for the wedding feast and other expenses. Song Li's voice was deep and steady. Lin Suihua's eyes widened in disbelief, glancing at her husband. 8 taels. Surely she had not misheard. At her age, she had a fair understanding of bride prices. The price for a daughter typically exceeded that of son, generally ranging from 50 to 60 taels, while a son's bride price was only 30 to 40 taels. Families that valued a son often offered a bride price that matched or even surpassed that of the daughter's family, yet it was rare to exceed it. After all, beyond the bride price, other significant expenses loomed. Song Li nodded in affirmation, retrieving a handful of silver coins from his pocket. Here are the 8 taels. However, I cannot provide anything more to Ting Guer at this moment. I shall strive to earn more for him in the future. Upon seeing the silver, Lin Suihua felt a surge of excitement. Song Li was indeed a man of integrity. He was far superior to Song Tianming, who was unwilling to overlook the blemishes on his son's face or his inability to bear children, and yet offered a meager 5 taels as a bride price. With diligence, life would surely flourish. Very well, I accept this union. I shall consult a geomancer to determine an auspicious date for the marriage, and I will begin preparing the wedding garments and your shoes. Song Li, somewhat bashful, disclosed his measurements and shoe size, catching a glimpse of a dark head peeking through the window. He smiled softly, realizing that soon, Ting Guer would become part of his family. After finalizing the bride price, Song Li departed with the matchmaker for Xiaohe village. Wen Tingzhi emerged to call out to him, Song Li, this is a handkerchief I stitched for you. Take it to wipe your sweat. He tossed it into Song Li's arms and seemingly fled in embarrassment. Yet, in truth, Wen Tingzhi was not shy. Rather, it seemed that the young men in this village were all of a timid disposition. To exhibit boldness was often misconstrued as shamelessness or flirtation. As a newcomer, he opted for caution, wary of being labeled as possessed by a water ghost and subjected to ridicule. Once he possesses sufficient strength, he shall cease to feign. It appears that Brother Ting holds you in high regard, does he not? The matchmaker, while laughing, extolled his virtues, for should this union be realized, she would receive a handsome sum, and Song Li is known for his generous disposition. Clutching the handkerchief, Song Li made his way home with great anticipation. Upon arrival, he could scarcely contain his eagerness as he brought the handkerchief to his nose, inhaling its faint fragrance. Though its craftsmanship was somewhat rudimentary, he found it endearing. He placed the handkerchief upon the table and gazed at it for a considerable time, increasingly convinced that their humble straw cottage was ill-suited for a husband, once married. He would ensure it underwent a thorough renovation. He carefully stored the handkerchief in a box, contemplating a fishing expedition to procure sustenance for Brother Ting, who, being so frail and having recently endured a mishap in the water, required nourishment. Song Li, come out. Song Li, I know you are at home. Hurry and show yourself. Zhou Chuncao's irritable voice echoed, causing Song Li to furrow his brow slightly, a flicker of impatience crossing his eyes. Mother, what is it that you seek? How could you propose without consulting your mother? And why did you not take me to discuss it with your father? Do you have any idea what the villagers are saying about us? Are you intent on inviting their scorn upon us? And who authorized you to make such a ruckus? I shall assert that you possess wealth. Just hand it over. Zhou Chunqiao, utterly shameless, attempted to barge in and rummage for silver, a proposition Song Li would not entertain. Mother, I truly have no money. It was merely for the sake of appearances. I have not even received a single dowry. Zhou Chunqiao seemed skeptical. Really? Mother, you may enter and see for yourself. Reluctantly, Zhou Chunqiao refrained from rummaging through his belongings and instead headed straight to the kitchen, where she found only a bare minimum of oil, salt, and rice remaining. The bedroom was even more desolate, containing nothing beyond a table, a cabinet, and a bed. Song Li, Mother is merely concerned for you, fearing you might be deceived by the Lin family without any dowry. It's acceptable if there is no betrothal gift, but our Song Li must still marry a husband. Utterly hypocritical. Chapter 53. Transformed into an unloved little husband. 3. Song Li, what brings you here? Lin Suihua emerged from within, wiping her palms on her clothing, as she had been preparing a meal. Brother Ting recently fell into the water, so I caught a few fish to help nourish him. Lin Suihua's satisfaction grew as she observed him. How thoughtful of you. Stay and share a meal with us. She understood that Song Li, being a man, often labored outdoors and returned home to find no warm meals awaiting him, a reality Zhou Chunqiao seemed to disregard. Is that truly appropriate? Not at all. You and Brother Ting are to become one family, so sharing a meal is quite fitting. With a nod of agreement, Song Li did not remain idle. He fetched water from the river and assisted in chopping firewood. Mind your words and speak less for the time being, and eat sparingly. Lin Suihua instructed as she led Wen Tingzhi into the kitchen. Wen Tingzhi nodded in compliance. Fortunately, he possessed the memories and muscle memory of the original owner, enabling him to assist in stoking the fire. Seeing that her future son-in-law had arrived, Lin Suihua made a bold decision to use the precious white rice. The aroma so enticing that Wen Tingzhi nearly salivated. Having subsisted on coarse corn for several days, he felt as though he were on the brink of starvation. How I longed to cry, Wen Tingzhi lamented. Having finished their meal, Song Li, please take a seat and rest for a while. Why are you working so diligently? Lin Suihua gazed at the numerous jars brimming with water in the courtyard and the neatly stacked firewood against the wall, feeling quite satisfied. If it weren't for the misfortunes that had plagued Song Li since childhood, causing others to hesitate in forming connections with him, there would likely be many suitors wishing to court him. At the dining table, Wen Tingzhi served a bowl of fish soup, a rare indulgence in meat for the first time during their stay. Lin Suihua's vegetable dishes were rather bland, prepared with only a hint of oil. Song Li, do eat more, she urged. All right, he replied, taking a large mouthful of rice, accompanied by a bite of pickled vegetables that were perfectly sour, slightly spicy, and delightfully crunchy. After the meal, Song Li prepared to return to Xiao village. Please see me to the village entrance, he requested. Wen Tingzhi's heart leaped with joy. He finally had the opportunity to spend some time alone with Song Li. Understood, mother, he replied. As the two walked together, a considerable distance remained between them. Do you like the handkerchief I gifted you? Song Li asked, appearing somewhat awkward. Yes, I do, he answered shyly. Then why haven't I seen you use it? Are you deceiving me? Song Li, seemingly anxious about being misunderstood, quickly clarified, I couldn't bear to use it. I left it at home. Wen Tingzhi chuckled. What is there to be reluctant about? I will sew you more exquisite handkerchiefs in the future. It would be a pity to let it sit unused. All right, I shall use it as soon as I return, he replied. Perhaps due to their growing connection, Wen Tingzhi discovered that Song Li was quite a bashful young man, often unable to speak directly to him. Nevertheless, his fondness for Song Li had risen to 15. As for Song Tianming's feelings of regret, they were not particularly challenging to navigate. Song Tianming's initial desire to marry him stemmed solely from his good looks. Once he regained his former appearance, Song Tianming would gradually begin to regret his decision. However, that alone would not suffice. It was essential to become prosperous and spread word that he was, in fact, a fortunate star brimming with good fortune. At that point, Song Tianming would lament why he hadn't brought him home. Before long, they reached the village entrance, where Wen Tingzhi stopped and waved goodbye to Song Li as he made his way back to Xiao village. A centuries-old willow tree stood at the village's edge, its lush branches providing a refuge from the summer heat, where the cicadas sang incessantly. Didn't Song Li just arrive this morning? Why is he coming back now? Wang Dapo inquired, deftly threading her needle without needing to look. He said I needed to recuperate after falling into the water. So he brought me some fish, Wen Tingzhi replied. Well, he certainly holds you in high regard, she remarked. Indeed, he even went fishing just for you. If I were to marry, it should be someone like him, several women began to discuss. Seeing this, Wen Tingzhi quickly slipped away. Upon returning home, he found Lin Suihua sitting on a stool with a troubled expression. What's wrong, mother? He asked. Lin Suihua took a sip of water before responding. Did you not know that Song Tianming and his parents came to propose? He intends to marry Xia, the very boy you played with since childhood. Hearing Lin Suihua mention Xia, Wen Tingzhi recalled the boy who had once pushed him into the river. When he marries into Xiahe village, Wen Tingzhi will certainly make him pay a price. Mother, why concern yourself with him? From now on, we shall keep our distance. Once Song Li and I begin to lead a prosperous life, let them envy us. All right, my dear. I shall await the comforts that come. Lin Suihua, charmed by Wen Tingzhi's words, ceased to dwell on the matter. Their family sons are not without suitors. Who would covet that Song Tianming? Have you changed into your attire? Lin Suihua knocked on the door, and Wen Tingzhi hurriedly donned the vibrant red wedding garments, which, though still somewhat coarse, were dyed red from rough cloth. All set. You look truly handsome, Tingzhi. A throng gathered in the courtyard, eager to see the groom. Wen Tingzhi felt a twinge at the corners of his mouth, but adhered to local customs. A young woman approached him with a string, fussing over his face, causing him to grit his teeth from the discomfort, and then rolled a chicken egg over his cheeks several times. Following this, she applied makeup, reddening his lips, albeit not particularly skillfully, before placing the red veil atop his head. Now, they awaited Song Li's arrival for the wedding. He.S. coming. I hear the sound of gongs and drums. A messenger rushed in from outside the courtyard. Incredible. Song Li is arriving with an ox cart. An ox cart? Is this for real? Do not jest with me. Indeed, it is true. It was no wonder everyone was astonished. Typically, weddings involved riding in a wooden cart, and the more fortunate might use a donkey-drawn cart, but an ox cart was quite rare. The notion of a sedan chair was even more unattainable, reserved for the affluent. If they were less fortunate, they would have to walk. According to tradition, they needed to partake in a meal at the bride's family before the groom could take her home. Originally, the ceremony should have taken place at the groom's house. But due to the lack of funds for a banquet as declared by Zhou Chunhua, they decided against going to Song Li's home. Lin Suihua then proposed to hold the ceremony at their own residence. Wen Tingzhi was led out to join Song Li in the wedding ceremony at Lin Suihua's home. They bowed to heaven and earth, then to their parents, and finally exchanged vows as husband and wife. Wen Tingzhi's heart raced, thumping violently as the red veil obscured his vision, clutching the red cloth in his hands. He was ushered into the bridal chamber, where Lin Suihua brought him some food. Before long, he found himself seated in the ox cart, which was also draped in red cloth. Wen Tingzhi was set to begin his new life in Xia village. Song Li, you must treat our family son with utmost care. Lin Suihua grasped Song Li's hand, reiterating her plea, wiping away tears for fear of overstepping. Joyously, they rang gongs and beat drums for the bride's departure, and again in celebration upon their return home. Yet, Lin Suihua felt a deep unease within her heart. They would certainly visit Wanda from time to time. If he dared to mistreat Tingzhi, they would not let him off easily. Chapter 54. Becoming an unloved little groom. 4. The journey was jarring. When Tingzhi gripped the handrails of the cart tightly, feeling as though he might retch from the bumpy ride. This muddy road proved to be quite treacherous. Fortunately, the distance from Dahu village to Xia village was not too great, and after approximately 20 minutes, they finally arrived. Wen Tingzhi was carried in the new house by Song Li and seated on the bed, while Song Li attended to the guests and the lively procession that had accompanied them. Song Li was quite generous, preparing a standard meal of 6 dishes, 4 meat dishes, 1 soup, and 1 vegetable dish without any hesitation. Aunt Lu was savoring every bite. The other aunts had been invited by Song Li to assist with the banquet preparations. They had already discussed the meal while washing the vegetables, and even as they sat down to eat, they couldn't help but murmur a few comments. Why is Zhou Chunchao being so difficult with him? He didn't even come for his younger son's wedding. How could a mother do such a thing? Aunt Wang replied as she dipped a soft, plump bun into the oil at the bottom of her bowl. Who knows? From my perspective, Song Li is destined for greater success than Song Tianming. My old partner even mentioned seeing Song Li reading. Lin Fulang paused. Is that true? Reading? We can barely recognize a single character. How could Song Li possibly be reading? Perhaps he just happened to be holding a book and your husband mistook it for him being literate. That could be the case. But I truly believe that Song Li's life will surely become more prosperous. As night fell, Song Li lingered in the kitchen for a long while before entering the room with a bowl of noodles. Song Li, the voice of Tinggur, was melodious, and upon hearing it, Song Li responded quickly, stepping over to stand before him. He picked up a twig from his side to lift the red veil. Beneath the veil was Tinggur's lovely face, unmarred even by the scar on the left cheek. Tinggur blinked, finally able to lift the veil. Song Li, are we supposed to drink the cup of wine together? Yes, came the reply. With 1 cup each, they crossed their hands and drank, marking the completion of their union. Are you hungry? I made you a bowl of noodles, though my cooking isn't that great, so you'll have to make do. Tinggur touched his slightly concave belly, feeling quite hungry. Thank you, he said, his round, glistening eyes gazing at Song Li, filled with affection as he slurped the noodles, which contained a hidden egg. This is wonderful. In the countryside, every household kept a few chickens, but the eggs were usually saved to sell in town. They only ate chickens during the new year. Ordinarily, one could only enjoy an egg when someone was gravely ill or if a woman had just given birth. And even then it was just 1 or 2 a week to supplement nutrition. I'm going to take a shower now. Upon saying this, Song Li's ears turned red, as there were no other residents at the foot of the mountain, and he typically bathed in the yard with cold water. All right. Tingzi lowered his head to continue eating, and upon hearing the sound of water from the yard, he swallowed hard and stealthily approached the window to peek outside. The moonlight was bright, and he could see clearly. Song Li was tall and strong, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, his body firm and muscular. A quintessential depiction of a hard-working man. His legs were sturdy and well-defined, clearly shaped by labor, everything perfectly in proportion. Just as Tingzi was about to return to bed, Song Li turned around, prompting Tingzi to cover his mouth. On Song Li's lower abdomen was a bluish mark that resembled a birthmark, yet also looked like a tattoo. Tingzi felt a sense of familiarity, reminiscent of tattoos from previous worlds. Could it possibly be the same person? As he returned to bed, his mind raced, and just then, Song Li entered. Do you want to wash up? I'll bring the water for you. Tingzi nodded in agreement. After a refreshing bath, it was time to retire for the night. The atmosphere was thick with tension, not only for Wen Tingzhi, but also for Song Li. While Tingzi was bathing in the room, he dared not approach, choosing instead to keep his distance, embodying an innocence that was almost palpable. Aren't you going to undress? Wen Tingzhi, albeit anxious, displayed a certain boldness as he reclined and extinguished the candlelight. In an instant, Song Li's warm body enveloped him, and Wen Tingzhi's hand inadvertently brushed against the tattoo on Song Li's lower abdomen. It was slightly raised. What could it be? Song Li froze momentarily, grasping his hand and pulling it away, then promptly reigniting the lamp. I don't know. My mother said I have had it since birth. Perhaps it is a birthmark. It is just a bit unsettling, which is why they say I am a harbinger of misfortune. With lowered eyes, Song Li encouraged Wen Tingzhi to look, signaling that if Tingzi felt apprehensive, he would refrain from any advances, maintaining a respectful distance. Wen Tingzhi leaned in closer, observing a string of Buddhist scriptures. In the countryside, this could easily be interpreted as an ominous sign, explaining why others tended to avoid Song Li. I am not afraid, Song Li, as long as you treat me well. At that moment, he realized that Song Li was indeed a romantic interest from the previous 2 worlds, though he remained puzzled as to why they were undertaking missions together. Nevertheless, he felt a sense of joy. Really? Wen Tingzhi nodded, lowering his head to plant a gentle kiss on the birthmark. Song Li let out a soft murmur and pressed closer. For the entire night, Wen Tingzhi barely rested, as Song Li repeatedly called him Tingzi with fervor. They spent the night in such a manner. Song Li caressed Tingzi's fair cheek, feeling the scar that protruded slightly. He resolved to eliminate that mark. Despite the night's endeavors, he felt no fatigue. Venturing into the kitchen, he noted the remaining meat, planning to make a nourishing soup for Tingzi. Hearing commotion outside in the courtyard, Song Li concealed the meat and stepped out. Song Li, have you forgotten your mother after marrying your husband? Where is Tingzi? Why hasn't he risen to serve me tea at this hour? Zhou Chun Chao waved her hand, seemingly uninterested in further discussion. Your elder brother is to marry in a few days. Remember to come and assist, understood? Yes, understood. You are as mute as a fish. I heard the banquet yesterday was quite splendid. Too bad I had matters to attend to, or I would have made quite a scene. It was merely a simple home-cooked meal. Take Tingzi to the mountains to hunt some game for your brother's banquet, and let Tingzi gather some mushrooms as well. Understood. Song Li wished to avoid an argument, especially with Tingzi still sleeping. Zhou Chun Chao's voice was loud enough to echo throughout the courtyard. Muttering to herself, Zhu Jun Gao Dibat, Song Li returned to the room, picked up a book, and began to read. He was indeed literate. In his childhood, while his parents sent his elder brother to school, he harbored envy and would sneak to the teacher's house, hiding in the corner to listen to the lessons. He absorbed the teachings eagerly, rushing home as soon as the lessons concluded. As he grew older and familial responsibilities increased, his mother entrusted him with every task he was capable of performing. In a serendipitous encounter, while foraging for wild vegetables on the mountainside, he recited the latest ancient poem he had learned, unwittingly attracting the attention of a learned gentleman ascending the mountain. After a thorough examination, the gentleman took him on as a pupil. Chapter 55. Transforming into an unloved young husband. 5. Song Li awoke, rubbing his eyes, only to realize it was already afternoon. He found himself dozing by the bedside, prompting him to nudge Song Li awake. "Are you awake? Are you hungry? The kitchen has warmed meat soup. I shall bring it to you." All right. Having gone a day without food, he indeed felt hunger pangs. Who would have imagined he would sleep until now? It was all Song Li's fault for indulging in such excess. Exhausted, he felt aches throughout his body, marked with crimson traces. After consuming the meat soup, he felt significantly more at ease. At the very least, Song Li was generous with his provisions. Life at Song Li's home was undoubtedly preferable to that at lead.Wen. After finishing his meal, he attempted to rise from the bed, but his legs were weak, compelling him to sit for a moment to regain his strength. "Tingyi, this is the money I have saved. Please keep it safe." Song Li, with a blush adorning his ears, placed the coins into Tingji's hands. As they had formed a household, it was customary for the husband's earnings to be entrusted to the care of his partner. It was said that harmonious families operated in this manner. Tinggu set the heavy cloth bag on the table, noting its significant weight, and remarked on Song Li's ability to earn. "Are you not afraid I might squander this money?" "Not at all. My husband may spend it as he pleases. It is only right. Whatever is spent, I shall earn anew." Song Li kept his gaze lowered, revealing only the rosy tips of his ears, appearing quite bashful. Yet, who was it that had been so fervent in their embraces the previous night? After a night of tender affection, Song Li's fondness for him surged astonishingly to 40. There was no need for him to undertake any tasks. If things continued naturally, Song Li's affections would surely reach their zenith. This was the fortunate boon of marrying and consummating so swiftly. "Very well, I shall plan this wisely." Tinggu poured out the silver and copper coins. Utterly unaware of the sum's magnitude, the original owner had never encountered such an abundance of silver. He had only seen a handful of copper coins. "Is there a scale?" He recalled that weights were used to measure silver, with transactions often conducted in vast quantities. No, Song Li shook his head. "There are a total of 15 taels of silver here, and the copper coins amount to several hundred." He was adept at counting the coins, as a single string equated to 1,000 coins, approximately equivalent to 1 tael of silver. After counting, he found 530 coins, sufficient for daily expenses. "All right, let us allocate these few hundred coins for household use, and the remaining silver can be stored in a cloth bag and hidden away in a box." Song Li nodded, informing Tinggu that he typically concealed the silver beneath the bed, in a patch of earth tucked away at the farthest corner. In this thatched cottage, there were few places to hide money. "Fear not. In the future, we shall reside in a larger home." Song Li grasped his hand firmly. "Tingyi, I will ensure you live a good life." After some contemplation, Song Li candidly admitted, "I can recognize a few characters. I plan to seek work as an accountant, where the wages are considerably higher." "You can read?" "Indeed." Song Li recounted to Tinggu how he came to acquire this skill, as in his heart. He felt they were already family, and whatever endeavors lay ahead would be discussed between them. When Tingzhi furrowed his brow, realizing that the Zhou Chunqiao family had not even considered sending him to school, which underscored the depth of their bias, it seemed imperative for him to earn money swiftly. To become a scholar in the countryside carries significant prestige. Even the village chief would extend a modicum of respect. Achieving the status of a licentiate, while not allowing one to hold an official position, suffices as a basic requirement within the village. "I wish to visit the town. When might you accompany me?" He needed to familiarize himself with the local circumstances and explore any potential avenues for quick earnings. Despite possessing the original owner's memories, most young men here rarely ventured beyond their doorsteps. Even when they did, they showed little interest in such matters. "You wish to go to the town? I shall take you tomorrow." In the countryside, evenings are early, and when Tingzhi found himself idly passing the time at Song Li's home, where Song Li took care of the laundry and prepared meals. He merely sat in the courtyard, playing throughout the day. Boredom eventually set in, and he struggled to sleep when night fell. "Song Li, do you not wish to attend school?" He clung tightly to Song Li, nestled against him. The coolness of the night air wafting from the thatched roof cottages at the foot of the mountain. Wen Tingzhi absent-mindedly traced Song Li's muscular chest and abdomen, unable to suppress his drooling. He had once contemplated attending school, but the notion faded. Education required considerable expense. With the family already burdened by the costs of supporting his elder brother, it was inconceivable that they would send him. Such partiality. How could Zhou Chunqiao be so unjust? Once I earn money, I will support your education, all right? You shall excel and gain renown, and I will bask in the envy of others. That seems difficult. I would be content merely to become a scholar. Wen Tingzhi abruptly sat upright. One must harbor lofty ambitions. From today, your aspiration should be to attain official status, allowing your husband to enjoy a life of luxury. I shall heed your words, Brother Ting. Yet, he could not help but worry about how Brother Ting fared in the Song household. It was only the first day, and he was already filled with anxiety, unable to sleep soundly. Wen Dezheng turned over in bed. In 2 days, they would return home. Just endure a little longer. When we go to the kitchen to prepare meals, you can ask Brother Ting how he is faring. If he is not well, we shall issue a warning at the dinner table. That seems to be the only course of action. Lin Suihua wiped her tears, pondering how a mother could not be concerned. Her worries were entirely unfounded, for Wen Tingzhi was indulged in Song Li's care, enjoying plentiful meals. Although they consisted mainly of steamed buns, dumplings, and plain porridge, at least it was preferable to the coarse cornmeal of his past. He could occasionally savor some meat. Song Li exhibited remarkable learning abilities, adept at hunting in the mountains and fishing in the rivers, consistently bringing home various game. This had allowed the emaciated Wen Tingzhi to gain some weight, and his complexion appeared more vibrant. At the foot of the mountain, where few ventured, Wen Tingzhi relished the tranquility, having no desire to converse with the loquacious villagers. On the day of their trip to the town, Wen Tingzhi was awakened early by Song Li. With a few steamed buns tucked away, they set off toward the town. Wen Tingzhi had made an oversight, forgetting that they were to walk. He could not muster a smile. Halfway through, they spotted an ox cart, and Song Li spent a few coins, allowing them to ride. Although the ride was bumpy, it spared them the burden of walking. Wen Tingzhi leaned against Song Li's back, resting. The young couple radiates affection. They must have just started their life together. The woman, with a basket of succulent peaches cradled in her arm, likely ventured into town to sell these exquisite fruits. Song Li, a man of few words, nodded in acknowledgement. After a bumpy journey to the town, Wen Tingzhi found himself weary and unable to walk further, prompting Song Li to assist him to a roadside noodle stall where they ordered 2 bowls of noodles. They took their time to savor the modest meal. Wen Tingzhi sipped some coarse tea, gazing at the bland noodles that merely served to satiate hunger, lacking in flavor and delight. After finishing their meal, Wen Tingzhi wandered about, soon realizing the absence of any spicy condiments. If only he could discover a piquant ingredient to enhance flavors, it could yield a substantial profit. He pondered whether there were any spicy items in the mountains. Song Li, do you know if there are any spicy ingredients up in the mountains? Chapter 56. Transformed into an unloved young husband. 6. Spicy ingredients? Song Li furrowed his brow, hastily attempting to recall. This was a question posed by Tingzhi. He needed to respond. I haven't paid much attention to that, he admitted, feeling inadequate. How disappointing it must be for Tingzhi to think of him this way. It's fine. We can return later. When Tingzhi thought to himself, swallowing his words, lacking the energy to search the mountains this afternoon. The trails would be arduous, so he resolved to rest for several days before venturing up. There was no rush to make money. Let us postpone the trip to the mountains. However, Song Li secretly resolved to scout the mountains that afternoon, aware that the young husband was not in the best health and would struggle with even a few steps. Climbing the mountain would surely be more taxing. The town, though not small, was also not overly large. After a brief exploration, Wen Tingzhi grew fatigued, wiping the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve. The scorching summer streets offered no ice-cold refreshments. How could one endure the summer heat here? Life in ancient times was indeed unkind to the impoverished. Speaking of ice, Wen Tingzhi recalled a video he had seen about essential knowledge for time travelers, the use of saltpeter to create ice. He had heard it was quite simple, yet he wondered if the local apothecary sold saltpeter and at what cost. Song Li, I wish to visit the apothecary. Is something bothering you? Song Li inquired, a hint of urgency in his tone. He noticed a flush on Tingzhi's cheeks and feared he might be suffering from heat stroke. He touched Tingzhi's forehead and then his own. They felt similar in warmth. Not at all. I simply wish to purchase some medicinal herbs. Very well. Upon entering the apothecary, Wen Tingzhi did not directly inquire about saltpeter, instead browsing the displayed herbs. Shopkeeper, I would like to buy some herbs to brew a cooling infusion. Could you assist me in selecting an appropriate combination? The shopkeeper, deftly manipulating an abacus, replied, certainly. With the onset of summer, many come to the apothecary seeking cooling remedies. I could assemble a suitable set even with my eyes closed. Please do so, and I will add a bit of time. Song Li took the herbs when offered, then asked, do you have any saltpeter? Saltpeter? What is that? Wen Tingzhi described its appearance. Oh, you mean mangxiao, we have that. It is primarily used for alleviating abdominal pain. So, it is referred to as mangxiao here. We simply call it saltpeter in our dialect, Wen Tingzhi remarked casually. After inquiring about the price, he discovered it was quite reasonable and decided to purchase several pounds. Having received money, Wen Tingzhi took Song Li back home. One remarkable quality of Song Li is his unwavering support, never prying into the decisions made by Wen Tingzhi. He quietly approached Song Li, inquiring if he was tired, suggesting they return home by ox cart. All right. By the riverside of Xiaohe village, a group of women and men were beating clothes. This place also serves as a hub for gossip. Any family's misfortune is sure to be the talk of the day, spreading like wildfire. Xiaohe village lies downstream of a long river, hence its name, while Da village, located upstream, is appropriately named. The villagers of Xiaohe typically wash their clothes either in the morning or at dusk. Today, I finally saw Song Li's husband, one woman remarked. Though one side of his face bears a scar, he remains quite handsome. Haven't you seen him before? He has visited a few times. He was even more striking back then, quite suitable to be a concubine for a wealthy family. As they beat their clothes, the women conversed. I haven't seen him, but it seems that Song Li is quite cherished. I heard they even took the ox cart to town. A single trip costs 3 or 4 copper coins, which is quite generous. The husband chimed in, indeed, that's quite lavish. I wonder if he took something to sell at the market. Nothing at all. Going empty-handed, yet still riding the ox cart. How can they save money at home? The woman continued beating the soap pods, rinsing them in the river before placing them in a basin. Goodness, returning by ox cart again. Song Li is truly indulging him in extravagant spending. As they approached the village entrance, the husband stood up to stretch his back and spotted Song Li and Wen Tingzhi descending from the ox cart. They carried no heavy burdens, and it seemed that Wen Tingzhi would squander their household resources. It's essential to marry a virtuous wife. How could a farmer manage with someone like this? The group of women and men worried endlessly for Song Li, yet he felt it was still insufficient. He had seen horse-drawn carriages in town, which were beautifully crafted and reputed to provide a smooth ride. Wen Tingzhi's use of the ox cart could only be attributed to a lack of means. At last, they were nearing home. Hearing Wen Tingzhi's words warmed Song Li's heart. He too had a family now, one that included Wen Tingzhi. Upon arriving home, Zhou Chunqiao hurried over. Song Li, Tingzhi. Zhou Chunqiao's face rarely bore a smile. But today, a hint of joy appeared. I heard you returned from town. Did you see that your elder brother is about to start a family? Did you bring some sweets back for Tianming? How shameless. Wen Tingzhi scoffed. Mother, we didn't buy anything in town. Don't jest with me. You wouldn't have returned by ox cart without purchasing something. Such a grand display. Zhou Chunqiao's expression darkened instantly as she pulled Song Li closer, reproaching him. Don't think that just because you're starting a family, you can disregard your mother. If your husband continues to spend like this, how many copper coins will you have left? Listen to your mother. Give your coins to me, and I will save them for you. Mother, Tingzhi and I are already a family. Besides, I truly have very few copper coins. I only bought some refreshments to cope with the heat. If you want, I could bring you a few days' worth. Bah, bah, bah. Zhou Chunqiao plopped down on the ground, exclaiming, Song Li, you neither provide your elder brother with silver for marriage, nor offer meat or sweets. Do you wish to drive us to our demise? When you wed, I did not require you to spend a single copper coin. I brought home Tingur without a bridal price. This old harpy, when in a fit, could rant endlessly. Wen Tingzhi, weary of indulging her, picked up a broom made of bamboo leaves to sweep the courtyard, which was merely a patch of yellow clay. A cloud of dust rose, stinging Zhou Chuancao's eyes until tears streamed down her cheeks. Tingguer, what are you doing? Have you lost your sight? Wen Tingzhi continued to sweep vigorously, raising dust that could reach the height of a person. Mother, I am sweeping. I am listening to you. I will work diligently. Mother, step aside. I can't even see where you are. Zhou Chuancao spat several times in disdain and left. Tingguer, you are truly remarkable. Song Li, tall and robust, possessed the strength to drive Zhou Chuancao away. Yet within the confines of the court, respect for hierarchy prevailed. Should he act decisively, Zhou Chuancao, with her loud voice, would likely spread word of it, and Song Li might find himself summoned for a discussion. Life in ancient times was indeed arduous. Was this not a form of foolish filial piety? Must one adhere to such notions of filial duty towards such individuals? It seemed utterly absurd. With the return visit approaching, Wen Tingzhi pondered what gifts to bring back, selecting a few items from Song Li's household that appeared presentable enough. That evening, he prepared ice using saltpeter, and after a long, tiring journey in the ox cart, he needed a good rest. Observing Wen Tingzhi asleep, Song Li secured the door and ascended the mountain. He intended to scour the area for the spices Tingguer had mentioned. If he were to find them, Tingguer might gaze at him in admiration, his heart overflowing with joy. Merely contemplating this sent waves of exhilaration through Song Li, invigorating his steps. Chapter 57. Transformed into an unloved young husband. 7. Xiaohe village lay nestled against a vast mountain, stretching endlessly. Only the most skilled and valiant hunters dared to venture deep into the mountains in search of prey. Yet, countless hunters had met their demise within. For every individual is prone to error. Song Li had only ventured there once or twice, guided by an experienced hunter. Speaking of the old hunter, it was indeed a matter of fate. Zhou Chuancao consistently provided him with meager sustenance. On cold nights, he could still curl up in bed, and when hunger struck, even water proved futile. Starving, Song Li would often escape to the mountains during summer to forage for fruits and mushrooms to satiate his hunger. It was during one of these excursions that he encountered the old hunter. He had been targeted by a snake, but was blissfully unaware, his attention solely fixated on a tree laden with fruit. Just as he reached out to pluck a fruit, an arrow whizzed past his cheek, striking the snake behind him. Startled, his face turned pale, yet he remained composed, refraining from panic or tears. In the mountains, it was best to keep one's voice low. One could never predict what wild creatures might be attracted. Song Li's calm demeanor caught the old hunter's attention. Living in a wooden cabin on the mountain without a family of his own, the old hunter inquired if Song Li wished to learn the art of hunting. He agreed, willing to undertake any task that would fill his belly. Following the old hunter into the wild improved his diet significantly, revitalizing him and facilitating his growth. His elder brother seemed somewhat dissatisfied and followed him to observe his daily activities. However, his brother was not adept at hiding. His clumsy footsteps made him easy to detect. Nevertheless, Song Li feigned ignorance, continuing to forage for fruits and chestnuts that were edible. This led the elder brother to believe that he had merely gained a bit of weight while foraging for food in the mountains, and as a result, he refrained from pursuing him further. From this day forth, Song Li became even more adept at concealing himself. One day, the old hunter announced his intention to venture out for a hunt, yet he never returned. After searching the mountains thoroughly, Song Li could only find the gourd the old hunter used to fetch water. Since birth, the old hunter had been the kindest to him. Privately, he had referred to him as his godfather. Grasping the gourd tightly, Song Li returned to the wooden cabin, where he unearthed the old hunter's worn garments and buried them beside the cabin. The tools left by the old hunter became his own, and he began to hunt, though he seldom ventured into the depths of the mountains. Each time he caught something, he would take it to the town to sell. However, with the frequency of his sales, the villagers eventually discovered his activities and informed Zhou Chuancao. Upon learning this, Zhou Chuancao was furious and berated him, forcibly taking all his money and proposing a division of their household. Song Li had traversed the mountains numerous times, but had yet to encounter the spicy and uncomfortable foods that Tinggu had described. Nonetheless, he dared not experiment with the mountain-S offerings, for many toxic plants lurked among them. However, having been described by Tinggu, he recognized what to look for. He gathered those he believed to resemble what she had mentioned and marked them. After much hesitation, he ultimately entered the deeper mountains, unwilling to disappoint Tinggu. The old hunter had once said that the depths of the mountains concealed many treasures, perhaps even the spicy delicacies spoken of by Tinggu. Song Li, are you not home? Where could he have gone? When Tingzhi brought out all the items purchased from the town and placed them in a jar, thinking that on such a hot day, Song Li's return would be just in time for some refreshing tea. With eagerness, he dashed to the kitchen to prepare water for brewing tea. How does one start a fire? He pondered, grateful that the original owner had known how. Otherwise, he would truly struggle in ancient times. After attempting based on memory, he failed. Why was there no muscle memory? After several tries, when Tingzhi finally ignited the fire, a moment worthy of celebration, as if he wished to set off firecrackers in jubilation. With water and refreshing tea added to the pot, he sat beside it, waiting for it to boil. Cough, cough, cough. How could the fire be so smoky? Covering his nose, he felt tears welling up. It was unbearable. So he stood outside the kitchen, patiently waiting. How boring it was without Song Li at home. Just as he lamented his boredom, someone knocked at the door to keep him company. It was Tinggu, his friend, also known as Xiagu, whose full name was Xiahi. Is there something you need? When Tingzhi did not wish to engage with him. The reason he refrained from mentioning that it was Xiahi who had pushed him into the river was due to the lack of evidence. Mere words would not suffice. Furthermore, Xiahi had always maintained a good reputation, and without proof, no one would believe him. They would only think he was making excuses. It's been a while since I last saw you. I didn't even come to your wedding. Was he attempting to gauge whether he knew that it was he who had pushed him into the water? He wasn't foolish, of course. He knew it was Xiahi who had done it. Keep your distance, Xiahi. I know you pushed me into the water. What about Song Tianming? Is he your new love? You must be quite pleased now, having gotten your way. When Tingzhi lightly tapped his chin, as if pondering whether he had come to check on how he was faring. My husband treats me very well. You are aware of the reason why he stepped back a few paces. He had never encountered someone as brazenly aggressive as Tinggu. Leave. Upon entering the courtyard, Song Li immediately grasped the situation from the argument he overheard, and naturally, he bore no favorable expression towards Xiahi. Why do you speak so harshly? Xiahi pointed at Song Li. Your husband has marred his face, yet you still hold him in such high regard. You are sowing discord. Xiahi was on the verge of tears, but Song Li did not spare him a glance. Mimicking Tinggu's earlier actions, he shooed him away with a broom made of bamboo leaves. Where have you been? Why did it take you so long to return? Are you tired? I brewed some refreshing tea for you. It's just right for cooling down. All right. Song Li felt a warm glow in his heart, while he had been busy alone. He had taken the time to prepare tea for him. What a wonderful person he was. Delicious. It is the finest tea I have ever tasted. When Tingzhi's laughter was infectious. What happened to your hand? It was only then that he noticed Song Li's palms were red and there were scratches on his arms. Did you go to the mountains? Song Li did not consider these minor injuries significant. There was no blood, and he had been fortunate that day, venturing deep into the mountains without incident and capturing a nest of adorable little rabbits. Tinggu could keep the rabbits at home to alleviate his boredom, and he had also found several varieties of spices that Tinggu had mentioned, though he was uncertain of their authenticity. Tinggar, look, I found the spices you spoke of in the mountains. See if they are of any use. As Song Li emptied the contents of his backpack, a nest of rabbits tumbled out as well. Why did you go to the mountains alone? I told you I would accompany you. Wen Tingzhi was somewhat annoyed and poked Song Li's forehead. You are not to do that again. Do you understand? Oh, Song Li responded, feeling wronged. His lips pressed together as if he could not comprehend why Tinggu did not commend him. Wen Tingzhi sighed helplessly, stepping forward to embrace Song Li's neck, causing his face to flush instantly. How bold Tinggu was, and this was still in public. How wonderful our husband is indeed. Wen Tingzhi deliberately teased him, noticing Song Li's bashfulness. Where shall I kiss you? On the lips the nose, the cheeks, or the eyes. His lips moved without actually kissing. In the patient Song, Li could no longer restrain himself. Tingguer, is it all right to kiss on the lips? As you wish. Chapter 58, Becoming an Unloved Little Husband. 8. As they leaned in for a kiss, Song Li scooped up Tingguer, intending to carry him to the bedroom. Stop. Tingguer placed his delicate palm against Song Li's chest, pushing him back, preventing any further advance. Why not? Why can't we? Song Li rubbed his head against Tingguer's neck, feeling aggrieved. Don't you know how it looks when you do that? We need to return home tomorrow. Do you want your parents waiting at the village entrance until afternoon for us to come back? Fine. Song Li fell silent, yet his entire demeanor radiated disappointment. They were close enough for the sensation to be palpable. Understanding his distress, Wen Tingzhi felt a pang of sympathy. Had he known, he would not have teased him so. Who could have imagined he was so easily flustered? All right, I will use my hands. Oh. Song Li squinted his eyes in pleasure, softly gasping. Tingguer knows so much. Upon completion of his task, Wen Tingzhi found his hands aching painfully, akin to the fatigue one feels after days of relentless writing. Song Li fetched water to cleanse his fingers meticulously, lingering with a gaze fixated on those delicate digits. Tingzhi's fingers were indeed exquisite, remaining fair and slender even after laboring at Lin Suo's home. Merely the sight of those fingers could stir Song Li's primal instincts, compelling him to throw Tingzhi onto the bed. Very well, I must inspect the mountain goods you brought back, and the rabbits require sustenance as well. Otherwise, what will become of them? Song Li nodded obediently and ventured nearby to gather some wild grasses, additionally uprooting a few stalks of the vegetables he had cultivated in the yard. You managed to grow vegetables all on your own? How could a farmer survive without growing crops? All of these were planted by me at home, hence it is quite effortless for me. Upon hearing this, Wen Tingzhi tenderly caressed Song Li's cheek, feeling a pang of sympathy for the poor lad. The rabbits were confined within their cage, and Song Li cast the wild grasses and vegetables before them. They eagerly stuffed their mouths, a delightful sight with both white and gray bunnies. Yet for Tingzhi, Song Li was the most endearing of all. When Tingzhi's gaze fell upon the fruit of the spice plants, and he was astounded, cradling them as if they were treasures. Song Li, did you gather many of these? Can it be cultivated? There were a few trees growing together, while another stood solitary. Both varieties had been discovered deep within the mountains, but whether they could be grown required experimentation. Tingzhi, are these the spicy delights you seek? When Tingzhi nodded vigorously, overwhelmed with enthusiasm. Indeed, Song Li, you're truly remarkable. I salute your efforts. There's no need for that, as long as you find them useful. When Tingzhi disclosed their names to him, promising to take some back to his family the following day, vowing to prepare a meal that would surpass any he had ever tasted. Song Li, could you perhaps catch a few fish? Of course. Song Li rolled up his sleeves, eager to head out, his impatience evident. When Tingzhi chuckled softly, urging him to return swiftly as the darkness would render him uneasy alone. All right. When Tingzhi meticulously examined the items Song Li had collected from the mountains, their home lacked proper medicine, and Song Li's arm bore a cut that was in need of attention. It was indeed reckless of him to send Song Li fishing. Initially, he had hoped to prepare a braised fish for him the next day, but reconsidering, he decided to summon him back. Securing the door and taking some coins, he called for Song Li to accompany him to the physician for some ointment. Song Li, he waved, spotting him casting a fishing net, already successful with 2 fish, each as thick as his arm. Why have you not returned home with your catch? Song Li scratched his head. I wanted to catch more, to keep some at home for you to make fish soup. It's my fault for forgetting your injury. Will it be uncomfortable to get them wet? It won't be. How could I blame you? This is my own body. It truly has no bearing on you. To alleviate Wen Tingzhi's concerns, Song Li flexed his arms, showing off his muscles. Enough of your banter. Come with me to the physician for some topical medicine. Must we procure medicine? It seems a waste of money. Song Li frowned, reluctant to leave the river, and donned his grass sandals. Who holds authority at home? My husband, Song Li replied obediently. That's settled then, I declared. I shall purchase it without room for doubt or contradiction. Song Li nodded in agreement. Early the next day, Wen Tingzhi and Song Li rose at dawn to prepare the return gifts for the visit. Isn't it a bit too little? Song Li inquired, scratching his face. In reality, they had an abundance: meat, eggs, fish, and even some sugar. In the countryside, such a return gift was already considered splendid. Typically, it is the mother-in-law who arranges these gifts, and most mothers-in-law only provide a small piece of fresh meat and perhaps a few eggs. It was rare to see someone like Song Li with a basket brimming with gifts. When a newlywed couple has well-prepared return gifts, they often carry them back with pride to showcase to everyone. This serves to enhance the mother-in-law's reputation, indicating her generosity and kindness towards her daughter-in-law, as well as reflecting the family's decent standing. Additionally, it bestows honor upon the bride's family. The quality of a family's return gifts can be the topic of gossip in the village for several days. As they departed for Daya village, they passed by Zhou Chunchao's home. To Wen Tingzhi's surprise, Zhou Chunchao was waiting just outside, spotting them immediately with their heavily laden basket, which was covered with a piece of floral cloth. Returning home, are we? Zhou Chunchao seemed uninterested in providing any gifts for her own son-in-law. Yet it appeared she wished to take something from their bounty. In your dreams, Wen Tingzhi thought dismissively. In the village, it was often those who could cry the loudest and create the most ruckus who prevailed. Reason held little sway. People tended to side with the pitiful. Song Li. Song Tianming had also risen, donned in a long robe that made him appear somewhat respectable, while pretending to hold a book in a showy manner, clearly hastily seized. Wen Tingzhi was not fooled by this facade. After all these days, Song Tianming's remorse had not increased but rather diminished. How truly remarkable. The original owner had poured her heart into Song Tianming, yet he was not the kind-hearted, honest farmer one would expect, but rather a master of sweet talk. This was enough to delight someone as naive as the original owner. Song Tianming would often lament in front of her about not having money for education or books, unable to afford paper and ink. The original owner, being inherently innocent, did not realize that he was deliberately seeking her sympathy. She would foolishly gather herbs on the mountain, sew handkerchiefs day and night, and give every copper coin she earned to him, not keeping a single one for herself. Song Tianming would feign reluctance before eventually accepting, only to paint grand dreams for her. Such a person, Wen Tingzhi scoffed quietly. He was not concerned about Song Tianming's current low remorse. Once he flourished, Song Tianming's regret would grow as swiftly as bamboo shoots after spring rain. Leaning against Song Li, Wen Tingzhi cautiously remarked, "Brother, it seems you are holding your book upside down." Upon hearing this, all eyes turned to the book in Song Tianming's hands. Zhou Chunchao, with a neutral standing in the village, had neighbors rush over to witness the commotion. Some brought bowls, eating while they observed, while others appeared with flatbreads in hand. "What did you just say, Tingger?" Wen Tingzhi appeared somewhat apprehensive, hiding behind Song Li, and spoke in a hushed tone, "Dear uncles and aunts, today is the day of our return visit. My mother worries that we, as newlyweds, may lack the proper etiquette, and intends to bestow upon us some gifts for the occasion." He wiped away non-existent tears from the corner of his eye, placing Zhou Chunchao on a moral pedestal from which she found it difficult to descend. "I insisted we need not accept anything, but my mother insisted. Even my elder brother, upon hearing this, stepped in to encourage us to accept. I noticed my brother appeared to have his book upside down, so I merely pointed it out." Tingzhi adeptly positioned himself as the fragile, pitiable party, leaving Zhou Chunchao momentarily speechless, yet his argument held a semblance of validity. "Indeed, it appears to be upside down." Uncle Li chuckled, giving Song Tianming a friendly pat on the shoulder. "Tianming, you ought to take your studies more seriously. After so many years, you still haven't achieved the status of Adongsheng, while your brother is already wed." Wen Tingzhi's remark about Song Tianming's book being upside down was a deliberate jab, as he took great pride in his scholarly identity. He looked down upon others, unable to tolerate any challenge to his intellect. "Uncle Li, it's one thing for Tingzhi, as a husband, to be ignorant, but how can you, a man, make such a foolish remark? I assure you, my book is not upside down. Who is the scholar here, you or I?" Uncle Li felt a bit awkward and took a few steps back, spitting disdainfully onto the ground. Tianming's words had already stirred discontent among some husbands present, though they murmured quietly. Chunchao, as a mother-in-law, You should be generous. Quickly present the gifts. For Tingzhi's parents are eagerly awaiting their return. Aunt Li, unable to tolerate anyone mistreating her husband, placed her hands on her hips and raised her voice. Present what? They have already separated and moved out, yet still expect me to provide for them? Dream on. They have been unfilial sons and husbands, and now they dare ask for my assistance. Wen Tingzhi timidly retreated behind Song Li, who looked at him with concern, lamenting his inability to protect Tingzhi. It seemed Tingzhi still needed to confront Zhou Chanxiao. Mother, since you are unwilling to provide us with gifts, we shall take our leave. Zhou Chanxiao's chest heaved with anger. How dare this wretched Tingzhi scheme against her? She was determined to tear Tingzhi's words apart. Tingzhi, how dare you speak so insolently? Song Li stood like an unyielding mountain before Tingzhi, and regardless of Zhou Chanxiao's strength, it paled in comparison to his. Her hands were firmly restrained, her wrists aching from the pressure. Tianming, why don't you come and assist? Others had long been dissatisfied with Zhou Chanxiao and Tianming's demeanor, and they began to encircle her, pretending to pull her back while digging their fingers in her thighs, causing her to cry out in pain. Wen Tingzhi felt a sense of satisfaction as he held Song Li's hand, leading him towards Daya village. Tingzhi, it is all my inadequacy. I still need you to stand up to my mother. What's the matter? You're destined for scholarly pursuits. Reputation is vital for a scholar. I need not worry about such matters. Rest assured, with me around, no one will dare to bully you. Song Li looked at Tingzhi with wide, starry eyes, marveling at his prowess. He resolved to study diligently to attain success, allowing Tingzhi to hold his head high. Why haven't they arrived yet? What time is it? Lin Sohua peered out her door several times, yet saw no sign of anyone. How could you remain calm when your husband is still absent? Wen Dajing shrugged his shoulders, confidently asserting that he would return, perhaps delayed by unforeseen circumstances. I hope so, he added. Suehua, your husband has not returned yet. Lin Suehua forced a smile and nodded. The speaker was none other than Aunt Zhu, mother of Xiaohe. Aunt Zhu, chewing on some grass, raised her voice, seemingly eager for the neighbors to hear her words. In my opinion, your husband may not come back. Who would want a hen that lays no eggs? You should go check on the Song family. He might have been harmed. Her words were rather harsh, causing Wen Dajing to furrow his brow as he splashed some water from his laundry, causing droplets to hit Aunt Zhu. Are you blind? Wen Dajing, I think you must be blind, having sired a son who cannot produce. Hey, Aunt Zhu, why speak so harshly? People have been waiting for their husbands to return. What nonsense are you saying? Although Wang Deipo was somewhat gossipy, her heart was with her neighbor Lin Suehua. Aunt Zhu, known for her penny-pinching ways and unpleasant speech, was not well-liked in the village. On the contrary, Xiaoji's sweet tongue had kept Aunt Zhu from being ostracized by the others. Aunt Zhu placed her hands on her hips and declared, I am merely speaking the truth. Otherwise, explain why he has not yet returned. With a smile, Wen Tingzhi looked at her from afar and said, I thought you were my mother, so concerned about my return. I intended to come back earlier, but you see, Song Li's mother insisted on stopping us, and we were laden with gifts for the homecoming. The basket was brimming, leaving no space unfilled, and Song Li carried a bottle of fine wine, the best from the town's winery. Are you saying these gifts were prepared by Zhou Chanxiao? Aunt Zhu asked incredulously, her eyes lighting up. Yes, Aunt Zhu, if you have no further business. Song Li and I will head inside. Aunt Zhu seemed distracted, lost in her thoughts. Wen Tingzhi was intentional in his words. Soon, Xiaohe would also marry into the Song family, and at that time, the gifts would be scrutinized, leading to inevitable disputes. Mother and father, I have returned. Lin Suehua beamed, feeling proud of her husband's demeanor. Husband, please sit down. Why bring so many things? Lin Suehua's smile was radiant, and nearby, Wang Deipo was green with envy, reminiscing about her own homecoming, where she received only a small piece of cured meat and a jar of watered-down wine. Truly, one can only feel vexed by comparisons. Sit for a moment. I will pour you a cup of tea, Lin Suehua offered, feeling generous as she poured some sugar from the basket into the water and stirred it before handing it to Wang Deipo. Oh, how polite, Suehua. I must take my leave, Wang Deipo exclaimed, finishing the sweetened drink in one gulp, eager to join her companions under the old willow tree for some gossip. It was evident, without question, That Tingzhi was thriving in the Song household, looking markedly healthier and more handsome. However, Lin Suihua, as a mother, could not help but worry and asked her son Tinggu, "My dear, have you encountered any grievances?" "No, Songli treats me very well." In the kitchen, Lin Suihua inquired further, even delving into matters of intimacy. Wen Tingzhi implored her to refrain from such questions, as they pertain to privacy. All right, mother. Today I will prepare something delicious for you, so lend me a hand." "Sure. What is that delightful aroma emanating from your home today, Lin Suihua? It makes my mouth water." Chapter 60. Transformed into an unloved young husband, 10. Old Wang, overcome with anticipation, swallowed hard, inhaling deeply, and slapped her thigh. "What on earth are they making? My mouth is watering profusely." She glanced at the coarse steamed buns and the wild greens boiled from the river, bland and unappetizing. "This is hardly worth eating." Uncle Wang threw down his chopsticks, and his obedient grandson began to cry, "Grandma, I want to eat meat." To her surprise, Tinggu had indeed brought back a bountiful array of gifts for the family. Do you know what Tinggu brought back as a homecoming gift? His daughter-in-law shook her head. "Mother, do tell." "Goodness, it was a veritable cornucopia, a basket brimming with fresh meat, cured sausages, perhaps 20 or 30 eggs, and some unfamiliar items. He even brought back 2 bags of sugar, white sugar, and what appear to be pastries from a bakery." "Is that true? Mother, is Songli really so affluent? Would I deceive you? Otherwise, how do you think this delightful aroma wafted in?" "Meat is delicious no matter how it's prepared." Old Wang licked her lips, took a hearty bite of bun, and scooped up some pickled vegetables. "Where's my dear grandson? My heavens, Tinggu, where did you acquire such culinary skills? It smells heavenly." Lin Suihua sat nearby, swallowing hard. She could hardly contain herself and took a few sips of water. Even Wen Dajing, who typically avoided the kitchen, lingered at the doorway, occasionally puffing on his pipe. "Songli, how is it?" When Tingzhi offered a piece of fish, blowing gently on it before presenting it to Songli, Songli felt a bit bashful, but he devoured the fish in one bite. Never had he encountered such a spicy dish. His cheeks flushed, and he began to cough uncontrollably. "What's wrong? I'll fetch you some water." "I'm fine. I'm just a bit weak." "It's incredibly delicious. I've never tasted anything so exquisite." "Tinggu, you are the best." Songli was nearly enchanted by Tingzhi's charm. How could someone be so remarkable? Fortunately, he had agreed to this marriage. When Tingzhi brought water for Songli, bemused as he coughed while praising himself. "All right, drink some water." Yes. Lin Suihua stood by, filled with admiration, marveling at how Tinggu had managed to train Songli like a well-behaved pup. Just as Tinggu had entered the kitchen, Songli followed closely, assisting with the firewood, his eyes fixed intently on Tinggu. Lin Suihua covered her mouth, stifling a laugh. As long as Tinggu was happy, that was all that mattered. "What a wonderful aroma. What are you all cooking?" A soft voice emerged as he cautiously peeked through the doorframe at those in the kitchen. "Mother, who is this?" "I am to me, the grandson of Grandma Wang next door. I couldn't resist coming over when I caught a whiff of that delightful smell." The grains of rice were clenched into a fist, with a thumb nestled in the mouth, eyes eagerly gazing at the food in the pot. "Look, the enticing aroma has drawn over the well-behaved grandson." When Tingzhi chuckled softly, "Mother, why not serve him a bowl to taste?" It wasn't merely generosity on Wen Tingzhi's part. First, the fish had cost nothing, so offering a bit was inconsequential. Secondly, he was curious about others' opinions. Finally, even though he had married into Xiaohe village, proximity mattered, for as the saying goes, distant relatives are not as valuable as nearby neighbors. His father had fled from famine, leaving no relatives in Dahua village, and his mother, having married from elsewhere, was essentially alone there. If trouble arose, it was the neighbors who would alert them and lend a helping hand. "Is it for me?" The rice child retreated a few steps, overwhelmed, yet the alluring scent compelled him to step forward. In the bowl lay vibrant red fish meat. He swallowed hard. Was it truly meant for him? In these times, every household cherished meat, and even fish required effort to catch. Who would be so generous as to offer a bowl? "Yes, it's for you. Take it home and enjoy." "Mother, please send him back." "All right." Lin Suihua felt a pang of sympathy, yet it was Tingzhi's decision, and she ought not to interfere. She had noticed that since the incident in the water, Tingge had become more astute and daring. It seemed that misfortune and fortune went hand in hand in the past. She would have feared that Tingzhi's gentle nature would leave him vulnerable in the world. "Ah, so you've gone to their home," Wang Dapo said sheepishly, pulling the rice child closer. The little one, unable to resist the enticing aroma, was not alone. Even the adults felt tempted, let alone the child. Indeed, my Tingge mentioned he would bring some food over. This is his latest concoction. Do give it a try and provide some feedback. Wang Dapo's eyes widened in disbelief, and the rice child's mother swallowed hard, repeating incredulously, "Aunt Lin, you must be joking. Could I jest about such a thing? Quickly, fetch your bowls. I shall serve you." Good, good. Tingge is truly a remarkable person. I always said he has a benevolent face. He thinks of us whenever something good arises. Wang Dapo's words flowed effortlessly, filling Lin Suehua's heart with joy, diminishing her earlier sorrow. What a delightful dish. Tingge, what seasonings did you use? It's both fragrant and spicy. Wen Dajing let out a contented sigh, pouring a cup of the wine that Song Li had brought, taking a gentle sip. "What do you think?" Wen Tingzhi asked softly. "It's extraordinarily delicious." "Tingge, how did you learn to make this?" "I would love to learn, and I'll cook for you in the future." Song Li was reluctant to let her husband toil over washing vegetables and cooking, for in the countryside, it was typically the women who handled such chores, while men seldom entered the kitchen. Yet for Song Li, there was no shame in a man stepping into the kitchen. He simply wished for Tingge to enjoy a comfortable life. "Wow, you are truly wonderful," Wen Tingzhi exclaimed, relishing the meal, spitting out fish bones. The fish caught from the river was fresh and tender. After several days in this place, he finally savored a meal that was both flavorful and satisfying. If only every meal could be this way, I would have the strength to make a living. Tingge possesses an eloquence that renders others somewhat inadequate in comparison. His capacity for tolerance and indulgence, coupled with his culinary skills, paints him as a paragon of perfection. It was only later that Wen Tingzhi became aware of this, as Song Li nearly deified him. Wen Tingzhi expressed gratitude, albeit feeling it unnecessary. "Eat, my dear grandson," he urged. Uncle Wang resumed his meal, deftly lifting a piece of fish to his mouth, savoring it with fervent delight. The flavors ignited a fire within him, necessitating a sip of water to regain composure. Yet, he could not resist another helping. The taste was exquisite. Demise's mouth had also been inflamed by the spice. His mother had soaked rice in clean water for him to consume. Lin Suehua was indeed fortunate. Aunt Wang chewed heartily on a steamed bun, and paired with the fish. Even the coarse bun became delectable. The meal left them utterly satisfied, with a few slices of fish reserved for their son returning from work. Demise's mother contentedly licked her lips, declaring, "We must cultivate a good relationship with Aunt Lin's family." "Indeed," Aunt Wang replied, wiping her mouth with a cloth. "We ought to assist them more. After all, one should not forget the kindness of those who feed them." In Chapter 61, transformed into an unloved young husband, Song Tianming boldly requested money for books from his mother, disregarding their financial situation. Zhou Chunqiao frowned deeply, lamenting the incessant demand for money, questioning how they could afford such luxuries when both parents toiled in the fields. She felt a pang of disappointment at his lack of understanding, wondering how he had failed to excel in his studies after so many years. "Tianming, perhaps you should reconsider your studies. You are on the verge of starting a family. With your limited literacy, it may be wiser to seek work as an accountant in town." Song Dahai sighed in resignation. "What are you saying, my dear parents? Did you not promise to support my education as long as I was willing to learn? I have been diligent, and my teacher believes I have a strong chance of passing this time." Zhou Chunqiao was incredulous. "You cannot deceive your mother. How could you betray my trust?" "Mother, I would never lie to you. I see that Song Li appears quite affluent. Perhaps you could ask him for assistance or suggest he work daily." Song Tianming remained unfazed by the implications, convinced that he would someday rise to prominence, at which point he could elevate his brother, ensuring a life of comfort for them both. "Very well, it seems we must support each other as brothers," Zhou Chunqiao said, unashamedly. Neither she nor Song Dahai had ever offered any support to Song Li. "When they return from Daya village, I shall confront them. This matter must not remain hidden. Otherwise, who will witness how Song Li and his husband mistreat me? Ting Gu'er is not that kind of person. Song Tianming defended him, receiving an admonishing glare from Zhou Chunqiao. Nevertheless, Song Tianming resolved that Ting Gu'er harbored affection for him. With a few sweet words or a couple of poetry, he was certain he could enchant Ting Gu'er, persuading him to procure funds from Song Li more swiftly than his mother could. Return home often. Although Song Li treats you well, do not take advantage of his kindness. You must also treat him well. Do you understand? Lin Suihua, filled with reluctance, held on to Ting Gu'er, expressing her sentiments again and again. Song Li, exhibiting remarkable patience, sat quietly by, awaiting the moment. Mother, do not worry. I may return to find you before long. Lin Suihua mistook his words for jest and thought little of them. Very well, if you come back, Mother will be pleased. She handed him a few inconsequential items. Song Li, having previously been alone, likely had not prepared pickled radishes or sauerkraut, so he took some to enjoy as side dishes along with the fresh radishes and vegetables that your father has grown. Wen Tingzhi, with a resigned smile, relented and allowed Song Li to carry the basket. Mother, rest assured, I will return to see you. Should anything arise, have my father inform me. Do not keep it from me. All right, all right. Lin Suihua waved her hand, wiping away her tears. Why cry? When Dajing gently patted her back. What do you understand? This is joy, happiness for Ting Gu'er. Ting Gat, Wang Dapo's wife, hearing the commotion, rushed out. Ting Gat, my mother thanks you for the fish and meat you provided at noon. It was exceptionally delicious, and our whole family adored it. As long as you enjoyed it. You're heading back, right? My mother said there's little to offer, but there are some peaches from the fruit trees at home. I will give you a few. She seemed somewhat embarrassed as she placed the peaches into their basket, wiped her hands, and shyly smiled before dashing away, not waiting for Wen Tingzhi to refuse. On their way home, Song Li washed a peach for Wen Tingzhi to enjoy. Wen Tingzhi exclaimed after taking a bite, so sweet and so juicy. Song Li could not help but swallow hard, not from a longing for the peach, but from the sight of Ting Gu'er earnestly savoring it. Unbeknownst to Ting Gat, his appearance was quite endearing. Cradling the peach in both hands, its softness yielded slightly under his grip. A bite revealed juice at the corners of his mouth, glistening on his lips, making one yearn to kiss them. The juice dribbled down to his fingers, and Song Li thought that had they not been in public, he might have taken Ting Gu'er's fingers one by one to lick them clean. Do you want some? Wen Tingzhi, eyeing him intently, licked the juice from the corner of his mouth and turned the peach around, offering it to Song Li. However, Song Li would not allow him to turn it, taking a bite from the very spot Ting Gu'er had just enjoyed. A blissful smile spread across his face, sweet. Fool, Wen Tingzhi chuckled. As they entered the village, they spotted Zhou Chunqiao conversing with a group of women. Wen Tingzhi nudged Song Li. Your mother is here. Do not speak, just watch me. Ting Gat, hello women. I'm not afraid of being scolded. If you say or do anything, they will gossip behind your back. Concern etched across Song Li's features. He stepped ahead to shield him. Rest assured, I will render Zhou Chunqiao speechless. Is it not merely a matter of crying out? Who cannot do that? He clapped his hands, and without waiting for Zhou Chunqiao to speak, he approached with a sweet smile, greeting each person warmly. Mother, you are here chatting and enjoying the cool breeze. My mother has given me some radishes and vegetables. He pulled Song Li closer, retrieving a few from a basket to offer to Zhou Chunqiao. Mother, take these home to eat. Oh my, so filial, even thinking of your mother-in-law when returning home. Indeed, Ting Gu'er is quite commendable. All the young men and women ought to learn from you, unlike certain girls who, upon returning to their maternal homes, are secretive about what they bring back. Zhou Chunqiao intended to take the initiative to confront the situation, yet with Ting Gu'er's actions, she found herself without a reason to cause a commotion. It is truly cunning. One should never have allowed Song Li to marry him, bringing such trouble upon themselves. Zhou Chunqiao smiled along, though her brow soon furrowed. I am well aware of Ting Gu'er's sincere intentions. Under normal circumstances, I would feel joy, but for Tianming, I find it impossible to be cheerful. Zhou Chunqiao sat down on the ground, preparing herself for the inevitable scene that would unfold. Everyone knows that Tianming is studious. The teacher has proclaimed that he is surely destined to succeed in the upcoming examination. But nurturing a scholar is an expensive endeavor. This led to a quarrel with your father over finances. Zhou Chun Chao began to weep silently. Her gaze fixed intently on Wen Tingzhi. Mother, my elder brother truly shows no regard for the family circumstances. Wen Tingzhi sat in the chair that Zhou Chun Chao had vacated, while Song Li stood beside him, watching with starry-eyed admiration. Ladies and gentlemen, let us judge fairly. My brother is no longer a child. He ought to consider our household. We are not a wealthy family. We are merely honest and simple folk from the countryside. Indeed, where we find the coins to support a scholar. Wen Tingzhi turned to Zhou Chun Chao. Mother, you have indulged my elder brother too much. Count the silver you have spent on him. In the past, when Song Li earned several taels from hunting, you took that to fund my brother's education. Yet he still failed to pass the examination. Zhou Chun Chao felt foolish, astonished that Wen Tingzhi would expose her shortcomings. Wen Tingzhi gently patted her back, feigning understanding. Neither Song Li nor I blame you, mother. Even when you sacrificed to spare the family's resources for my brother's education, you did so without complaint. When it came to separating the household, Song Li agreed to it, taking nothing with him, and he still resides in a thatched cottage. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the other ladies and gentlemen shifted, realizing that Zhou Chun Chao had not treated Song Li well, but after all, he is her youngest son. No matter how poorly he is treated, it cannot be excessive. They were taken aback by the depths to which she had sunk. As events began to spiral beyond her control, Zhou Chun Chao disregarded everything and began to throw a tantrum. Tinguer, how can you slander your mother? I cannot go on living. Only death could vindicate me. Chapter 62. Transform into an unloved young husband. 12. After Zhou Chun Chao finished speaking, she made a dash towards a tree, and for a moment, no one reacted. No one attempted to stop her. With no other options, she feigned a collision and fell to the ground. Not a drop of blood was shed, nor was her skin even grazed. Wen Tingzhi recognized the farce for what it was. My son and his husband are driving me to despair. They are pushing me to the brink. Zhu Jun amidst tears and snot, attracted quite a crowd, sitting on the ground and weeping as though she were banging her head against the earth. Had there been mobile phones, Wen Tingzhi would have loved to capture the moment and share it online, perhaps even sparking a viral sensation or creating a widely circulated meme. But returning to the matter at hand, Song Li, with a hint of concern, grasped Tinguer's hand. Do not fear. I am here. Song Li pressed her lips together, filled with frustration, blaming herself for her inadequacy and for being born to a mother like Zhou Chun Chao. If only she had put more effort into her reincarnation, perhaps she would not have encountered such a mother, nor would her beloved Tingu have to suffer. She felt useless compared to her determined son, Tingu. Zhou Chun Chao, at her age, how could she still throw tantrums like this? It was truly unbecoming. Some aunts attempted to help her up, but Zhou Chun Chao ignored them, insisting that they leave her be, claiming that her son's husband was driving her to despair. And as his mother, she deserved some financial support. Wen Tingzhi approached, saying, Mother, it is not that we do not wish to help you. It is all my fault. Blame me, not Song Li. He grasped Song Li's arm tightly. Mother, Song Li truly has no money left. I initially did not want to voice these words directly. Wen Tingzhi, despite a scar on his face, was remarkably handsome, and his tear-filled eyes were slightly reddened. Tell me, where has all Song Li's money gone? How could you be so wasteful? A trip to town even requires a bullet card. Did you spend it all on yourself? Zhou Chun Chao slapped her thigh in despair. My poor child, the hard-earned money he made has been deceived away by him. Many in the crowd frowned upon hearing this, and as Song Li opened his mouth to speak, Wen Tingzhi gently shook his head, interrupting him. To all the uncles and aunts present, I trust you are all reasonable people. I ask that what I say today remains confidential. Tears streamed down Wen Tingzhi's face, causing Song Li great distress, wishing he could wipe away the tears himself. I suffered an unfortunate accident, and the doctor has informed me that I cannot bear children. For son, this is akin to a calamity, and I know Song Li desires children. Wen Tingzhi choked on his words, his emotions palpable, drawing sympathetic glances from many who disapproved of Zhou Chunqiao. All attention shifted to Wen Tingzhi, and even Zhou Chunqiao's protests went unheard. I merely wish to consume more herbs for my health. Perhaps there is still hope, she argued. Wen Tingzhi, exasperated, replied, herbs are expensive. All our money has been spent on them, leaving us utterly destitute. However, mother, if you insist, Song Li and I will tighten our belts to save a bit for our elder brother's education. He sniffed, appearing deeply aggrieved. I will no longer take herbs to improve my health. I do not want children anymore. The only thing that matters is that elder brother has an education. After saying this, it seemed he was overwhelmed by his emotions and fainted. Song Li quickly caught him in his arms and rushed home. Once they departed, Zhou Chunqiao found herself surrounded by a group of villagers. Jun Gao, we have been neighbors for decades. Why are you so harsh? He is your son, yet you show such blatant favoritism. Zhou Chunqiao shook her head and waved her hands, denying the accusations. Jun Gao, it is not wrong for your husband to desire children for his health, even if it costs a fortune, as long as it yields some benefit. Wouldn't you want to hold your grandchild? Zhou Chunqiao returned home, still feeling the cacophony of the villagers' voices surrounding her. Mother, do you have any money? No. Zhou Chunqiao was truly on the brink of fainting from anger, gazing at Song Dehai, who had just entered, a surge of frustration welling up within him. Upon noticing a crowd gathered beneath the tree, Song Dehai approached, curious about the commotion, only to discover it was a denunciation of Zhou Chunqiao, prompting him to flee without hesitation. What a pitiful coward, utterly inept. If he possessed any capability, would he need to abandon this situation himself? Having failed to achieve his aim, Song Tongming muttered to himself, realizing he would have to take matters into his own hands. Tinggur, are you all right? Song Li rushed home in a flurry, and just a few steps in, when Tingzhi opened his eyes. Song Li, I'm fine. I was merely deceiving her. How else could I extricate myself? Song Li's racing heart began to calm, relieved that he was not in dire straits. Sorry, Tinggyar. It's all my fault. If you keep saying that, I shall become angry. It has nothing to do with you. Do you understand? Song Li lowered his head and affectionately rubbed Tinggur's head. Tinggur, you are far too kind to me. He resolved to find every possible way to ensure Tinggur lived a better life, far removed from the Zhou family. Upon returning home, when Tingzhi requested Song Li to set him down, though Song Li hesitated, reluctant to part with him, there was an indescribable fragrance about Tinggur, and he was soft and comfortable to hold. He wished he could embrace Tinggur for eternity. When Tingzhi proceeded to the kitchen, he had intended to make ice the previous night, but due to some unforeseen matters, he postponed it until tonight. Song Li, come here. Song Li eagerly approached, asking, is there something I can assist you with, Tinggur? What would you like to eat? I can prepare it. No need. Do you believe I can make ice? He expected Song Li to hesitate before responding affirmatively, but to his surprise, Song Li nodded without a moment's doubt, exclaiming, of course I believe in Tinggur. When Tingzhi chuckled, what if I cannot produce ice? That has nothing to do with Tinggur. If it cannot be made, it must be an issue with the materials. Song Li's unwavering trust warmed when Tingzhi's heart, especially since this was indeed his first attempt at ice making. Fortunately, the process was straightforward. He had once been captivated by agricultural videos that portrayed a leisurely and idyllic farming life, which had sparked his longing. However, when faced with the reality of farming, when Tingzhi wished to decline, he desired not this laborious, ancient life where everything required manual effort. Watch me, and you will know how to make ice in the future. Following the tutorial, when Tingzhi combined water and saltpeter in a 1-to-1 ratio, placing it into a vat. All right, we'll wait about an hour. So prepare the vegetables and radishes mother gave us. Song Li promptly agreed. Okay, Tinggur, you should rest. You must be tired after your quarrel with Zhou Chunqiao. I can handle this. When Tingzhi nodded in approval, it was best not to dampen Song Li's enthusiasm. A moment later, Song Li approached with a freshly washed peach. Tinggur, would you like to eat a peach? Go ahead. With the peach already at his lips, when Tingzhi could not refuse. Especially since the peaches from Wang Deipo's family were indeed juicy and delicious. Tinggur, Song Li's voice was hoarse as he stepped closer. taking a bite of the peach in his hand before leaning in to kiss him. Song Li felt a profound satisfaction. He finally had the opportunity to do what he had long desired but had missed along the way. Peaches tumbled from Wen Ting's hands, the floorboards creaking beneath them. In Chapter 63, transformed into an unloved young husband, 13. "The ice is ready, Tingger," Song Li exclaimed, excitedly bringing a bowl of ice to the bedside. Steam rising from the basin. Wen Ting touched it, feeling the refreshing coolness. How delightful, how comforting. I yearn to consume it all at once. This is the very essence of life. With a satisfied squint, Wen Ting proudly tilted his chin towards Song Li. "Isn't your young husband remarkable?" Without needing Wen Ting to boast, Song Li, usually reticent and indifferent to outsiders, could not restrain himself from showering praises. "My Tingger is indeed the best. One could search heaven and earth and find none superior to you. I must have amassed great fortune in my past life to encounter you." As Song Li continued his effusive praise, Wen Ting quickly interjected, All right, I understand." He rubbed his aching waist and led Song Li to the kitchen. Upon seeing the beautifully arranged peaches in the basket, a wave of trepidation washed over him. "Song Li, move those peaches away. I do not wish to see even one, nor consume them." "Oh," Song Li replied, bewildered, as he reluctantly covered the peaches with a cloth. With the offending peaches out of sight, Wen Ting instructed Song Li to start a fire, wishing to prepare a refreshing juice. Unfortunately, there was no fruit to be found in the house. With gritted teeth, he ordered, "Wash the peaches and bring them over." "Huh? Oh," Song Li, though perplexed by Wen Ting's sudden whims, believed there must be a reason behind his actions. He resolved to comply quietly. The washed peaches were soon presented to Wen Ting as Song Li boiled water, adding a handful of mint leaves and honeysuckle, the common remedies to combat summer heat. Once boiled, the hot water was set aside to cool while Wen Ting sliced the peaches, instructing Song Li to vigorously crush them for juice. It must be said, even clad in coarse linen, Song Li retained an undeniable charm. His long, ink-black hair cascaded down his back, his sharp jawline and high nose giving him a striking profile, while his thick brows framed his expressive eyes. The bobbing of his Adam's apple, his elongated neck glistening with a fine sheen of sweat, illuminated by the fading sunlight, created an ethereal image of him standing in light. As he labored to extract the juice, the veins in his arms became prominent, his biceps firm and well-defined, a pleasure to touch. "Oldem Ting Gyat?" "Oh." Wen Ting pinched his earlobe, feeling a bit bashful for having indulged in such fantasies about Song Li for so long. The peach juice was poured into a cup. Mixed with the brewed honeysuckle and mint-infused water, and a couple of ice cubes were added. Instantly, it chilled, and Wen Ting, cradling the cool cup, took a satisfied sip. The sweetness of the peaches, the refreshing mint, and the fragrant honeysuckle, combined with the icy temperature, made for a drink that could sustain one for hours. "What do you think?" Song Li finished his cup in one gulp, leaving only the ice clinking within. "It's particularly delicious." He mimicked Wen Ting's method to prepare another cup for himself, exclaiming, "Tingger, you are truly remarkable. Is this what you meant by earning money?" "Yes and no." Wen Ting replied. They were both country folk without status or background. Even in an ordinary town, one can certainly encounter the wealthy and the officials. The profits from ice production are beyond imagination. Would they not be envious upon witnessing such profits? Undoubtedly, if he were to reveal the secrets of ice making. They could not only sell ice in the surrounding towns, but could also use this knowledge as a stepping stone to ascend in social ranks. If he were wise and shared the method, he might receive several hundred taels of silver. However, if he were foolish, he could very well invite disaster upon himself. "Song Li, you truly need to pursue your studies. Only then can your business flourish." "Brother Ting, I will certainly do so. But what about the business you mentioned?" "Start with food. Sichuan pepper and prickly ash grow in the mountains. They are hard to come by, and if someone asks, Wen Tingzhi will not hesitate to reveal their location. Yet, whether they dare to venture into the mountains is another matter. Furthermore, selling food may not yield significant profits, thus attracting less attention. He doesn't sell much, just simple vegetable skewers to test the public's taste before deciding whether to continue. However, before embarking on this venture, We must first ascend the mountain to gather all the Sichuan pepper and peppercorns that Song Li mentioned. All right, I shall accompany you to the mountain tomorrow. While Song Li was not afraid to go alone, he felt a sense of unease at the thought of bringing Brother Ting along, prompting him to hastily sharpen his knife. Wen Tingzhi chuckled and walked into the courtyard to check on the little rabbits that Song Li had caught for him. Brother Ting, is there something amiss? Song Tianming, unperturbed by the heat, thought that wearing a long robe and pretending to be a scholar was sufficient. Yet in the countryside, this attire made him feel out of place. Both stifled and overheated. Looking around and not finding Song Li at home, he felt a twinge of apprehension towards him. Truth be told, he held a slight fear of Song Li. As the elder brother, he could not afford to let his younger sibling see his fear, lest he be ridiculed. Thus, he always put on a brave face in front of him. He recalled a time when he and Song Li had gone up the mountain together, and he had been fixated by a snake, paralyzed with fear as they remained in a standoff for several minutes, until Song Li had expertly captured the snake and killed it with a swift motion. The ferocity of that act left him in awe. Brother Ting, would you be willing to wait for me? Once I achieve success, I shall marry you. Disgusting. Song Tianming believed that his heartfelt declaration had moved Brother Ting. Brother Ting, I hold you dear in my heart. You must believe me. When I achieve success, the first thing I shall do is marry you. However, as the eldest son, I must heed my mother's wishes, which is why I could not marry you this time. I hope you can understand. He stepped closer to Brother Ting, pressing a love poem into his hands. If you would lend me some funds for my studies, I solemnly promise to marry you. A gentleman's word is as good as a bond. Hearing the commotion, Song Li intended to step out, but hesitated upon seeing Brother Ting holding Song Tianming's love poem. He did not refuse or discard it, leaving him momentarily apprehensive. Did Brother Ting still harbor feelings for Song Tianming? What was he to do? Wen Tingzhi calmly opened the poem to glance at its content, confirming the signature of Song Tianming. Song Tianming, I have long since lost any fondness for you. I am now married to your younger brother. Are you attempting to seduce me away? Is it not shameful for a scholar to engage in such disgraceful conduct? Wen Tingzhi's arched eyebrows and sparkling eyes revealed a charming smile. Yet the words that escaped his lips caused Song Tianming's body to tremble. If you dare to harass me again or send your mother to demand money, I shall recite this love poem to the villagers and seek out your teacher at school to see how he instructs his students. You shameless wretch! Song Tianming, in a fit of rage, contemplated striking out to retrieve the poem. Upon hearing these words from Tingzhi, Song Li's heart soared with delight, almost propelling him into the air. Brother, he exclaimed, suppressing his gaze and glaring fiercely at him, brandishing a freshly sharpened, gleaming knife. Terrified, Song Tianming hastily retreated, fearing that a moment's delay would lead to his demise at the hands of Song Li. Tingzhi. Song Li approached, affectionately rubbing against him. You're truly remarkable. Wen Tingzhi, both amused and exasperated, replied, Indeed, that was quite intimidating, but I reserve such tactics solely for the wicked, not for you. Chapter 64. Transformed into an unloved young husband. 14. Wen Tingzhi possessed a character that allowed him to pursue his desires freely. Once he resolved to sell skewers, he commenced preparations without delay. Fortunately, it was summer, and even cold skewers would likely find favor among the townsfolk. Perhaps, when Tingzhi brushed his inky black hair, struggling to manage his long locks since arriving here, he had mentioned wanting to cut it short at Lin Suiwa's home, but she had raised her brows in disapproval, insisting it should remain long. However, upon arriving at Song Li's home, Song Li wholeheartedly supported all his decisions. After washing his hair, he took scissors and snipped off a finger length of hair. It was not glaringly obvious unless one scrutinized closely. At home, he often tied it into a high ponytail or gathered it into a bun secured by a wooden hairpin. What's the matter, Tingzhi? Song Li nudged him, noticing that Tingzhi had been sitting in the yard, allowing his hair to dry since washing and cutting it. With a troubled expression, he wondered if he possessed the ability to alleviate Tingzhi's woes. The thought of walking to town every day to sell food makes me wish I were dead. What nonsense are you spouting? Song Li's expression darkened. When Tingzhi understood that the phrase wish I were dead was merely a modern colloquialism, but in ancient times, Never mind, he sighed inwardly, grasping Song Li's hand and gently squeezing his palm. Song Li's irritation faded. Tingzhi, such words should not be uttered. We must strive to live long lives. All right, I understand. He mimicked Song Li, spitting dismissively. I can go to town to sell. You just need to prepare everything at home. He considered this, but Song Li was too taciturn, tall and robust, and hardly resembled a businessman standing there. He was not suited for attracting customers or engaging in such activities. No, I shall go instead. Tingzhi insisted. You think I'm useless? If I venture into the mountains tomorrow, I can hunt some game to sell, and with the little money we have at home, we could almost afford donkey. While this was indeed a splendid idea, Wen Tingzhi ultimately declined. He was acutely aware of the dangers of hunting. He would rather endure hardship himself than let Song Li face such risks. No need. We shall take it one step at a time. I am the resolute Tingzhi. The following day, Wen Tingzhi rose early, determined to enter the mountains before the heat became unbearable. He wiped his face and accepted the bowl of millet porridge handed to him by Song Li, savoring the delightful appetizer prepared by Lin Suhua. The radish was crisp and tangy, truly whetting the appetite. After breakfast, Song Li prepared several pancakes filled with vegetables and meat, reminiscent of ancient-style savory crepes. Donning his hat, Song Li meticulously checked Wen Tingzhi from head to toe before they set off, ensuring everything was in order. Although he was reluctant to climb the mountain, Wen Tingzhi felt an undercurrent of resentment coursing through him. Yet he gritted his teeth and prodded away the obstacles in their path with a stick. Upon arrival, they discovered a tree abundant with Sichuan peppercorns. Together, he and Song Li eagerly began a harvest. Once they finished, Song Li naturally took the collected peppercorns from his hands and placed them into a sack. They planned to store it in the wooden cabin and retrieve it later. This time, as they ventured deeper into the mountains, Song Li held onto Wen Tingzhi, his eyes scanning the surroundings with unwavering focus. Eventually, they located the marked area where the peppercorns thrived. They resolved never to return to the depths of the mountains again, though they had not encountered any dangers thus far. The fear that the deep woods instilled was ineffable. They swiftly gathered the peppercorns before returning home. Upon descending, Wen Tingzhi collapsed from exhaustion, lying in bed to rest. Song Li dutifully went to the kitchen to make ice and boil water. Tingzhi, drink this. Wen Tingzhi sat up, accepting the chilled beverage and taking a sip, the refreshing coolness invigorating him. He playfully kissed Song Li on the lips, producing a soft pop, causing Song Li's cheeks to flush almost instantly. Amused, Wen Tingzhi gazed at him with a twinkle of mirth in his eyes as he leisurely finished his glass of iced tea. With the essential ingredients of Sichuan and prickly peppercorns prepared, Wen Tingzhi began to assemble skewers. Song Li, adept in both scholarly and martial pursuits, ventured to the back mountain to cut a few bamboo stalks, skillfully crafting them into skewers as per Wen Tingzhi's specifications. How do you know so much, Tingzhi? He inquired. Oh, it must be from dreams I've had. Perhaps I am destined for wealth, Wen Tingzhi replied with a hint of jest. Indeed, you are bound to earn a fortune. Although Song Li cultivated vegetables, the varieties were limited, and Wen Tingzhi was not one to overreach. He cut the radishes gifted by Lin Suhua into chunks and skewered them alongside an array of colorful vegetables, greens and whites alike, before briefly blanching them in the prepared broth. Is it fragrant? He asked. Song Li nodded eagerly. Tingzhi, it truly smells divine. I feel I could eat several bowls of rice. Fortunately, they resided at the foot of the mountain. Had they lived in the village, every endeavor would have been easily discerned. The aroma of the peppercorns would have wafted to the nearby neighbors, prompting them to come over and inquire about their culinary activities. Take a bite, Wen Tingzhi urged as Song Li took a bamboo skewer and bit down. The sweet crispness of the radish mingling with the heat of the Sichuan pepper and the numbing sensation of the prickly pepper, tantalizing his palate. Delicious, Tingzhi, Song Li exclaimed, eagerly giving a thumbs up in praise. This is truly the most delectable food I have ever tasted. It would surely be a hit if sold. That sounds promising, Wen Tingzhi replied, having made some experimental dishes today that turned out well. They were now anticipating tomorrow's official venture. With a cart at home ready to transport their culinary creations to the town for a trial run. In the tranquil evenings of the countryside, entertainment options are scarce, and boredom often leads to mundane activities, though one cannot indulge in them daily. Thus, it is safe to say that when Tingzhi retires early at night, upon awakening, the dawn barely breaking, he notices that the spot where Song Li had lain is already cool, leaving him curious about when his companion had roused. The aroma wafts through the air, prompting Wen Tingzhi to hasten his morning routine before making his way to the kitchen. Song Li quietly blanches some vegetables, placing them into a wooden tub after cooking, then pours the broth over them and covers the tub. "Tingzhi, you're awake? I haven't had the chance to prepare breakfast yet," he remarks. Wen Tingzhi approaches, pulling a handkerchief from his pocket to wipe the sweat from Song Li's face. "It's all right, I can take care of it. You should rest while I prepare some noodles for you, if that's acceptable." Oh, that would be wonderful." Was there something amiss in Wen Tingzhi's words? Why did the mere mention of noodles cause a blush to rise on Song Li's cheeks, accompanied by a notable quickening of his heartbeat? After enjoying their noodles, the two prepare to push their cart to the town. As the hour is still early, they encounter few people along the way, and by the time they reach the town, Wen Tingzhi finds himself breathless from the exertion. If finances permitted, he would consider renting or purchasing a home in town. Although Song Li has never sold goods in the market, he is familiar with the necessary procedures. After paying the stall fee, they seek out a vacant space to set up their stall. Within a mere 10 minutes, the area around them is bustling with various vendors. Next to them is the stall where they previously enjoyed noodles. The owner, with a kind expression, and his husband, who appears equally gentle, catch their attention. "Are you also selling food? Why is there no firewood?" Li Fu Lang inquires, his hands still kneading dough. "Yes, we prepare everything at home, so firewood is unnecessary. We offer vegetarian skewers," Wen Tingzhi replies, feeling pleased by their amiable demeanor, as encountering unreasonable individuals could be quite vexing. He opens the lid and presents 2 skewers of vegetables. "These are humble offerings. Please do give them a taste." "Oh, thank you." Li Fu Lang and the owner swallow in anticipation, the delightful aroma enticing them. Upon lifting the lid, an enticing fragrance envelopes them, and the first bite reveals an unprecedented and delightful flavor that leaves them wide-eyed. "This is exquisite." Wen Tingzhi nods with satisfaction, marking the official opening of Tingzhi's skewer stall. As the street becomes increasingly populated with shoppers, housewives, students heading to school, and laborers seeking a morning meal, Wen Tingzhi lifts the lid again, and the tantalizing aroma draws many to approach. "Boss, what are you selling? It smells incredible. How much for this?" Wen Tingzhi beams with a friendly demeanor, noting that the crowd is still manageable, so there is no need for Song Li's assistance. He quietly settles onto a stone stool at the back, engrossed in a book. "These are vegetarian skewers, priced at 2 Won for 1 skewer, 3 Won for 2, and for our grand opening, 3 skewers for 5 Won. While this pricing is not particularly economical, the vegetables on the skewers are familiar to all, ordinary produce that hardly seems worth such an amount. For instance, a single radish could be purchased for 5 Won, and here, one could acquire merely 3 skewers of radish. Yet the aroma was simply irresistible, while some hesitated. Others were eager to indulge. "Boss, I shall have 5 pieces, 1 of each type," a customer declared, pulling 5 copper coins from his pocket. With a cheerful smile, Wenning prepared 3 skewers of vegetables, wrapping them in leaves. He had contemplated what to serve the guests the previous night while preparing the skewers. Using bowls and chopsticks was impractical and cumbersome, as the guests could not take them away. If bamboo tubes were employed, they would be heavy and require constant cutting, which would exhaust Song Li. When he consulted Song Li, the latter suggested utilizing banana leaves, which many vendors did, binding them with grass twine. Wen Tingzhi found this to be an excellent idea, and that very evening, he and Song Li gathered a considerable amount of fresh banana leaves, which remained vibrantly green overnight. "How is it, brother?" someone inquired of the man who had purchased the skewers. As he took a bite, the vegetables vanished into his mouth, and his face flushed instantly. He hurried to the noodle stall for a half cup of water, then seated himself to order a bowl of plain noodles. "Brother, how does it taste? You must share your thoughts. It's killing me with anticipation." The man gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Boss, bring me 10 more pieces of skewers." After addressing the proprietor, he turned to the curious onlooker. "I've never tasted anything like this before. It's wonderfully numbing with a hint of spiciness." Boss Lee served the noodles with a smile, affirming their deliciousness. Tingge has allowed us to sample them, and my husband and I couldn't stop praising it after trying. The 10 skewers of vegetables were promptly delivered to the man, who deftly mixed them into the once bland noodles, which now took on a vibrant hue. He devoured them with gusto, reminiscent of a modern food vlogger, enticing many onlookers to wish to partake as well. Wen Tingzhi's business began to flourish. Please, no need to rush. Just form an orderly queue. Rarely did anyone opt for 2 pieces for 2 coins. Most chose 3 for 3, as it was undeniably a better deal. The aroma was simply divine. One could sense it from afar and be drawn closer. As the crowd swelled, Song Li tucked his book away, rising to assist with collecting payments and handing out skewers. The thriving business even positively impacted the neighboring noodle stall. Clearly, 1 or 2 skewers would not suffice, especially with breakfast still ahead. It was convenient to resolve hunger nearby while enjoying pleasant conversation. Both Boss Li and his spouse were pleasantly surprised, their faces lighting up with joy. With nimble hands, they served bowl after bowl of noodles, many patrons emulating the initial customer by mixing skewers into their noodles. The ordinarily bland noodles, which merely served to fill the stomach, now tasted significantly better. Wen Tingzhi did not anticipate such a large crowd. Observing the dwindling skewers in the 2 wooden buckets, he called out, "Those at the back need not queue any longer. There are few skewers left." The fortunate patrons at the front rejoiced, while those at the rear expressed their dismay. Had they known, they would not have hesitated so much. Witnessing others savoring their meals had awakened their appetites. However, it was impossible for the boss to conjure more out of thin air. As the stall closed, Wen Tingzhi's brow was adorned with joy. He lifted his chin to glance at Song Li. "What do you think? Tingge, you are remarkable. There is much I still need to learn from you." In the wooden barrel, there remained some broth, which seemed too wasteful to simply discard. "Li Fulang, I still have some broth in this barrel. Would you care to use it for noodle soup?" "Really?" Yes. Li Fulong began to feel fortunate that Tingge had engaged in conversation with them when they arrived, remembering their kindness. As they closed up and returned home, both barrels were empty, thus the journey was not exhausting. However, by the time they headed back, it was already morning and the streets were bustling with people. Along the way, many cast glances at Song Li and Tingge. In the past, no one would inquire about Song Li's activities, but now, with Tingge by his side, there were greetings exchanged. "Tingge, where are you off to with Song Li?" "We went to the market to sell some goods." "Oh, I see." Wen Tingzhi spoke candidly, and not many probed further, for it was common knowledge that business was not easy. They assumed they were merely selling homegrown vegetables or the game hunted by Song Li. Upon reaching home, Wen Tingzhi eagerly drank a glass of cold water to refresh himself. "Song Li, come here. Let us count how many copper coins we earned today." "All right." Song Li emerged from the kitchen, a damp cloth in hand, and gently wiped Tingge's face and hands. "Ah, that feels delightful." Wen Tingzhi closed his eyes, savoring the cool cloth gliding over his skin, while a refreshing breeze swept by. They took a small wooden table nearby and poured all the copper coins onto its surface, producing a crisp sound. Wen Tingzhi counted with great enthusiasm as Song Li watched attentively, offering him sips of water. "Wow, we earned nearly 600 won today. We are truly remarkable." Wen Tingzhi instructed Song Li to string the coins together, setting aside some for purchasing necessities. If business continues to thrive like this, it won't be long before we can buy a donkey and rent a room in the market, allowing us to work there directly in the mornings without the daily toil of pushing a cart. "Tingge, I shall follow your lead." Wen Tingzhi chuckled softly, his eyes crescent-shaped with joy, a strand of long hair falling against his cheek, which Song Li carefully tucked behind his ear. "Is that true?" Zhou Chun Chao raised her brows incredulously. "Are you saying that Tingge and Song Li are selling goods on the street?" "Indeed. I saw it this morning at the school. It smelled delightful. They were selling some vegetables for 2 won a bunch. Just imagine the profits. They could easily amass hundreds of won in a single day, and this was only from the morning." Song Tianming spoke bitterly, harboring some resentment. If Tingge is so capable, why didn't he sell while at his mother's home? If he had, he could have earned that money and sought out Chani. Tingge was truly remarkable. Their mother would undoubtedly find ways to extract money from him, so he could rest assured about his marriage. Yes, mother. Song Tianming felt somewhat discontent. While he admired Xia Ge for his liveliness and charm, the thought of marrying him brought an unsettling feeling. He was determined to excel in his studies, earning Ting Ge's respect. Chapter 66. Transforming into an unloved young husband. 16. Xia Ge, you must be sensible. At the Song household, speak less and work more, and firmly capture Song Tianming's heart. Aunt Zhu furrowed her brow tightly. On this joyous occasion, her demeanor was far from cheerful as she combed Xia Ge's long hair with a wooden comb. It all depends on you, do you understand? You have no idea how lavish Ting Ge's returning gifts were. When it's your turn, you must ensure Zhou Chuanzhao brings an equally generous offering, or else I will make a scene. Let us see if they care about their reputation with a scholar in the family. Aunt Zhu was unabashed, clearly not considering the Song family as in-laws. Mother, I understand. Xia lowered his gaze, observing his rough and unsightly hands. Even the copper mirror reflected nothing as charming as Ting Ge's visage. He knew that his ability to attract Song Tianming was merely due to the latter's desire for novelty, coupled with the fact that he was the second most handsome in the vicinity after Ting Ge. It wasn't that there were no other suitors, but their family was only slightly better off than the Song family. Mother valued Song Tianming for being a scholar. It lent her a modicum of pride. To coerce him into marrying Song Tianming, she resorted to crying, causing scenes, and threatening extreme measures. Thus, he had no choice but to seduce Song Tianming. And upon discovering that the latter had no intention of backing out, he could only push Ting Ge into the river. What was the sacrifice of another's interests for his own gain? He lowered his gaze, realizing he had paid too high a price for all of this. He was determined to win. Ting Ge must be leading an unhappy life. The last episode had merely been a facade. Song Tianming would surely succeed in his scholarly pursuits. As the rooster crowed, many began to arrive at the Xia household to lend a hand. These individuals were motivated by Xia's reputation, especially since a few copper coins had changed hands. Meanwhile, at the Song family residence, Song Tianming donned a red robe. Despite his meticulous grooming, he still paled in comparison to Song Li standing beside him. The contrast was infuriating. Wen Tingzhi was reluctant to attend, although Song Li had separated from them. Their blood ties remained, and the absence of his elder brother at the wedding could easily lead to gossip. Ting Ge, you've arrived. You and Mother can wash the vegetables in the kitchen. Song Li will accompany Tianming to Dahu village to fetch Xia Ge shortly. Zhou Chuanzhao wore a cheerful smile, though one could only speculate what lay beneath. After all, he had been a former suitor of Song Tianming. However, Zhou Chuanzhao's unusual amiability made him skeptical. Yet, he was undeterred. He believed that Zhou Chuanzhao posed no real threat. Having spent several consecutive days selling food in town, he returned home just before noon. The villagers were not naive. They understood that his business was thriving. Otherwise, how could he afford to sell daily in town? Some had inquired about what Wen Tingzhi was selling, to which he merely replied that he sold vegetable skewers, keeping the particulars to himself. Many in the village had begun to feel envious. Although the daily journeys were arduous, the income was satisfactory, consistently ranging from 600 to 700 won. However, for Wen Tingzhi, it was still insufficient. He yearned to earn more swiftly and escape from Xia village. As they ascended with Song Li, he was acutely aware that such matters could not be hurried. Ting Ge, you've made quite a fortune, haven't you? Upon entering the kitchen, he was greeted by Lin Fulang's inquiry. Just making ends meet, came the response. Lin Fulang, vigorously washing vegetables, jested with others. Ting Ge seems to consider us outsiders, reluctant to share. Laughter erupted among the others, who would willingly disclose their earnings. Such revelations would only invite thieves or provide reasons for those seeking to borrow money. Lin Fulang continued, undeterred, you wouldn't believe it. I ventured into town yesterday, and the crowd at Ting Ge's stall was astonishing, a long line indeed. The meager goods sold did not warrant further discussion. Wen Tingzhi preferred not to engage, aware that in their village, entertainment was scarce, and gossip was a necessary distraction. As long as it was not in his presence, he could tolerate it. However, the incessant chatter in front of him was intolerable. Wen Tingzhi pulled over a low stool and queried, Lin Fulang. May I ask how much your son earns in a day? And what about your husband? By the way, how much silver have you saved? The moment those words left his lips, Lin Fulang fell silent, ceasing his vegetable washing. The other women and men sensed the brewing tension, recognizing the potential for discord. Knowing it's rude, you still ask? Lin Fulang thought, realizing the audacity in his inquiry while being unwilling to reciprocate. Wen Tingzhi's expression hardened. The scar on his face only added to his menacing demeanor. What does my income have to do with you? Are you envious? Jealous? Green with envy? His barrage of questions rendered Lin Fulang speechless. Could he admit to such feelings? Yet, who would inquire so deeply in front of the subject himself? Unable to remain in the kitchen any longer, Lin Fulang tossed the vegetables into the water and departed. Wen Tingzhi smiled and addressed the others. Ladies and gentlemen, do hurry with the vegetables. The unexpected strength of Tingzhi surprised them all. Hearing the commotion in the kitchen, Song Li felt a pang of concern and contemplated checking in. However, Song Tianming believed it was due to the impending marriage. Tingzhi could no longer mask his emotions on such a significant day. Tingzhi, are you all right? Song Li entered, instantly diminishing the kitchen's spaciousness, as several unmarried boys and girls stole glances at him. Indeed, Song Li was exceptionally handsome. Zhou Chunchao had previously dubbed him a calamity. Yet Tingzhi had been married for days without any misfortune. Could it be that Zhou Chunchao was deceiving them? Surely no mother would deliberately tarnish her son's reputation. I'm fine. What brings you here? Aren't you supposed to be departing? Tingzhi inquired. I heard there was a bit of a dispute, and I was worried about you. So I came to check, Song Li replied. No need. I can manage. Song Li gently stroked his long hair. That's good. I shall take my leave now. Wen Tingzhi nodded, watching him depart. Finally, the time for the meal arrived. Wen Tingzhi sat at a table with a group of women and men, while Song Li joined a table of men. Xiahe donned a splendid red wedding gown, grasping a crimson cord as she walked forward alongside Song Tianming. They stepped over a fire pit to ward off ill fortune and paid their respects in the grand hall. Zhou Chunchao beamed with delight. Her beloved eldest son was finally about to start a family. How could she not be elated? Even the usually stoic Song Dahai displayed a hint of a smile, his face radiating satisfaction as he gazed at the newlyweds. As they entered the bridal chamber, Song Tianming, though not particularly fond of Xia, felt the weight of everyone's attention on him on this momentous day. He envisioned that years later, he would achieve great success, adorned in red and riding a magnificent steed through the streets. His peripheral vision caught sight of Tingzhi, who was looking down, seemingly too sorrowful to meet his gaze, fearing that a mere glance would bring forth tears. Perhaps in the future, he could also bring him home to share in the joys of marriage. If when Tingzhi were to discover his thoughts, he would undoubtedly be repulsed. How absurd it was for a toad to aspire to eat swan meat, oblivious to his own worthiness. Nevertheless, Song Tianming's wedding had elevated his regret towards Wen Tingzhi to a score of 20. He still possessed a modicum of conscience. He paid little mind to the affection points from Song Li, for Song Li was simply too enamored with him, his affection now soaring to 80. Wen Tingzhi wore a blissful smile, absent-mindedly sampling various dishes. If I may say, Tianming's banquet paled in comparison to Song Li's. Several attendees had previously assisted at Song Li's home, and apart from Lin Fulang, the others nodded in agreement. TSK. A family of 3 could hardly compare to one Song Li alone. Wen Tingzhi savored a sip of wine, feeling refreshed. Chapter 67. Transformed into an unloved young husband. 17. Tingzhi, what brings you back? Lin Suihua was about to head out to the fields to deliver water to Wen Dazheng, who had hurried off that morning and forgotten to bring any. In such sweltering heat, one could hardly endure without water, and unexpectedly, she stumbled upon Tingzhi and Song Li just as she stepped outside. Song Li carried a basket, the veins on his arms prominently displayed, indicating the weight of its contents. Wang Deipo, could you kindly send your husband to the fields to call Dazheng back? The child has come unexpectedly. Let him come back to rest. Certainly, Wang Deipo readily agreed. Ever since Tingzhi had treated them to fish and meat, they had been savoring that flavor for days. Eating anything else felt unsatisfying and bland. were it not for the need to fill their stomachs. They would scarcely desire to eat. They had been contemplating ways to assist the Wen family, yet opportunities for help were scarce. Finally, a chance had arisen, and Wang Depot was eager to comply. She had discerned that Tingger was now markedly different from before. They had treated Tingger's family with kindness, and he would surely not forget them when fortune smiled upon him. After returning from the fields, Wen Dajing quenched his thirst in the kitchen with several bowls of water before pausing. Tingger, Songli, what brings you here? Is there trouble at home? It hardly seemed so, judging by Cuihua's radiant smile. Tingger has come to see if we might help find a suitable donkey in town. They are planning to purchase one. Lin Cuihua gazed at the basket containing fresh pork, eggs, sugar, and a silver hairpin, her heart filled with joy. Tingyi, life is indeed improving for you. Are you certain about purchasing a donkey? She inquired. With so much money saved, should we borrow some from your parents? Wen Tingzhi shook his head. No need, father and mother. Songli and I are engaged in business now, and our daily earnings are quite satisfactory. We saved some money, and Songli had some left from before. It has become exhausting to haul goods to town every day. So we thought of buying a donkey. That sounds reasonable, Wen Dajing chuckled heartily. Acquiring a donkey is quite significant. It will be an important asset for the family. Then I shall accompany you this afternoon. You and Songli can have your meal at home, he added. Songli obediently nodded, expressing gratitude toward his father. Tingyi, what business are you and Songli involved in? Wen Tingzhi replied in a hushed tone, we sell vegetable skewers. Didn't you try them last time? They are made with that special seasoning, and everyone seems to love them. Is that true? Upon learning the profitable price of the vegetable skewers, Lin Cuihua patted her chest in astonishment. Heavens, that truly is a lucrative venture. It is also quite laborious, mother. We rise early and toil late. Not to mention peeling bamboo skewers. Reflecting on this, he touched Songli's palm, noticing calluses on his fingers and in his hand, which tugged at his heartstrings. However, he found it rather pleasant and stimulating to touch him while working. Ahem, thoughts drifting away. Father, you too work hard, laboring in the fields under the scorching sun to provide for the family, yet the earnings are meager, leaving you worn out. Mother, don't we have plenty of bamboo in Dahu village? Indeed, we have a bamboo grove at home, she replied. Wen Tingzhi shook his head, I haven't forgotten. I wish to entrust the task of peeling the bamboo skewers to father. We will provide him with money, but if he refuses, that's all right. What nonsense are you speaking? Wen Dajing retorted sternly. Do you think your father requires payment to assist you with peeling bamboo skewers? Father, mother, listen to me. Peeling skewers is a long-term task. If it were just for 10 days or half a month, that would be one thing, but we will need to do this throughout the summer. Surely compensation is necessary. If you refuse, I shall find someone else. Lin Cuihua shot him a glare and poked his forehead with her finger. You naughty child. Mother, please don't poke Tinggu, nor scold him, Songli said, lowering his head. It's my fault for being useless, unable to provide Tinggu with a better life, and for troubling you both. Family members do not speak as strangers. If you think the money is excessive and wish to give it to me, I won't stop you. Wen Tingzhi beamed, giving Songli a thumbs up under the table. He initially believed Songli was acting this way intentionally, but was surprised to find that he truly seemed disheartened. Seizing the moment when their parents went to the kitchen, Wen Tingzhi quickly grasped Songli's hand and shook it gently. What is the matter, my dear? My dear? Songli queried. Yes, it means you are my beloved. Songli responded with an oh, pondering. Is it because I peeled the bamboo skewers too slowly that you sought father's help? It's all my fault for being useless, unable to earn money, and unable to assist you with even the physical labor. Tinggu forbade him from hunting in the mountains, and he obediently complied. As the time for examinations had not yet arrived, he felt increasingly inadequate, believing he was a burden to Tinggu. If his parents were as kind as Tingzhi's, why would Tinggu need to seek assistance from his maternal home? Who claims that you are incapable of helping me with labor? Wen Tingzhi grasped his hand, glanced around to ensure no one was watching, and planted a kiss on his cheek. What can I assist you with? Songli inquired, genuinely puzzled. Wen Tingzhi's ears flushed crimson, yet that did not hinder his playful demeanor. In bed, he declared. Observing Songli's face as red as blood, he continued, Songli, My husband, dear, you are overthinking it. The reason I do not want you to do it is that I am concerned for you. Having father take on one task would not only increase their income, but also we lack bamboo groves. We cannot be chopping bamboo daily, can we? What you say makes sense. Even if it were not entrusted to father, this matter would eventually need to be delegated to someone else. And you ought to focus on your studies, correct? I understand, Tingge, I will strive to do my best. That's the spirit. After dining at Lin Chuihua's home, the family of four walked to the town. Upon arrival, they headed directly to the livestock market. Although Wen Tingzhi had never purchased before, he was well aware of what constituted good livestock. What type of livestock are you interested in? We have cows, donkeys, mules, and more, the shop assistant introduced. Wen Tingzhi hid behind Song Li. No matter how much they cleaned, the livestock market was still permeated with odors, especially in the summer, when the stench was unbearable. Song Li produced a clean handkerchief from his pocket, folding it into a square for Tingge to cover his nose. Tingge cast a grateful glance at him, and Song Li felt a surge of pride for having helped him. How about this donkey? Wen Tingzhi carefully examined it, noting its well-proportioned figure and robust legs. What do you think, Tingge? When purchasing livestock, one must not only select the finest, but also choose one that resonates with them. Wen Tingzhi, unable to distinguish much, felt they all looked similar, so he nudged Song Li's waist, urging him to decide. As it would be Song Li who would drive the donkey cart, not him. Song Li stepped forward a few paces, and the donkey began to bray softly, its bright eyes fixed on him. It seems it has taken quite a liking to you, the shop assistant remarked, showering compliments on the family. And upon hearing praise for Tingge, Song Li bit his lip, feeling a surge of joy. Ultimately, they purchased the donkey along with the cart, with Lin Chuihua and Wen Tingzhi alternating in negotiating the price. They settled on 17 taels of silver for the donkey and cart, which included 7 days' worth of feed. Song Li drove the donkey cart, while Wen Tingzhi and the others sat atop the cart. Wen Tingzhi finally possessed his very first means of transportation, and he knew that even better modes of transport awaited him in the future. Chapter 68, Transforming into an Unloved Young Husband, 18. They dropped Lin Chuihua and Wen Tingzhi off at the village entrance, but did not accompany them inside. Once inside, many villagers surrounded Wen Tingzhi, inquiring whether the donkey cart was purchased or borrowed, and what purpose it served. Regardless of the answer, countless topics would emerge, and it would take at least half an hour to an hour before he could extricate himself from the conversation. News spread throughout the village, one person asking another. And Wen Tingzhi found there was no need to return home, even if no one in Dahu village inquires. There are certainly inquiries awaiting Wen Tingzhi and Song Li upon their return to Xia village. With his forehead pressed against Song Li's back, Wen Tingzhi muttered about the incessant curiosity of others. It's fine. If I maintain a stern expression, no one will dare to ask. Just lean against my back and keep your head down, he reassured. Really? Song Li affirmed. Wen Tingzhi poked at his back, finding the muscle firm and unyielding. Why does he sit so rigidly? Nevertheless, trusting Song Li's words, Wen Tingzhi closed his eyes and rested his forehead against Song Li's lowered head. The donkey trotted ahead with an endearing spirit, requiring no harsh commands from Song Li. He merely needed to guide it at the forks in the road. Good donkey. Upon reaching the entrance of Xia village, they indeed found a group of people engaged in lively conversation. However, Zhou Chunqiao was notably absent today, which was a small blessing. Hey look, isn't that Song Li? Why is he riding in a donkey cart? It truly is him. Where's Tingzhi? Where did he get that cart? Did he buy it? Tingzhi. There he is, sitting right behind Song Li. Who's going to ask Song Li? The air fell into a brief silence. Just ask Tingzhi. As Song Li drove the donkey cart forward, it became apparent that Tingzhi seemed unwell, clutching Song Li's waist and resting his forehead against his back. How should we ask? Just as Song Li was about to continue on his way, a particularly bold and curious woman finally spoke up. Song Li, you've returned. She thought to open with a casual greeting, hoping to inquire about the ownership of the cart once he responded. To her surprise, Song Li merely cast a cold glance her way before urging the donkey onward. The group huddled together, hesitant to continue questioning, especially with the few stray villagers along the path. Moreover, Song Li's icy demeanor was indeed intimidating, evoking the tales Zhou Chunqiao had shared. In his youth, Song Li was a remarkably charming child, akin to a sweet rice dumpling. Whenever he and Song Tianming ventured out to play, the villagers would delight in amusing Song Li, sharing their treats with him. Other children were eager to play house with him. However, Zhou Chunqiao frequently recounted tales of her youngest son during her chats, expressing her concerns. "You have no idea. Song Li can be quite frightening. He won't sleep at night. And when I wake in the middle of the night and catch sight of his wide-open eyes, I nearly jump out of my skin." She also mentioned his peculiar affinity for cold-blooded creatures like mice and snakes. Even at a young age, Song Tianming would share chilling stories of how Song Li had killed a snake, his gestures and expressions sending shivers down spines. Gradually, the villagers ceased interacting with Song Li, and even when he approached them in an attempt to play, they would merely shoo him away. Upon their quiet return home, Wen Tingzhi leaped from the cart. "Song Li, what would I do without you?" Song Li glanced at him shyly, aware that had the villagers seen him in such a state on the road, they would surely label him as hypocritical. Upon returning home, Wen Ting lay on the bed, seeking solace from the oppressive heat of the day. How delightful it would be to have air conditioning, or, at the very least, a fan. It was imperative to prepare more ice, for the sweltering temperature was becoming unbearable. Suddenly, a refreshing breeze swept through the room, and he half opened his eyes to glimpse Song Li diligently fanning him with broad leaves, the air carrying the fragrant scent of foliage. "Song Li, my dear husband, how can you be so wonderful?" he mused, with a tilt of his head. Song Li quickened his pace, creating an even stronger gust, his hands moving almost with a blur. "Is this sufficient? I can do even better." The insidious urge for comparison gnawed at Wen Ting's thoughts. "Enough. This will tire you out. I'm no longer hot. You should fan yourself." "It's fine. I am not weary," Song Li insisted. Reluctantly, Wen Ting conceded, suggesting he venture to the kitchen to prepare some ice for their mutual comfort. "All right," he sighed as he reluctantly set down the leaves and made his way to the kitchen. Was it truly the case that his elder brother was destined for a life of indulgence? Why was he able to ride in a donkey cart? Xiaohe seethed with resentment, her teeth nearly grinding in frustration. Song Li treated him with such kindness. What right did he have? The more she contemplated, the more dissatisfied she became. After marrying Song Tianming, she realized the extent of his shortcomings. Not only was he quick-tempered, prone to verbal and physical outbursts, but he also held himself in lofty disdain for others. Even in their intimate moments, he was rigid and uncomfortable, resorting to various contrivances. To make matters worse, Zhou Chunqiao and Song Dehai staunchly defended Song Tianming, unable to tolerate any criticism of him. Xiaohe felt utterly exhausted since her marriage. She had not found a moment's respite, constantly laboring under the weight of household responsibilities. Whenever she expressed her inability to keep up, Zhou Chunqiao would angrily remind her that such duties fell to a wife. Song Tianming was no ally. He merely buried himself in his books. Could someone like Zhou Chunqiao truly prepare an abundance of return gifts for Wen Ting? At the break of dawn the following day, it was time for the return visit. Xiaohe had prepared herself early, awaiting Song Tianming, who was met with Zhou Chuancao's disapproving glare. She criticized him for the high bride price, his lack of diligence, and his inability to read people's moods or cater to their needs, nitpicking every detail. "Well then, let's be off." Song Tianming sulked, reluctant to leave. "Mother, doesn't Wen Ting have a donkey cart? Why not borrow it and let Xiaohe drive?" "Enough, we will discuss this another time," Zhou Chunqiao replied, her tone laced with disappointment. How had Song Li suddenly become so affluent? Could their claims of profitable ventures in town be true? She resolved to rise early the next day to investigate. The rejection from Zhou Chunqiao only deepened Song Tianming's gloom, and he cast an irritable glance at Xiaohe, whom he deemed useless. Xiaohe clenched the hem of her clothing, swallowing her frustration. The basket contained only a small piece of fresh meat, no larger than half a palm, accompanied by common vegetables that every household would cultivate. "Mother, is this truly all there is for the return gifts?" he asked incredulously. "What more do you expect? You eat from our table and wish to take lavish gifts back to your family? Dream on. Unreciprocated affection can be disregarded. After all, It is not I who bears the shame. Zhou Chunqiao flicked her hand and departed. Whether to go or not is irrelevant. If not, I shall head to the town. Xiaohe clenched the basket tightly. Regardless of the circumstances, she must return to her maternal home. For neither she nor her mother can afford to be looked down upon by others. Thus, she resolved to depart. Yet, today's humiliation lingered in her mind. The venomous Zhou Chunqiao, the indifferent Song Dehai, and the heartless Song Tianming. She vowed to demonstrate the extent of her capabilities. If she did not create turmoil within this household, she would not bear the surname Xia. Chapter 69. Transforming into an unloved young husband. 19. When Tingzhi and Song Li had just returned from the town after selling skewers, only to encounter such a lively spectacle. Naturally, it was pertinent for him to pause and observe. "Tingzhi, you've returned from the town. What a splendid donkey!" exclaimed a woman, admiring the donkey with envy. For several days, this donkey had been at Tingzhi's home. Was there any doubt it belonged to him? Their life was truly flourishing, in stark contrast to the Song Tianming family, which was bustling with activity. Wen Tingzhi leaned towards Song Li and whispered, "Xiaohe's mother has come to seek an explanation." Today marked the day Xiaohe returned to her maternal home. As soon as she and Song Tianming stepped inside, Aunt Zhu eagerly took the basket from her. To her surprise, the basket was remarkably light. Song Tianming merely lifted his robe, sat down, and gestured for tea without uttering a word of affection. Aunt Zhu's expression soured. Had it not been for the presence of her son-in-law, she would have immediately inspected the contents of the basket, which seemed so insubstantial. Once in the kitchen, Xiaohe followed closely behind. "What? How can this be?" Aunt Zhu rummaged through the basket, discovering nothing but common fruits and vegetables that every household possessed. Even the piece of fresh pork was no larger than her palm. They had not even provided a bottle of wine that was not diluted. "What is this? What is this?" If Song Tianming were not still outside, I would scream. "Is this the return gift prepared by Zhou Chunqiao? Did you not receive something of more value?" "Mother, how could you think such a thing of me?" Xiaohe felt utterly heartbroken. In her marital home, she faced disdain, and the same held true in her maternal home. She felt as if she were an object being exchanged, caring for the feelings of both sides, yet none cared for her own. Had she not pushed Tingzhi into the river, would things have unfolded so tragically? If she had been resolute in her decisions, disregarding her mother's wishes and marrying a simple, honest man, would her life have taken a different course? Alas, there is no remedy for regret. Why did she give you such meager offerings? I must inquire how they conduct themselves. The disparity between what they offer you and what they provided to Wen Tingzhi is insufferable. If they cannot serve justice, I shall shatter this illusion of fairness. Song Tianming bellowed, "Where is the tea? Xiaohe, are you dead inside? You still wish for tea?" Aunt Zhu spat in disdain. "Come with me. I shall take you to demand justice." Xiaohe did not refuse. She was no longer afraid of disgrace. Her intention was to incite chaos within Song Tianming's household. Since her mother wished to add fuel to the fire, let them proceed. It is simply inconceivable that Song Tianming, having recently married, would cast aside his wife, only for her to remarry, and should she fail to find another suitor, create a commotion at his home daily, followed by disturbances at his school. How dare they underestimate him, thinking him as pliable as a ripe fruit? He is not a soft target like Tingger. Zhou Chunqiao, do take a look at the paltry gifts you brought. Do you really think we could be appeased with such wilted vegetables? Is this how you conduct yourself? As a person of letters? Can you truly stoop so low? Madame Zhu erupted in a torrent of curses, casting the basket onto the ground, causing the vegetables to tumble out and become soiled in an instant. Zhou Chunqiao was taken aback by the fiery temperament of Xia Ge's mother, who unabashedly berated her from Dai village to Xia village. A number of villagers of Dai, in the midst of their midday meal, were drawn to the commotion created by Madame Zhu's loud diatribe. Zhou Chuancao's courtyard soon became a gathering place for many. Xia Ge's mother, your words are utterly excessive. The return gifts are merely tokens of goodwill. You know Tianming is devoted to his studies and the family finances are strained. Besides, I did bring meat as well. Zhou Chunqiao attempted to reason with her. However, Madame Zhu was entirely unconcerned with logic. Naturally, she accepted the meat. Do not prattle on with me. I distinctly saw Tinggu return with a wealth of gifts, and you claim they were prepared by you, the matron. Why is it that when it comes to our Xia, the situation is entirely different? You biased old crone? Why do you favor one son so? Why not have just one instead of two? Wen Tingzhi nearly burst into laughter. Madame Zhu's fighting spirit was indeed formidable, far beyond what Zhou Chunqiao could contend with. Tingga, come forth. Upon seeing him, Zhou Chunqiao grasped him as if he were a lifeline, pulling him from behind Song Li. Song Li followed. Mother, do not pull him so forcefully. Tinggu's wrist may hurt. Only you would concern yourself with such things. Have you not seen that your mother is being scolded here? You provide no support to her. How shameful to say such things. Song Tongming had already retreated to his room, likely wreaking havoc within, though in truth, there was little to destroy. As Zhou Chunqiao continued to cling to Tinggu, Song Li stepped forward and forcibly removed her hand. Zhou Chunqiao felt exasperated by the situation. Tinggu, speak up. The return gifts were clearly not my doing. Why deceive Xiaogu's mother? When Tingzhi mused, of course, it was to incite discord. Yet, he could not voice such thoughts, given the multitude of villagers watching. When Song Tianming had returned, when Tingzhi had noticed the regret value above his head had surged to 30, likely stemming from embarrassment over marrying Xiaogu. A smile crept upon Wen Tingzhi's lips as he briefly hid behind Song Li, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, evoking sympathy from any onlooker. Madame Zhu, I sincerely apologize. It was I who misled you. Zhou Chunqiao, upon hearing these words, felt a surge of pride. You see, I am not biased at all. I have prepared fruits and pork for you, yet you are insatiable, ever demanding more. Why would Tinggu lie when there is no need to? Is it merely to preserve his dignity? The villagers buzzed with murmurs, while Wen Tingzhi feigned ignorance. A few crystalline tears streamed from his eyes, and his voice grew louder. If only there were little bees to assist me, I wouldn't have to strain my voice. Mother, how can you say such things about me? He collapsed on the ground, mimicking Zhou Chunqiao's thigh-slapping gesture. Song Li, taken aback, hurriedly crouched beside him. Esteemed elders, please adjudicate. Song Li is her youngest son. Despite the division of our household, the blood ties remain. He has never lacked silver or provisions. Witnessing Wen Tingzhi's demeanor, Zhou Chunqiao felt a pang of unease and attempted to lift him, but Song Li blocked her path, rendering her immobile. Since mother refuses to prepare the return gifts, we must do so ourselves. Song Li regards me highly and has generously provided me with extra gifts. That day, some villagers witnessed this, and I inquired whether mother would prepare return gifts, to which she replied no. Upon hearing Tinggu's words, memories flooded back. Indeed, there was some truth to it. Zhou Chunqiao was truly stingy with the return gifts. Such a contrast to her generosity towards Xiaogu. As the situation grew tense, Zhou Chunqiao attempted to silence Tinggu, fearing that his continued speech would paint her as a biased and malevolent mother-in-law. Observing her gesture, Wen Tingzhi stepped forward, clapping his hands. Can I really claim that the return gifts were prepared by myself? I merely wished to present them as if mother had prepared them to save face. He concealed his face, softly weeping. I intended for no one to know, yet that day, Aunt Zhu just happened to be at the doorstep, curious about the return gifts. How could I prevent her from seeing? Mother, I had the best intentions. If I had claimed you didn't prepare them, and Aunt Zhu became angry, what if she refused to let Xiaogu marry over? Alas, it seemed that every action I took was misguided. Zhou Chunqiao was left speechless, attempting to throw a fit. But no one paid her any heed. Aunt Zhu insisted she adhere to her standards, demanding at least a dozen eggs and a bottle of wine. While the commotion continued, Song Li was already driving the donkey cart home with Wen Tingzhi. The task was accomplished. This could be seen as a subtle form of retaliation against Xiaohi, who would not fare well in the Song family. After all, he had brought this upon himself, ruining his own reputation. Tinggu, how are you so remarkable? Excelling in everything you do? Song Li never hesitated to shower Wen Tingzhi with praise, and Wen Tingzhi's eyes sparkled with joy. It's nothing. He smiled and, upon arriving home, took a damp cloth to wipe Tinggu's face. The sight of him crying was both beautiful and pitiful, shattering his heart. Even knowing it was feigned, his heart raced. Even Song Xiaoli felt something stir within him upon witnessing Tinggu's tears. What is wrong? Wen Tingzhi blinked, his eyes still slightly red. Tinggu, could you cry a little more while lying in bed? I shall not. I will not weep. Were it not for the pretense of acting, he would not shed a tear. However, in the confines of the bed, whether he cries or not is beyond his control. Song Li, with resolute determination, brings him to a state of inconsolable weeping, tears streaming down his face. A month later, the vegetarian skewers sold by Wen Tingzhi and Song Li have become immensely popular, to the point where they have even begun to sell meat skewers. Daily, customers line up in droves to purchase their fare, with some affluent patrons buying dozens or even hundreds of skewers. The audacious numbers elicit sighs from those waiting in line behind them, wondering if they will have any left by the time their turn arrives. After the morning's business concluded, Wen Tingzhi felt utterly exhausted, yearning for a back rub. His back ached, and standing for an entire morning had rendered his feet numb. Yet the thought of earning money invigorated him. Upon returning, Boss Li and his wife offered them gentle smiles. Ever since Wen Tingzhi set up his stall beside theirs, their own business has noticeably improved. Naturally, other food stall owners have sought to stir up trouble, but they find themselves outmatched by Tingzhi and incapable of overpowering Song Li. Each time, they return empty-handed. On their way back, Wen Tingzhi reclined on the donkey cart, propping his feet up. Song Li, now that our business has shown some promise, upon the idea of renting a place in town for you to prepare for the imperial examination, I shall heed your wishes. As long as you are by my side, I can accept anything. Song Li felt a pang of sympathy for Tingzhi, recognizing the immense sacrifices he had made for their family. Fortunately, luck favored them. A wandering physician, drawn by the enticing aroma of their skewers, approached the queue and, upon noticing the scar on Tingzhi's face, claimed to possess a remedy. For the past few days, Tingzhi has been wearing a veil to conceal his face, but he believes that in no time, his visage will return to its former glory. Then let us proceed with this arrangement. You must wholeheartedly focus on your studies while I shall summon my mother to assist. Though their enterprise is not yet vast in scale, they earn a respectable sum, not less than others, particularly given their low costs. Indeed, even their seasonings are foraged from the mountains. Wen Tingzhi yearns to innovate with new offerings, yet finds himself constrained by circumstances. Once they have accumulated more wealth from selling skewers, he intends to explore other business ventures. As they passed by the home of Song Tianming, the clamor within was unbearable. Cries, shouts, and wails echoed. Zhou Chunqiao had become unpopular when venturing outside, not only due to past incidents, but also because of the incessant turmoil within their household, causing others to instinctively avoid them. Wen Tingzhi secretly admired Xiaohe, wishing he would continue to keep the Song family in disarray, thereby diminishing Zhou Chunqiao's capacity to trouble them. Upon returning home, it wasn't long before Song Li emerged with a block of ice, coincidentally encountering Lin Suihua and Wen Dajing, who had come to deliver vegetables. The household supply of vegetables was woefully inadequate. While gathering vegetables in Xia village was considerably more convenient, it also came with social obligations. Moreover, it would be difficult to explain not obtaining vegetables from Zhou Chunqiao, so it was preferable to have his mother collect them in Dahu village instead. Lin Suihua's vegetables were notably fresher and more appealing, as she tended to them with great care. Besides their own household, she had only procured vegetables from Wang Depot's family. The vegetables from both vendors were sufficient for Wen Tingzhi's needs. He meticulously controlled the quantity of the vegetarian skewers, ensuring that as soon as one vendor sold out, the other would have a fresh supply ready. As for the meat skewers, he sought the assistance of Wen Dajing, who was acquainted with a butcher in town. Maintaining a cordial relationship, after sharing a few drinks and engaging in conversation, the butcher agreed to supply them with meat daily. Everything was running smoothly. Due to the increased demand for bamboo skewers, Lin Suihua allocated some to Wang Depot each day. Now, Wang Depot's family was exceedingly attentive towards them. They briefly discussed the matter of renting a house in town with their parents, hoping that their mother could assist them. Naturally, Lin Suihua readily agreed. Her son, Tinggu was now perceptive, intelligent, and diligent, treating them well. What more could they desire? It seemed that not marrying Song Tianming was the right choice. Song Li was indeed the best match for Tinggu. If Song Li were aware of Lin Suihua's sentiments, he would likely be grinning from ear to ear. Tinggu, where did you procure this ice on such a sweltering summer day? Wen Tingzhi refrained from disclosing the method he used to create it, merely stating that it was an unintentional discovery and asked them not to share it with others to avoid any trouble. He raised his chin, instructing Song Li to prepare 2 glasses of juice in the kitchen for their parents. The ice was a delightful surprise. Lin Suihua closed her eyes and took another sip, reveling in the comfort it provided, even more refreshing than a cool breeze. They had traversed a narrow path from the back mountain. Otherwise, frequent visits to Song Li's house would arouse suspicion among the villagers. After Lin Suihua and Wen Dajing departed, Wen Tingzhi finally shifted from a seated position to lying down. He murmured, his eyes narrowing in a suggestive manner, giving the impression that something intimate was occurring, when in reality, he was merely receiving a massage. Song Li, feeling a pang of sympathy, had learned a set of massage techniques for books. Every day upon returning from town, he would massage Wen Tingzhi, allowing him to unwind. Tinggu, Song Li said, his legs closing together, his ears turning crimson. Wen Tingzhi found Song Li particularly amusing at that moment, his playful antics dissipating the fatigue that had plagued him all morning. He understood that Song Li cared for him deeply, even when his reactions were ignited by tender calls. He would refrain from expressing it outwardly. He anticipated that this time would be no different, just as he was lost in soft moans. Song Li's hands transformed from massaging to caressing. A rabbit backed into a corner might bite, and a cornered Song Li might devour him. Song Li, I was wrong. Before he could plead for mercy, Song Li leaned down, kissing him fervently, compelling him to part his lips, the kiss heavy and resonant. He raised his hand to shield his eyes. Song Li, it's still daytime. Song Li embraced him with one arm, closing the door, while lowering the window, plunging the room into a deeper darkness. Aware that this encounter was inevitable, he whispered into Song Li's ear, requesting him to be gentle. Chapter 71. Transformed into an unloved young husband. 21. The following morning, Wen Tingzhi and Song Li retrieved the silver coins hidden beneath the bed. After selling the skewers today, they planned to seek a rental property nearby, assessing the market rates. Ideally, they hoped to find a place that included a storefront, kitchen, and living quarters, which would suffice for their needs. Counting the silver in their hands, they discovered over 60 taels, if the rent was not exorbitant. They might consider securing a place with a storefront first. They could renovate the shop once they began to earn a profit. As I hurried the donkey towards the town, I encountered Zhou Chunxiao, whom I had not seen in a month. Zhou did not conceal his intentions, boldly blocking our path, with Xia He following closely behind. The once proud and haughty expression in Xia He's eyes had vanished, replaced by a look of weariness that marred her beautiful face. Suddenly, a gaze filled with resentment fell upon me. I turned to see Song Tianming, clad in a long robe. How could it be? How could Tinga now be so sweetly enamored with Song Li, seemingly erasing their shared past so effortlessly? He had promised that once he achieved the rank of Tongsheng, he would marry Tinga. What a matter of familial pride and dignity that would have been. Yet, Tinga had the audacity to refuse. If he had not despised the scar on Tingu's face, nor the loss of her fertility, surely he would be living a prosperous and content life now. Since Xia He had married in, her once gentle and considerate nature had transformed into a fierce and troublesome demeanor, creating chaos within the household. I clenched my fists in silence, standing tall. When I finally obtained the title of Tongsheng, Tinga would surely regret her decision. Alas! Wen Tingzhi merely cast a fleeting glance in my direction before dismissing me entirely. Mother, what is it? Song Li asked, his expression cold, eyes cast downward. Song Li, are you heading to the town? Mother also has matters to attend to there. Surely, we cannot deny Mother a ride on the donkey cart. Wen Tingzhi smiled. Of course we can let you ride, Mother. Please come aboard. At this, Zhou Chunxiao chuckled, swiftly taking a seat on the cart, urging Xia He to join him. Mother, there isn't enough room for so many. The donkey has been weary and lacks strength, and I still need to go to Daya village to fetch my parents. You have no objections, do you? With this declaration from Wen Tingzhi, Xia He, despite her desire to join, found herself unable to insist. Casting a reproachful glare at Wen Tingzhi. What was the significance of simply having a donkey cart? She could not fathom that Tinggu's good fortune would persist indefinitely. There would inevitably come a day when he would stumble, and she would relish the opportunity to mock him then. Initially, she had no intention of visiting Daya village to seek her parents, but since Zhou Chunqiao had boarded, it would be better to bring her parents along to divert Zhou's attention, thus making it easier to rent a place. Upon arriving at Lin Suihua's home, Wen Tingzhi disembarked first and explained the situation to Lin Suihua and Wen Dajing. They promptly assured him they would keep a vigilant watch over Zhou Chunqiao, preventing her from causing any trouble. "Mother, what are you doing?" Song Li asked as he stepped down from the cart. Firmly grasping Zhou Chunqiao's hand and returning the lid she held back to its place. "What do you have in your hand? Do you intend to throw it into the barrel?" Zhou Chunqiao, seizing the opportunity of Tinggu's absence from the cart, had contemplated adding a laxative to their food, hoping that if the guests fell ill, they would no longer dare to purchase her wares. She had come to realize that while Tinggu could now earn money, that wealth was not hers, and Song Li had never treated her kindly due to her favoritism. Since she could not gain any benefit, she resolved to make their lives miserable in return. However, her plans were thwarted before they even began. Song Li scoffed coldly, taking the powder from her hand and awaiting Tinggu's appearance. "What's the matter? Mother seems to want to poison our skewers," Wen Tingzhi remarked, casting a cold glance at Zhou Chunqiao, truly a restless soul. The indomitable little cockroach, relying on her status as Song Li's mother, believed she could act without consequence. "Zhou Chunqiao, are you even human? This is food meant for children, to be sold. How dare you tamper with it? Have you considered the repercussions had you not been caught?" Lin Suihua, hands on her hips, spat indignantly, determined to berate Zhou Chunqiao thoroughly. Hearing the commotion, Wang Daipo and her family rushed out, quickly grasping the situation and pointing fingers at Zhou Chunqiao in condemnation. Wang Daipo exhibited astonishing ferocity, reducing Zhou Chunqiao to a state of despair, nearly in tears. No, it's not a laxative," she stammered, covering her mouth, realizing she had let slip too much. Song Li, clutching the medicinal powder, found a bowl at Ting's home, mixed it with water, and declared, "Mother, since you claim it is not a laxative, then you should drink it." "I will not drink it. Song Li, you ungrateful child. Are you trying to kill me?" Zhou Chunqiao was yanked off the donkey cart, and by the time she realized what was happening, she had already consumed the entire bowl of water. Attempting to vomit, she found herself surrounded and restrained. Wen Tingzhi climbed onto the donkey cart. "Song Li, let us depart. We shall leave this to our parents to resolve." Very well. They had wasted considerable time on this matter, and by the time they reached their stall, a number of customers were already waiting. "Why did the boss arrive so late today? I almost thought he wouldn't set up shop," one customer remarked. "Indeed. I even asked the noodle stall owner if he was coming today. Fortunately, I didn't leave." Wen Tingzhi smiled apologetically, lifting the lid to release a delightful aroma. This scent, how I crave it. If I don't have several skewers in a day, the cravings gnaw at my insides." Wen Tingzhi and Song Li worked with remarkable efficiency, swiftly selling all the skewers. They placed the wooden barrel on Boss Li's noodle stall for safekeeping before heading off to find a house. Wen Tingzhi had prepared beforehand, having chatted with some customers to learn which landlords were trustworthy. He also inquired with Boss Li and his wife, who lived in the town and had a fair understanding of the situation. After gathering basic information, Wen Tingzhi and Song Li went to meet the landlords. Based on their requirements, the landlords presented several properties. The first house they viewed met their needs well, featuring 2 rooms, a kitchen, and a storefront, neither too large nor too small, perfectly suited for selling the skewers, as the previous tenant had sold buns there. However, the location was rather mediocre. Wen Tingzhi nodded, urging the landlord to continue. Following the landlord's recommendations, they toured several properties. The initial house was indeed satisfactory, yet its location was somewhat awkward. After all, who fears a deep alley when the scent of wine wafts through? Wen Tingzhi opted against it, and after much deliberation, they settled on a house closer to their stall, albeit at a slightly higher price. They understood that such proximity to business would naturally inflate the rental cost. "How many months do you intend to rent?" the landlord inquired. Wen Tingzhi calculated the time until Song Li's examination, estimating at least 4 to 5 months. Then a 6-month lease is necessary. However, that would tighten our finances considerably. What is the monthly rent? After negotiating with the landlord, they settled on a rental price of 7 taels, which was well within their budget, especially considering that they had been making a profit during this period. They managed to haggle down the price by 5 taels and secured the house. The landlord would handle all the paperwork, and they would simply need to wait for the rental agreement before moving in. Having resolved a significant matter, Wen Tingzhi felt an immense sense of relief. Song Li, we will be living in the town from now on. Winter is approaching, and that straw hut won't withstand the rain and snow, he remarked. Song Li playfully pinched Tingzhi's cheek, which was soft and pliable. Tingzhi, I will always listen to you. Upon leaving the landlord's place, they headed directly to Lin Suihua's home in Dahu village, uncertain if Zhou Chunhua had already departed. Father, Mother, when Tingzhi called out and Lin Suihua emerged, inquiring why they had come again. Has the house been rented? Yes, everything is settled. In a few days, I will take you and father to see it, he replied. Wonderful. Our Tingzhi is truly capable and resourceful. Come in, Song Li, and take a moment to rest. Nodding, Song Li followed Tingzhi into the courtyard. Has Zhou Chunhua left? Hush, keep your voice down. Calling her by name like that could be problematic. Yes, she has left. And your father sent her back on a cart, Lin Suihua said with a sly smile, her thoughts clearly mischievous. After all, Zhou Chunhua had brought this upon herself. It was no surprise she had suffered. She even went to the privy, and I stopped her to ask if she realized her mistakes. Zhou Chunhua was nearly in tears, clutching her stomach, and admitted her wrongdoings. You would believe how long she lingered in there. When she finally emerged, she was utterly weak. And it was Wang Deipo and I who helped her onto the cart for your father to take her home. She had it coming. With a disdainful spitting sound, Lin Suihua ceased her remarks upon noticing Song Li's presence. Taking a sip of water, she contemplated that while Zhou Chunhua's actions were indeed excessive, she was nonetheless Song Li's biological mother. Surely, he would not harbor any resentment towards her words, would he? Mother, why are you staring at me? Song Li queried, his usual demeanor lacking in laughter, save for fleeting smiles directed at Tingzhi. He believed Lin Suihua's assessment held merit. Zhou Chunhua had indeed brought this plight upon herself. Yet, sensing Song Li's impassive expression, Lin Suihua worried whether he might harbor any grievances towards Tingzhi. If he did, it would burden Tingzhi, who spent every day and night in his company. Suppressing her concerns, Lin Suihua opted to wait for a more opportune moment to broach the subject with Tingzhi. After delivering Tingzhi home in a donkey cart, Song Li was summoned back to the Song household by Song Dahai. Today, Tingzhi is quite exhausted. I will let him rest at home while I handle matters myself, Song Li assured. All right, but you must return to me if you need anything. No need to be overly brave, understand? We are a family, Song Dahai insisted. Song Li felt a warm flush at the mention of family, his ears turning red. When Tingzhi, too, felt a heat rising to his cheeks, as if they were as frequent as a traffic light changing. On the way, Song Dahai wore a furrowed brow, a stalk of grass dangling from his mouth. Song Li, it is not merely a reprimand from your father. What you have done is utterly disgraceful. Conspiring with outsiders to administer a laxative to your mother. Song Dahai forcefully clapped his hands, questioning whether you comprehend the gravity of your actions. Should this become known, you would be branded as unfilial. He gazed at Song Dahai, who was particularly agitated, as though finally able to assert the authority of a father figure before him. Such a man, who cowers before outsiders and scarcely utters a word, dares only to display his authority in front of him. His memories of Song Dahai were not particularly vivid. Compared to the incessant harassment and deprivation inflicted by Zhou Chunhua, Song Dahai seemed almost inconsequential. In this household, it was Zhou Chunhua who held the reins, favoring Song Tianming, thus leading Song Dahai to follow suit in his partiality. He was indifferent to any mistreatment directed at him, having sought solace from Song Dahai in vain. In those moments, his mother regarded him coldly, seemingly disdainful of his need for comfort from Song Dahai. Whenever Song Dahai heard him express feelings of hunger, a desire for education, or the chill of the weather, he would merely retort, "Song Li, why do you insist on comparing yourself to your elder brother? He is the elder. You must yield to him. Do you understand? Song Li, the extra labor I assign you is for your own development." What he received from his father was a constant demand to endure, as if all of this were his due. "Father, could you remain silent for a moment?" Song Li's fingers grazed the slingshot tucked at his waist. Song Dahai found himself at a loss for words. He had witnessed Song Li using that slingshot to kill a water snake while they worked in the fields. In truth, he harbored a degree of fear towards Song Li, compounded by Zhou Chunhua's frequent whispers that Song Li was a cold-blooded monster. Observing Song Dahai rendered speechless. Song Li nodded with satisfaction as he stepped into the Song household. "You unfilial son, how dare you give your mother a laxative? This is far from over." In the room, Zhou Chunhua lay down, still vociferously hurling insults, suggesting her condition may not be as dire as presumed. Xiaoyi stood by, attending to Zhou Chunhua, her patience visibly waning. Meanwhile, Song Tianming continued to clutch his book, indifferent to the family's affairs regardless of the circumstances. "I will strike you dead." Zhou Chunhua, noticing Song Li's indifference, hurled a cup at him, which he narrowly dodged. "Who witnessed me administering a laxative to you?" Song Li crossed his arms, his expression a mix of cold disdain and hostility, exuding an air of palpable tension. Song Dahai swallowed hard and quietly slipped away. After all, Zhou Chunhua had merely instructed him to summon Song Li. His task was complete, and he might as well return to the fields. "Do you dare to act without facing the consequences?" The incident had unfolded so suddenly that apart from the Lin family, only the Wang family was present, without witnesses. Who would believe Zhou Chunhua? Moreover, her reputation was already tarnished, rendering her credibility non-existent. "Mother, wouldn't it be better to remain composed?" Song Li dragged a chair over and sat down with a commanding presence, his hands resting assertively on his knees, his gaze sharp and fierce. "Xiaoyi, speak up. As his brother-in-law, you have the authority to reprimand him on your mother's behalf." The courtyard boy had informed him that it was Xiaoyi who had pushed him into the water. Thus he felt a deep-seated loathing, even hatred, towards her. Had he not discovered the truth, it could have easily resulted in a loss of life. How could this young man be so malicious, resorting to any means to achieve his ends? "Xiaoyi wishes to become my brother's son-in-law?" Song Li scoffed. "Mother, I realize you're truly naive." His fierce gaze fixated on Xiaoyi, a cold smile gracing his lips. He would not spare anyone who had bullied his brother. "Let's step outside." Xiaoyi hurriedly departed, leaving only Zhou Chunchao in the room. Observing as Song Li rose and approached the bed, she instinctively retreated several steps. "What do you intend to do?" "I am your mother, Song Li." Fear gripped Zhou Chunchao, prompting her to scream. Song Li, however, halted his advance, drawing a slingshot from his waist and aiming it at the herbs placed upon the cabinet. With a swift twang, the bowl shattered, scattering the herbs. "Mother, it's best you refrain from seeking me out, lest next time it be you who gets hurt." A smile curled upon Song Li's lips as he aimed the slingshot at Zhou Chunchao's head, releasing his grip. Terrified, Zhou Chunchao screamed and shielded her head, only to open her eyes long after, realizing Song Li had already left the room. The slingshot had been devoid of stones. Song Li merely intended to frighten her. Yet the terror he instilled haunted her for nights to come, filled with dreams of her head being shattered by him. Song Li hastened home, his spirits considerably lifted. Previously, he had been foolish, believing that since his mother had borne him, he ought to be filial, obedient, and understanding, despite grievances arising from the division of their family and the theft of their wealth. He would never have dared to act so boldly. It was the arrival of his brother that imbued him with courage and confidence, enlightening him to the injustice of Zhou Chuncao's actions, teaching him to resist and instill fear. He did not wish to rely on his brother to confront her. He was his brother's man, and Zhou Chunchao was his mother. He ought to take the initiative to address matters himself. If one instance of fear proved insufficient, then he would resort to a second. If that too failed, he would target her most cherished son, Song Tianming. As long as he could exploit a weakness, he doubted Zhou Chunchao would dare to cause trouble. "You're back." His brother awaited him in the courtyard, eyes sparkling with delight. Song Li jogged to him, bending down to embrace him. "Brother, I missed you dearly." Chapter 73. Transformed into an unloved young husband, 23, in Xiahe village, beneath the grand tree at the village entrance. A group of women and husbands busily stitched small sachets and handkerchiefs. After a month of gathering, they would sell their wares in town, a modest livelihood, albeit meager earnings, better than nothing, indeed. Life in the countryside left little room for idleness. Gossip flourished in their gatherings. "Have you heard? Brother and Song Li are moving to town. Quite the news. Is that true? How did their family suddenly acquire such wealth? Did they not just purchase a donkey not long ago? Would I deceive you? My husband saw them together in town while working," one woman lamented. "Song Li is truly thriving, living a vibrant life. Who could envy such fortune? After all, would you wish your son to marry a woman who cannot bear children and has been disfigured?" The woman fell silent. Wen Tingzhi never anticipated that even before their relocation, rumors would begin to circulate. In the past, Zhou Chunqiao and her family would certainly have come to demand money from them, ensuring a scandalous scene. However, having just been reprimanded by Song Li, he no longer possessed the audacity. After all, they were uncertain about what Song Li might do if pushed to his limits. Upon returning from the town after selling their goods, many greeted them. "Tinggu, business is truly thriving. I've heard that your family specializes in vegetarian skewers. Do you and Song Li have enough vegetables?" The woman asked candidly, without any hesitation, if they would consider purchasing some of their produce. "Our vegetables are fresh and affordable. Tinggu, you should come to our garden. Selling in town isn't cost-effective. You have to pay stall fees and walk back and forth every day, which barely earns you a few coins." The woman spoke the truth. Once the shop was up and running, it would naturally expand, and the vegetables from his parents and Aunt Wang would soon be insufficient. Accepting produce from the villagers was not a bad idea, considering they had to return every few days to prevent anyone from claiming their thatched house. "Aunt, your trust in me and Song Li is greatly appreciated, but we truly don't need it at the moment. However, when the time comes, you will be the first I contact. As for the price, it will be a copper coin less than in town, but we want to take everything you have." "Ah, very well, Tinggu. Do remember us," the woman replied, her face lighting up with a smile. When Tingzhi nodded in agreement. After Song Li finished speaking, he hurriedly drove the donkey cart home, his movements betraying a sense of impatience. When Tingzhi understood the reason behind it, at the pharmacy, Song Li discovered that to achieve greater harmony between partners, particularly to ensure comfort, the use of oil ointment was most suitable. Despite its expense, Song Li purchased several boxes. Eager to return home and experiment, he was unexpectedly halted along the way. Once inside, Song Li immediately embraced Tinggu. "Tinggu," when Tingzhi sighed, wiping the sweat from his brow, "What's the rush? It's not as if I'm denying you. I want you," Song Li declared, shedding his clothes piece by piece, leaving Wen Tingzhi feeling a chill. "Stop licking." He pushed Song Li's head away, but Song Li merely shook his head, determined to plant kisses all over his body. It left him feeling damp, until Song Li finally lingered in a particular spot. Wen Tingzhi let out a muffled sound, which Song Li interpreted as the most potent aphrodisiac. After one release, Song Li commenced the main event with fervor. The oil ointment indeed proved effective, and Song Li showed no restraint. It felt endless and unrestrained. Wen Tingzhi's legs felt weak and sore, wishing he could kick Song Li away. With the contract secured, they could prepare to relocate to town. Lin Suihua and Wen Dajing came to assist. Their belongings were not excessive, but having 2 extra hands made the task more manageable. As they drove the donkey cart laden with their possessions to town, Wen Tingzhi spotted Song Tianming and Xiahe. Having not seen them for a while, he noted that Song Tianming's regret level had now reached 50. Perhaps he was regretting seeing Wen Tingzhi living so well and thriving in business. "Tingyi, where are you off to?" Xiahe asked knowingly, feigning ignorance about such a fortunate person, pampered by his parents in Dea village, with a fiancé from a well-to-do family. Even after being jilted by her fiancé, suffering disfigurement from a fall, and facing infertility, there remains a stalwart and handsome figure like Song Li, willing to marry her. Life after marriage is thriving. Her business is well known far and wide, and she is now purchasing donkeys and relocating to the town. In stark contrast, his life grows increasingly arduous. Why has Tinggu recently taken to covering his face with gauze? Is it possible that the scar has worsened beyond repair? With wealth, he must seek treatment. Surely it cannot be beyond remedy. Tinggu is particularly concerned about his appearance, and upon hearing this, Song Tianming seems to recall something, his expression darkening. Xiaogu, what business is it of yours? You ought to concern yourself with your own affairs. Our matters do not require your attention. Wen Ting did not regard Xiaohe or Song Tianming kindly, while Lin Suihua appeared ready for confrontation at any moment. Sigh. I understand Tinggu is disheartened by his disfigurement. It is what it is. Everyone has seen it already, so why the pretense? Xiaohe cast a resentful glance in his direction. A gust of wind blew, lifting the gauze from Wen Ting's face, revealing a fair and unblemished visage. How could this be? What happened to your scar? Previously, Tinggu bore a scar resembling a centipede, yet now it has vanished entirely. Surely, you must have applied powder. Yet he knew that even powder could not achieve such remarkable results. Wen Ting lowered the gauze, urging Song Li to step forward, dismissing their presence. Song Tianming stood there. Dazed, he too had witnessed the wind reveal Tingzhi's flawless face. Could this imply that Tinggu might possess the ability to bear children after all? After all, the village doctor lacked expertise, only treating minor ailments. Song Tianming took a few steps back, pondering that if he had not heeded his mother's words, this beautiful Tinggu could have been his partner. He could have enjoyed the fruits of his labor without the need to toil for money. His resentment towards Xiaogu intensified. Had it not been for his seduction, he would never have betrayed Tinggu. In the town, Lin Suihua and Wen Dajing assisted in unloading their belongings. Wen Ting and Song Li organized the items, placing them in the kitchen and the house as needed. The town is indeed splendid, Lin Suihua exclaimed, wiping the table and window sills with a cloth, while Wen Dajing constructed a donkey shed in the yard. Once their tasks were complete, the hour had grown late, and they felt no inclination to cook at home. Instead, they decided to dine out together. How exorbitant! Lin Suihua muttered under her breath, appalled at the price of a single dish of greens, and the meat was shocking, truly shocking. She couldn't bring herself to order, deferring the decision to Tinggu. When Ting glanced over, indeed, it was quite pricey. However, since they rarely dined out, a little extravagance was permissible. Yet, he did not order excessively, ensuring there was enough for four. The food was quite palatable, though I must say, Tingzhi's cooking is unparalleled. Song Li nodded in agreement, affirming that his mother was right. Wen Ting smiled. In Song Li's eyes, everything he did was the best. Chapter 74. Transforming into an unloved young husband. 24. Upon learning that Tinggu and his companions would soon be relocating, Boss Li and his spouse felt an overwhelming sense of reluctance. Their sentiments were not solely rooted in business. Rather, it was also due to the amicable nature of Tinggu with whom they had forged a bond over the course of their time together at the market. Do not fret. Our stall will be situated not far from here, and you can reach out to us anytime, remarked Li Fulang. He expressed heartfelt sentiments, observing Tinggu's flourishing circumstances, which brought him a sense of solace. Song Li gazed at Tinggu with admiration. Such was the essence of Tinggu, capable of establishing harmonious relationships wherever he went, leaving a lasting impression on others who were eager to assist him. He resolved to work harder, aspiring to become a scholar and showcase his worth to Tinggu. In the blink of an eye, they had already settled into their new shop for a week. Lin Suihua diligently assisted in selling at the street stall, simultaneously promoting their new skewers establishment nearby. Patrons could now enjoy their meals on site, with an expanded menu. In recent days, when Tingzhi and Song Li had commissioned a carpenter to craft several tables and chairs, thereby accommodating those who preferred dining in. With the shop now open, Tinggu's skewers could be served hot. As winter approached, the thought of savoring warm skewers was simply delightful. Wen Tingzhi also contemplated adding spicy hot pot to the menu, along with noodles, ensuring a satisfying meal for patrons who opted for the latter. Having nearly exhausted their savings, the shop was finally ready to launch. In this era, The timing of opening a shop was meticulously calculated based on auspicious dates and hours. They planned to commence operations at 7 o'clock the following morning. Having crafted a simple yet eye-catching sign that read Tinggu skewers, which fluttered gently in the breeze, easily visible to passers-by. On the morrow, as dawn barely broke, they awoke early to prepare an array of vegetarian and meat skewers. Lin Suihua and Wen Tingzhi had also chosen to stay overnight, recognizing the importance of collaboration on their inaugural day. After sharing breakfast, the family united in their efforts to finalize the skewers, eagerly awaiting the auspicious moment to launch with firecrackers. Wen Tingzhi glanced at the pot of sour plum soup, deliberately adding ice. Even when sold, it could fetch 3 to 4 coins a bowl, particularly since it was chilled. On this first day of business, all patrons dining in would receive a complimentary bowl of sour plum soup. As the time arrived, Wen Tingzhi called out, and Wen Tingzhi exchanged glances with Song Li before they pushed the door open, releasing several firecrackers. The crackling sound drew the attention of many who were curious about the commotion. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our establishment. On this inaugural day, all diners will receive a complimentary bowl of sour plum soup, along with a variety of skewers and hot pot noodles, he announced. An elderly regular entered, having rushed over after noticing their absence the previous day. I came early today. Can you tell me more about the hot pot noodles you mentioned? A smile graced Wen Tingzhi's face as he explained. It's called spicy hot pot. The method is somewhat similar to before, where you select your ingredients to be cooked, but without bamboo skewers, and we cook the noodles together, ensuring a hearty meal. You certainly have a knack for creative ideas. I'll have a bowl of that, with an assortment of vegetables and meats, the patron replied eagerly. Certainly. On this day, the first order was placed, and Wen Tingzhi was determined to treat his guests well. Song Li served a steaming bowl of spicy hot pot. The aroma was truly delightful. Lin Suihua also ladled out a bowl of sour plum soup and presented it, saying it was a complimentary treat. The old host and guest, gazing at the steaming hot pot, first took a sip of the sour plum soup. What? He could hardly believe his senses and took another sip. Indeed, it was chilled. It seemed the owner had spared no expense. Delicious. The noodles were enveloped in the rich broth, and each bite was immensely satisfying. Business was quite good today, with many people gossiping about how the owner's complimentary sour plum soup was served iced. Word spread, and soon a line began to form. Lin Suihua beamed with joy, while Wen Tingzhi, who had been helping in the back with skewering, rushed out to assist with serving and washing dishes. Exhausted, Wen Tingzhi stamped his foot and chuckled at the meticulous Song Li, asking if he wasn't pleased with the flourishing business. I'm indeed happy, Song Li replied with a smile, seemingly eager to prove his delight to Wen Tingzhi. Just hold on a bit longer, Wen Tingzhi encouraged. After enduring the bustling morning, the crowd finally thinned. Wen Tingzhi, seated in a chair, gasped for breath, lacking the energy to eat. It was only after downing several bowls of sour plum soup that he regained his appetite. Song Li looked on with concern. Tingzhi, why not hire someone? I need to prepare for my studies and won't have time to help you. You can't manage everything alone, and your parents won't always be here to assist with household matters. This was indeed a valid point, but finding a suitable helper was not a simple task. After discussing it with Lin Suihua, she agreed, but suggested they observe the business over the next few days. Otherwise, hiring someone without sufficient business would just be a waste of money. That made sense. All right, then let us rely on my parents for help these few days. What's the matter? Seeing your business thrive makes me happy, even if I'm tired, Lin Suihua replied genuinely, as she had always longed for a son, even though Wen Tingzhi bore no resentment towards her. However, the gossip in the village had never ceased, with whispers of various unpleasant remarks, some even bluntly calling her a hen that could not lay eggs. Lin Suihua felt saddened. They claimed that having a son was pointless since he would eventually marry out, and relying on a son for support was akin to starvation. Only a son would remain by her side. Each time she attempted to refute, a group would attack her. Now that Tingzhi's business was flourishing and he returned more often, with Song Li towering over others, no one dared to speak of his uselessness in her presence. Instead, they watched as Wang Dapo's family profited from following them and became envious. Many brought food to their home, hoping to see if they could also sell their goods there. Tingzhi had truly brought her pride, A little fatigue was nothing. Her parents rushed back home with a donkey cart, and early the next morning, they would deliver vegetables. After a long day, Wen Tingzhi soaked in the bath with his eyes closed. "Tingzhi, let me give you a massage." "All right." He expected Song Li to be playful, but was surprised when he genuinely began to massage him. Song Li felt for him. Standing for so long was surely tiring. Time seemed to drag. He wished for winter to arrive swiftly. As winter approaches, the examination for the child scholars draws near. Song Li meticulously massaged Ting Gur from head to toe. Unbeknownst to him, Ting Gur dozed off, resting upon the edge of the bathing tub. Song Li gently lifted him, drying his body with care. He then applied fragrant ointment, leaving Ting Gur enveloped in a delightful aroma. Embracing him closely, Song Li inhaled deeply, savoring the sweet scent that lingered in the air. Lowering his head, he placed a tender kiss on Ting Gur's forehead, contentedly closing his eyes and drifting into slumber. Sweet dreams, dear Ting Gyar. Chapter 75. Transformed into an unloved young husband, 25, when Tingzhi's skewer business has flourished, drawing admiration from all. The shop, albeit modest in size, employs only 2 workers, one to cook and the other to wash and prepare the ingredients. As a result, Song Li refrains from assisting, preferring to quietly remain at home, engrossed in his studies during the quieter times. With resources now more abundant, Wen Tingzhi has provided Song Li with several elegant long robes, which enhance his appearance, making him stand out among scholars. Scholars often seek a certain refinement, and the younger ones tend to be slender, appearing fragile. In contrast, Song Li is tall and sturdy. Clad in a short robe, he could easily be mistaken for a martial artist. In the cold of winter, the popularity of Wen Tingzhi's spicy hot pot has surged. Yet the limited seating makes it difficult to accommodate many patrons. Those waiting in the chill are often locals, who take their meals home in their own bowls. Wen Tingzhi has also enlisted the help of a local merchant to scout for suitable adjacent shops for rent, ideally 2 side by side for convenience. However, he is well aware that such opportunities are rare. His parents assist in collecting vegetables from both Day Village and Xia Village. Even if Zhou Chun Chao attempted to leverage her connection as Song Li's biological mother, it would not suffice, as the vegetable collection is managed by neither Song Li nor Ting Gur. Lin Shuihua is not swayed by her tactics, and given Wen Tingzhi's goodwill towards the villagers, they naturally stand in his favor. Should they align with Zhou Chun Chao, how would Wen Tingzhi continue his vegetable collection? Zhou Chun Chao harbors deep regrets, and as for Song Tianming, his remorse is even more profound. Initially, he merely resented Zhou Chun Chao, but eventually, he openly blamed her for their misfortunes, lamenting that if she had not taken it upon herself to call off the engagement, such a prosperous life would not have been within Song Li's reach. Their family remains impoverished, even if he wished to seek companionship in a brothel. His lack of funds barred him entry. In the academy, where status is paramount, his mediocre academic performance makes him a target of disdain from those who excel, while those of lesser means turn their noses up at his impoverished appearance, dismissing his attempts to feign grandeur. When Wen Tingzhi returned to the countryside, he caught a glimpse of Song Tianming, whose regret had escalated to a considerable degree. The village buzzes with talk of Wen Tingzhi as a benefactor. Previously, their surplus vegetables fetched little in town and were often subjected to scrutiny and ridicule as mere country produce. Now, without leaving their home, villagers receive visits from buyers, and Lin Shuihua and Wen Dezheng are accommodating, requiring only that the vegetables be fresh and clean, offering fair prices. Today, who in Daya Village and Xia Village does not regard Ting Gur with newfound respect? As the business flourished, troubles inevitably followed. Opposite their skewer shop stood a noodle house, whose proprietor, Mr. Yuan, though not overly prosperous, managed to sustain his family. However, ever since the skewer shop opened, his business has become increasingly difficult. Lacking a sign or any distinctive features, plain noodles held little allure. Furthermore, as he rented the premises, his prices were a copper coin more than those at the street stalls. During warmer seasons, patrons preferred the stalls for their affordability and available seating. Only on rainy days and during winter did his noodle house experience a surge in customers, as the frigid air outside made even the thought of dining al fresco unbearable, with chilled hands trembling around chopsticks. Thus, his establishment became a haven for those seeking warmth. Yet now, patrons favored the skewer shop run by the young man, where the flavors were delightful and the meals hearty. The warmth of the charcoal fire inside added to its appeal. His wife approached him, her gaze fixed on the bustling skewer shop, while their own establishment lay desolate. "If they don't drive us out, how will we ever prosper?" she lamented. "I've heard that young man plans to expand his business by renting more space from the landlord, leaving us with no means to survive." She clapped her hands in frustration, and the noodle shop owner shared her sentiment. "In just a few months, he's amassed such wealth, yet he continues to greedily encroach upon our livelihood. It is truly outrageous. What can we do?" She pondered aloud, her voice muffled by her hands. "If the noodle house cannot continue, we might as well gather a group of ruffians to intimidate him. Let us see how he fares then, or perhaps they will suffer from food poisoning. We could all join forces and see if he would dare to close his doors and seek peace. Do you have a plan?" His wife inquired, patting his hand. "My brother knows some people. If we give him some silver, he can surely handle it swiftly and effectively." Meanwhile, Wen Tingzhi remained unaware of the schemes being plotted against him, as the time for the imperial examination approached for Song Li. This year's examination for candidates occurred earlier, commencing in January. First, they were to take the test in the county town, and only after passing that could they proceed to the prefectural examination. Both tests needed to be passed to officially become a candidate. Recently, Song Li had registered in town. "I will accompany you," Wen Tingzhi offered. Although Song Li appreciated the sentiment, he declined. With the shop requiring constant attention, he could hardly afford to waste time in companionship, especially considering that if he passed the county examination, he would need to prepare for the prefectural one. The time required for such endeavors was significant, and Wen Tingzhi could not spare the luxury of accompanying him. Moreover, given the biting cold, Song Li did not wish for Wen Tingzhi to endure the hardships alongside him. It was with a heavy heart that they prepared to part for what would be the longest separation to date. Wen Tingzhi, feeling disheartened, gathered Song Li's belongings. Though he understood the validity of Song Li's reasoning, hearing it from him felt different. "Take this as well," Song Li said, retrieving a piece of Wen Tingzhi's inner garment from the trunk. "This is my clothing. You must have taken the wrong item," Wen Tingzhi replied. "You have made no mistake, as this evokes memories of you." Song Li, with flushed ears, insisted on taking the inner garments of Tingzhi, and Wen Tingzhi had no choice but to acquiesce. The two of them frolicked in bed for a while before embracing and drifting off to sleep. The following morning, Song Li stealthily left the house. The hired hands were not residing there, as they were townsfolk, leaving Tingzhi alone at home, which made him quite uneasy. Before departing, he had already advised his parents to stay with him, and had also communicated with the local martial artists. He maintained a decent rapport with the leader of the martial group, having once saved his life on the mountain. With great reluctance, Song Li set off with the donkey cart. The household had much work to be done, and one cart was insufficient, prompting Tingzhi to purchase another. By the time when Tingzhi awoke, the spot where Song Li had lain was already cold, and he had no knowledge of when Song Li had left, as he had not even bid him farewell. Wen Tingzhi stretched lazily and noticed a letter on the table. Song Li never inquired why Tingzhi could also read, but he thought to himself that Tingzhi was indeed the most formidable person he had ever encountered. After reading the note left by Song Li, Wen Tingzhi felt a surge of joy and hummed a tune as he opened the door to conduct business. The hired hand soon arrived, with Xiao Shi and Xiao Zhao each taking their positions to work. Before long, his parents arrived, driving the donkey cart laden with clothing and vegetables. "Song Li truly cherishes you. He specifically came to tell us to stay here," Lin Shuihua remarked slyly. Wen Tingzhi did not feel embarrassed. Instead, he felt quite pleased, knowing that Song Li held him dear. As the examination for the scholar approached, the prices at nearby inns were rather steep. After some inquiries, Song Li finally found a reasonably priced establishment. It was not too far from the examination site, and upon arriving at the inn, he refrained from mingling with others. He stayed alone in his room, consuming some dry rations, and began to study. After spending a day at the inn, the scholar examination commenced. Song Li fondled Tingzhi's inner garment, bringing it to his nose to inhale its fragrance, which reminded him of Tingzhi, as if he were right beside him. He tucked the garment away, but stumbled upon a letter. Song Li's eyes brightened as he carefully opened the envelope to retrieve the letter. It was written by Tingzhi. Dear Song Li, do not feel anxious or tense. I'm always by your side, waiting for your return at home. Song Li kissed the letter and, filled with renewed vigor, entered the examination hall. Composed and calm, he furrowed his brow, wielding the brush as each character was meticulously considered before committing it to paper. After completing the writing, he reviewed it thoroughly, feeling a sense of reassurance. After a day of examinations, he felt quite confident in his performance. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he should at least secure a position within the top 10, if not the first place. After returning to the inn and studying for 2 days, the rankings were announced. Song Li felt a twinge of nervousness, clutching the letter from Tingzhi as he approached the announcement area. No pushing, no pushing. We can all see it, so why the rush? The area where the results were posted was densely packed, with some scholars eager to check their scores and others who were well off, having hired students to look on their behalf. Song Li, tall and sturdy, easily spotted his ranking. First place, Song Li of Shaohe village. He gently pinched his fingers, reminding himself not to be arrogant, and turned to head back to the inn to set off for the capital city to participate in the provincial examination. Song Li? Whose student is he? I have never heard of such a name. He is not from our academy, and I too have no knowledge of him. How strange. Chu Yu surprisingly ranked second. Could it be that Song Li merely had a stroke of luck? Many who viewed the rankings were in no hurry to leave. Having worked hard to get in, they wished to see more. I finally passed. How is it possible? I prepared so thoroughly yet still failed, someone lamented. Such is the nature of examinations, where some rejoice while others despair. Many wished to befriend Song Li, but were at a loss as to where he resided or whom he studied under. After receiving his certificate from the county office, Song Li hurriedly made his way to the capital in a donkey cart. He was well prepared, not particularly afraid of the cold, and capable of enduring hardships. During the examination, many shivered from the chill, exhaling white mist as they blew on their hands. Upon arriving in the capital, he remained unaware of the praise bestowed upon him by those grading the papers at the county office. This Song Li must be a student of some esteemed scholar from the county, for his answers were remarkably well crafted. The examiner scrutinized Song Li's test paper repeatedly. The writing was sharp and distinctly his own, impossible for others to easily replicate. If the answers were from the book, he had written them exactly. If not, he could reference classical texts, presenting innovative thoughts that deviated from a norm. However, his ideas were not so unconventional as to render him overly sharp. The examiner stroked his white beard thoughtfully, nodding in satisfaction. This young man would surely achieve an excellent ranking in the provincial examination. Wen Tingzhi sensed something was amiss, propping his chin on his hand as he scrutinized the ledger. Several burly men sat in their shop, ordering a bowl of spicy hot pot, yet they neither ate nor spoke, merely observing. Lin Suihua approached to inquire, but was met with a scolding. Wen Tingzhi was no fool. Many customers hesitated to step into the shop with these ruffians present, let alone sit down to eat. He instructed Xiao Shi and Xiao Zhao to move the hot pot and firewood outside. Once passers-by could no longer see the ruffians, many felt emboldened to enter. Business began to improve. What should we do? The noodle shop owner's brother, Fu Matzi, grunted. With half of the group seated inside and the other half standing outside, they did not even attempt to buy hot pot, simply standing there watching those who did. In the end, not a single customer arrived. When they decided to close up for the day, Fu Matzi finally beckoned the others to leave. Tingyi, what is going on? Who have we angered? Mother, it's nothing. Someone must be envious of our thriving business and has sent these people to disrupt us. It's of no consequence. We shall see if they return tomorrow. Wen Tingzhi reassured his parents and, calling upon Xiao Shi and Xiao Zhao, stepped outside. Boss, who do you think these people are? Are they attempting to oppose us? Xiao Zhao, perceptive, was outside tending to the dishes while Xiao Shi, more taciturn, washed and skewered vegetables inside. I believe it's the nearby shop owners. If I tally it up, it must be that noodle shop owner. How do you know? Xiao Zhao, count your fingers. The nearby vendor selling steamed buns, though somewhat in competition with us, is thriving. Their buns are affordable and filling, making it unlikely they are the culprits. Wen Tingzhi nodded, as he already harbored an answer within. The noodle shop owner and his wife have been frequenting our vicinity, ostensibly to gather intelligence, but in truth, to assess the state of our business. Excluding those who sell dried goods, clothing, and pastries, it seems the noodle shop poses the greatest possibility. Xiao Zhao, your intellect serves you well. Wen Tingzhi arrived at the archery shop, meticulously selecting a bow that suited him. In the previous task world, he couldn't quite recall with whom he had ventured, perhaps a target of his affections. Together, they had engaged in archery. While his skills were not exceptional, he could consistently hit the 8 or 9 rings. Purchasing the bow was a precautionary measure. He pondered on Song Li, wondering why he had yet to receive a letter. As the saying goes, mention the devil and he shall appear. Upon returning home with his bow, his parents presented him with an envelope. Tingu, this is a letter from Song Li. You received one too? Lin Suehua chuckled. Is it only permissible for Song Li to write to you and not to us? No, he replied, though curiosity piqued him about what Song Li might have penned to his parents. Once in his room, he retrieved the thick stack of paper. Lead Tingzhi? From the very first day here, I have missed you dearly. Fortunately, I have your personal belongings to remind me of you. I wonder how you fare at home. Are you well, busy, or tired? I am doing well here. Tingu, I have successfully passed the county examination, ranking first. I shall set off for the prefectural exam shortly, and as soon as it concludes, I will return to see you. Missing you, Song Li. When Tingzhi finished reading the letter, feeling a warmth in his heart, lying alone in bed felt somewhat lonely, so he took one of Song Li's frequently worn garments and held it close. Sweet dreams, Song Li. Meanwhile, Song Li dreamt of Tingu. They strolled beneath the peach blossom trees, and upon spotting a swing, Tingu delightedly took a seat, filling the grove with his melodious laughter. The dream was so enchanting that he resisted waking. After resting for a day at the inn, it was time for the prefectural examination, which spanned 3 days, with results announced within a week. Song Li grew increasingly calm, answering questions with ease. Upon exiting the examination hall, he hurried back to the inn to wash up and prepare his belongings for the donkey cart ride back to town. In the dead of night, Song Li knocked on the door, startling Wen Dazheng, who called for Tingu. Who is it? Upon hearing Tingu's voice, Song Li's heart soared. Tingu, you have atoned. You startle me. Why are you in such a rush to return at night? It's quite unsafe. Wen Dazheng opened the door. Offering a remark, Song Li smiled, feeling a bit shy to admit he was eager to see Tingu. You two should tidy up and get some rest. Wen Dazheng said, retreating to his room. Lin Suehua, having been awake, listened to their conversation. When Tingzhi observed Song Li intently, pondering his hurried return, his father was right. Traversing the night roads was indeed perilous. I understand. It shall not happen again. I am eager to return to see you. Song Li embraced Tingu tightly, burying his face in the crook of Tingzhi's shoulder, inhaling deeply, finding solace. The following morning, when Tingzhi had awakened, while Song Li, weary from his journey, remained oblivious to his stirring, the surroundings were shrouded in a deep indigo hue. In every era, examinations have always been a source of distress for students. After washing up, when Tingzhi made his way to the storefront, and shortly thereafter, that group of individuals returned. This time, they did not place any orders but merely sat in silence. Apologies. Our establishment is closed today. I kindly ask you to leave, the proprietor announced. Upon hearing that the owner intended to close the shop without any customers, Fu Matsi felt a sense of satisfaction. It was evident that the owner, troubled by their presence, sought to avoid further conflict by closing the doors. Lately, Fu Matsi's dealings had been quite favorable. His sister had procured a considerable sum of money from her husband, allowing him to indulge in revelry with his companions. Very well. Since the owner has chosen to cease business, we shall take our leave. After their departure, little Zhao, filled with indignation, exclaimed, Boss, are we truly closing today? Who said that? It was merely a ruse. Sister, brother-in-law, do you see how well I have handled this matter? The owner of that skewered meat shop closed early today. Their household lacks a man, leaving only the old lady and old man behind, with no knowledge of where the man has gone. Fu Matsi, sipping his drink and munching on peanuts, implied he desired some money to spend. The noodle shop owner had always looked down upon this brother-in-law, who was idle and troublesome. Yet he proved somewhat useful in these affairs. However, his insatiable greed for money time and again was unreasonable. They were merely ordinary merchants, not a source of endless funds for him, with so many subordinates. Fu Matsi was aware that his brother-in-law held him in disdain, yet it mattered little. Currently, it was his brother-in-law who sought his favor, not the other way around. You understand, if there are too many people, how could the owner be afraid? With a crowd, it leads to disruptions. As he spoke, one of Fu Matsi's companions entered. Brother Matsi, the owner of that skewered meat shop has not closed. They are indeed open for business. What? They dare deceive me? Fu Matsi, accompanied by his gang, marched over. Little Zhao, spotting the group approaching menacingly, hurriedly urged the patrons to leave. Once Fu Matsi entered, the shop was devoid of customers. They settled down, but before they could utter a word, Wen Tingzhi approached. "Ah, why have you returned? I clearly stated that the shop is closed today. Please leave promptly." "Closed? I distinctly saw you serve a few customers after I left." "Those are no customers, merely relatives from the countryside seeking favors. I assure you, we are indeed closing." Fu Matsi, still skeptical, led his brothers outside. After all, if he instigated trouble, the proprietor might report him, which would not bode well. Should a report be made, both the accuser and the accused would receive 10 lashes. One must tread carefully to avoid such a fate. "Boss, if you continue to toy with him, he may become incensed." "Fear not. I would rather he be angry." Lin Suihua and Wonder returned to Dave Village early that day, feeling reassured upon Song Li's return. Fu Matsi, however, did not stray far, concealing himself in a corner to observe quietly. Indeed, when Tingzhi had deceived him, the shop had not closed at all. Furious, he felt utterly disregarded. He stormed in with a group, abandoning any pretense of civility. "What do you mean by this? Are you attempting to deceive me? If you refuse to close the door, do not blame me for my rudeness." With a wave of his hand, a few of his companions began to upend tables. Calmly observing their antics, Wen Tingzhi retrieved a bow and arrow from the side. The arrows were wooden and incapable of causing fatal harm. With a swift whoosh, an arrow grazed past Fu Matsi's ear, severing a lock of his hair. Wen Tingzhi regarded them coldly, continuing to knock arrows and aim at the others. "Are you insane?" Fu Matsi trembled slightly. Wen Tingzhi smirked. "What's the matter? Is it permissible for you to cause trouble while we are not allowed to retaliate?" He continued to shoot arrows, and after several shots, his adversaries dared not move. "Go back and inform the noodle shop owner that if he sends you to create a ruckus, I certainly have a means to retaliate." Surrounded by arrows shot by Wen Tingzhi, Fu Matsi was taken aback by the fearlessness of a young man standing against their group of thugs. Rather than showing fear, he seemed to provoke them deliberately, showcasing impressive archery skills. "Fine, just wait." In a bid to salvage his dignity, he left after issuing a threatening remark. With such a commotion, Song Li, not one to be oblivious, was wide awake. He watched with admiration as Tingzhi maintained his composure while shooting arrows. Having been a hunter himself, he recognized the skill in Tingzhi's archery, pondering how the young man had acquired such talents. "Tingzhi, how are you so formidable? Who are these people, and why haven't you informed me?" Song Li approached and retrieved the arrows from the wall, neatly handing them back to Tingzhi. "Boss, that was incredibly impressive," Zhao exclaimed, giving a thumbs up in admiration. Song Li shot him a look, attempting to shield Tingzhi from his excessive praise. "You've only just returned. What is the point of telling you? It's merely a group of thugs causing trouble here. If they dare return," Wen Tingzhi chuckled softly, confident in his ability to deal with them. He had no intention of disrupting business in the establishment, yet these individuals had overstepped their bounds. "All right, Tingzhi, while you are certainly capable of handling many situations, please do share with me as well. Otherwise, I will be concerned." From initially keeping his thoughts to himself, Song Li had grown more vocal. Wen Tingzhi affectionately ruffled his long hair, responding gently, "All right." Meanwhile, the noodle shop owner and his wife had become aware of the unfolding events. Fuming, Fu Matsi paced the room, feeling embarrassed for having been intimidated by a mere boy. Contemplating his next move, his expression darkened. The noodle shop owner asked, "What are we to do now? If Fu Matsi is afraid of him, shall we simply watch his business prosper?" Realizing that Tingzhi was a resilient force, he decided to send a few individuals to the shop to cause trouble and ruin its reputation. "Let us proceed with this plan. If they refuse to leave, then we shall. We've been here for many years. They should understand the order of precedence." When Tingzhi had indeed infringed upon their interests, and their resistance was all too predictable. Chapter 78. Transforming into an unloved young husband. 28. After a few days of tranquility in the shop, when Tingzhi believed they had relinquished their grievances. However, to his astonishment, this morning the establishment was bustling with patrons, the fragrant steam of spicy skewers wafting through the air. A man, clutching his abdomen, perspired profusely. "Oh, the pain! Is there something amiss with your spicy skewers, owner?" He set down his chopsticks, his brow furrowed in distress. Shortly thereafter, another woman echoed his sentiments, pressing her belly and exclaiming her discomfort. "Owner, what is going on? This is my first meal of the day. Why is my stomach hurting so much? Surely, this isn't food that was prepared last night." Anxiety is contagious. Upon hearing the complaints, others who had previously felt well began to doubt their own condition, instinctively questioning whether the spicy skewers were at fault. "Owner, how do you conduct your business? You must provide an explanation, or I will ensure your establishment cannot continue to operate." Such tactics, while common, hold little weight in the modern age. Given the surveillance of cameras in establishments and the option to seek medical attention to ascertain the cause of their ailments. Yet in ancient times, a mere bout of indigestion could tarnish one's reputation irrevocably, leading to a loss of patrons. Let us first consult the physician to determine the cause. When Tingzhi maintained his composure, knowing that if he faltered, these individuals would only become emboldened. "I consume the same dish and feel no ill effects. Perhaps your constitution is simply weaker." Even those who were not experiencing discomfort were hesitant to continue eating. When Tingzhi addressed the crowd with conviction, "I understand your concerns. Today, your meal is on the house. Let us escort these two to the physician, and I shall share a portion with my fellow staff members." He added, "We have 6 individuals here. Let us see if anyone else suffers." The owner's unwavering confidence instilled a hint of doubt among the patrons, leading them to ponder if perhaps the 2 individuals were merely unfortunate. Song Li, frowning, took a hearty bite of his spicy skewers, joined by 2 laborers and Lin Soa, alongside Wen Tingzhi, all indulging in the dish without any adverse reactions. Many followed to the physician, who stroked his beard and remarked that it appeared they had merely consumed something unwholesome. The others looked at Tingzhi in disbelief as the man and woman, having taken medicine that alleviated their discomfort, turned to him with reproach. "You must provide us with an explanation today. Otherwise, my family and I will come to disturb you daily, leaving you in unrest. Will you compensate us?" The man shook his head. "How can you continue to operate after serving food that causes such distress? Close your doors." The woman chimed in, "Indeed, you heartless owner, serving us spoiled food. Had we not dined in your establishment, we would have assumed it was something we consumed at home." Their coordinated outcry, one taking on the role of the villain while the other played the innocent, drew not only the patrons, but also a crowd of onlookers. Lin Suihua was in a state of panic. What are we to do? Wen Dajing, an ordinary citizen, was equally at a loss, unsure of how to proceed. "So many have eaten our food, yet only the 2 of you are unwell. It is truly peculiar." At that moment, Zhou Chunqiao, having heard of the commotion, squeezed his way into the scene. "I am acquainted with this gentleman, who happens to be my youngest son's partner. He is indeed a man of ill repute, having once served me spoiled food that caused me to suffer from a severe bout of diarrhea." Zhou Chunqiao, with his fervent oaths and pitiful demeanor, has managed to convince quite a number of people. Song Li shot a cold glare at Zhou Chunqiao, contemplating whether this man could do anything other than create trouble. He truly wished to shoot Zhou Chunqiao with a single arrow. The man, feeling emboldened by the support he received, exclaimed, "Ah, so you have always been this sort of person. Leave and shut the door behind you." Song Li stepped forward, his tone icy. suggesting that they should report the matter to the authorities. "Are you certain you wish to involve the authorities?" Both the man and woman appeared flustered, as did the couple who ran the noodle shop, for they had never anticipated Song Li would propose such a course of action. "Tinggur, do not be afraid. I will take the punishment. I am unafraid." Wen Tingzhi furrowed his brow, aware that there were far better ways to handle the situation, such as addressing the noodle shop owners privately. While they might not admit their wrongdoing, their fear of repercussions would be palpable, and he could easily send someone to keep watch at their establishment. Violence could only be met with violence in dealing with individuals of such character. However, if their reputation were tarnished, their business would suffer irreparable harm. Reporting to the authorities would be a challenge, as the cause of his stomach pains would be difficult to ascertain and would require evidence. When Tingzhi licked his lips, casting a cold, piercing gaze at the two who had slandered him, as well as at Zhou Chunqiao, who stood aloof, and the noodle shop couple who were merely spectators. Reporting to the authorities? Even if this matter reaches the magistrate, I have every right to do so, as I fell ill after consuming food at your establishment. The man no longer wished for Wen Tingzhi to leave. The prospect of involving the magistrate was something he dared not contemplate. He merely sought to extort a bit of money without entangling himself with the government. "If you compensate me a little, I shall consider the matter resolved." The woman chimed in, echoing, yes, just offer some compensation. The situation had escalated to such an extent that failing to approach the authorities would cast a long shadow over their reputation. Who would want to dine on their spicy hot pot after such an incident? Even if they pivoted to another food venture, skepticism would linger unless they introduced something entirely novel that did not require tasting. "Report it to the authorities," Wen Tingzhi declared, leading Song Li towards the government office. Naturally, the growing spectacle attracted the crowd of onlookers who followed suit. The man and woman exchanged glances, uncertain of how to proceed, while the noodle shop owner indicated a number to them. They reluctantly nodded. At this point, they had no choice but to comply. As long as they could firmly assert that the illness was due to their food, the magistrate would find it difficult to hold them accountable. Could they possibly dissect them to ascertain what had been consumed? At the government office's entrance, a throng of people had gathered. Song Li took a step forward to drum up the crowd. "Tinggur, is this truly wise? That could result in 10 lashes. The authorities are merciless, and each strike will be painfully real. Indeed, I have heard that those who are punished end up bloodied and bruised, unable to rise from their beds for half a month. Fear not, dear parents. Song Li has a plan." He understood Wen Tingzhi's concerns and had reassured him along the way. They had chosen the day for their commotion rather cleverly. It happened to coincide with the day students received their rankings, and given that the prefecture was not too far, those reporting their ranks would be riding horses, ensuring a swift arrival. Calculating the time, they likely had just entered the official residence when news would soon arrive. It was this very reason that when Tingzhi consented to Song Li's actions, hoping for the swift arrival of the messenger. What transpires outside? The county magistrate stepped out, and the clerk leaned in to whisper in his ear. "So many spectators? Very well. Let them in to speak. I shall discern the truth of the matter." A group entered, with the constable brandishing a stick and calling out authoritatively. "Who does the county magistrate accuse? What grievances do you bear?" Song Li, lifting his robe, knelt and proclaimed, "Esteemed magistrate, I, the commoner Song Li, wish to accuse lead.Wen and Wu Enyang. However, he proposed that each receive 10 strokes." Chapter 79. Dressed as an unloved young husband, 29, lead.Wen, a robust man, gazed at the bench, his legs trembling alongside the constable standing nearby. As for Wu Enyang, being a woman, her situation was even more precarious. A man could endure 10 strokes and still lie in bed for a fortnight. What would become of her if she were to receive the same punishment? There were indeed those who had perished from such beatings, and Wu Enyang felt a pang of regret. No amount of money could restore a lost life. As Song Li reclined on the bench, the constable raised his stick to strike when the clerk approached the magistrate and whispered a few words. "Is this true?" "Indeed, it is as I say. Just outside the door." The magistrate quickly called for a halt, the constable bewildered but stepping aside at the magistrate's command. Song Li surmised that the messenger had arrived. Enduring a few strikes was inconsequential to him, yet he feared that Tinggu might feel remorseful on his behalf, and he wished to spare him that distress. The constable, likely encountering such a scenario for the first time, inquired, "Where is Song Li?" "Here." Song Li stepped forward as the constable unfurled the scroll. "The results of the scholar examination have been announced. You have achieved the top score and may enter the local academy or the provincial school. The clerk has reviewed your answers and holds you in high regard, thus presenting you with this brush as encouragement." "Thank you." With calm eyes, Song Li accepted the brush. The constable clasped his fists in salute to the magistrate and departed to deliver the news elsewhere. Not 2 steps out, he was halted by a voice. "Sir, I am Song Li's husband. Thank you for delivering the message. Please accept this token for tea to quench your thirst." The constable accepted it with a smile, understanding well the reason for their enjoyment of such tasks. Despite the arduous journey, every household that succeeded in the examinations would offer a token of gratitude. Wen Tingzhi exhaled in relief. The messenger had arrived just in time, for the punishment was about to be meted out to Song Li. Top scholar? My goodness! One would not expect such scholarly prowess from this man. How could he engage in such actions, which would surely tarnish his reputation? The crowd murmured, and the couple running the noodle shop, standing at the periphery, felt a chill at their remarks. lead.Wen and Wu Earnyang exchanged glances, wary of incurring the ire of a scholar. Since Song Li had already attained the status of a scholar and was the top scorer, there was no need for him to face punishment. Instead, lead.Wen and Wu Earnyang should each receive 10 strokes. Wu Earnyang swallowed hard, her fear mounting at the sight of the constable's stick, thick as a thigh. It could very well be fatal. "Hurry up!" Perceiving their hesitation, the magistrate urged, and the constable stepped forward to seize the two. The county magistrate gazed at Song Li with admiration. Having learned from the scribe that Song Li had never attended any formal school nor had any mentors, he had likely achieved success through self-study. Not only had he passed the preliminary examination, but he had also secured the top position. He received commendations from several examiners and scholars within the city. Had he pursued formal education, he might have obtained even greater accolades. This was indeed a testament to his achievements, emerging from the humble village of Xiaohe. Should he rise to prominence in the future, he would surely remember the kindness shown to him. Meanwhile, the constables dragged Wu Earnyang and lead.Wen towards the bench, with Wu Earnyang collapsing weakly to the ground. "I beg you, please don't beat me. I didn't eat their food and suffer from stomachache. It was intentional." As Wu Earnyang edged closer to the bench, her fear intensified, and she could almost sense the metallic tang of blood emanating from the constable's clubs. "Oh, then explain why you acted thus." Before the magistrate, Wu Earnyang dared not deceive any longer. She knelt and confessed that the noodle shop owner had paid her to feign illness at the skewer shop, hoping to drive away customers and disrupt their business. Her stomach ache resulted from having taken medicine that induced such discomfort before visiting the skewer shop. In the bitter cold of winter, the noodle shop couple had been sweating profusely. Just as they attempted to slip away unnoticed, they were spotted by a vigilant onlooker. "Your Honor, they are here. Bring them forward." The magistrate banged his hand on the table. The noodle shop couple trembled in fear, not daring to look up at the magistrate as they were brought forth. Song Li, elucidate the matter at hand. As Song Li prepared to kneel, he was halted. "No need to kneel. You are both a scholar and possess some reputation. Stand and speak." "Your Honor, my husband runs a skewer shop that has been thriving. The couple across from us operates a noodle shop, and not long ago, while I was participating in the preliminary examination, they sent a group of ruffians to our establishment to intimidate customers. Today, they dispatched individuals to feign illness in hopes of sabotaging our business. I implore your honor to restore our honor." lead.Wen was taken aback by Wu Earnyang's quick confession. Now even the noodle shop couple had been summoned. His struggles seemed futile. Kneeling on the ground, he proclaimed loudly, "Your Honor, I was also manipulated by them. In a moment of folly, I thought of my starving elderly mother and my crying children. Lacking any means, I was deceived by the noodle shop owner." The noodle shop couple buried their heads almost to the ground, while the villagers pointed fingers at them. The noodle shop owner felt as though his spine was being pierced. "You two confessed truthfully. Did you or did you not? If not, how can you prove it?" The noodle shop owner realized he had no choice but to admit guilt. Many patrons had seen his brother-in-law, Fu Matzi, frequent the skewer shop for several days. A simple inquiry could reveal that Fu Matzi was indeed his wife's brother. Neither party knew if the other held any incriminating evidence. The noodle shop owner nodded. Your Honor, it was a moment of poor judgment. Very well. In business, integrity is paramount. How could you resort to such despicable tactics? Guards, close the shop and take all of them into custody. Song Li clasped his hands before the county magistrate, exclaiming, Your Excellency, you are truly wise and valiant, restoring my honor. This is what I ought to do, replied the magistrate. Where is the news? Song Tianming paced restlessly in the courtyard, his gaze frequently darting toward the village entrance. What are you watching for? Xia He inquired as she emerged from the house. Isn't today the day of the scholars' results? Why has no one brought tidings? This delay is intolerable. When they do arrive, I shall certainly admonish them. Song Tianming envisioned the messenger congratulating him, the villagers regarding him with admiration, while Tinggu'er would be filled with regret for his past decisions. Just as he indulged in these pleasant fantasies, Zhou Chunqiao hurried back from town. Tianming, is there any news? None yet. They are likely still en route, he replied. Zhou Chunqiao's expression darkened. On the road? I suspect you have failed. Those who passed have already been notified in town. Do you know who the top scholar is? Xia He, initially buoyed by Song Tianming's confidence, grew anxious upon hearing her mother's words. Who is it? Is there truly someone of such prowess in our town? I do not recall our tutor ever mentioning a top scholar. Song Tianming felt bewildered, unsure why Zhou Chunqiao was so agitated. The achievements of others should not concern them. I see you have wasted your education. It was folly to support you. The top scholar is your brother, Song Li. Impossible. Song Tianming recoiled in disbelief. Mother, if you are to deceive, at least conjure a credible name. Song Li has never set foot in a school. How could he possibly participate in the scholar's examination? Zhou Chunqiao, had she not witnessed it herself, would not have dared to believe it. The child whom they had never sent to school had somehow become a scholar, while her own son, who had diligently studied, had not succeeded for years. In comparison, her disappointment was profound. Had she treated Song Li better in the past, she too might now be the mother of scholar. Yet she understood that her actions today had irrevocably offended both Tinggu'er and Song Li. It would be fortunate if they did not reprimand her. The notion that they would show her any respect was far-fetched. Unfazed, Song Tianming waited at the door all day without receiving news, his spirits crushed as he retreated to his room. It is your fault. They all say Tinggu'er is a lucky star. Since marrying Song Li, he has thrived in business, and now Song Li has become a scholar. Why can't I achieve the same? He seized Xiagu'er by the arms and shook him vehemently. Tell me why. Why did you marry me? And why are you not a lucky star for me? You should be bringing me fortune. Xia thought him mad. Did he not comprehend why he had failed the examination? Blaming her, invoking luck and misfortune, she believed these were mere fables spun by those around them. You are nothing but a worthless fool. It is no wonder Tinggu'er looks down upon you. With a cold demeanor, he shoved Song Tianming aside and climbed into bed, determining that he would not be beholden to the whims of the Song family. Song Li was indeed remarkable. Lin Suihua patted his shoulder, saying, You are truly outstanding. You cannot imagine how their faces fell upon hearing you are the top scholar. She chuckled. We must celebrate this momentous occasion. Dazing, go fetch a bottle of fine wine. Today, the shop remains closed, and thus, Zhao and she have returned home early, granting themselves a brief respite. The family of four settled in the shop, and this matter was resolved without much peril. Wen Tingzhi leaned against Song Li's shoulder while their mother busied herself in the kitchen, preparing to whip up a few of her signature dishes. And their father had gone off to procure some wine. Only the two of them remained in the room. Song Li gently brushed the tip of his nose and asked, What troubles you? It is truly wonderful to have you around. With a soft smile, Song Li replied, It will only get better. He patted Ting's back, urging him to dismiss his worries, for the issue had already been settled. Should I pursue my studies in the town or in the capital? The local academy is where Song Tianming studied, while the capital lies farther afield. In my opinion, the capital would be more beneficial, as the scholars there possess greater expertise. And you would also meet more like-minded friends, suggested Wen Tingzhi. But what about the spicy hot pot in town? Song Li inquired. Ting chuckled. Our parents have assisted us so much. Mother has mastered the process, so let them handle it. Once we reach the capital, we can seek new ventures. We have also saved a considerable sum. In that case, let us postpone renting a larger space for the hot pot until they settle in the capital, Songli agreed. Dinner is ready, Lin Suihua called out. Coming, Wen Tingzhi responded. After the family of four enjoyed a hearty meal, Wen Tingzhi shared their plans with their parents. You can rest assured, son-in-law, your father and I will manage the hot pot business diligently, Lin Suihua assured them. She encouraged them to go, suggesting they return to visit when time allows. A son must strive for academic success, Wen Dajing added, since the family supported their pursuit of education in the capital. Songli needed to prepare early and consider renting a place near the academy. The following day, they would return to the countryside, and he intended to inform the village head about Song Li's success in the imperial examinations, entrusting him to keep an eye on their thatched cottage to prevent others from occupying it. He also wished to address Zhou Chunhua, as it had been over a month since he had last checked on him. The next morning, Wen Tingzhi and Song Li made their way back to Xiahe village in a donkey cart, braving the chill of a winter morning. Wen Tingzhi was bundled up warmly, huddled together with earmuffs on his ears and gloves on his hands, for the biting wind on the cart might very well lead to a cold. Upon reaching Xia village, Song Li took Ting to visit the village head, whose home was considered the most prosperous in the area, with blue bricks and black tiles. Even the ground was paved with stones, ensuring that rain did not turn the interior into a muddy mess. Ah, Song Li has arrived, the village head exclaimed, his excitement akin to that of meeting a celebrated figure. Indeed, our Xia village has produced a scholar after so many years, and the top one at that. Wife, quickly bring some tea. The village head was noticeably more reserved with Ting, merely nodding in acknowledgement while hastily inviting Song Li to enjoy tea and pastries. Out of respect, Song Li partook in some refreshments. I have come to request your assistance in keeping an eye on the thatched cottage to prevent it from being occupied. Should it collapse due to rain, I would appreciate a heads up, he said. Of course. Are you planning to study in the town or the capital? The capital, Song Li replied. For if it were the town, I would not trouble you with such concerns. What a burden of concern this is. Ever since childhood, I have believed that you, my dear child, would achieve great things. With your tall and strong stature, you present yourself as an intellectual, yet your mother remains oblivious. The village chief uttered a few more words before they took their leave. Soon, the donkey cart came to a halt at the Song residence. You stay here. I shall go in, Song Li remarked, gently patting Wen Tingzhi's head. Wen Tingzhi nodded in agreement. All right, I will wait for you. The gate of the Song family was ajar, and Song Li entered without hesitation. Inside the hall, Zhou Chunchao was busy making insoles with Xia He. Upon seeing Song Li, Zhou Chunchao recoiled slightly, needle in hand. Song Dehai sat nearby, warming himself by the fire, while Song Tianming, likely absorbed in his studies, rushed out upon hearing the commotion. The previous day, Song Li had sent word to the village chief, and the entire village was now aware that he had excelled in the imperial examination, securing first place. Many began to draw comparisons between him and Song Li. Even Song Dehai and Zhou Chunchao could not suppress their regret. Even Xia Gur regarded him with disdain, his features seemingly unrecognizable. Yet, he had accomplished little and was ill-equipped to contend with the furious Xia Gur. Now, seeing Song Li, he seethed with resentment, glancing behind him, but did not spot Ting Gur. What brings you here? Zhou Chunchao swallowed nervously. With so many people present, Song Li would not dare to act. She reassured herself, yet shrank further as Song Li took a step forward. Mother, if you do not behave yourself, next time I shall not hesitate to demonstrate the hunting skills I acquired in the mountains. No, Song Li, I promise to be well-behaved and will not disturb you, and Tinger, she replied. After delivering his warning, Song Li prepared to leave. After all, Tinguer was still waiting outside. Wen Tingzhi caught sight of the tall and handsome Song Li, with a favorability score of 95 hovering above him. As for Song Tianming, no one understood why he had followed, yet his regret score had unknowingly risen to 85. Tinguer, Song Tianming called out in a tender and ambiguous tone. Expecting a reaction from Tinguer, but was met only with a dismissive lift of an eyelid and a curt "get lost." Chapter 81. Transformed into an unloved young husband. 31. In the capital, heavy snowflakes fell from the sky, blanketing the streets in a hushed white silence. Wen Tingzhi sat on the calm, wrapped in a quilt, dozing off, while Songli held him close with one arm and perused a book with the other. They had just arrived in the capital atop the donkey cart when they were greeted by this relentless snowfall, causing the vendors to vanish from the streets. In this bitter cold, Wen Tingzhi had no desire to seek out a house. All he wished for was a warm place to rest, enjoy a hot meal, and take a warm bath. Songli led Wen Tingzhi to their previous lodgings, knowing they must wait for the snowfall to cease before searching for accommodation. "Are you awake?" Songli inquired. Wen Tingzhi yawned, nodding against Songli. "Aren't you tired?" "Not at all. I'm alert, engrossed in my reading." "You do have remarkable energy." Wen Tingzhi yawned again, tears welling in his eyes, and before he could wipe them away, Songli cradled his face and licked them clean. Wen Tingzhi hesitated, sensing a hint of dissatisfaction in Songli's expression. "What is it? Do you wish for me to shed more tears for your consumption? Are you a pervert?" Unable to contain himself, he asked aloud. Songli touched his nose and pulled out a clean handkerchief from his pocket to wipe the cheeks of Tinggur. "Isn't it a waste to let it fall?" Songli lamented. "Besides, am I not allowed to taste your tears?" Unable to counter this peculiar argument, Wen Tingzhi waved his hand dismissively. "Tinggur, let us engage in something warm." Songli blinked at him, his hand already caressing his belly. "It's too cold. I don't want to." Wen Tingzhi refused. Songli nestled against his shoulder and neck, insisting, "No worries. We can do it under the covers. It'll be quite warm." "Tinggur, my husband, I beg you." Listening to Song Li's sticky voice, Wen Tingzhi could only marvel at the lengths this person would go for intimacy. "Then hurry up," he replied. In a swift motion, Song Li dove into the bed and stripped both of them of their garments. Indeed, it was warm beneath the covers. The heat brought Wen Tingzhi to tears, all of which Song Li eagerly licked away. "You're such a pervert," Wen Tingzhi murmured, scratching Song Li's back with force. The snow had stopped, yet the air remained bitterly cold. Wrapped in thick clothing, Wen Tingzhi and Song Li followed the realtor to view houses near the academy. They were not averse to renting something close, but the prices were exorbitantly steep. It was said that the area was filled with scholars, which naturally drove up the cost. The houses they viewed were mostly over a half-hour's walk from the academy. This distance was also to facilitate Wen Tingzhi's selling endeavors. He had yet to determine what to sell, but believed having a shop was better than none, just in case. After inspecting several properties, they finally settled on one. The realtor sighed in relief. In such cold weather, their greatest fear was encountering excessively picky clients who could spend all day without settling on a place, nitpicking every detail. This couple was already considered quick in their decision-making. When the time came to pay 6 months' rent, Wen Tingzhi felt a pang of regret. He was earning too little. Now, in the capital, he needed to earn more, especially if Song Li intended to pass the examinations. Upon moving into their newly rented home, Wen Tingzhi decided to take it easy for a while. Winter was simply too cold, and spring would bring better days. Song Li mentioned that the county exams would be held in summer, which was not far off. Registration for the academy was in 3 days, but formal classes would not commence until after the New Year's Eve. As the New Year's Eve quietly approached, Wen Tingzhi and Song Li decided not to return to Xiaohe village for the celebrations. They had no relatives there, and their parents had already written to them, assuring them not to worry. They promised to visit once settled and to bring their parents to enjoy some time with them. During this period, although Wen Tingzhi claimed he would relax and do nothing, he often ventured out whenever the weather permitted. Ultimately, he resolved to create lip balms and perfumes favored by women. These items had high profit margins, and as long as he produced quality goods, he would not lack customers. On New Year's Eve, Wen Tingzhi cooked while Song Li tended the fire. Even with just the two of them, the table was adorned with 6 dishes, quite a sumptuous feast. A dish of braised fish, a serving of sweet and sour ribs, a bowl of bone soup, a stir-fried selection of greens, along with chicken and duck. Delightful. Song Li took a bite and praised. Tinggur excels in everything he does. He must also strive harder on the path to academic success. On the day of enrollment at the academy, the instructor handed each student a book list, urging them to read these texts during their leisure time. During this period, Song Li diligently immersed himself in his studies from dawn till dusk, fearful of forgetting any crucial knowledge. He had not forgotten that the instructor mentioned an upcoming examination upon entering the academy, which would determine their placement in the classrooms A, B, C, and D based on rankings. If it's delicious, indulge a bit more, Wen Tingzhi said as he placed a piece of sweet and sour ribs into Song Li's bowl. It's New Year's Eve today. Take a proper rest and refrain from worrying about your studies. One must learn to balance work and relaxation. After the meal, they retrieved the firecrackers they had purchased earlier and set off a string outside the house. Soon, the air was filled with the crackling sounds of firecrackers. New Year had arrived. Wen Tingzhi, feeling warm, stretched his long, fair arm out from under the covers, only to be swiftly pulled back in by Song Li, who beckoned him to nestle closer. Song Li leaned down to plant another kiss on Wen Tingzhi's face. What is it? He teased. Stop dawdling. You're doing this on purpose. Wen Tingzhi playfully bit his arm, leaving a mark, to which Song Li remarked, Your teeth are quite impressive, very neat. Wen Tingzhi felt utterly exasperated. How could Song Li find something to praise in everything he did? Mother, what is this food? Song Tianming exclaimed, tossing his chopsticks aside. The table was scantily adorned, with only a bowl of chicken. The rest consisted of watery dishes. Is this the fare for New Year's Eve? Xiaohi, with downcast eyes, silently nibbled on the chicken, thinking it more productive to eat rather than argue. Do you think I want this? It's because you are so incompetent. I told you to stop studying, but you refused to listen. Zhou Chunqiao, equally frustrated, found it hard to eat, glaring at Xiaohi, who was savoring the meal with evident enjoyment. How'd I end up marrying such a jinx? Look at how well Ting Guder manages his household. And you? She scolded. You should just divorce him. Song Tianming uttered, earning a glare from Zhou Chunqiao. Did he truly believe their family had any wealth? If Xiaohi would be divorced, who would manage the household chores? Who would tend to the fields? The family's finances were too strained to consider marrying off another daughter. Previously, their New Year's Eve dinner was quite decent, all thanks to her shamelessness in procuring food from Song Li's household. They were merely waiting for Song Li to return from the mountain with some game to eat. Otherwise, they would not be enjoying such rich meals. Now that Song Li was absent, the family's provisions had diminished significantly, yet Song Tianming remained stubbornly committed to his studies, squandering their last resources on tuition fees. Do as you wish. Xiaohi put down her chopsticks after finishing half a bowl of chicken and went straight to her room. What a misfortune. Zhou Chunqiao slammed the table, glancing at Song Tianming and then at Song Dehai, who was eating as if starving. How could her fate be so harsh? Chapter 82. Transformed into an unloved young husband, 32. After the new year, Song Li donned a long robe to attend the academy, while Wen Tingzhi busied himself preparing lip balm and perfume. Compared to lip balm, the method for crafting perfume was somewhat more straightforward. In the realm of the Chao people, it is customary to employ fragrant balms or sachets to imbue oneself or one's garments with a delightful aroma. Wen Tingzhi harbored aspirations of crafting perfume, yet he found himself at a loss regarding the method of application and uncertain whether the local carpenter possessed the skills to create the instruments he envisioned. The containers for both the lip balm and the perfume were of paramount importance. Should they not meet his expectations, he would abandon the endeavor altogether. His interest in this craft stemmed from the presence of smartphones in the preceding two task worlds. He had developed a particular fondness for observing the intricate processes involved in such creations, which appeared both serene and therapeutic, captivating him for quite some time. While he retained a vague recollection of the general procedure, he was oblivious to the actual outcome of the production. The capital city bustled with far more vibrancy and prosperity than the town. As Wen Tingzhi strolled about, he stumbled upon a wooden craft shop. Inside, the trinkets were all exquisitely crafted and thoughtfully designed. After a brief examination, he approached the counter where the proprietor was diligently carving wood. The man looked up, setting aside his work. What is it? Have you found something you like? Wen Tingzhi shook his head and inquired whether he could create the item he had sketched. The carpenter would need to see the drawing to understand its essence. Although Wen Tingzhi's artistic skills were modest, they sufficed to convey a general idea. I wish to craft this from bamboo, allowing it to rotate and featuring a lid. He described the containers for the lip balm and perfume to the carpenter, who stroked his chin thoughtfully before declaring, "This should be relatively simple. However, the mechanism for dispensing the perfume may pose some challenges. I shall give it a try, though I cannot guarantee success." Wen Tingzhi provided a deposit, hopeful that if this craftsman succeeded, he would not need to seek out others. After purchasing the ingredients for the perfume and lip balm, he commenced a series of experiments. Despite the simplicity of the steps involved, the results consistently fell short of his expectations. Taking a deep breath to steady his patience, he continued his efforts. At last, he succeeded in creating the lip balm, which he placed in a small wooden box. Dipping his fingertip into the balm, he applied a delicate layer to his lips. Seated before a copper mirror, his already fair complexion appeared even more radiant with the application of the balm, each movement imbued with a captivating allure. Overall, he was quite pleased with the hue, deeming it perfect for everyday wear. Just as he intended to wash it off with some water, the door swung open, and Song Li returned from school. Wen Tingzhi felt a wave of dread. "Tingzhi, why have you applied lip balm? It looks beautiful." Song Li, momentarily taken aback, tossed his cloth bag onto the bed and approached him directly. "Tingzhi." He cradled Wen Tingzhi's face and leaned down, pressing his lips against his, inadvertently smearing the balm onto his own. With a soft gasp, Wen Tingzhi parted his lips, allowing Song Li to explore his mouth. After thoroughly savoring the taste, Song Li continued to kiss and nibble at his lips until all the balm had vanished. "Let us go to bed, Tingzhi," he said, playfully shaking Wen Tingzhi's arm. "Those who indulge in affection find themselves the most fortunate." Wen Tingzhi nodded slightly in agreement. Indeed, their intimate encounters often diverted them from their responsibilities. Having spent the previous night in bed, he found himself utterly enraptured by Song Li's advances, leaving him devoid of the energy to continue his work on the lip balm and perfume. Instead, Song Li had read for a while before succumbing to slumber, and by the time he awoke, Song Li had already departed for school. If this pattern persisted, both of their healths would inevitably suffer. When Tingzhi stretched lazily, only to feel a twinge of pain in his waist, he lifted his garment to inspect the marks left by fingers across his abdomen, a sight too disheartening to endure. After resting for the entirety of the morning, he ventured to experiment with several other colors. Following this, he turned his attention to perfume, which proved less complex than lip balm. After a few unsuccessful attempts, he finally concocted a fragrance that pleased him. He envisioned a series of perfumes inspired by the four gentlemen: plum, orchid, bamboo, and chrysanthemum, alongside fruity, floral, and seasonal variations. Fragrance collections tended to attract greater admiration. As time slipped away, he resolved to visit the carpenter and, simultaneously, to collect Song Li from school. "Boss, is it ready?" The carpenter, wiping sawdust from his hands, retrieved a lip balm container and a perfume bottle from the cabinet. "Is this to your liking?" The pride in the boss's tone was palpable. Wen Tingzhi took the lip balm container, gently rotating it before sealing it. Indeed, it is satisfactory." He then examined the perfume container, which had already been filled with water. Upon pressing it, a fine mist erupted. "This will suffice. I am quite pleased." After settling the payment, he contemplated placing custom orders. One portion would remain simple and unadorned, suitable for modest young women and their suitors. The other portion, however, he instructed the carpenter to embellish with carvings of flora and fauna, lending it a more opulent appearance for the affluent and noble families. Having given his instructions, Wen Tingzhi exited the shop with a buoyant spirit, purchasing 2 meat pies along the way. After savoring one, he arrived at the entrance of Song Li's academy just in time. He paused, and soon a throng of scholars descended the stairs, many of whom lingered their gazes on Wen Tingzhi's visage. What a strikingly handsome fellow! Song Li, eyes cast downward, expressed no interest in the beautiful gentleman, dismissing him as inconsequential compared to the allure of his own suitor. His companion smirked, aware that Song Li was already married, yet found it only natural to admire attractiveness. Unlike Song Li, who appeared wholly indifferent. As Wen Tingzhi brushed past Song Li and his companion, he called out to him. He had anticipated that Song Li would notice him, but the latter remained oblivious, his gaze fixed on the ground, nearly passing by without recognition. Tingya? Song Li looked up, disbelief etched on his face. What brings you here? Have you been waiting long? My hands are freezing. His companion was taken aback for a moment. So this was Song Li's husband? No wonder Song Li had shown no interest in other handsome men. He harbored a celestial being at home. Wen Tingzhi tugged gently at Song Li's hand, who then introduced his companion and subsequently presented Wen Tingzhi. After exchanging pleasantries, the two made their way home. Here, I brought you a meat pie. It is truly delicious. Wen Tingzhi offered it, still warm from his embrace. Song Li took a bite, nodding in approval. He removed his gloves and placed them on Wen Tingzhi's hands, which still retained Song Li's warmth, as Wen Tingzhi leaned contentedly against him. Upon returning home, Wen Tingzhi eagerly desired to share his successful creation of perfume with Song Li. Song Li took a careful whiff, detecting a faint fragrance reminiscent of plum blossoms. It was delightful. He gave a thumbs up to Tingguer and affectionately kissed his forehead. How are you so talented, Tingguer? I really like you. I like you too. Chapter 83. Transformed into an unloved young husband. 33. What is this? The illiterate young husband frowned as he gazed at the sign bearing the shop's name. Tingad Cosmetics all kinherte literote person responded. Cosmetics? What is that? They were all locals or individuals who frequented the area for shopping, drawn by the sound of firecrackers, which typically heralded a new shop opening. They came to join in the festivities and hoped to find some bargains. However, the term cosmetics was unfamiliar to them. They had become somewhat literate from observing shop signs in the vicinity. Otherwise, they would not have needed to inquire about the characters. When Tingzhi beamed at the crowd gathered in front of the shop, his eyes crinkling in delight. He had deliberately chosen the day when Song Li's academy was on break, knowing that he might need assistance. Welcome everyone to our store. We offer lip balm and perfume, available for free trials. Come and experience it. Although he felt a bit shy, he was willing to put himself out there for the sake of profit. Meanwhile, Song Li quietly wiped the table, avoiding eye contact with the onlooking gentlemen and ladies. I want to try that lip balm. A young gentleman was the first to step inside, glancing around curiously and quickly spotting the uniquely shaped items on the counter. Shopkeeper, what is this? Wen Tingzhi approached with warmth, explaining, this is lip balm. Lip balm? How intriguing. This is my first time seeing such packaging. How does one use it? Wen Tingzhi took out a tube of lip balm intended for demonstration, unscrewing the cap with care. You simply apply it directly to your lips. You can try it out. He retrieved a cotton swab, dipped it in the lip balm, and applied it to the young gentleman's lips. A crowd gathered to watch, intrigued by the novelty. This is so convenient, exclaimed one onlooker. Indeed, it's very convenient. No need to use your fingers, and it's compact and exquisite. The young gentleman pursed his lips and approached a copper mirror. This lip balm has a lovely color. He adored beauty and loved experimenting with his appearance. He had tried various lip balms, but the colors he favored were either too expensive or unsuitable for daily wear. However, this color was perfect and he was overjoyed. How much is this, boss? The other patrons turned their gazes toward the young gentleman, admiring the appealing hue. They were eager to try it themselves since there was no cost for a trial. On our opening day, our lip balm is 100 coins per tube, and we will include a small bottle of perfume as a gift. Though the young gentleman felt a twinge of regret at the price, it remained within his budget. And what is this perfume? Wen Tingzhi produced a bottle of perfume and unscrewed the cap. You can spray this directly on yourself. Take a whiff. Not only the young gentleman, but also those surrounding him caught a whiff of the fragrance. This scent is delightful, reminiscent of peaches, sweet yet not cloying. Indeed, whether it is a spray or a simple application, this is certainly more convenient than aromatic balms. The proprietor possesses a truly imaginative spirit. Naturally, inquiries about the price of the perfume arose, to which Wen Tingzhi responded that it is priced at 151. On this inaugural day of business, a small box of lip balm is gifted with each purchase. Song Li stood aside, observing as Tinggu was surrounded by eager customers, the shop brimming with more patrons, all eager to partake in the experience. The first young gentleman was particularly pleased with both the lip balm and the perfume. However, he had not brought sufficient funds for such a purchase and opted solely for the lip balm. Fortunately, he still received a small vial of perfume as a gift. Once he departed, A considerable queue formed, eager to experience the offerings. Wen Tingzhi was bustling about, while Song Li took on the role of the cashier, collecting payments and packaging the items for the customers. Tingge instructed them on how to apply the lip balm and assisted in its application. By the end of the day, Wen Tingzhi had astonishingly sold out of both lip balm and perfume, leaving many disappointed who had come to purchase only to find the stock depleted. Wen Tingzhi lightly massaged his sore calves, shaking the box that was filled with copper coins and silver fragments. He had not anticipated that merely selling ordinary lip balm and perfume could yield such substantial profits. Yet he was eager not to miss out on the affluent clientele as well. Step by step, Song Li prepared warm water and placed it by his feet, removing his shoes and socks. Soaking his feet would provide some relief. "All right," Wen Tingzhi remarked as he opened the box of coins. "We shall count how much we have later." Song Li agreed, gently placing Wen Tingzhi's fair and delicate feet into the water, kneading the soles and insteps with care. Using a wooden tub that allowed for soaking up to his calves, he continued to massage, applying gentle pressure to his legs. "Is that comfortable?" Wen Tingzhi nodded, feeling both sore and relaxed. Song Li's massage techniques were indeed proficient. After soaking and being massaged by Song Li, he no longer felt as fatigued. The two of them perked up and began to count their earnings. Upon completion, Wen Tingzhi smiled broadly, and Song Li's eyes sparkled with delight. They had earned nearly 15 taels that day, and considering their costs, they had netted around 7 or 8 taels, a commendable sum. The stock had not been entirely depleted. Merely the items displayed on the counter had sold out. He would need customers again tomorrow. Those who missed out today would surely return. As long as the shop remained busy, it would continue to attract new patrons. He yearned for more people to discover his lip balm and perfume. However, the inventory was indeed limited, and he and Song Li had prepared a considerable amount. With their newfound proficiency, they worked efficiently, ensuring sufficient stock for tomorrow while reserving some for the day after. As they concluded their tasks, Wen Tingzhi and Song Li decided to retire for the night. Song Li's broad, warm hands, slightly roughened, gently caressed Wen Tingzhi's back. Wen Tingzhi tilted his head back, the graceful curve of his neck and chin prompting Song Li to lean in for a kiss. "Don't nibble on my Adam's apple," he laughed, patting Song Li's shoulder, feeling the sensitive area beneath his lips. After a brief moment of playful teasing, Song Li released him and reached for the fragrant balm nearby. The night stretched long, and the bedroom was filled with a vibrant spring ambience. The following morning, Song Li rose early, preparing porridge and chopping vegetables to cook. He placed a kiss on Wen Tingzhi's forehead before departing with a bundle on his back. Upon arriving at the academy and taking a seat, a companion wrinkled his nose and remarked, "Song Li, have you taken to wearing scented balm as well? Which shop did you acquire it from? It has a rather delightful fragrance." Song Li lowered his gaze and inhaled the scent from his clothing. "This is the plum blossom perfume crafted by Tingge. You should give it a try. My husband has developed this plum blossom fragrance." The academy was filled with scholars, proud and aloof individuals. Most of those who came here to study hailed from affluent backgrounds or were exceptionally gifted, often exempt from miscellaneous tuition fees. Yet, nearly all of them indulged in perfume. "Would you like a try? Do you have any balm with you?" Curiosity piqued. The companion watched as Song Li retrieved a small vial from his cloth bag and sprayed it in his direction, instantly filling the classroom with the aroma of plum blossoms. "What is this? I have never encountered anything like it. This is perfume created by my husband. If you fancy it, you may purchase a bottle." The companion eagerly nodded. "I want it. After class, I will accompany you to your home." Song Li consented with a nod. When the teacher arrived, their conversation ceased. Unbeknownst to Song Li, her companion, who was quite sociable, began to boast about the plum-scented perfume, attracting many classmates who came to their home to buy the fragrance or to procure lip balm for their families. However, that is a tale for another time. Chapter 84. Transformed into an unloved young husband. 34. Life was flourishing splendidly. Upon arriving at Tingzhi's shop, Lin Suihua and Wen Dajing noticed a considerable line of customers. The shop had already employed 2 assistants, one to explain the lip balm and the other to discuss the perfume. Tinggu himself primarily focused on the production of these fragrances and balms. As the weather grew warmer, Wen Tingzhi's room became significantly cooler with the presence of ice blocks. Lin Suihua and Wen Dajing entered, letting out a sigh of relief. Father and mother, you have arrived. Business here is thriving, and we have earned quite a sum, Wen Tingzhi remarked, contemplating inviting Lin Suihua and Wen Dajing over for a visit. Indeed, your shop is remarkable, Lin Suihua praised, giving him a thumbs up. Is your husband still at the academy? Yes, they are about to take the scholar examination, so he has been returning later than usual. Lin Suihua waved her hand dismissively. It's all right as long as he studies diligently. Unsure of when Song Li would finish classes, Wen Tingzhi took Lin Suihua and Wen Dajing to a restaurant for a meal. Lin Suihua and Wen Dajing indulged heartily, wiping their greasy mouths and exclaiming how delicious the food was, which explained the large crowd. Whenever Wen Tingzhi felt disinclined to cook, he would treat himself to a meal here, as the taste was indeed quite good. After dining, Lin Suihua and Wen Dajing presented him with the account books from the spicy hot pot shop. Have you made a considerable profit? After you left, we received the funds and rented the adjacent shop. Business is booming, and upon returning to the countryside, I am greeted by throngs of admirers. The smile on Lin Suihua's face never waned. Tinggu was truly impressive, as the business flourished while her husband excelled in his studies. By the time Song Li returned home, night had fallen. He entered carrying a lantern and pushed open the door, finding his parents chatting and snacking on seeds with Tinggu. The moonlight poured into the courtyard, casting a serene glow that enhanced Tingzhi's tranquil beauty. I'm back. Lin Suihua began to rise, but Song Li quickly approached, placing the lantern aside. Mother, no need to stand. We are family. Very well, very well. Song Li called for his parents, placed the cloth bag into the bedroom, and joined the family of 4 on the stone bench, enjoying sunflower seeds and tea in a state of bliss. There was no need for anxiety. Wen Tingzhi rose early, preparing steamed buns and pancakes for Song Li. Today marked the examination day for the scholars, a 3-day event during which the candidates would remain diligently at the examination hall. I am fine. You take care at home. Wen Tingzhi nodded as he watched Song Li queue at the entrance for inspection. Once Song Li had entered the examination hall, disappearing from view, he returned to the shop, which had been thriving, and he relished in creating new products. The days of launching new items attracted the most customers, causing the shop to feel rather cramped. As for the lip balm and perfumes used by the affluent, he had also found a way to sell those, which proved to be quite lucrative. There were 2 long-term workers in the shop, and Wen Tingzhi cast a glance before retreating to the courtyard. When the crowd thinned, Chun Xiao exclaimed, "The business is indeed flourishing. It makes me envious." Lu Chao chuckled, being a young man yet to marry, with family circumstances not particularly favorable. The employer, recognizing his plight, had offered him work, and now his family's situation had improved significantly, allowing him to save some money as a dowry for himself. Chun Xia, unlike him, was a girl. Though her family was not overly wealthy, they possessed some assets. After working for a while, she often complained of hardships and fatigue. Yet she would never dare voice such sentiments in front of the employer for fear he might dismiss her. How is this made? Chun Xiao picked up a lip balm, marveling at how it had taken shape within the container, so beautifully crafted. She glanced back and inquired, I heard the employer is making lip balm in the courtyard. Should we sneak a peek? Lu Chao quietly arranged the lip balm and perfume, choosing not to respond. TCH, I was merely jesting. Look at you, taking it to heart. Naturally, Wen Tingzhi was unaware of the banter occurring within the shop as he shook a bottle, releasing a fragrant floral scent. He had deliberately created a fresh flower perfume that was quite popular in the city, made from lotus blossoms, with summer in full bloom. The lotus flowers in the pond were particularly vibrant and beautiful. Launching the lotus perfume now should yield good sales. During these days without Song Li at home, Wen Tingzhi found his solitary sleep much more comfortable, yet he missed Song Li. Song Li enjoyed sleeping while holding him tightly, wrapping around him with arms and legs. In winter, it was delightful, as Song Li was like a furnace providing warmth. In summer, however, it often led to sweating, and despite the presence of ice to cool the air, it could still be a bit stifling. Yet, if he suggested not sleeping in such a manner. Song Li would look at him with a pitiful gaze, silently pleading, which made his heart soften. 3 days swiftly passed, and Wen Tingzhi awaited Song Li at the entrance of the examination hall. Soon enough, he spotted Song Li, tall and robust, standing out amongst the scholars like a crane among chickens. The examination had finally concluded. Song Li stepped back a few paces, avoiding close contact, explaining, "I have an odor. I'll bathe upon returning home." Very well. When Tingzhi understood they were unable to bathe inside, he had prepared hot water for bathing before coming to fetch Song Li, eagerly anticipating the moment he could indulge in a warm bath, change into clean clothes, and enjoy a hearty meal together. Song Li has gone to take a bath, while Wen Tingzhi sits in the shop, perusing the account books. As the closing time of the store approaches, Chunxia has already tidied up and left, leaving only Lu Chao behind. "What is the matter?" When Tingzhi inquires. After much hesitation, Lu Chao steps forward. "Master, when we went out this afternoon, it seemed that Chunxia entered your room. I have a feeling she's curious about how lip balm and perfume are made. She has whispered a few things to me before." He fears that the master might think he is trying to undermine Chunxia and quickly assures him that he speaks the truth. "All right, I understand. You should head home quickly. Don't let your family worry." When Tingzhi's lip balm and perfume are both made in the house, just a few steps away from the shop, which is usually locked tightly. He surmises that even if Chunxia entered, she wouldn't see much. However, since Chunxia harbors such thoughts, he must find a reason to prevent her from continuing her work here. "Tingga?" Hearing Song Li call him, he hastily closes the door. Song Li is already bathed and changed into clean clothes and rushes over to embrace him. "Tingguer, I believe you are ready to become a scholar's husband." When Tingzhi narrows his eyes, embracing Song Li's neck, "Really?" "MHM." Song Li nods, kisses Wen Tingzhi on the lips, and pats his back. Wen Tingzhi obediently parts his lips. After kissing for a while, Song Li finally puts him down, and Wen Tingzhi heads to the kitchen to bring over the warm dishes. After sharing a meal with Song Li, they return to their room. After completing his scholar examination, Song Li can finally relax for a moment. Having not seen Wen Tingzhi for several days, his yearning for him becomes nearly unbearable. Just as Wen Tingzhi finishes bathing and enters the room, he is pounced upon by the eager Song Li, who tackles him onto the dressing table. Wen Tingzhi gazes at his reflection in the bronze mirror, his face blooming like a peach blossom. Chapter 85. Transformed into an unloved young husband. 35. A woman emerges from the room, questioning, "What is that sound? Why is there suddenly a commotion?" A man follows her out, glancing over. "It seems to be coming our way. Could it be that someone in our alley has passed the scholar examination? Is that true? Who among us is a scholar?" The sound of drums and gongs draws near. Wen Tingzhi wraps some broken silver in a red cloth, preparing it as a reward for the messenger. Last night, Song Li mentioned that they might learn of the examination results today. As the sounds grow louder, Wen Tingzhi and Song Li step outside to wait. A constable dismounts and asks, "Is this the residence of Scholar Song Li?" Song Li nods, "I am Song Li." The constable beams, "Congratulations, Scholar Song Li, for achieving the top score in this examination." Wen Tingzhi glances at Song Li, who only mentioned passing the examination, not that he was first. "Thank you for your efforts in delivering the news," Wen Tingzhi says, handing out some of the silver to each messenger, who smile even brighter. "It is our duty. We will proceed to inform other households." "All right," Wen Tingzhi nods. The alley is bustling with people, many gathered around Wen Tingzhi's shop. "Heavens, did you hear? He has passed the scholar examination." Upon hearing the jubilant sounds of drums and gongs, I am not blind. I am not merely a scholar, but also the head of the case. How fortunate it would be if a scholar could emerge from my own household. Wen Tingzhi beamed, proclaiming that anyone who made a purchase at the shop today would enjoy a discount. Many, attracted by the fact that Song Li was both a scholar and the head of the case, flocked into the store. Wen Tingzhi and Song Li made their way to the backyard. "You are quite capable, Song Li," remarked Wen Tingzhi. "Fortunately, I shall strive even harder to bring honor to my husband." With a shy smile, Song Li embraced Tingzhi, reveling in the fact that he could finally contribute something meaningful. They penned letters to their parents and the village head. When the letters arrived in Xiaohe village, the village head's eyes widened in astonishment. "What on earth has happened?" His wife inquired, emerging from the kitchen. Our Xiao village has produced a scholar, and not just any, but the head of the case. What a glorious achievement. Is that true? Is it a letter from Songli? The village head nodded and stepped outside, striking the gong hanging at his door. Many villagers, hearing the sound, hurried to the village head's home, for he seldom rang the gong without cause. What news from the town? They wondered. I don't know. It isn't tax season yet. Surely they aren't collecting early this year. That would be a headache. As they rushed toward the village head's residence, speculation ran rampant among the villagers. Zhou Chunqiao, accompanied by Xiaohe, set out, but many pretended not to notice them. Song Tianming had utterly lost the dignity of a scholar, having been caught in a brothel. Several laborers in the village witnessed the incident, leaving Song Tianming with no room for denial. Upon learning of this, his family erupted in an uproar. His husband's mother came to berate him and took Xiaohe away for several days. Ultimately, Zhou Chunqiao had to go and retrieve him. As it turned out, Xiaohe was with child. Now, Song Tianming dared not show his face, remaining at home every day and neglecting his studies at the academy. The tuition fees remained unrecovered, leading Zhou Chunqiao to languish in despair at home. What is it, village head? As the village head beamed with a radiant smile. The villagers speculated that it was not a matter of taxes. During tax collection, the village head's expression was typically grim, burdened by those who delayed or failed to pay. If the taxes went uncollected, the responsibility would fall squarely on him. There was not a trace of joy then, unlike the current beaming countenance. Even the village head's wife had joined in the laughter, indicating that this was indeed a momentous occasion. As the courtyard filled with villagers, the village head cleared his throat and announced that he had summoned everyone to share a piece of delightful news. Our village had produced a scholar, and not just any, but the top one. Fearing that some might not have heard clearly, the village head repeated the news. Instantly, the crowd erupted like boiling water. What? A scholar? Who? I have not heard of any family sending someone to take the scholar's exam. How could someone else's child be so remarkable? Upon hearing the village head's words, Zhou Chunqiao's pupils dilated, and he felt faint, nearly losing his balance. It cannot be Songli. Heavens, let not be Songli. Under the villagers' urging, the village head contentedly revealed the name, Songli. Who was the village head referring to? I cannot hear clearly, inquired Xiaohe. Xiaohe rolled her eyes, referring to Songli, her mother-in-law's youngest son. How could this be? Many onlookers turned their gazes, as Zhou Chunqiao was someone who should have evoked envy. However, everyone was well aware of her strained relationship with Songli. Even though Songli had passed the examination to become a scholar, it had little bearing on her. Numerous villagers pressed the village head with inquiries. Zhou Chunqiao had long since brought Xiaohe back home, and when Sondahai saw them, he inquired about the village head's news, but Zhou Chunqiao remained silent. It was Xiaohe who boldly revealed that Songli had indeed become a scholar. He could no longer harbor resentment towards Tinggu, as he was obliged to acknowledge that Tinggu possessed both talent and capability, managing to lead his own life to prosperity, even guiding Songli onto the path of education. In contrast, he himself was mired in a progressively dark trajectory. What nonsense are you spouting? How could Songli possibly pass the scholar's examination? After spending several days indoors, Song Tianming finally emerged to face the world. His complexion dark and haggard, a clear indication of several days without proper rest. The village head had indeed spoken of this matter. Not only had Songli passed, but he had also achieved the top score. If you doubt this, you may inquire with my mother. Song Tianming gripped the table, his expression one of despair. Why has this happened? Regret washed over him, a profound sense of remorse. The villagers all claimed that Tinggu was a harbinger of good fortune, and indeed, if he had married Tinggu, would he not now be the one celebrating his success as a scholar? He had transformed Songli, once a source of misfortune, into someone so fortunate. Had he married Tinggu, he would have been even more formidable. Song Tianming found himself consumed by regret, which manifested as a serious illness. Congratulations to the host for collecting Song Tianming's regret value at 100%. When Wen Tingzhi received this news, he was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that upon learning of Songli's success, Song Tianming's regret value would soar, reaching 100 in just a few days. A cause for celebration indeed. In the shop, only Lu Chao remained. Wen Tingzhi stepped out to assist, intending to recruit a few more individuals in due course. Song Li had returned to the academy to prepare for the upcoming provincial examination. Chen Xia had already been dismissed, and he had intentionally set aside some money in a box, calling Lu Chao to leave for errands, leaving Chen Xia alone in the shop. They hadn't ventured far. True to form, Chen Xia pilfered money from the shop and laid a layer of flour in the courtyard. Upon noticing Chen Xia's absence, he rushed inside and caught her red-handed. Chen Xia cursed Lu Chao a few times before leaving, fearing Wen Tingzhi might report her. Nothing of significance transpired, and time flowed swiftly like water. Seasons changed, and Song Li was preparing for the provincial examination. Chapter 86. Transformed into an unloved young husband, 36. Although it was Song Li's first provincial examination, his prior experience as a student and scholar alleviated his nerves. This time, however, was different. He would need to remain in the examination hall for 9 days and 6 nights. There would be a total of 3 sessions, each requiring 3 days and 2 nights within the examination hall. I shall wait for your return at home. Wen Tingzhi was en route in a horse-drawn carriage, and his cosmetic shop was flourishing to the extent that he had begun hiring individuals to produce items in batches, as he could no longer meet the demand alone. He also supplies other shops and even some vendors, allowing them to take cosmetics to various locations. After Song Li successfully passes the imperial examination, he plans to introduce iced beverages. Money, after all, is never in excess. Before departing, Song Li gently cupped Tingger's face and bestowed a lingering kiss upon his lips. For the sake of Tingger, he would diligently prepare for his studies. Wen Tingzhi looked at him with a gentle smile and stepped forward to plant a kiss on his lips, urging him to go on. Once Song Li entered the examination hall, Wen Tingzhi returned home in his carriage. They no longer resided behind the shop, but had rented a larger house. The reason for not purchasing a property was that Song Li was likely to pass the examination and continue to ascend further. At that point, the house would be left vacant, although it could be rented out. However, after some contemplation, Wen Tingzhi decided against it, opting instead to save more money to buy a house in the capital. He wondered whether Song Li would eventually hold an official position in the capital. Lost in thought, he soon arrived home. His parents had come from the town, taking a carriage that afternoon to visit them. As Wen Tingzhi showed them around their rented house, Lin Suihua was left speechless. Wen Dazheng, like a newly born child, found everything to be a novelty. Tingger, how much did this cost? It is simply too grand, Lin Suihua exclaimed, admiring the rockery and flowing water, while Wen Dazheng nodded in agreement. He had not anticipated that Tingger, a mere young boy, would possess such boldness and conduct business so successfully. Their family was now held in high esteem in the village. Even the villagers of Shaoa village had opened the ancestral hall to celebrate Song Li's achievement in passing the examination, and they sent someone to repair Song Li's thatched cottage. In contrast, the Zhou Chunchao family was not well regarded. Song Tianming neither pursued his studies nor sought work, relying on his family for support. Zhou Chuncao's affection for him had waned, and the household was filled with chaos and strife. As for Xiaohe, she had returned to her family's home to prepare for a second marriage. It was said that she had been pregnant, but was forced by Song Tianming to terminate the pregnancy. Xiaohe informed the village chief that she sought a divorce, threatening to buy poison the next day to eliminate everyone if they refused her request. Zhou Chunchao dared not gamble on the situation, especially since the look Xiaohe cast upon her was terrifying, making her afraid to sleep at night, convinced that Xiaohe would stand by her bedside with a knife, ready to strike. Hearing Lin Suihua recount the family's troubles, Wen Tingzhi merely smiled, as he was not particularly concerned. After all, Song Tianming's regret value had reached 100, and he had completed his task. However, Song Li's favorability remained at 97. Yet, Wen Tingzhi was not anxious. He had a suspicion as to why Song Li's favorability had not increased. Perhaps it was because he had casually suggested that Song Li should diligently study to achieve academic success and aim for the highest honors, such as becoming a top scholar. Though Song Li did not vocalize it, Wen Tingzhi understood that Song Li had taken those words to heart as a goal to strive for. Even though his parents had arrived by carriage, the journey had worn them out, so Wen Tingzhi guided them into the house to rest comfortably. After Ting Ge left, Lin Suihua caressed the intricately carved wooden bed and the exquisite set of furniture, including a cabinet and a dressing table. Such elegance is rarely seen in the countryside. Villagers typically have their clothing and bedding made from wood chopped from the mountains, which the carpenter fashions into large boxes for storage. The wood retains its natural hue, lacking the vibrant red of this beautiful furniture. She removed her shoes and sat on the bed, noticing a half-melted block of ice in the corner. No wonder it felt so cool upon entering. Ting Ge had prepared the ice well in advance. Indeed, our brother is truly worthy. He is worth more than countless men. Yes, I believe that regardless of what one is born into, a child's filial piety is of utmost importance. Look at Song Li. He is a man of character, and he has always treated us and Ting Ge with utmost respect. Lin Suihua nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth in that sentiment. Once when Tingzhi had settled his parents, he headed to the shop, which is now managed by Lu Chao. Upon seeing Wen Tingzhi enter, Lu Chao approached him. If it weren't for the support of the owner, he would never have attained the position of manager. Life at home has improved significantly, and he has managed to save a dowry, attracting numerous matchmakers who come to propose. He is no longer young and has considered several suitors before settling on the son of a rice merchant, a handsome young man of good character. Without the owner as patronage, he would not have had the opportunity to associate with families of such standing, as social status plays a crucial role in these matters. Rejections often occur before the matches are even considered due to disparities in status. In Lu Chao's heart, he holds the owner in the highest regard. On one occasion, he encountered Chunxia, who is now married, her hair styled as a womaness, her belly showing signs of pregnancy. Upon seeing him, Chunxia's eyes reflected suppressed resentment. She questioned whether he felt proud, suggesting that had he not reported her, he might have been the one in the manager's position now. Liu Gao medilis umai. For there are those who, after making a grave mistake, ponder the what-ifs. Yet, the truth remains that the choice was made, and there are no remedies for regret. Ah, I merely came to browse. You should attend to your duties, he said. Since Wen Tingzhi's arrival, several customers have been inquiring about new products. He responded with a smile, assuring them that new offerings would indeed be forthcoming, ones that would satisfy everyone. He plans to develop a concealer-type product, though bringing it to fruition presents its own challenges, so he refrained from disclosing the specifics to the customers. Content with the assurance of new merchandise. The patrons continued to peruse the lipsticks and perfumes on the shelves. With no issues in the shop, Wen Tingzhi decided to step outside. Now that he has money, it would be exhausting to manage everything himself. Upon exiting, he made his way directly to a restaurant, ordering a lavish spread to take home for Lin Suihua and Wen Dajing. They had made the journey, and it was only right that they enjoy a delightful meal together. The household had hired a few young servants, planning to have them accompany his parents on excursions during their stay. 3 days swiftly passed. Wen Tingzhi instructed the kitchen staff to prepare hot water and meals, as he was set to fetch Song Li home. Upon returning, Song Li took a bath and lay down on the bed, appearing utterly exhausted. After a day of rest at home, he immediately plunged into the second round of the 3-day, 2-night examination. Before long, the final 3-day, 2-night examination arrived. After 9 days, Song Li's provincial examination finally concluded, and Wen Tingzhi let out a sigh of relief. During these 9 days, Song Li visibly lost some weight, causing Wen Tingzhi to feel distressed. He was determined to treat Song Li to some nourishing delicacies. However, before he could provide any nourishment, Song Li, after a good sleep, pinned him down on the bed, consuming him entirely. Wen Tingzhi, your nourishment and my nourishment seem to differ significantly. Chapter 87. Transforming into an unloved young husband. 37. Lin Suihua and Wen Dajing chose not to leave the capital, waiting patiently for Song Li's examination results. Day and night. They longed for the news, and finally, it arrived. On the very first day that Song Li emerged from the examination hall, he informed Wen Tingzhi that he had performed quite well and would certainly not fail, considering Song Li's previous performances. Wen Tingzhi speculated that he should at least rank among the top 10. Thus he felt no anxiety. Having navigated this process several times, the family had already prepared silver coins wrapped in red cloth. The sounds of drums and gongs resonated outside the courtyard, attracting numerous onlookers from the vicinity. Wen Tingzhi retrieved several hundred copper coins from the money box, intending to distribute them to the crowd gathered to watch the festivities. When the door was knocked upon, Wen Tingzhi and Song Li stepped forward, followed closely by Lin Suihua and Wen Dajing. "My husband truly excels," Lin Suihua remarked, giving a thumbs up to Song Li's retreating figure, while Wen Dajing nodded vigorously in agreement. How many scholars there are! For a rising star to surpass the majority is already remarkable. Even if her husband did not succeed this time, they would not feel disheartened. However, witnessing his confidence made them feel somewhat more assured. At the entrance, the messenger, accompanied by a group of people, played drums and gongs, ceasing only when they emerged to announce the results. This time, the official, with a beaming smile, bent slightly and inquired, "May I ask who is Song Li, the Jinshi?" Stepping forward calmly, Song Li replied, "I am Song Li." His expression remained composed, devoid of any visible joy, which only deepened the official's admiration. "Look, no wonder he is the top scholar among the Jinshi. How many can remain so tranquil upon learning of their success? Congratulations, Scholar Song. Celebrations for Scholar Song. For you have emerged as the top scholar in this provincial examination." This announcement fell upon the crowd like a splash of boiling water. The news that Song Li had achieved such remarkable success was utterly astounding. Indeed, had it not been for the red mark on the man's forehead, one might have mistaken him for an ordinary scholar, for Song Li, tall and robust, was indeed a scholar. Truly, one should not judge by appearances, nor should the depths of a sea be measured in mere pints. Lin Suihua and Wen Dajing did not comprehend the significance of being the top scholar, but they knew that Song Li had passed, and their smiles were so wide that their teeth were nearly invisible. The young servants of the Wen family also expressed their joy, for their master had become a Jinshi, which would earn them greater respect from others. Wen Tingzhi cast a glance at Song Li, thanked the messenger, and offered them a token of appreciation for their efforts. Once they departed, the crowd surrounding them did not disperse. Many called out congratulations and well wishes. Wen Tingzhi narrowed his eyes and began to distribute the prepared copper coins. As a throng of people rushed to gather the coins scattered on the ground, they closed the door, preparing for a joyous celebration. Upon returning to the house, Song Li revealed a hint of happiness as he lifted Wen Tingzhi into his arms, gazing up at him. "Brother Ting, I have succeeded. I shall strive even harder to ensure that you enjoy the finest of life's offerings, wield power, and have my unwavering protection. In the realm of commerce, it is exceedingly difficult to thrive without connections." Wen Tingzhi had faced numerous setbacks in the business of cosmetics and perfumes, such as losing the carpenter he initially collaborated with to others who offered a higher price. However, due to the other's influence, they were left with no recourse but to seek another carpenter for collaboration. Among the workers engaged in batch production, some had leaked processes for the sake of higher pay. Yet fortunately, the final step remained under Wen Tingzhi's control, preventing significant losses. All of this stemmed from his lack of influence. But now he had successfully passed the imperial examination and would soon partake in the provincial and then the palace examinations. "I must ensure Brother Ting becomes a dignitary." Wen Tingzhi, lowering his head in resignation, found his clothes unexpectedly loosened by Song Li. "We still need to go out for dinner. You ought to find time to return to the countryside. Scholars value their reputation. A visit to the ancestral home for ancestral rites or a memorial hall signifies that Song Li has not forgotten his roots." "Very well, I shall be swift." Song Li resumed his affectionate gestures, while Wen Tingzhi could do little more than gently stroke his hair. He accepted it as a form of reward. Yet, he secretly relished the attention, although he would never confess this to Song Li lest the latter become even more insatiable. After a brief interlude, Song Li dampened a cloth to clean him up. As he reached down to his toes, he could not help but caress Wen Tingzhi's ankle. How can one be so fortunate, with every part of them so exquisitely beautiful? Song Li lowered his head to kiss the arch of Wen Tingzhi's foot, who instinctively recoiled his toes, meeting Song Li's gaze with a mixture of annoyance and intrigue. Song Li, are you a pervert? Wen Tingzhi was taken aback when Song Li smiled broadly in response. Brother Ting, I am utterly captivated by every aspect of you. Wen Tingzhi placed a hand to his forehead, urging him to wash the cloth and summon their parents for dinner. The young servant hired for the day was also enjoying a holiday, each receiving their share of rewards, all brimming with joy. After a hearty meal, the evening had descended, and the city was still alive with activity. Lin Sohua and Wen Dajing, with keen insight, suggested they go watch the acrobatics, leaving Wen Tingzhi and Song Li behind. Shall we explore as well? Wen Tingzhi proposed. It was unclear what festival or event was taking place, but the atmosphere was vibrant. Holding a skewer of candied hawthorn, Wen Tingzhi observed the various performances, which were far more colorful than his days in the town. Spotting a riddle booth, he nudged Song Li's arm. I wish to have a rabbit lantern. One must solve 10 riddles to obtain the rabbit lantern. Very well. If Brother Ting desires it, I shall procure it for you. Song Li affectionately stroked Wen Tingzhi's long hair and offered a few coins for the chance to answer the riddles. A crowd had gathered around, and naturally, some recognized Song Li as the top scholar of this local examination. The lantern vendor, observing the increasing crowd, felt a surge of joy. However, each time a question was posed, the man before him seemed to answer effortlessly, without a moment's contemplation. This continued even through the 10th question. Content. Song Li received a rabbit lantern to present to Ting Ge. Hand in hand, they strolled toward the riverside. Who is this? How impressive! The lantern vendor chuckled, inquiring further. Upon learning from an informed source that this was indeed the top scholar of the local examination, the vendor could hardly believe it, yet his smile widened. After all, the riddles posed here were crafted by a scholar, serving as a means to attract customers. Unbeknownst to them, Wen Tingzhi and Song Li were unaware of the vendor's musings as they arrived at the riverside. There, lanterns were available for purchase. Song Li acquired a river lantern, said to fulfill wishes if written sincerely and placed within. Wen Tingzhi paused, holding his brush, before inscribing a line. I wish for you to be by my side for countless years. He did not glance at what Song Li wrote and placed his own note into the lantern. Song Li had also completed his note, and together they set the river lantern afloat. Watching it drift downstream, Song Li hoped the river deity would hear his heartfelt wish and bring it to fruition. His desire was simply to remain forever with the one by his side. Chapter 88. Transformed into an unloved young husband. 38. They were returning to Xiaohe village to pay respects to their ancestors, accompanied by Lin Sohua and Wen Dajing. Song Li and Wen Dajing drove the horse-drawn carriage, while Wen Tingzhi and Lin Sohua settled inside. The carriage was indeed more comfortable. Lin Sohua observed her surroundings. Although she had traveled in a carriage to the capital, it had belonged to someone else and lacked adornment. This carriage, however, belonged to Ting Ge and was beautifully furnished, far more comfortable than the one she had taken to the capital. Wen Tingzhi smiled, having purchased the carriage with comfort in mind. While it was agreeable on the main road, the bumpy paths of the village would still jolt them, though not as painfully as a cart drawn by oxen or donkeys. Lin Sohua, perceptively, decided to switch places with Song Li, expressing her desire to step outside, feeling somewhat stifled and wishing to observe the driving, hoping to learn. From Ting Ge, she understood that acquiring new skills was never a disadvantage. Once Song Li entered, he nestled closely beside Wen Tingzhi, who shot him a glance, but chose to remain silent. After being tossed about by Song Li the previous night, his back and legs ached, and he felt little inclination to converse. He merely wished to close his eyes and rest. Song Li, obediently sitting nearby, allowed Ting Ge to lean against his sturdy thigh, gently massaging his lower back. Ting Ge, I apologize. I was simply elated about passing the examination and neglected your feelings. Can you forgive me? Song Li's voice was soft, his fingers rhythmically pressing into Wen Tingzhi's back, eliciting a sensation of comfort that almost made him cry out. Yet, Wen Tingzhi remained silent, wary of the possibility that Song Li might succumb to his instincts in the carriage, especially with their parents seated outside. He dared not gamble on that likelihood. He cast a glance at Song Li, who obediently kept silent while massaging him. He was unaware of when he had fallen asleep, and upon awakening, they had already arrived in the town. A coat belonging to Song Li was draped over him, which he removed as he lifted the curtain. Song Li was engaged in conversation with his parents, laughing about something unknown. Song Li, parents, he called out. Song Li turned his head and asked if he was awake and hungry. Wen Tingzhi patted his stomach, feeling a bit peckish, and nodded. The carriage halted in front of a spicy hot pot shop, and a few individuals disembarked. As the enticing aroma of the hot pot wafted towards him, Wen Tingzhi inhaled deeply. It was this very fragrance he had missed. After enjoying the hot pot and taking a brief respite, they prepared to escort Lin Suihua and Wen Dajing back to Day Village. Is that a carriage on the road? Someone squinted towards the path. Indeed, who could be driving it? My eyesight always fails me at crucial moments. Another remarked, it seems to be the Wen Dajing family. It must be them. Their fortunes have been flourishing lately. Ting's business is thriving, and Song Li has even passed the scholar's exam. Truly, one can't help but feel envious. As the carriage drew closer, Lin Suihua greeted them with a cheerful smile. Upon reaching home, Wang Daipo and her family emerged from their house. After establishing a good rapport with Lin Suihua, their family was enjoying increasingly better days. Eating meat every few days no longer felt burdensome. Even if the villagers labeled them as Lin Suihua's lackeys, they remained indifferent. Who cared about being called lackeys when they could enjoy sufficient food and clothing? Wang Daipo knew their envy was palpable. If they were given such an opportunity, it would likely lead to fierce competition. Suihua, Dajing is back. Lin Suihua nodded with a smile, retrieving some local specialties from the carriage to share with them. Wang Daipo beamed with delight, urging her husband and daughter-in-law to assist in unloading the items. Mother, we will head back to Xia Village first. Lin Suihua nodded, watching as Song Li and Wen Tingzhi drove the carriage back to Xia Village. It was early September, the autumn weather pleasantly mild. By 4 or 5 in the afternoon, the willow tree at the entrance of Xia Village was usually bustling with people. Many villagers had not seen Song Li since his departure to the capital. Yet they had heard numerous good tidings he had relayed to the village chief. They wondered what purpose his return held this time. Song Li, maintaining a composed demeanor, drove the carriage back to the thatched cottage. It seemed that the village chief had occasionally sent individuals to replenish the thatch, as the cottage appeared even better than before after his prolonged absence. As he opened the long sealed door, memories surged within him. From a moment he was driven out by Zhou Chunchao. Living alone here had felt devoid of meaning, until finally Ting joined him. Gradually, life became more flavorful, and he discovered the essence of existence. Now, as their lives continued to improve, he held Ting's hand tightly, grateful for his presence. When Tingzhi smiled, recognizing the emotions on Song Li's face as he reminisced about the past, and embraced him warmly. After unloading the items from the carriage, they took a moment to rest before preparing to visit the village chief. This time, they did not intend to linger too long, planning to return to the capital in just a few days. The esteemed teacher of Song Li held great expectations for him, intending to provide him with special guidance in hopes that he would achieve commendable results in the upcoming examination. As they made their way to the village head's residence, numerous villagers greeted them, a stark contrast to the time when Wen Tingzhi had just married Song Li and was treated with indifference. Passing by the Song household, they observed Zhou Chunchao weaving in the courtyard while Song Tianming was chopping firewood. Wen Tingzhi merely cast a glance, but Song Tianming eagerly approached, saying, "Tingge, I heard you returned and meant to seek you out, but it seems you arrived first." The scholarly air that once surrounded Song Tianming had dissipated, leaving him looking rather pitiful. "I did not come to find you. Please do not misinterpret my intentions," Wen Tingzhi replied coolly. Song Li tightened his grip on Wen Tingzhi's hand and waved it before Song Tianming. "Brother, is there something you need? If not, I am off to find my husband." The emphasis Song Li placed on the term husband was unmistakable, and while Song Tianming noticed, he chose to ignore it. Only after abandoning his studies did Song Tianming realize the challenges of earning a living. Household chores, seemingly simple, proved to be numerous and intricate. He found himself tirelessly occupied from dawn till dusk, yet still faced reproach for idleness. The tasks in the fields were even more daunting. He had suffered heat stroke before even making significant progress, resulting in several humorous mishaps. If only Tinggu would agree to be with him, he could escape such burdens. Now that Tinggu was prosperous, arriving home in a horse-drawn carriage, Song Tianming failed to consider that when Wen Tingzhi had little wealth, he had looked down upon him. And with newfound riches, how could he possibly regard him favorably? Moreover, with a remarkable partner like Song Li, it would be sheer folly to pursue him. Regardless of Wen Tingzhi's indifference, Song Tianming followed closely behind Wen Tingzhi and Song Li to the village head's home. Upon seeing Song Li, the village head's eyes sparkled with delight. At last, Song Li, you have arrived. Come, have some tea and a bite to eat. The journey must have worn you out. It was only at that moment that Song Tianming grasped why Song Li and Wen Tingzhi had returned so abruptly. Song Li had actually passed the imperial examination and emerged as the top scholar. He could not even pass the preliminary examination, while Song Li had succeeded splendidly. Why was this so? It seemed utterly unjust. After departing from the village head's home, Song Tianming had already left, perhaps overwhelmed by the blow. However, Wen Tingzhi remained indifferent, spending the night in a thatched cottage with Song Li. In the following days, Song Li treated the entire village to a feast, and Zhou Chuncao's family attended as well. It had been a long time since they had savored such delicious food, and they devoured it hungrily, drawing the attention of many. Some villagers deliberately teased them, remarking that Song Li was her son, and Wen Tingzhi was his husband. Now that their son had found success, how could they not seek to forge connections and enjoy a better life? Look at how Wen Tingzhi cherished his parents, adorned in gold and silver. Never walking, but rather traveling in a carriage, owning several hot pot restaurants in town, truly living the high life. Contrastingly, Zhou Chunqiao listened to the villagers' pointed jabs. Her heart felt as though it were bleeding. She longed for such prosperity, yet she had tried that path before, and it had proven futile. After Song Li and Tinggu returned from the village head's home, she seized the cover of night, when no one was about, and hurried to their dwelling. Complaining to them proved utterly futile. Not to mention Tinggu, even Song Li wore a frosty expression, idly toying with a sharp knife in his hand. As his fingers grazed the blade, she involuntarily felt her skin tense. Song Li, I am your mother. How could you treat me this way? Are you not afraid that I might go to the town or the capital and expose your unfilial nature? How then will you continue your studies? Zhou Chunqiao pleaded earnestly, just give me a little money, and I promise I will never trouble you again or even acknowledge you as my son. Mother, how many times have you uttered such words? You need not come to me again. I shall not part with a single copper coin, Song Li retorted. She understood that her treatment of Song Li had been less than kind, but was it not natural for him to feel gratitude for his very existence? How could he harbor such resentment towards his own mother? As she contemplated saying more, Song Li seemed to lose patience, the knife gliding through her hair and landing by the courtyard door. Zhou Chunqiao, terrified, wet herself, and, as she looked down, a strand of her dark hair fell to the ground. Nowadays, she shamelessly brought Song Dahai and Song Tianming to feasts. After dining, the three of them left in disgrace. As long as they did not create a scene, neither Song Li nor Wen Tingzhi would take issue with a meal together. After spending 7 days in the village to settle all matters, they prepared to return to the capital by horse-drawn carriage. The provincial examination was not far off. It would take place in February of the following year, and it was already September, leaving less than 6 months. Before heading back to the capital, they visited Lin Chuihua and Wen Dezheng, who were both well. Lin Chuihua patted their shoulders and gave them a few words of advice, but nothing more. Upon returning to the capital, Wen Tingzhi felt as if he had returned to a true home, his entire being relaxing. After the exhausting journey, he felt a deep fatigue enveloping him. A servant poured hot water into the bath, and Wen Tingzhi methodically removed his garments, lifting his hair as he entered the tub, allowing his hair to cascade over the edge. At this hour, returning home, he had little desire to wash his hair and wait for it to dry. Moments later, Song Li entered. Soon enough, he stepped into the tub unclothed. This was a custom-designed double tub, as the previous one had proven too cramped for both of them. Shall we bathe together? He asked Song Li, who nodded with a silly grin. If we're to wash together, then so be it. As long as you behave yourself, he thought, yet he overestimated Song Li's self-control. Before long, A pair of large hands began to explore. Tinggu, I feel uncomfortable. Please help me, I beg you, Songli murmured, rubbing against his neck with tearful eyes, utterly devoid of masculine demeanor. Tingyi, enough with the petulance. I will assist you, he scolded, glancing at Song Li with exasperation. Yet he could not help but extend his hand. In the end, he was lifted from the tub by Song Li, his arms feeling both weary and soft. Perhaps it was a psychological shadow, but despite being clean, he still felt a lingering stickiness. During this time, both Song Li and Wen Tingzhi found themselves exceedingly busy. Wen Tingzhi was preoccupied with his ice beverage business, while Song Li had successfully passed the imperial examination and was celebrated as the top scholar, naturally drawing considerable attention. Invitations to various gatherings flooded in. Some even managed to discover that Wen Tingzhi had no children and thoughtfully sent a girl and a boy for Song Li to choose from. However, Song Li declined all offers, rarely attending social events, yet the academy placed great importance on him. Even after classes ended, he would continue to study under his mentor. Each evening, upon returning home, he would take a bath and fall asleep, lacking the energy for any other activities. Wen Tingzhi's ice drinks were reasonably priced and sold quite well. Given the autumn season, the weather was not excessively warm, and only those with a bit of extra money would indulge in a bowl of icy refreshment. Nonetheless, Wen Tingzhi harbored no worries. This year was merely an experiment, and at this juncture, the profits were minimal, thus not attracting much scrutiny regarding his ice supply. By the following summer, Song Li would likely have assumed an official position. Although it might not be of high rank, it would provide some security. Time, fleeting yet languorous, ushered autumn away, making way for the frigid winter. Despite heating the calm, the chill lingered, necessitating the addition of charcoal to warm the house. For Wen Tingzhi to engage in intimate matters, the bed needed to be comfortably warm. Otherwise, how could one possibly engage in such activities while shivering? Upon entering the house, he was nearly overwhelmed by the warmth, promptly shedding his outer garments. Inside, Song Li awaited in his undergarments, pondering what his companion might be thinking. Beyond thoughts of scholarly pursuits and examinations, his mind was fixated on matters of the bedchamber. Very well, I shall indulge you, Wen Tingzhi beckoned, patting the space beside him for Song Li to lie down. Song Li hastened, fearing that any delay might alter Wen Tingzhi's intentions. Today, I shall take the lead. Observing Song Li's widened eyes, it was as if disbelief washed over him. If Song Li were a dog, his tail would surely be wagging joyously, eager for all to witness his delight. With beads of sweat dotting his forehead, Song Li gazed tenderly at Wen Tingzhi, his fingers clenching the quilt tightly, yearning for a swift resolution. Let's not prolong this. Wen Tingzhi exhaled in relief, finally ready. The already warm room became stifling as their intimacy unfolded, both drenched in sweat yet utterly satisfied. After they had shared their passionate encounter, they drifted into a deep slumber. Unbeknownst to them, another New Year's Eve had arrived. This time, Wen Tingzhi penned a letter inviting Lin Suihua and Wen Dajing to join them for the Spring Festival. With the examination period fast approaching and the academy granting only a few days off, it seemed impractical to return home. Instead, he preferred that his parents celebrate the new year with them, as four people would provide a more lively atmosphere. Happy New Year's Eve. May the new year bring happiness and fulfillment. The four of them raised their glasses, sipping a toast, and making heartfelt wishes for the year ahead. Chapter 90. Transformed into an unloved young husband, and the Spring Festival quietly passed by, filled with lively celebrations that lasted over 10 days. Lin Suihua and Wen Dajing, having enjoyed the festivities, now patted their round bellies, preparing to return home. They had come to the capital from the town, leaving their shop closed, and each day of inactivity meant a notable loss of income, which they were reluctant to bear. Were it not for Brother Ting's insistence on writing to summon them, they might have been reluctant to come. While the opportunity to earn some money still lingers, it is wise to seize it. Once the festivities of the new year conclude, their eagerness to return to town will be palpable, a sentiment that Wen Tingzhi is keenly aware of. Thus he refrains from holding them back. When the time comes for her husband to take the imperial examination, we shall return, united as a family, to offer him our encouragement. Lin Suohua gazed with delight as the young servant busily loaded the carriage with their belongings. Indeed, their lives have taken a turn for the better. Very well, I understand, Wen Tingzhi remarked. After bidding them farewell, he retreated to his room for a brief respite. The previous night, Song Li had been quite insistent on exploring various positions, and had it not been for the presence of his parents, he would have needed to support himself while walking. Upon returning, Song Li, laden with packages, entered the room with a beaming smile, calling out, "Brother Ting." Wen Tingzhi merely lifted his eyelids to glance at him, causing Song Li's heart to flutter. "Brother Ting, I brought you your favorite roasted chicken and those delightful pastries you adore." He clung to Wen Tingzhi like a persistent adhesive. Wen Tingzhi inquired, "Have you realized your mistake?" "Yes, I should not have attempted so many positions without consulting you first," Song Li admitted, raising 3 fingers in a solemn vow. "From now on, in matters of intimacy, I shall heed your guidance. If you say harder, I shall oblige. If you say softer, I shall comply." Seeing him continue unabashedly, Wen Tingzhi covered his mouth, exclaiming, "Enough! Do you truly believe you can uphold that promise? How often have you sweet-talked me in bed, only to forget moments later?" Song Li chuckled softly, placing a kiss upon Wen Tingzhi's cheek before leading him to the table to share a meal. "All right, I'm no longer angry." February's winter chill persisted. Yet Wen Tingzhi felt assured once he confirmed that the provisions in Song Li's basket were ample for his sustenance. The conditions at the capital's examination hall were notably superior to those at the prefectural city, though still far from comfortable. Moreover, with the cold weather, warm clothing and a blanket were essential. Wen Tingzhi shivered slightly, saying, "Song Li, I have faith in you." "I understand, Brother Ting," he replied. They had arrived in the capital just days before the examination, a long journey from their hometown, which is why Wen Tingzhi did not bring his parents along to accompany Song Li, preferring them to await news at home. After 7 or 8 days of travel, Wen Tingzhi caught a chill and suffered from a cough for several days. Upon reaching the capital and settling into an inn, he visited a doctor and soon felt better. As Song Li went off to take the examination, Wen Tingzhi found himself bored at the inn and decided to explore the local customs and scenery. Compared to the prefectural city, the streets of the capital were more orderly, bustling with activity yet devoid of disorder, occasionally patrolled by officials in uniform. Wandering about, Wen Tingzhi enjoyed a meal before returning to the inn, where the warmth of the heated room